In her previous life, Su Qingyu was married for 3 years without consummation. It was only when her cousin suddenly appeared, holding a child, that she realized the truth. The man was not impotent, but rather incapable when he was with her. Her cousin peeled away her facade, taking her place as the legitimate daughter of the Marquis's household and the matriarch of the Shen family. Reborn on the day of their engagement, at the funeral of the third master of the Shen family, Su Qingyu caught them in the act and promptly cancelled the engagement. The elderly matriarch of the Shen family said, "Qingyu, Master Sen has foretold that your marriage to the Shen family will alleviate the misfortunes of both our families." Su Qingyu retorted, "Is marrying into the Shen family sufficient? Then I shall wed the third master of the Shen family, maintaining my chastity in life and resting beside him in death." The capital awaited the spectacle of Su Qingyu marrying a deceased man, eager to witness the outcome. Yet, Su Qingyu secretly smiled. Marrying a dead man meant no obligations to serve a mother-in-law or a husband. Until the unexpected return of the third master of the Shen family, who cornered Su Qingyu and said, "I hear you've harbored feelings for me for quite some time?" Su Qingyu recoiled, asking, "Is it too late to call off the engagement now?" The third master replied, "It's too late." As onlookers anticipated the third master's annulment and subsequent marriage, they were astonished to discover that the youngest cabinet minister, Lord Shen, was actually henpecked. After their marriage, Su Qingyu merely wished to maintain a respectful distance with her husband, fulfilling her role as the third mistress of the Shen household. However, she soon realized that the third master, though outwardly aloof, was ardently passionate. A respectful distance? Impossible. They could only be intimately entwined day by day. Chapter 1. He was only incapable when with you. In the winter of the 20th year of the Xuanda era, within the Su family estate, Su Qingyu appeared pallid and weary, banging desperately against the locked door. 3 days prior, upon visiting her ailing grandmother, she had been confined to her childhood room. For 3 days, she had neither food nor water, and in the depths of winter, her body could no longer withstand the strain. A sense of unease washed over her. The crisp sound of a lock turning echoed from outside, and as the door creaked open, a figure entered, leaving Su Qingyu taken aback. "Cousin? What brings you here?" The person was her distant cousin, Cheng Rujin, whose mother was her aunt. The two had been residing at the Su household. Cheng Rujin was accompanied by a 2-year-old child, a child Su Qingyu had never seen before, and Cheng Rujin was unmarried. Yet, the child's features bore a striking resemblance to her husband, Shen Zhao. "Dear cousin, save your strength. You shall never leave this room, and our husband has come with the doctor." Cheng Rujin spoke in a low voice, an unmistakable smirk on her face. She had long awaited this moment, her patience all but exhausted. Su Qingyu glared coldly at Cheng Rujin. "Husband? Whom do you refer to as such? Do you have no shame? Your longing is futile. You will never enter the Shen household. Even in death, you cannot aspire to that." The prestigious Shen family was not a place a mere descendant of a traitor, like Cheng Rujin, could dream of entering. Not only could she never become the legitimate wife, but even as a concubine, she was unworthy. Cheng Rujin, rather than being incensed, laughed heartily and spat through gritted teeth. "I have my methods, and soon, dear sister, you will be of service to me. Do not scream too loudly." A chill gripped Su Qingyu's heart as she questioned, "What do you intend to do?" Just then, Shen Zhao strode in, accompanied by a middle-aged man. The child rushed to Shen Zhao, calling, "Daddy, hold me." Despite her suspicions, Su Qingyu felt momentarily dizzy. "Shen Zhao, did you not claim impotence? Where did this child come from?" They had been married for 3 years without consummation, and Shen Zhao had attributed it to his condition. She bore the pressure from the Shen family alone, secretly delving into pharmacology. Since he had no concubine, she had not doubted him, rather showing concern for his feelings, fearing he might feel inadequate or depressed. Enduring the mockery from her mother-in-law and sisters-in-law due to their childlessness, Su Qingyu had silently suffered. But upon discovering that Shen Zhao had fathered a child with Cheng Rujin, it felt as if a sharp blade had pierced her heart, leaving her trembling with pain. Cheng Rujin approached her, her voice dark and menacing. "Dear cousin, he is not incapable. He simply cannot perform in your presence. What do you possess that surpasses me, save for your title as the daughter of the Marquis? If not for your family background, I would never have been outdone by you." For Cheng Rujin, family lineage was a thorn in her side, yet the 3 years of patience had not been in vain. Su Qingyu coldly questioned, "When did this affair begin?" Cheng Rujin tilted her chin arrogantly, leaning closer to Su Qingyu. whispering, "Are you asking about the first time? Let me think." It was at the funeral of the third master of the Shen family. While his elders discussed marrying you off, he was in the study with me, indulging in our passions. So, he is not impotent. He is quite capable when in bed with me. Su Qingyu looked at Xin Zhao in disbelief, her voice trembling. "Xin Zhao, how could you do this? Reflect on how I have treated you over these years. Since the third master passed, the first and second branches have vied for power, and I have aided you wholeheartedly. I used my dowry to support you, seeking help from my uncle and cousin for your business dealings. I bore the brunt of your mother's scorn. Because of our childlessness, I became the scapegoat of the Shen family. I feared you might be too distressed, even considering adopting a child, thinking that being unable to consummate our marriage was not a grave matter. Xin Zhao, you lack a conscience." By the end, Su Qingyu's voice was nearly hoarse. Shen Zhao looked at her impassively, his expression cold, though deep within his eyes, a ripple of turmoil stirred. Cheng Rujin instinctively glanced at Shen Zhao, a wave of anxiety washing over her. Recently, his attitude towards Su Qingyu had markedly changed. No longer filled with disdain and impatience when her name was mentioned. She feared that if this continued, Shen Zhao might become too soft-hearted. Suddenly, a clarity washed over Su Qingyu, and she coldly declared to Shen Zhao, "Let us divorce. Whether you marry Cheng Rujin or another, it is of no concern to me." A flicker of conflict crossed Shen Zhao's face as he opened his mouth, seemingly poised to speak. But before he could utter a word, Cheng Rujin interjected, "My husband, take the child outside. It's sufficient for me and Mr. Zhou to handle matters here." She then turned to the man beside Shen Zhao, saying, "Mr. Zhou, proceed now." Instinctively, Su Qingyu took 2 steps back. "What are you planning to do?" Cheng Rujin sneered, "Do not be alarmed, dear cousin. I merely wish to borrow your visage. Soon, I shall be the young mistress of the Shen family, the legitimate daughter of the Marquis of Pingning. Rest assured, I will live well and not disgrace your identity as the daughter of the Marquis." Mr. Zhou was already preparing his instruments, the sunlight streaming through the window, casting a blinding gleam off the blade. Terrified, Su Qingyu stepped back repeatedly, shouting, "Shen Zhao, you cannot do this. I can agree to a divorce. You cannot treat me this way." At that moment, Cheng Rujin had already pushed Shen Zhao out. "Cheng Rujin, this is the Su family. How dare you? What of my father? What of my grandmother? They will not let you go." Su Qingyu felt Cheng Rujin had truly lost her mind, attacking her, the legitimate daughter of the Su family, within their own home. Cheng Rujin stepped forward, laughing heartily. "Since you are to die, I might as well inform you. We are, in fact, akin to sisters. My mother has resided at the Pingning Marquis' household for many years, and she is finally to wed your father. And that adopted child under your mother's name is actually my biological brother. Once you are gone, our family of 4 will be reunited. Did you think I could bear a child in the Su family and act against you without my father and grandmother's consent? Moreover, regarding the dowry assets of you and your mother, we shall not be polite. Rest assured, I will burn extra paper money for you," said Cheng Rujin. As her words fell, Mr. Zhou stepped forward and forcefully restrained Su Qingyu. Already weakened, Su Qingyu was unable to resist. A sharp knife sliced across her forehead, trailing down the contours of her face to her jaw. With a sickening sound, her entire facial skin was torn away, leaving a gruesome display of blood and flesh. "Ah!" Su Qingyu let out a wretched scream, her consciousness fading as pain engulfed her. Before losing awareness, one thought remained in her mind, to plunge the Pingning Marquis into an abyss of blood and torment, ensuring their eternal damnation. A tempest of hatred surged within her, reaching for the heavens, while outside, a fierce wind howled, accompanied by a flurry of snow. Chapter 2, Attending the Funeral Barefoot, Su Qingyu sat before a bronze mirror, gazing at the stunningly cold visage reflected back at her, her facial skin still intact. She took deep breaths, striving to quell the panic swelling within her. The nightmare she had just endured flickered in her mind. No, it was not merely a nightmare. She was certain it was an experience she had truly lived. She could still faintly feel the remnants of pain on her face. Jinju had brought over embroidered shoes crafted from Danyu fabric to assist Su Qingyu in dressing. She inquired gently, "Miss, are you feeling better? We must accompany the old lady to pay respects to the third master of the Shen family shortly. Would you like to rest a bit longer?" Su Qingyu paused, taken aback by the mention of the third master of the Shen family's funeral. That event occurred in the winter of the 17th year of the Xuande reign. Had she returned to that time? Was heaven discontent with her foolishness? Maintaining her composure, Su Qingyu instructed, "Bring me a plain outfit. I am going to Songha Hall now." The deceased third master of the Shen family was Shun Zhao's uncle. Despite his youth, he had entered the cabinet, but tragically perished in a bandit ambush while returning to the capital, his remains lost to the depths of a valley. In her previous life, it was at the third master's funeral that the two families set a wedding date. Due to Shun Zhao's mourning, the Shen family decided to have the couple wed within 100 days, signifying a union amidst grief. According to Cheng Rujin, she and Shen Zhao were to become engaged on the day of this very funeral. A glint of ruthless determination crossed Su Qingyu's eyes. Today, she would present Shen Zhao and Cheng Rujin with a grand gift. Zhenju helped her select a moon-white satin dress, complemented by a pure white fox fur cloak, adorned simply with a warm jade hairpin. Having recently experienced a light snowfall, the bluestone path was coated in a layer of frost. Zhenju carefully assisted her mistress, leading her slowly along the covered corridor towards Songha Hall, where clusters of red winter plums bloomed vibrantly. As Su Qingyu contemplated her visit to the Shen family, she entered Songha Hall at a leisurely pace. After traversing the hall, she reached the reception room, where two maids dressed in light-hued garments gently lifted the curtain and greeted her with a bow. Upon entering, she navigated past an intricately carved zetonwood screen inlaid with white jade, revealing a lacquered Luohan bed positioned by the window. The elderly matriarch of the Su family, over 50, sat upon it, garbed in a dark-colored silk robe adorned with auspicious clouds, her head adorned with a gold hairpin set with emeralds. Despite her age, her eyes remained sharp and penetrating, and when her expression grew stern, it could render anyone breathless. "Grandmother, may you be well." As Su Qingyu completed her greeting, she heard footsteps approaching from behind. It was her cousin, Cheng Rujin, entering the room. "Grandmother, greetings." "Cousin, good day to you." Ordinarily, Cheng Rujin ought to address the matriarch as great-aunt, yet out of pity for her orphan status, the matriarch permitted her to call her grandmother, just like the other sisters. Cheng Rujin hailed from the Jiangnan region and was shorter than Su Qingyu, her voice soft and delicate. Her snowy white fur cloak framed a petite face, exuding an air of innocence and harmlessness. Anyone who looked upon her would instinctively wish to cherish her dearly. Su Qingyu clenched her fists, a desire to strike her cousin bubbling within, yet she managed to respond with a smile. "Cousin, you look lovely today. Your makeup is exquisite, clearly a labor of love." The words, though spoken casually, pricked at Cheng Rujin's conscience. She forced a smile. "I must dress carefully when accompanying grandmother, lest I bring shame to the Su family." As she spoke, her hands twisted nervously together, her gaze dropping, her voice fading into a whisper. Cheng Rujin always exhibited this demeanor, fully embodying the sense of inferiority that came with being a dependent. Even now, despite any discontent the matriarch may have harbored, she reassured her, "Everything seems fine, but that ruby plum blossom hairpin does not quite suit you, remove it." Turning her gaze to Su Qingyu, she remarked approvingly, "Your attire and makeup are quite fitting, sufficiently dignified without being overly ostentatious." Cheng Rujin glanced at Su Qingyu, biting her lower lip, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears. In the past, Su Qingyu would have offered some comforting words, but now she merely cast her cousin a cold glance. Cheng Rujin removed the red plum hairpin, contemplating before wiping off the vivid lipstick from her lips. After exchanging a few pleasantries, the matriarch sensed the time was nearing and retreated to change into a more somber outfit. A warm sedan chair awaited them in the corridor, with servants ready to escort the matriarch and the two young ladies to the Chuehua gate for their carriage. A carriage draped in azure silk was stationed outside the second gate, with butler Su Zhong waiting nearby. "Madam, there are too many carriages on Zhuke Street today. Perhaps you should share a carriage with the two young ladies for mutual care." The matriarch nodded. "That seems wise. Our visit is to pay respect sincerely, and we must avoid drawing too much attention." In truth, they could not afford to be ostentatious. Although the Su family still held a title, they were far from the Shen family's standing. Once the three of them boarded the carriage, the matriarch cautioned Su Qingyu, "Today, you must conduct yourself well. Do not bring shame to the Shen family, and this marriage must not encounter any complications." Su Qingyu glanced at Cheng Rujin, whose face was taut with tension, and respectfully replied, "Yes, granddaughter understands." As the carriage entered Zhuke Street, its speed noticeably slowed. Through the gap in the carriage curtains, Su Qingyu glimpsed the Shen family's entrance, adorned in pristine white, where several gentlemen were welcoming guests. Fortunately, the late third master would be in mourning for 49 days, and thus the attendees would not all arrive at once. Otherwise, the carriage would struggle to navigate Zhuke Street. The carriage proceeded directly through the western corner gate towards the inner courtyard, where few women came to pay their respects, primarily those related to the Shen family. The matriarch's visit with Su Qingyu was due to their engagement. At the second gate, the Shen family's second matron, Madame Yang, accompanied by maids and servants, greeted them warmly. "Aunt, we have been speaking of you this morning. Your arrival is timely. You can offer comfort to the matriarch." Before the Shen family rose to prominence, the two families had a slight acquaintance, which established their kinship. The sedan chair waited in the inner courtyard as the three of them boarded it, proceeding to the matriarch's residence, Qingyu. The Shen family was wealthy, one of the most notable in the capital. The intricately carved Zeton-wood sedan chair was not something an ordinary family could afford. The curtain resembled the famous Suzhou Yunsaging, and the top of the chair was adorned with luminous pearls, a display of extravagant opulence. Su Qingyu was well aware of the Shen family's lavishness and remained unfazed. However, seated inside, Cheng Rujin was taken aback, her heart swayed, her desire to marry into the Shen family intensifying. After the sedan chair came to a halt, maids promptly assisted their respective mistresses, attending to them with utmost diligence. As Su Qingyu exited the sedan chair, her gaze fell upon the azure cloud-patterned hem of a garment. Slowly raising her head, she met Xin Zhao's refined visage, her fists instinctively clenching. Yet, when he turned his gaze toward her, she artfully lowered her eyes, concealing her animosity. "Ah, Sister Qingyu has arrived." "Grandmother was just speaking of you," remarked the 18-year-old Shen Zhao, garbed in mourning attire, standing to greet her as he had in a previous life. Su Qingyu returned the gesture with a slight bow, a faint smile tugging at the corners of her lips. Suddenly, Cheng Rujin stepped forward, her delicate form bending gracefully, her waist supple. As she spoke, her voice resonated with a softness that could stir the depths of one's soul. "I have the pleasure of meeting you, Brother Shen Zhao. In her previous life, Su Qingyu remained married for 3 years without consummating the union. It was only when her cousin suddenly appeared before her, holding a child, that she realized the man was not incapable. Rather, he was unable with her. Her cousin peeled away her identity, usurping her position as the legitimate daughter of the Marquis's household and becoming the matriarch of the Shen family. Reborn on the day their marriage was discussed at the funeral of the third master of the Shen family, Su Qingyu caught them in the act of infidelity and promptly annulled the engagement. The matriarch of the Shen family said, "Qingyu, Master Xian has declared that marrying into the Shen family will resolve the calamities afflicting both our families." Su Qingyu retorted, "Is marrying into the Shen family sufficient? Then I shall wed the third master of the Shen family, remaining loyal in life and resting beside him in death." The capital was abuzz with anticipation, eager to witness the farce of Su Qingyu marrying a deceased man. Only Su Qingyu secretly smiled, for marrying a corpse meant no obligations to serve a mother-in-law or a husband. Until the unexpected return of the third master of the Shen family, he cornered Su Qingyu and said, "I have heard you have harbored affections for me for quite some time." Su Qingyu recoiled. "Is it too late to annul the engagement now?" The third master replied, "It is too late." As onlookers awaited the third master to break off the engagement and seek another, they were astonished to discover that this youngest minister of the cabinet, Master Shen, was in fact henpecked. After marriage, Su Qingyu desired to maintain a respectful distance with her husband, striving to be a commendable third mistress of the Shen family. Little did she anticipate that the third master, though outwardly aloof, was fervently passionate. Mutual respect? Impossible. They could only engage in daily intimacy. Chapter 1. He was merely incapable with you. In the winter of the 20th year of the Xuanda era, within the Su residence, Su Qingyu appeared pallid and haggard, desperately pounding on the locked door. 3 days prior, upon hearing of her grandmother's illness, she returned to the family home, only to be confined in the room she lived in before her marriage. She had not consumed food or water for 3 days, and in the harsh winter, her body could no longer endure. A wave of unease washed over Su Qingyu. The crisp sound of the lock turning echoed from outside, and the door creaked open, revealing an unexpected visitor. "Cousin, why are you here?" The newcomer was Cheng Rujin, her distant cousin, whose mother was her aunt. Both had been residing at the Su household. Chung Rujin was holding a 2-year-old child, a child Su Qingyu had never seen before, and Chung Rujin was not married. Yet, the child's features bore a striking resemblance to her husband, Shen Zhao. Dear cousin, spare yourself the effort. You will never leave this room. Our husband has brought a doctor with him, Chung Rujin said, her voice low, her face adorned with an unmistakable smugness. She had awaited this day for far too long, nearly losing patience. Su Qingyu glared coldly at Chung Rujin. Husband? Whom do you refer to as husband? Have you no shame? Your longing is futile. You will never step into the gates of the Shen family. Even if I were to die, you could not enter. The Shen family status was far too elevated for someone of Chung Rujin's background to aspire to. Not only was she unworthy of becoming the legitimate wife, but even to be a concubine was beyond her reach. Chung Rujin, instead of being angered, laughed heartily, then gritted her teeth. I have my own ways. Soon, dear sister, you will have to bear the burden. Do not scream too loudly. A chill of foreboding enveloped Su Qingyu as she asked, what do you intend to do? No sooner had she spoken than Xin Zhao entered the room, accompanied by a middle-aged man. The child rushed to Xin Zhao, exclaiming, Daddy, hold me. Even with her suspicions brewing, Su Qingyu momentarily felt dizzy. Xin Zhao, did you not claim you were incapable? Where did this child come from? For 3 years, their marriage had remained unconsummated, and Xin Zhao had attributed this to his condition. Bearing the weight of the Shen family's expectations, she had secretly delved into medicinal studies. Given that Xin Zhao had no concubines, she harbored no doubts, instead showing concern for his well-being, fearing he might succumb to feelings of inferiority. Enduring the scorn of her mother-in-law and the ridicule of her sisters-in-law, she bore it all in silence. Yet now, the revelation of Shen Zhao's child with Chung Rujin pierced her heart like a dagger, leaving her trembling. Chung Rujin approached Su Qingyu, her voice dark and foreboding. Dear cousin, he is not incapable. He simply cannot perform in your presence. What do you possess that surpasses me, aside from your noble lineage? If not for your family background, I would never have lost to you. For Chung Rujin, her lineage was a thorn in her heart, yet the 3 years of endurance had not been in vain. Su Qingyu fixed her gaze on Chung Rujin and inquired, when did this all begin? Chung Rujin raised her chin slightly, leaning closer to Su Qingyu, and whispered, Are you referring to the first time? Let me think. It was during the funeral of the 3rd master of the Shen family. While his elders were deliberating on arranging your marriage, he was in the study indulging with me. So, he is not incapable. He is highly capable when in bed with me. Su Qingyu gazed incredulously at Xin Zhao, her voice quivering. Xin Zhao, how could you do this? Reflect on how I have treated you these past years. Ever since the 3rd master passed, the 1st and 2nd households have been vying for power. I have supported you wholeheartedly, using my dowry to assist you, even seeking help from my uncle and cousin for your business matters. I have also borne the brunt of your mother's scorn, for my inability to bear children has made me the scapegoat of the Shen family. I feared you would be overly burdened by worries, even contemplating adopting a child, believing that it would not matter if we never consummated our marriage. Xin Zhao, you have no heart. By the end of her plea, Su Qingyu was nearly hoarse. Xin Zhao's expression remained impassive as he regarded her, his countenance stern, though a ripple of emotion stirred in his deep-set eyes. Chung Rujin instinctively glanced at Xin Zhao, a wave of anxiety swelling within her. In recent times, Shen Zhao's demeanor towards Su Qingyu had changed significantly. When mentioning Su Qingyu, his tone no longer held disdain or impatience. She feared that if this continued, Shen Zhao would find it hard to sever ties. Suddenly, clarity struck Su Qingyu, and she coldly addressed Shen Zhao. Shen Zhao, let us part ways. Whether you marry Chung Rujin or someone else is of no concern to me. A flicker of conflict crossed Shen Zhao's eyes as he opened his mouth, seemingly wanting to speak. Before he could utter a word, Chung Rujin interjected, Husband, take the child outside. I only require Mr. Zhou and myself here. She then addressed the man beside Xin Zhao. Mr. Zhou, proceed at once. Instinctively, Su Qingyu stepped back. What do you intend to do? Chung Rujin sneered. Dear cousin, do not be alarmed. I merely wish to borrow your visage for a while. Soon, I shall become the mistress of the Shen household, the legitimate daughter of the Pingning Marquis. Rest assured, I shall live well, maintaining the dignity of your noble status. Mr. Zhou was already preparing his instruments, sunlight streaming through the window pane, glinting off the blade with a menacing gleam. Terrified, Su Qingyu stumbled back, shouting, Shen Zhao, you cannot do this. I am willing to part ways. You cannot treat me this way. At that moment, Shen Zhao had already been pushed outside by Qingyu. Qingyu, this is the Su residence. How dare you? What of my father? My grandmother? They will not let you go if they find out. Su Qingyu felt as though Qingyu had truly lost her mind, attacking her, a legitimate daughter of the Su family, within her own home. Qingyu stepped forward with a laugh, saying, "Since you are to die, I do not mind telling you. In a way, we are akin to sisters. My mother has resided in the Pingning Marquis's household for many years, and she is finally to wed your father. Moreover, that legitimate son adopted under your mother's name is, in fact, my biological brother. Once you are gone, our family of four can finally be reunited. Did you think I could bear a child in the Su residence and act against you without my father and grandmother's consent? Furthermore, regarding the dowry estate of you and your mother, we shall not be polite. Rest assured, I shall ensure that I burn a greater amount of paper money for you," declared Qingyu. As her words faded, Mr. Zhou stepped forward, forcefully restraining Su Qingyu. Already frail, Su Qingyu was unable to resist. A sharp blade lacerated her forehead, tracing down the contours of her face to her jaw. With a sickening sound, her entire facial skin was torn away, leaving a gruesome display of blood and flesh. Ah! A wretched scream escaped Su Qingyu's lips, the pain clouding her consciousness. Just before she lost awareness, one singular thought consumed her mind: to plunge the Pingning Marquis into a hellish abyss, ensuring their eternal damnation. A surge of overwhelming hatred erupted, reaching for the heavens, as a sudden tempest of wind and snow assailed the outside world. Chapter 2, Attending the Funeral Seated barefoot before a bronze mirror, Su Qingyu gazed at the exquisitely cold visage reflected back at her, her facial skin still intact. Gasping for breath, she struggled to quell the rising panic within her. The recent nightmare replayed in her mind. No, it was not merely a nightmare. She could ascertain that it was a reality she had endured. She could still vaguely sense the lingering pain upon her face. Jinju had brought over embroidered shoes crafted from Danyu silk, assisting Su Qingyu in putting them on. She inquired, "Miss, are you feeling better?" "Soon. We must accompany the old lady to pay respects to the late third master of the Shen family. Would you like to rest a while longer?" Startled, Su Qingyu pondered the funeral of the third master of the Shen family. That event transpired in the winter of the 17th year of Xuanda. Thus, had she returned to the 17th year of Xuanda? Did heaven find her so foolish that it could no longer bear to watch? Maintaining an impassive facade, Su Qingyu instructed, "Prepare me a simple attire. I shall go to Songhang at once." The deceased third master of the Shen family was the uncle of Shen Zhao. Having entered the cabinet at a young age, he met his demise during an official trip back to the capital, ambushed by bandits, his remains lost to the ravine. In her past life, it was at the funeral of the third master of the Shen family that their families set the date for their engagement. As Shen Zhao would be in mourning, the Shen family decided that the marriage should occur within 100 days, thus considered a union amidst mourning. According to Qingyu, she and Shen Zhao were brought together on the day of this very funeral. A flicker of ruthlessness crossed Su Qingyu's gaze. Today, she would present Shen Zhao and Qingyu with an extraordinary gift. Jinju selected a moon-white silk skirt for her, layered with a pure white fox fur cloak, and adorned her hair with a single warm jade hairpin. Having just experienced a fresh snowfall, the bluestone path was coated with a layer of frost. Jinju carefully supported her mistress, guiding her slowly along the corridor toward Songhang. Along the corridor, numerous winter plum trees bloomed, their clusters of red flowers blooming splendidly. As Su Qingyu contemplated the visit to the Shen family, she entered Songhang at a leisurely pace. Passing through the hall, she arrived at the banquet room, where two young maidservants dressed in light-colored garments gently lifted the curtain and bowed to her. Upon entering, she navigated around an intricately carved screen of Zeton wood inlaid with white jade, revealing a lacquered Luohan bed positioned near the window. The elderly matriarch of the Su family, in her 50s, sat upon it, clad in a dark, cloud-patterned silk garment, her head adorned with a gold hairpin inlaid with emeralds. Despite her advanced age, her eyes remained sharp and penetrating. When her face bore a stern expression, it instinctively commanded breathless respect. "Grandmother, may you be well," Su Qingyu greeted with a bow, only to hear footsteps behind her as her cousin Qingyu entered. "Grandmother, good day." "Cousin, good day." Ordinarily, Qingyu would address the matriarch as great aunt, yet out of pity for her orphan state, The matriarch had allowed her to call her grandmother, like the other sisters. Rujin hailed from Jiangnan, her stature somewhat shorter than Su Qingyu's, her voice sweetly delicate. From within her snow-white fur cloak, her petite face emerged, radiating innocence and charm. Anyone who beheld her would instinctively wish to cherish her dearly. Su Qingyu's fists involuntarily clenched, a desire to tear the hairpin from her head and inflict harm upon her rising within her. Yet, she maintained a smile and replied, "Cousin, you look lovely today. Your makeup is vibrant, clearly a result of careful preparation." The speaker's words were innocent, yet Rujin felt a twinge of guilt. A smile flickered on her lips as she replied, "I dared not appear careless while accompanying grandmother. I feared it would reflect poorly on the Su family." As she spoke, her hands wrung together nervously, her voice dwindling. Rujin had always embodied a sense of subservience, projecting her vulnerability to the utmost. Even now, while the matriarch harbored her own dissatisfaction, she comforted. "Everything seems fine, but that ruby plum blossom hairpin is somewhat inappropriate. You should remove it." Then, turning her gaze upon Su Qingyu, she remarked approvingly, "Qingyu's attire and makeup are quite suitable, sufficiently solemn without being disrespectful." Rujin glanced at Su Qingyu, biting her lip, her eyes shimmering with tears. In the past, Su Qingyu would have offered words of comfort, but now she merely cast a cold glance in Rujin's direction. Rujin, contemplating, removed the ruby hairpin and, after a moment's thought, also wiped away the bright lipstick from her lips. After exchanging a few trivial pleasantries, the matriarch noted the time and changed into a simple outfit. A warm sedan chair awaited them in the corridor, and the maidservants lifted it to escort the matriarch and the two young ladies to the Chuehua gate for their carriage. The carriage, adorned with a green canopy, stood outside the second gate, with butler Su Zhong waiting nearby. "Madam, today the carriages on Zhuke Street are plentiful. It would be best for you to share a carriage with the two young ladies for mutual support." The matriarch nodded in agreement. "That seems appropriate. Our purpose is to pay sincere respects, and we must not be overly ostentatious." In truth, they could not afford to be ostentatious. Despite the Su family's current status, it paled in comparison to the Shen family. Once the three of them boarded the carriage, the matriarch cautioned Su Qingyu, "You must conduct yourself well today. Do not bring shame upon the Shen family. This marriage proposal must not encounter any complications." Stealing a glance at the tense Rujin, Su Qingyu replied respectfully, "Yes, granddaughter understands." As the carriage entered Zhuke Street, its speed noticeably decreased. Through the curtain's gap, Su Qingyu glimpsed the Shen family's entrance adorned in pristine white, where several gentlemen of the Shen family stood to receive guests. Fortunately, as the third master of the Shen family would be in mourning for 49 days, visitors would not rush to pay their respects all at once. Otherwise, they might struggle to navigate Zhuke Street. The carriage proceeded through the west corner gate and headed towards the inner courtyard, where few women came to pay their respects, most being related to the Shen family. The matriarch had brought Su Qingyu along due to their engagement. At the second gate, the second madam of the Shen family, Mrs. Yang, along with her maidservants, awaited the guests. Upon seeing the matriarch, she hurriedly approached to assist her. "Aunt has arrived. Our matriarch was just speaking of you this morning. Your arrival is timely, as it may offer her some comfort." The two families had established a slight connection before the Shen family rose to prominence, which had determined their kinship. The soft sedan chair awaited them in the inner courtyard, and the three of them boarded it, heading towards the matriarch's residence, Qingyu. The Shen family was affluent, among the wealthiest in the capital. Just observing the intricately carved Zeaton-wood sedan chair indicated it was not something an ordinary family could afford. The curtain appeared to be crafted from Suzhou's renowned cloud silk brocade, and the top of the sedan was adorned with luminous pearls, a display of opulence. Su Qingyu was well aware of the Shen family's extravagance and paid it no heed. However, seated within the chair, Rujin's eyes widened, her heart racing, her desire to marry into the Shen family growing ever stronger. Once the sedan came to a halt, the maidservants promptly assisted their respective mistresses, attending to them with utmost diligence. As Su Qingyu disembarked, her gaze fell upon the azure cloud-patterned fabric of a garment. Slowly lifting her head, she caught sight of Shen Zhao's handsome face, and her fists instinctively clenched. Yet, when Shen Zhao turned to her, she subtly lowered her gaze, concealing her animosity. "Dear sister, Qingyu has arrived. Grandmother was just speaking of you," announced 18-year-old Shen Zhao, clad in mourning attire, reminiscent of a past life, as he stood to welcome her. Su Qingyu returned the gesture, her lips curving into a faint smile. Suddenly, Qing stepped forward, gracefully bending her slender waist. As she spoke, her voice resonated with a softness that could stir one's very soul. I have the honor of meeting you, brother Xinjiao. Chapter 3. A glance of intrigue. Xinjiao paid no mind to Qing, instead approaching the old matriarch's sedan chair. Offering a gesture of support as if he were a junior member of the family, Madame Chen, the matriarch of the Shen family, stepped forth to greet her. Aunt has arrived, please come in. It has been ages since I last saw Qingyu. She has grown ever more beautiful, she exclaimed. Qingyu regarded Chen's concerned gaze with a cold smile. Such feigned affection disgusted her. The engagement between her and Xinjiao had been arranged a decade ago, when the two families' elders were still alive. In recent years, as the Shen family's power surged, Chen harbored intentions of calling off the engagement, casting her disapproving glances, feeling that Qingyu was unworthy of Xinjiao. After the sudden passing of Shen San-ye, Chen's demeanor towards her shifted dramatically, becoming almost as if she had finally acknowledged her worth. Yet it was all a ruse for her own gain. With Shen San-ye's untimely demise, the first and second branches of the family wasted no time in vying for power and wealth.
Qingyu,
not only of noble birth, but also with connections to a prominent merchant family, was precisely the support Xinjiao required. Chen's insincerity was merely a ploy to solidify the marriage. As the group entered the banquet hall of Qingyu residence, they found the old matriarch seated on the warm kong by the window, clad in plain garments, her eyes swollen from weeping. Upon seeing Suwa old madam enter, she quickly rose with the aid of a maid, grasping Suwa old madam's hand. Sister-in-law, you have come. Please take a seat. Suwa old madam assisted her in sitting down, offering words of comfort. Sister, do take care. The loss of Zhixiu has been abrupt. You must look after your health. I simply cannot bear the thought of it. He was not yet 30, unmarried, with no children. How could this tragedy befall him? The old matriarch spoke, gently dabbing at the corners of her eyes with a handkerchief. Madame Chen, preoccupied with Xinjiao's marriage, stepped forward to advise, Mother, Aunt, you are both advanced in years. Do not grieve excessively, lest it harm your health. She then instructed Xinjiao, take Qingyu to pay respects to your third uncle. Be cautious and protect her from any disturbances. Xinjiao bowed in agreement, leading Suwa Qingyu and Qing to pay their respects. Throughout the journey, he engaged Suwa Qingyu in conversation about the Shen family's recent affairs, his tone friendly, revealing no hint of reluctance regarding the marriage. Suwa Qingyu caught a glimpse of Qing beside her, who was biting her lip and casting glances of longing at Xinjiao, nearly ready to throw herself into his arms. Xinjiao, in turn, occasionally shot Qing a glance, initially comforting, then overtly warning. Suwa Qingyu shook her head slightly, a self-deprecating smile gracing her lips. In her previous life, she had been blind to their clandestine exchanges. Due to the distinction of gender, a small altar had been established in the inner court for the female relatives to pay their respects. The incense-burning area was not far from Qingyu residence, where a stewardess maintained order, while several young ladies of the Shen family knelt to burn paper offerings. Suwa Qingyu respectfully approached, accepting incense from the stewardess, kneeling to bow 3 times. In her heart, she sincerely apologized to Shen San-ye, asking for forgiveness should her actions disturb his mourning, explaining that she had no choice. After offering her silent regrets, she stood to place the incense and stepped aside. Upon returning to Qingyu residence, they found Shen San-ye's third daughter, Qingyu, bringing in ginseng soup for the matriarch. Grandmother, please drink at least a couple of sips, otherwise your health will suffer, Qingyu urged, dressed in mourning attire. Qingyu was the illegitimate daughter of the Shen family's first branch, raised by Madame Chen after the early death of her mother, and was recorded under Chen's name. In her previous life, Qingyu had been a close ally to Suwa Qingyu, often standing up for her, even daring to confront Madame Chen. After Shen San-ye's passing, the two branches of the Shen family engaged in fierce power struggles. However, the combined leadership of both branches paled in comparison to Shen San-ye's capabilities, and the family faced numerous crises. 6 months before Suwa Qingyu's untimely death, Qingyu had been married off to the Duke of Duan as a secondary wife, a man over 40, with a harem of no fewer than dozens of concubines. Suwa Qingyu had pleaded with Xinjiao multiple times to intervene, but the family remained resolute in their decision. At that time, the matriarch was gravely ill, often lost in a stupor, while Madame Chen wielded absolute power. ultimately marrying Qingyu off to the duke's household. The old matriarch had not touched the soup and instructed Qingyu and Shen Zhao. Take the two young ladies from the Suo family downstairs to converse. Do not neglect them. Qingyu and Shen Zhao bowed in compliance, leading Suo Qingyu and Cheng Rujin out of the main hall. Due to the morning, it was not a typical gathering, and the four could not engage in light-hearted banter. They sought a refined flower hall to converse. Bring forth the finest purple bamboo shoots. My dear Qingyu enjoys them, Shen Zhao remarked, his lips parting slightly as his captivating peach blossom eyes fixed on Suo Qingyu. Thank you, brother Shen Zhao. I am touched that you remember my fondness for purple bamboo shoots. Oh, by the way, I fear my cousin may not be accustomed to them, she replied. Shen Zhao, seemingly taken by surprise, blurted out, bring another pot of osmanthus tea, with a spoonful of linden honey. He then froze, instinctively glancing at Suo Qingyu, who was already engaged in conversation with Qingyu, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. Cheng Rujin, who had appeared dejected moments prior, now brightened, smiling as she said, Thank you, brother Shen Zhao. As the servant served the tea, Suo Qingyu glanced at Cheng Rujin's floral tea. Is my cousin's preference so well known that even the servants of the Shen family are aware? Qingyu, having missed Shen Zhao's earlier comment, was perplexed. What kind of tea is this? I have never encountered it before. Suo Qingyu explained, My cousin is from Jiangnan and prefers her floral tea sweetened. Our household always keeps it on hand. Qingyu, now even more curious, murmured. Is Miss Cheng's reputation so illustrious that even the servants of our household have heard of her? Shen Zhao felt a pang of anxiety and clarified. I heard my dear Qingyu mention it previously and simply instructed them to prepare it. He sensed that he could not linger any longer, fearing Suo Qingyu might discover the underlying tension, which would complicate matters. Rising, he announced, I need to write a memorial for my third uncle. I shall return to my study. You please entertain our guests. Shortly after Shen Zhao departed, Cheng Rujin placed a hand to her forehead and murmured, I am feeling a bit dizzy. May I rest in a guest room for a moment? Chapter 4. Unraveling deceit. Qingyu, unfamiliar with her, only recognized her as a cousin from the Suo family. Immediately, she instructed a nearby maid, take the young lady from the Suo family to the guest room to rest. Ensure she is well taken care of. The maid led Cheng Rujin away, leaving only Qingyu and Suo Qingyu in the room. Suo Qingyu's gaze was lowered, her demeanor icy. In her previous life, she had not noticed Shen Zhao's peculiar behavior. He had remained seated for nearly half an hour before departing, and Cheng Rujin had felt dizzy only after his exit. When she encountered Cheng Rujin again, it was 2 hours later during the banquet, at which point her wedding date with Shen Zhao had already been determined. Qingyu, feeling somewhat glum, grasped Suo Qingyu's hand and said, Sister Suo, why has my third uncle left us? He was the most talented person I knew, poised and capable. How could fate be so cruel? Suo Qingyu patted her hand, offering comfort. Do take care, for the old matriarch requires support. I have noticed she appears quite haggard. This blow is too great for her. Qingyu nodded, indeed. My third uncle bore the family's burdens. With his passing, while the family is not yet in disarray, I fear. She trailed off, and Suo Qingyu skillfully redirected the conversation. After some time, Suo Qingyu felt the moment was ripe and suddenly spoke. My grandmother mentioned that I might be married to the eldest son during the mourning period. I have a question for him that I forgot to ask earlier. Qingyu, with a playful blink, replied, That is easy enough. We shall find him in the study. Suo Qingyu sat up straight, pressing for clarification. Is that permissible? Would it not breach propriety? Then she suggested, How about this? We inform the old matriarch and ask her to send along 2 maids to accompany us, and we shall simply pass by. I only wish to ask him a couple of questions. Shenyu's eyes brightened. That sounds excellent. With your sense of propriety, my grandmother will surely grant permission. Su Qingyu's actions were aimed at extricating Qingyu from the predicament. To catch a cheating spouse, one requires witnesses, however. For an unmarried young lady like Qingyu, testifying would ruin her reputation. Thus, the maids around old Madame Shen were the most suitable candidates. As anticipated, it wasn't long before Qingyu arrived with 2 maids, introducing them to Su Qingyu. These are Granny Zhao and Granny Hua, who will accompany us to tour the residence. Su Qingyu politely replied, I appreciate your assistance, esteemed grannies. She was aware that both were highly regarded maids in old Madame Shen's service, thus lending enough credence to their presence. The 2 maids exchanged courteous bows and led Su Qingyu and Qingyu toward Shen Zhao's study. The Shen family was affluent, and the garden was both grand and exquisite. After navigating through the garden's pavilions and crossing the rockery and plum grove, they arrived at the entrance of Shen Zhao's study. The two young servants stationed at the door were startled upon seeing the approaching group, hesitating to report but too frightened to speak. Granny Hua, what brings you here? The eldest master is not in the study. Is there something you wish to discuss? The clever servant Yuan Bao stepped forward, raising his voice deliberately. Granny Hua frowned and inquired, what is happening? Where is the eldest master? Those who served old Madame Shen were astute, capable of discerning that something was amiss. Granny Hua and Granny Zhao exchanged dubious glances, and before they could react, indecorous sounds emanated from within the study. Brother Shen Zhao, do you truly intend to marry her? You love me. Dear sister, I must marry her. Her uncle is a royal merchant and holds great significance for me. Following this were intermittent gasps and lewd comments from a man. The group in the courtyard was left in stunned silence. Su Qingyu felt a cold laugh rising within her. It was the first time she had heard such sounds from Shen Zhao. She felt an odd sense of relief. Thankful that Shen Zhao had always claimed he was impotent and that they had not consummated their relationship. Otherwise, the thought would have horrified her. The expressions of the two maids shifted dramatically as they quickly urged, ladies, perhaps it is best if you step outside. Su Qingyu looked at Granny Hua, her eyes misty with shock and anger. She then turned on her heel and left briskly, her voice quivering with suppressed sobs. The maids, aware that this matter could not be taken lightly, hurriedly followed Qingyu. However, Su Qingyu moved swiftly, entering Qingyuan residence before them. Upon entering the parlor, she threw herself into the arms of old Madame Su, crying, Grandmother, I no longer wish to marry. Her tears rendered the two elder ladies and the first wife, Madame Chen, momentarily speechless. Old Madame Su quickly inquired, what has happened? What is the trouble? Su Qingyu was too overcome with emotion to articulate her distress. But the two maids soon entered. Granny Hua gestured for the maidservants to leave before whispering, Madam, the eldest master is in the study with a young lady. I did not dare to intrude, and I was unaware of her identity. It was fortunate that Miss Su happened to pass by and overheard. The room fell silent, and every face turned pale. Old Madame Su furrowed her brow without speaking, casting a glance at old Madame Shen, clearly seeking an explanation from the Shen family. Gently stroking Su Qingyu's back, she helped her to sit up and wiped the tears from her face. Su Qingyu's tears were genuine, mourning her past ignorance and celebrating her current liberation. She raised her gaze to old Madame Shen, who was evidently furious, declaring loudly, Bring those two scoundrels to me. I shall personally confront Shen Zhao about this outrageous act. Had it not been for the funeral of Lord Shen, this matter would have been a mere trifle for the Shen family. The eldest son of a legitimate wife engaging with a woman was not uncommon, provided no formal acknowledgement or pregnancy occurred before the marriage. Yet, to act so brazenly while his uncle's corpse was still warm would lead the Shen family and Shen Zhao to become the laughingstock of the capital. Since the founding of the Zhou dynasty, filial piety has been paramount. If this scandal were to escalate, Shen Zhao's career could be jeopardized. The two maids left to fetch the culprits, and old Madame Shen turned to old Madame Su, reassuring her, Rest assured, my family will provide an explanation. She comforted Su Qingyu, Dear child, you have witnessed something distasteful today. This is all Shen Zhao's fault, and I shall not let him off lightly. She then instructed Madame Chen to summon both the eldest and second sons, as their input would be necessary. Before long, the eldest son, Shen Ji-hung, and the second son, Shen Ji-shu, entered. Shen Ji-hung immediately knelt, saying, Mother, it is my failure to educate my son. Please punish me. However, Madame Chen interjected, grumbling, I doubt this incident is solely Shen Zhao's fault. Perhaps it was some vixen who forced her way into his bed, or he may have been drugged. We must investigate thoroughly. Old Madame Shen's expression darkened as she slammed her palm on the wooden table, stating, A fly does not alight on a seamless egg. If your son were to adhere to propriety, such a scandal would not occur. The son is but a reflection of Madame Chen's influence. She cannot bear to hear criticism of Shen Zhao. Mother, please refrain from anger. Our Zhao is the legitimate grandson of the Shen family, and he is under constant scrutiny. Concerned for her son's future, Madame Chen continued her tirade. We shall soon discover which shameless hussy is responsible for this. I shall tear her apart. Her words were coarse and lacked decorum. Old Madame Shen, displeased, retorted, Silence. Eldest son, rise. Barely had she spoken when Granny Hua entered with the culprits. "Madam, I have brought them. The young lady with the eldest master is the daughter of the Su family." Chapter 5. Annulment. Granny Hua's words elicited a swift change in old Madame Su's demeanor. Before she could react further, Shun Zhao and Cheng Rujin were brought forth. In their haste, they had only managed to don their garments hastily. Shun Zhao, with his handsome features and status as the legitimate grandson of the Shen family, typically exuded the charm of a refined gentleman. Now, however, kneeling on the floor, his blue cloud-patterned robe hung loosely, his hair disheveled, and his face marked with anxiety. He bore no resemblance to the dignified young master of the Shen family. Cheng Rujin, in contrast, maintained a semblance of composure, even taking a moment to smooth her tousled hair. Su Qingyu smirked. Did Cheng Rujin truly believe that being discovered would pave her path into the Shen family? Indeed. Cheng Rujin harbored such thoughts, believing that once the incident came to light, it might not be wholly detrimental to her. After all, the Shen family would have to provide an explanation to the Su family. At worst, she could take Su Qingyu's place as a bride. Even if she could not become the principal wife, being a concubine would still afford her a life of privilege. In the Shen household, a concubine enjoyed greater status than the main wife of many other families. If she were to bear a son or daughter, legitimizing her position would not be impossible. With this thought, Cheng Rujin felt a weight lift from her heart. As silence enveloped the room, with no one willing to speak, she took a couple of steps forward. Kneeling on the floor, her voice laced with feigned sorrow. "Madam, the eldest master and I are truly in love. I implore you to allow us to be together. I seek no title, only to remain by his side." Old Madame Shen frowned, remaining silent, while old Madame Su merely closed her eyes. Clearly at the end of her tether, Su Qingyu stood, walking to Cheng Rujin, and with a resounding slap, struck her across the face. Following this, she sorrowfully declared, "You and the eldest master are in love, then by all means, let both families come forth to discuss this. What day is today that you can act so recklessly? The funeral of Lord Shen has shaken the court, and officials are mourning in the front courtyard. Do you not realize that should this scandal reach the public, it would tarnish the Shen family's reputation and jeopardize the eldest master's career? If you genuinely care for him, you should consider his well-being. How can you allow him to engage in such unfilial and immoral conduct?" After delivering this passionate reprimand, Su Qingyu knelt before old Madame Shen, saying, "I have misguidedly instructed my cousin. I apologize for bringing embarrassment upon you. Since their affections are mutual, I kindly request that the elder lady annul the engagement between myself and Master Shen." However, the elder lady Shen gazed at Su Qingyu with admiration. This girl, though young, speaks and acts with remarkable propriety. Her resolute stance, coupled with her articulate words, neither appears arrogant nor lacks the grace befitting a legitimate daughter. This is how the matriarch of the Shen family ought to conduct herself. As for the one kneeling on the ground, Lady Shen did not cast even a glance in her direction. She gestured for Granny Hua to assist Su Qingyu in standing and softly said, "Please rise. We must discuss this matter further with your grandmother." At that moment, Lady Su had also regained her composure and was quite pleased with Su Qingyu's response. She cast a cold glance at Cheng Rujin, her disdain unmistakable. Su Qingyu had now stood beside her grandmother, awaiting the Shen family's response. The engagement must be annulled, and not only that, but she intended to tread upon the pride of the two wrongdoers as she exited. After contemplating for a moment, Lady Shen addressed Lady Su, saying, "This situation is indeed a mistake on our part. Might you grant the Shen family another chance? I have developed a fondness for this girl. As long as the engagement remains intact, feel free to voice any demands." Su Qingyu was taken aback. What did Lady Shen mean? She was unwilling to annul the engagement? She opened her mouth to speak, but Lady Su interjected first. "Sister-in-law, both families share blame in this matter. My granddaughter is also a reflection of my failure to guide her properly. Now that such a scandal has arisen, I am truly ashamed. Although I know that Rujin cannot be wed into the Shen family given her status, she remains hopeful and wishes to probe the Shen family further. After all, Rujin has no other path except to marry into the Shen family. If the two cousins could coexist, one as a legitimate wife and the other as a concubine, it might be a solution." Lady Shen initially remained silent, contemplating before she spoke. "This is my thought. The Shen family cannot let Qingyu suffer in vain. Let the betrothal gifts remain as per the original agreement, but we shall double them. Furthermore, there is a vacancy in the capital at the end of the year. We can arrange for your family's second son to move there. Once these two are married, the management of the inner residence will be entrusted to Qingyu. Regardless of whether they have offspring, Shen Zhao shall not take a concubine for 5 years. If after 5 years there is still no news, we can consider taking a secondary wife, and any children will be recorded under Qingyu's name. As for this cousin from the Su family, we are willing to secure a courtyard for her at the Guoguang temple for her to cultivate herself. A silence ensued, and Cheng Rujin turned pale with fear, while the members of the Shen family awaited Lady Su's response. For Lady Su, the conditions proposed by the Shen family were indeed enticing, especially the prospect of bringing her second son back to the capital, which was a matter dear to her heart. The affairs of women in the inner quarters, no matter how significant, could not compare to the future prospects of the men in the family. Seeing her grandmother's wavering resolve, Su Qingyu felt a twinge of anxiety but forced herself to remain composed. After a moment she spoke up, "Elder lady, Master Shen has stated that he wishes to marry me only because he can make use of my uncle. With such intentions, how could I dare to wed him? Moreover, I believe Master Shen's affections lie with my cousin. Under these circumstances, I truly cannot pretend as if this incident has not occurred and proceed to marry into the Shen family. If this were to spread, it would appear that I covet the Shen family's wealth. I implore you, elder lady, to show mercy and allow me to withdraw from this engagement." Logically, she should not have been the one to speak up. Yet, if she remained silent, her grandmother might make a decision on her behalf. Thus, Su Qingyu steeled herself and voiced her sentiments, awaiting Lady Shen's response. Hearing this, Chen, furious, shot Cheng Rujin a glare, exclaiming, "It is she who has misled Zhao. He has always been the most disciplined. How could he suddenly behave in such a manner? And as for talk of using someone, you must not believe that, Qingyu. It is merely your cousin's jealousy over your promising engagement, intending to vex you. By withdrawing from the engagement now, are you not playing into her hands?" Cheng Rujin, publicly humiliated by Chen, instinctively swayed. After delivering her remarks, Chen kicked Shen Zhao lightly, saying, "You still want to explain yourself? If Qingyu remains upset today, just see if I don't deal with you." Su Qingyu admired Chen immensely. She truly went to great lengths for this engagement. Shen Zhao, perceiving Chen's warning gaze, steeled himself and declared, "Grandmother, father, mother, my heart belongs to Rujin, and I wish to marry her." He then turned to Su Qingyu, stating, "Since you are aware of the truth, I shall no longer conceal it. A woman with a heart as venomous as yours is wholly unworthy of being my wife." Everyone present was taken aback by Shen Zhao's words, and Shen Jiheng rose, kicking Shen Zhao, scolding, "You wretched child. Have you lost your mind?" If anyone was pleased by the unfolding drama, it was Su Qingyu and Cheng Rujin. Su Qingyu thought that the more tumultuous Shen Zhao's outburst, the better. It provided her the perfect opportunity to withdraw from the engagement. Cheng Rujin, on the other hand, appeared hopeful, as if she had already stepped through the gates of the Shen family. Chapter 6. Marrying a corpse. Lady Shen's face was like a stormy sea as she spoke. "Now that Shen Zhao has uttered such words, I can no longer plead for this engagement. It shall be dissolved." Su Qingyu exhaled in relief, but Lady Shen continued. "I recall, when the two elder gentlemen visited the Guoguang temple, Qingyu accompanied them. Master Xian prophesied that Su Qingyu marrying into the Shen family would resolve the calamities between our two families. Since Shen Zhao is so ungrateful, perhaps we should consider the legitimate son of the second branch, Shen Hong. He is 16 this year, of comparable age to you. I do not boast, but my grandson is also well-educated and exceptionally talented." Su Qingyu's brow furrowed. Was this suggesting that she must still marry into the Shen family? She did not have a vivid memory of the past event, only that Master Xian's words had secured her engagement to Shen Zhao. Both matriarchs of the Su and Shen families were devout Buddhists, and the notion of resolving the family's misfortunes had indeed ensnared her. Lady Su pondered for a moment before speaking again. The legitimate son of the second branch. She had not finished her thought when Su Qingyu interjected. "Must it be someone who is not yet wed? Then I shall choose Master Shen San. I am willing to serve as his third wife in life and to be buried with him in death." Su Qingyu's declaration left both matriarchs astonished, their mouths agape, unable to close them for quite some time. Shen Jiheng and Shen Jishu were equally dumbfounded. If Shen Jishu were still alive, they might have understood it as Su Qingyu's attempt to align herself with the third master of the Shen family. After all, no one in the capital would refuse the chance to be the third wife of the Shen family. However, now that he had passed, marrying a deceased man to maintain a widowhood? What purpose would that serve? Yet Su Qingyu had her plans. She recalled that in her past life, 100 days after Shen San's death, the Shen family had sought a girl from a small merchant family for a ghost marriage, keeping her in the 3 courtyards of their residence on the western side of the city. She would not need to visit the Shen family regularly, only to pay respects on the 1st and 15th of each month or during festivals, and they would be buried together upon her death. Rather than marry anyone else from the Shen family, it would be far more advantageous to wed Shen San. She would not have to serve parents-in-law or contend with concubines in the inner quarters. Therefore, she could do as she pleased, provided she acted discreetly. The Shen family would have no objections. With this thought, she found no one more suitable as a husband. The first to respond was Lady Su, who disapproved of Su Qingyu's words, saying, "This is utter nonsense. What is your status? How could you possibly be paired for a ghost marriage? Such practices, while not uncommon in the capital, were typically reserved for girls from lesser families. Even if they sent a girl to a temple for cultivation, they would be reluctant to arrange a ghost marriage." Lady Shen also expressed her disapproval, stating, "This is unacceptable. It would be too much of a sacrifice for you. If the third master were still alive, I would certainly agree. But now that he is gone, how will you live the rest of your life?" Su Qingyu thought to herself that as long as others were alive, she would not marry. A deceased individual was pure, incapable of betrayal, and would not bring her distress. The notion of marrying Master Shen San had initially been a fleeting impulse, yet the more she contemplated it, the more she found the prospect appealing. She understood that her grandmother's approval was essential for this union. Thus, she whispered in the ear of the old Lady Su, "Grandmother, this marriage can be arranged. Though Master Shen is passed, his name endures. It would be disgraceful to arrange a ghost marriage for anyone else, but this is Master Shen. If the Shen family expresses a desire to match him, many in the capital will undoubtedly be eager to respond. Moreover, this arrangement would place the Shen family in our debt. A debt can facilitate numerous significant matters. Don't you agree, grandmother? Sacrificing one granddaughter for such advantages is worthwhile." Every word from Su Qingyu was for the consideration of the Su family, demonstrating her willingness to sacrifice herself for their benefit. The old Lady Su, already fraught with anxiety, pondered her granddaughter's reasoning and found it compelling. "Since Qingyu is willing, I shall not object, but how I pity my granddaughter," she lamented, dabbing at the corners of her eyes with a handkerchief. Seeing this, Lady Shen quickly offered comfort. "Sister-in-law, this is a debt that my family owes yours. From now on, our 2 families will be one." Shen Zhao had not anticipated that Su Qingyu would prefer to marry a deceased man rather than him. This suited him perfectly as it allowed him to focus on Cheng Rujin. "Grandmother, since her marriage is settled, what of my matter with Rujin?" Shen Zhao tentatively inquired. Upon hearing him mention Cheng Rujin, Lady Shen's temper flared, and she exclaimed, "Bring the eldest young master away. Let him kneel before his uncle's spirit. He shall not rise without my command." Shen Zhao was promptly taken away. Lady Shen then glanced at Cheng Rujin, remarking, "This girl is beyond my control. I must leave her to you, sister-in-law." She made no concessions regarding Cheng Rujin's entry into the Shen family. Old Lady Su understood that this matter would require gradual negotiation. However, given the current situation, the Shen family would eventually allow Cheng Rujin to enter, but it would take time. The families had tacitly acknowledged Su Qingyu's marriage to Master Shen San, and soon thereafter, Cheng Rujin was taken to a secluded chamber, watched over by old Lady Su's personal maid, Ji Chun. As the 2 families began discussing the specifics, Su Qingyu felt it inappropriate to linger. Lady Shan instructed the maid, Han Shui, to take her to find Qingyu. Exiting Qingyuan residence, Su Qingyu followed Han Shui, accompanied by her maid, Zhenju. "Miss Su, please follow this way." While passing through a small garden, Su Qingyu's attention was caught by the presence of unfamiliar men within the Shen household. Curiosity piqued, she glanced again, and in that moment, her breath caught, and her fists clenched. It was none other than Mr. Zhou from her previous life, the one who conspired with Cheng Rujin to tarnish her reputation. Finding an excuse, she discreetly sent Han Shui away and instructed Zhenju, "Wait for me by that pavilion. I shall return shortly." With that, she moved towards the direction in which Mr. Zhou had departed. Fortunately, her familiarity with the Shen household allowed her to deftly avoid the servants, and she soon spotted Mr. Zhou entering the moon gate of the western courtyard. The western courtyard had been the residence of Master Shen San during his lifetime, and Su Qingyu had spent considerable time in his study managing external affairs in her previous life. Eager to uncover the truth about Mr. Zhou, She followed him without second thought. However, as she pursued him, she soon lost sight of him. While searching for Mr. Zhou, a group of 3 or 4 young servants approached, prompting her to push open a door and slip inside. Once inside, she realized it was Master Shen San's small study. At the desk sat a man, seemingly under 30, clad in a dark blue robe, with a black fox fur cloak draped over one shoulder. Their eyes met, and both were taken aback by the other's presence. Qingyu furrowed her brow, questioning whether this man was a friend of Master Shen San's. Perhaps come to reminisce in the study. His demeanor suggested he held a high position. After a brief moment of silence, the man spoke first. "What leads you to desire a marriage with a deceased person?" His voice was deep and mellow, and upon closer inspection, a slight smile graced his lips. His gaze towards Qingyu resembled that of a benevolent elder observing a younger relative, mixed with a hint of subtle inquiry. Chapter 7: Adoption? A beautiful thought taken aback by his question, Qingyu pondered how to respond. Who was this man to be so swiftly aware of the arrangement her family had just made? Yet, she could not simply state that she was drawn to the idea of marrying a corpse. Individuals of his stature possessed keen insights. She dared not reveal any hint of her true feelings for fear of inciting further complications. With the Shen family servants still present outside, she had to maintain her composure before this man. After a moment's contemplation, she took out a handkerchief to dab at her eyes, which bore no tears. "I have admired Master Shen for a long time. In life, we could not share a bed, but in death, we shall share a grave." Her tone was imbued with profound sorrow, presenting herself as utterly heartbroken. Her declaration of affection should suffice to deflect further inquiries. For who would press a young woman on matters of the heart? After speaking, she discreetly observed the man's expression. He initially frowned, and then his features twisted slightly before returning to normal. His long, elegant fingers instinctively tapped against the wooden desk, adorned with a string of aged sandalwood prayer beads on his wrist, hinting at their antiquity. He struck her as dull and uninteresting. What was there to admire in a deceased person? Qingyu was momentarily taken aback, yet this was of little concern to her. A corpse required neither charm nor youth. She replied, "You do not understand. If he were truly unworthy, why would so many aspire to become the third wife of the Shen family?" This statement was indeed truthful. Master Shen San's popularity in the capital eclipsed that of several princes. As she spoke, she noted that the courtyard had emptied, allowing her to exhale in relief. Turning to the man, she said, "I apologize for the intrusion, esteemed sir. I shall take my leave." With that, she pushed the door open and departed. The study door swung open once more, and a young servant entered. "Master, I have gathered everything. We can leave now. However, we must wait a few days before departing the capital. Shall we stay at the villa in the outskirts for the time being?" The man rose and replied, "Let us first stay at Hugua Temple. It is a good opportunity to visit Master Xian." By evening, the 3 generations returned to the Su residence in a carriage. As they stopped at the second gate, butler Su Zhong was already waiting. Beside him stood a beautiful woman, Gu Ruoyun, a cousin residing in the Su household. She was the niece of old lady Su and the mother of Qingyu Jin. For years prior, due to her husband's misdeeds and lack of support from her family, both mother and daughter had been taken in by the old lady. Gu Ruoyun wore a gown intricately embroidered with golden thread, her hair adorned with a full set of emerald hairpieces. In her 30s, her complexion remained flawless, and her demeanor was warm and approachable. "Aunt, the ancestral hall is ready. The clan elders and relatives have already arrived and are just waiting for your return to draft the adoption document," Gu Ruoyun said, linking her arm with the old lady's as she smiled. Qingyu gazed at Gu Ruoyun, the once gentle and graceful cousin in her memory, now revealed as her father's mistress. The recollection of her previous life, where she was brutally slain, surged back, igniting a wave of unbridled hatred in her downcast eyes. Gu Ruoyun smiled at Qingyu. "Is this child so foolishly happy? From today onward, your mother will have a legitimate son, and you will have a genuine younger brother to rely upon." Qingyu recalled the brother who had been recorded under her mother's name in her previous life, a cold smile curling at her lips. Su Yuanjia was 5 years old this year. He had entered the household 4 years prior, the son of Su Qingye's concubine taken during his time in Jiangnan. Later, when Su Qingye was reassigned to Xuanfu, the concubine died in childbirth after delivering a child. The returned child was not entrusted to the matriarch for care, nor was he given to the concubine, but was instead left in the care of Gu Ruoyun. In retrospect, it was evident that the biological mother did not wish to part with her child. Su Qingyu made a concerted effort to recall the timing of the incident in the Chung family, if Su Yuanqing's birthday was accurate. Then this child must have been conceived while Gu Ruiyun was still in the Chung household. A cold smile crept across Su Qingyu's face. Adoption? How naive. Though she thought this to herself, she spoke instead. Aunt, you are right. Let us proceed at once. The warm sedan chair carried them to the ancestral hall of the Su family, located in the northwest corner of the Su residence, through a grove of plum trees. Upon arrival, Su Qingyu stepped down and surveyed her surroundings. Splendid. All the clan elders had gathered. In the midst of the crowd stood her father, Su Qingye, her mother, Lin Shi, and beside them, the wet nurse with 5-year-old Su Yuanqing. The Su family was still unaware of the matters concerning the Shen family. As the matriarch disembarked, the clan elders approached to pay their respects. Chung Rujin followed closely behind the matriarch, her head bowed. Su Qingyu walked slowly to the entrance of the ancestral hall, where she could see the ancestral tablets of the Su family. However, as women were forbidden from entering the hall, she halted at the threshold. In her heart, she silently consoled the ancestors, proclaiming that the descendants of the Su family had strayed from righteousness. It was time for her to upend the family and inform her forebears in advance. Noticing her daughter's unusual demeanor, Lin Shi approached and asked, "What is the matter? Has something happened?" Su Qingyu looked at her mother, a single tear escaping the corner of her eye, yet her lips curled into a smile. In the next moment, she turned and seized Chung Rujin, kicking her forcefully in the inner thigh. Chung Rujin collapsed onto the stone floor, facing the ancestral tablets. Before anyone could react, Su Qingyu spoke up. "Chung Rujin, I have treated you generously, yet you have climbed into young Master Shen's bed, jeopardizing my marriage. What are your true intentions? As a descendant of a criminal, it is already a testament to the Su family's benevolence to take you in. How can you act so shamelessly? They say one's character follows one's roots. Your behavior truly mirrors that of your despicable father." The moment these words left her mouth, Su Qingye and Lin Shi's expressions darkened, while Gu Ruiyun appeared flustered and anxious. Su Qingyu glanced at her father, whose face was ominously grim, likely enraged by the mention of Chung Rujin's father. She had intentionally spoken thus. She could not scold her own father, but could she not chastise Chung Rujin's father? The matriarch, regaining her composure, approached Su Qingyu and said with displeasure, "Qingyu, we shall discuss this behind closed doors. Today is a significant occasion. Do not act foolishly." Lin Shi furrowed her brow and stepped forward. "Mother, how can you say Qingyu is being foolish? She has been wronged and has come to seek the ancestors' justice." Though Lin Shi was still unaware of the specifics, it was clear her daughter had suffered a grave indignity. Su Qingyu gazed earnestly at the ancestral tablets. Even the matriarch's reprimand did not deter her as she bit her lip, suppressing her tears. Among the relatives present were also women. One of her aunts could not help but speak up. "This child has truly suffered. She is not yet married and has already encountered such filth." Another aunt added, "Indeed. Some people are simply ungrateful wolves, bringing calamity to the family. I say, it is best to cast them out sooner rather than later." Over the years, Gu Ruiyun had lived like a mistress in the Marquis's residence, and these relatives had long grown displeased. Now was a prime opportunity to strike. Gu Ruiyun frowned as she listened to the words of the crowd. Glancing at her daughter kneeling on the ground and gritting her teeth, she approached the matriarch, saying, "Aunt, should we not draft the heirship document first? We can discuss Rujin's matter after paying respects to the ancestors. No matter how grave my daughter's situation, it cannot eclipse the importance of Su Yuanqing becoming the legitimate heir." Upon hearing this, the matriarch turned to Su Qingye and asked, "Is the document prepared? Let us begin at once." Su Qingye replied, "Everything is ready. We can commence immediately." He then stood before the crowd, raising his voice. "I ask the clan elders to step forward to establish the document and inform our ancestors." Su Qingyu smirked slightly and suddenly interjected, "Wait, I have something to say." Su Qingye frowned at her, thinking she intended to speak further on Chung Rujin's matter, and chided, "Qingyu, step aside. Matters of heirship are of utmost importance." However, Su Qingyu did not step back. Instead, she stepped forward and declared loudly, "I speak of the heirship. My mother is already with child, and there is no need to record a son born out of wedlock in the heirship." The moment these words were uttered, everyone present, including Lin Shi herself, was taken aback. She is pregnant? How could she not know? Su Qingyu could not help but recall her past life, where her mother, shortly after adopting Su Yuancheng, discovered she was with child. Yet, just a month after her marriage, she suffered a miscarriage, and following that, her health declined until her untimely demise. In retrospect, that child might have perished simply to remove the obstacle that Su Yuancheng posed. Gu Ruoyun and her daughter were indeed ruthless enough to orchestrate such a tragedy. Regardless of whether it was an accident, she would not allow such a tragedy to repeat itself. Just as the implication of Lin Shi's pregnancy settled over the crowd, Gu Ruoyun was the first to speak. This cannot be. Su Qingyu furrowed her brow at her. What do you mean, cousin? My mother's pregnancy is a joyous occasion. Why does your expression resemble that of mourning? Is it that my mother's pregnancy displeases you? Gu Ruoyun forced a smile. Joyous? Why have we not heard of this before? It seems cousin has not visited the lady's chamber in quite some time. How could she suddenly be with child? Surely, there is no misunderstanding here. Though Gu Ruoyun did not state it outright, she insinuated that Lin Shi was lacking in virtue. One could deduce that if the Marquis had indeed not entered the lady's chamber, then this pregnancy would be seen as a scandal rather than a blessing. Logically, a cousin residing in the Su household should not meddle in the affairs of the matriarch's chamber. Gu Ruoyun, in her desperation to secure her position, disregarded such decorum. Yet, her words fell upon Lin Shi's ears as an insult. Before marrying into the Su family, Lin Shi had managed her family's affairs with great prowess. In her youth, the Lin family's young heiress was renowned for her capabilities, rivaling that of her brother, who was set to inherit the family business. After marrying into the Su family, she adhered to the Marquisite's rules, tempering her business acumen, yet her inherent pride and dignity remained untouchable. Upon hearing Gu Ruoyun's comments, Lin Shi's expression darkened, and she retorted sharply, "Cousin, choose your words wisely. Whether the Marquis has entered my chamber is of no concern to you. Since you are a guest, I suggest you behave as one. Someone, fetch a physician." With just a few words, Gu Ruoyun's face shifted through shades of red and white. Lin Shi was not a cruel person. She typically presented herself with the grace of a magnanimous matriarch. This was the first time she had publicly humiliated Gu Ruoyun. The matriarch and Su Qingye were at a loss, awaiting the physician's arrival. The assembly could not remain standing in the courtyard, so they moved to a side hall adjacent to the ancestral hall, taking their seats according to seniority. Su Qingyu stood beside her mother, occasionally glancing at Gu Ruoyun and her daughter, noting their unease. The family physician, Dr. Su, soon arrived, with dozens of eyes fixated on him as he took Lin Shi's pulse. Dr. Su instinctively wiped the non-existent sweat from his brow. After a moment, he withdrew his hand, stroking his beard, and proclaimed, "Congratulations, madam. You are with child, nearly a month along. During this time, please ensure you rest and do not overexert yourself." With Dr. Su's confirmation, joy blossomed on Lin Shi and Su Qingyu's faces, while Gu Ruoyun's countenance fell. The relatives all stepped forward to congratulate the matriarch and Su Qingye. As a legitimate heir was far preferable to a child born out of wedlock, under normal circumstances, no family desired a bastardy to inherit. Once the relatives had departed, the side hall was left with only the matriarch, Su Qingye, Lin Shi, Gu Ruoyun, Cheng Rujin, and Su Qingyu, with only the matriarch's maid, Granny Yuan, remaining nearby. Su Qingye turned to Su Qingyu, his expression darkening, and coldly inquired, "What exactly do you intend to do? Upon returning from the Shen residence, you commenced your antics. And now, the Su family has become a complete laughingstock." Before Su Qingyu could utter a word, Lin responded coldly, "What trouble has Qingyu caused? My lord, you are truly peculiar today. Instead of addressing your own disgraceful actions, you reprimand your own legitimate daughter." Su Qingye was momentarily taken aback and found himself at a loss for a rebuttal. Su Qingyu mused to herself that the one causing trouble and embarrassment was indeed his daughter, whom he naturally would protect. What significance did being his legitimate daughter hold when, in her past life, he had failed to intervene as she was harmed in the Su household? He did not regard her as his daughter, and thus, she need not acknowledge him as her father. "Grandmother, my cousin represents the Su family when she steps outside. Her disgrace reflects upon our family. Should we expel her now? Severing ties, the Su family might still salvage its reputation." Su Qingyu leaned closer, whispering in the old matriarch's ear. The old lady instinctively glanced at Su Qingye, clearly swayed by Su Qingyu's words. Everyone present had heard her statement, and Gu Ruoyun anxiously looked towards Su Qingye. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Qingye declared, "No. My uncle has rendered me great kindness in the past. Now, with only this cousin left in my uncle's family, I must ensure her safety. I cannot become one who betrays trust." Had she not been privy to the truth, Su Qingyu would have wished to erect a monument in his honor for such words. However, she remained unconvinced and continued, "If father is unwilling to be seen as treacherous, must he then jeopardize the entire Su family? Within a day, this matter will spread throughout the capital. As a current third-rank minister of revenue, he has political adversaries in court. If the censors were to report this, what would father do when faced with 2 petitions of impeachment? Moreover, with the third master Shen having departed, the Shen family harbors numerous political foes. Would those seeking to harm the Shen family not exploit this incident? In her previous life, Su Qingyu had consistently assisted Shen Zhao in managing external affairs. And over 3 years, she had acquired considerable insight into court politics. Her words fell like a stone into a still lake, causing both the matriarch and Su Qingye to change countenance. For any family, matters concerning the court are of utmost importance. At that moment, Gu Ruoyun wore a look of sheer terror, as though one foot had already been thrust out of the Su family gates. If the young lady of the Su family uttered even one more word, she would be expelled. She could not afford to be cast out. She needed to secure a prosperous future for her son and daughter. Biting her lip, determination flickered in her eyes as she knelt down. "Cousin, if this truly affects the Su family, I am willing to depart. Just let me return to my hometown in Fujian. I wish to visit my late husband's grave and inquire why he left me all alone." Upon hearing this, a complex array of emotions surfaced in Su Qingye's eyes. He gestured for the matriarch's attendant to assist her to her feet and spoke solemnly, "I have said it before, my cousin cannot be dismissed. Everything will remain as it is. Regarding the marriage with the Shen family, I will seek an opportunity to speak with the elder of the Shen family." Qingyu, upon hearing Su Qingye's words, felt no anger. It was precisely as she had anticipated. Gu Ruoyun was not so easily cast out of the household. Her statement today was merely a test of Gu Ruoyun and her son standing in Su Qingye's heart. "Father, grandmother, there are too many troubling matters at home. And with mother's pregnancy being delicate, I wish to send her to the hot springs in the western suburbs for a while. As for the mundane affairs of the household, I shall take over managing them for a time." Remembering the turmoil that awaited in 2 months and its implications for the Lin family, Su Qingyu was eager to take charge of her mother's dowry. It was not too late to begin planning, was it? Chapter 9. The benefits of marrying the dead. Su Qingye had initially prepared a wealth of words, awaiting Su Qingyu's continued argument. Yet, she abruptly shifted the topic, catching him off guard. "To the hot springs? Is it not suitable for nurturing a pregnancy within the residence?" The hot springs Su Qingyu referred to were part of Lin's dowry estate. The estate not only featured hot springs but also cultivated a variety of fresh fruits and vegetables. Each new year, the Su family would present these fresh produce to others, enhancing their reputation. Most importantly, the attendants at the hot springs were all from the Lin family. Lin, still preoccupied with her daughter's marriage prospects, hesitated upon hearing the suggestion of sending her to the hot springs for her pregnancy. "Qingyu, I cannot abandon you here in the residence," Su Qingyu gently urged. "Mother, nothing is more important than your health. The hot springs are warmer than the house, and they have all the vegetables and fruits you enjoy. Your spirits would lift there, which is best for the child." She then turned to the matriarch. "Grandmother, it is not easy for mother to bear this child. If it is a boy, he will be the legitimate heir, so we must exercise caution." The lack of a legitimate heir in the Su family had become the matriarch's greatest concern in recent years. With Lin pregnant, the matriarch hoped above all that this pregnancy would proceed smoothly. After a moment of contemplation, she finally spoke. "Qingyu makes a valid point. Late In, you shall go to the hot springs for your pregnancy. Do not trouble yourself with household matters." As for the household affairs, the matriarch was not entirely at ease handing them over to Su Qingyu. Su Qingyu understood the matriarch's concerns and smiled, saying, "Grandmother, I will oversee the overall situation. But for the specific trivialities, the managers below will handle them. Should I encounter uncertainties, I will consult you. Besides, I am to marry into the Shen family. I must learn these matters." Lin and Su Qingye were still unaware of Su Qingyu's intention to marry the third master Shen. Hearing her speak thus, both were taken aback. Su Qingyu elaborated on her experiences with the Shen family, detailing how Cheng Rujin had seduced Shen Zhao and how, out of helplessness, she had agreed to marry the third master Shen. As Su Qingyu recounted her tale, Lin's expression grew increasingly grim. She glared at Gu Ruoyun and said through clenched teeth, "We took you in with good intentions, and yet you have spawned such a calamity." Fearing her mother's anger, Su Qingyu whispered in a tone only the two could hear, "Mother, I have my own thoughts. Please do not be upset. We'll discuss it when we return." Lin stood up, casting another glance at Su Qingye, her tone laced with warning. "My lord, please ensure that those of dubious origin within this household are dealt with properly, lest I, as the matriarch, become ungracious." Though Lin hailed from a mercantile background, the expenses of the Marquis's household had relied on her dowry estate over the years. Hence, despite the harshness of her words, Su Qingye had no choice but to listen. Were it not for Su Qingye's uncle losing a fortune in gambling and being impeached for embezzlement, the Su family would not have sought to marry into the Lin family. After their families united, the Su family borrowed 300,000 taels from the Lin family to cover Su Qingye's uncle's debts and navigate the political waters to retain his official position. The Lin family, considering their daughter and granddaughter, had no intentions of demanding repayment, yet that debt still lingered on the books of both families. Su Qingye lacked confidence in front of Lin, which is why he seldom visited the main courtyard. This time, Lin's pregnancy was due to him drunkenly seeking her out last month in a confused state. "Let this matter be settled. I shall return now. Today's events have given me a headache." After the old matriarch spoke, she was assisted by her attendant and departed in a warm sedan chair. Su Qingyu accompanied Lin back to Ziwei Garden, while Chung Rujin returned to her residence at Qingyun Pavilion. Su Qingye quietly made his way to Gu Ruoyun's quarters at Xiaohua Hall. Gu Ruoyun entrusted the child to the wet nurse before dismissing the servants. "Cousin, when will I be able to stand by your side openly?" she lamented. "I am weary of this life of dependency. And Yuan Che. He is the heir of the Marquis's household." Gu Ruoyun's relentless questions seemed to stem from a desperate need to quell her inner turmoil. Su Qingye, at 36, possessed a dignified appearance and an elegant stature. Dressed in a light blue robe, cinched at the waist with a brocade belt, a fine jade pendant hung from his waist. He stood with his back to her, gazing pensively out the window. After a prolonged silence, he finally spoke. "I can inform my wife of my intention to take you as a concubine. Should you worry about the children's future, their affairs can all be recorded under my wife's name. Additionally, I possess some personal belongings, all of which I bequeath to Yuan Che and Ru Jin." Gu Ruoyun's brow furrowed. This was not the information she sought. If she wished to become a concubine, she would not have waited until today. This was a promise made by Su Qingye, and it was rightfully hers. "If cousin insists on saying this, I shall inform the lady that Yuan Che is my child, and Ru Jin is also cousin's offspring." Su Qingye's expression darkened as he rebuked sternly, "Do not speak nonsense." Upon seeing Gu Ruoyun's eyes brimming with tears, he softened his tone. "Ruoyun, you must grant me some time. The Marquis relies on the lady's estate to sustain itself, and I need time to prepare." Though he was explaining, impatience seeped through his words. Having spent many years by Su Qingye's side, Gu Ruoyun was adept at navigating interpersonal dynamics. She stepped closer, wrapping her arms around his waist, her face resting against his chest. "Cousin, I was merely anxious. I will heed your words." However, a fierce glint flickered in her lowered gaze.
After Su Qingye departed,
Gu Ruoyun summoned the head maid, Yu Tao, and quietly inquired, "I recall that your cousin oversees the carriages in the outer courtyard, does he not?" Within the Ziwei courtyard, Lin Shi sat on the large Kong by the window in the banquet room, a warm bowl of chicken soup beside her. Su Qingyu understood that the most challenging aspect of this marriage would be gaining her mother's approval. The old matriarch could be persuaded with benefits, but her mother genuinely had her best interests at heart. Seeing Lin Shi enter without speaking, Su Qingyu cautiously remarked, "Mother, compared to marrying Shen Zhao, I would much prefer to wed the third Master Shen. Moreover, even if I were to marry someone else, how could I be certain they would not turn out to be another Shen Zhao? To be confined in the inner quarters, competing with concubines and currying favor with a mother-in-law is far less appealing than marrying the deceased third Master Shen. Besides, he has sacrificed himself for the country, and the emperor has posthumously conferred a title upon him, although I may merely be the nominal Mrs. Shen. Both the court and the Shen family will likely look after me. I suspect that in a few years, the Shen family will adopt a child for me, so I would not be left without support. As for finances, the dowry mother has provided is ample for my lifetime needs. Is this not a good life?" Chapter 10. Punishment. Lin Shi pondered her daughter's words, reflecting on each phrase. She was no ordinary woman. Her insight and perspective surpassed those of typical young ladies. As she reminisced about her own marriage into the Su family, she suddenly found merit in her daughter's reasoning. While her fate diverged from that of most women, she had lived more freely than many. However, her daughter was only 15. What would happen if she encountered someone she truly loved? Alas, should that day come, she would devise a plan for her daughter. With this thought, Lin Shi looked up and smiled. Then it shall be as you wish. Fortunately, the old matriarch of the Shen family is benevolent and will not make things difficult for you. Life is not easy, so pursue what you desire. Mother may lack other skills, but I can ensure your lifelong comfort, Lin Shi continued. Su Qingyu's eyes suddenly welled with tears. If only her mother were present in her past life. She shifted closer to Lin Shi. Mother, you should go to the hot spring villa tomorrow. I will borrow a physician from cousin to ensure your pregnancy is well cared for. Lin Shi turned to look at her fondly. You are to be married in 100 days. I should handle these matters for you at home. Su Qingyu shook her head. No need. It is not as if I am marrying a living man. There is no need for such elaborate rituals. The most important thing now is for you to focus on nurturing and giving birth to a legitimate son. Besides, what if someone in this household wishes to harm you? Just as mother and daughter were conversing, the head maid, Bai Lu, entered. Madam, dinner is ready and can be served. Lin Shi inquired. Have you prepared the dishes that the eldest young lady enjoys? Have you made the shad fish and pine nut chicken? Su Qingyu quickly replied, Mother, I am on a vegetarian diet for this 100 days. She then instructed Bai Lu to prepare candied yellow mustard greens and mixed bamboo shoots for her. Avoiding any meat oil. I will take you to the villa tomorrow, and the day after is the 7th day after the 3rd Master Shen's passing. I must also go to the Guogua temple to perform a ritual for him. The Shen family would also conduct a ritual for the 7th day. And she merely wished to express her own sentiments. Having taken the position of his wife, she felt compelled to do something. Lin Shi nodded approvingly. What you are doing is correct. Having made a decision, you must bear the consequences. After Su Qingyu accompanied Lin Shi for dinner, she returned to Bai Shui Pavilion. Finding it already late, the head maid, Hu Pe, who managed the jewelry and small storeroom, came to assist Su Qingyu in removing her hairpins. Su Qingyu glanced at her indifferently and suddenly asked, What happened to the rare calligraphy book by Yan Jinqing that elder cousin sent last month? Bring it to me. Hu Pe was taken aback and replied, Miss, that calligraphy book was borrowed by the cousin. Su Qingyu's expression darkened as she examined her hair in the mirror, asking, Did you consult me about this? With a cold huff, she added, Borrowed? Has Qingru Jin ever returned the things she borrowed from me? Hu Pe, frightened, quickly knelt, explaining, I thought you seldom practiced calligraphy, so when the cousin asked, I hesitated to refuse. Su Qingyu regarded Hu Pe with a frigid gaze through the copper mirror. When did you gain the authority to make such decisions? In her past life, many of her jewelry and cherished belongings had inexplicably ended up with Qingru Jin. At that time, she believed that Qingru Jin and her cousin genuinely cared for her, and thus she turned a blind eye. She recalled that before her marriage in her previous life, Hu Pe had been taken by Qingru Jin to serve her. It now seemed that this maid had likely harbored ulterior motives or sought to curry favor. Su Qingyu stood, looking down at Hu Pe. Make a list of everything you have lent to the cousin. As Hu Pe went to write the list, Su Qingyu lit sandalwood incense herself. The delicate blue smoke rose gently, creating a serene atmosphere. Zhenju entered with hot tea and fruit. After a bit of commotion outside, Su Qingyu felt exhausted. She took a piece of sesame cake, nibbled at it, and sipped the hot tea, then frowned at the cup. Is this not the purple bamboo shoot? Su Qingyu's favorite tea was Guju's purple bamboo shoot, known for its clarity and sweet flavor. Yet, the tea in her hand was different. Zhenju spoke softly. Miss, this is the tuangji, which helps dispel heat. Su Qingyu found herself both amused and exasperated. Did this maid think she was merely putting on a brave face while suffering inside? Replace it with purple bamboo shoot. I cannot get accustomed to this. Seeing this, Zhenju removed the tea and left the room. Su Qingyu wiped her hands and turned to Hu Pe, who approached with a piece of paper. Have you written everything down? Hu Pe quickly replied, Yes, I have noted everything. Su Qingyu took the paper and examined it. There were items such as a cloisonné box, a gold hairpin inlaid with agate plum blossom petals, overseas snail dye, cat's eye stone hairpins, Yan Jinqing's calligraphy book, and a rare medical text from the previous dynasty, nearly 20 items in total. After reading through it, She set the paper aside and coldly regarded Hu Pe. Do you and the cousin have any other matters to discuss? I will only ask you this once, so you better speak truthfully. Hu Pe quickly shook her head. No. I have no private dealings with the cousin. It's just.
Just what? Qingyu pressed coldly.
Hu Pe took a deep breath and confessed. The cousin's head maid, Yu Xiao, often comes to find me, sometimes inquiring about you. Each time she visits, she brings food and sometimes even gifts me jewelry. I felt embarrassed and may have said some things I should not have. Qingyu pondered in silence, but before she could respond, Mama spoke up. How could you engage in such behavior? The miss has treated you well, and you have received many rewards from our courtyard. Last year, when your parents fell ill, it was the miss who helped summon a doctor. Mama's straightforwardness left no room for niceties. What have you said? Qingyu asked in a cold tone. Zhenzhu returned with the Gu purple bamboo shoot, now at a suitable temperature. Qingyu lifted the teacup, gently tracing the lotus and intertwined branch patterns on it. Hu Pe recalled, there were 2 occasions when the miss invited Shen Miss to the flower gathering. She asked when it would be and who would attend. Additionally, she inquired about what you usually say and do. Most of the time, I managed to deflect her questions, but when she pressed further, I answered a few. Qingyu lowered her brows, recalling the previous 2 occasions when she had invited Qingyu to attend the flower fair. On both occasions, Zheng Rujin had found an excuse to accompany them, and Shen Zhao had also been present. A cold smile crept across her lips. Her sister-in-law, with her white lotus demeanor, truly harbored deep thoughts. Hu Pe, I shall grant you one more chance. From now on, you are to interact with the people in the courtyard of my cousin, as usual. Whatever they say or inquire about, you must report back to me in detail. You are a born servant of the household, and with your parents, uncles, and aunts all working here, should I discover your betrayal, your entire family shall meet a dire fate. Do you understand? At this last remark, her tone turned ominously fierce. Hu Pe instinctively shrank back, murmuring, this servant understands. Thank you for your mercy, Mississippi. I shall obey you henceforth. Qingyu gave a faint acknowledgement and allowed her to leave. The fire in the Bai Shui pavilion burned brightly, and Qingyu changed into a simple, plain long dress, adorning her hair with a jade hairpin. Before heading to the study in the eastern side room, the glow of the octagonal lantern cast a soft light on her face, half illuminating, half shadowing her features. At this moment, she was diligently copying the Sutra of the Afterlife. As the clock struck midnight, and seeing her mistress still engrossed in her task, Pearl gently advised, Miss, perhaps it would be better to write tomorrow? It is getting late. However, Qingyu felt no fatigue. As she continued writing, her mind became remarkably clear. Noticing her concern, Pearl ventured to the small kitchen to prepare a bowl of vegetable porridge as a midnight snack for Qingyu. Each courtyard of the Su family had its own small kitchen. The old matriarch and Lady Lin's kitchen could prepare elaborate dishes, while the kitchens of the young ladies and masters were only used for simple late-night meals, without dedicated cooks, as the maids managed them themselves. Suddenly, Qingyu caught a whiff of a fragrant aroma, which made her realize she was hungry. After consuming the bowl of porridge, her eyelids grew heavy, and she hurriedly washed up before collapsing into bed, swiftly falling asleep. The next morning, Pearl awakened Qingyu, saying, Miss, it is time to rise. Today we shall escort the madam to the hot springs. Chapter 11. Threats dressed and ready, Qingyu made her way to the Jiwei courtyard. Following her instructions from the previous day, the servants had worked through the night to prepare items for the trip to the hot springs. 4 horse-drawn carriages awaited at the entrance, the first of which was for Lady Lin and her daughter, lined with thick woolen cushions, and a small stove already lit. Qingyu intended to check the thickness of the cushions. Venturing out in the harsh winter was no trivial matter. As she lifted the carriage curtain, her brow furrowed tightly. Bailu, change the carriage. This one is no longer needed. Follow along. Her voice was edged with frost. Upon delivering Lady Lin to the hot springs in the outskirts of the capital, Qingyu lingered not a moment before returning home. Once back, she summoned the coachman named Erxi to the side hall. Erxi, who had driven an empty carriage to the outskirts and returned, was already anxious. Upon entering the side hall, he knelt, saying, Greetings, Mississippi. Qingyu acknowledged him with a curt sound, her gaze icy as she scrutinized him. The 16 or 17-year-old boy had dark skin and a wide smile that revealed white teeth. His eyes hinted at his honest nature. Do you know why I summoned you? I do not know. Please enlighten me, Miss, Erxi stammered, his voice tinged with panic, his palms trembling against the cold bricks.
Qingyu es nortez, inquiring.
Who provided the woolen cushions for the carriage? The cushions had been infused with musk. The journey from the Su family to the outskirts took over half an hour. With the air in the enclosed carriage stagnating, such a heavy musk scent could very well lead to her mother suffering a miscarriage. In her previous life, due to Shun Zhao's impotence, Su Qingyu had extensively studied pharmacology. The musk in the carriage was clearly of the highest grade, with effects far more potent than ordinary. Gu Ruoyun was truly willing to invest heavily. She increasingly suspected that Gu Ruoyun had caused her mother to miscarry in her past life. Upon hearing about the woolen cushions, Erxi trembled uncontrollably. "Miss, I was wrong. Please punish me." Su Qingyu struck the Namu table with her hand, sharply commanding, "Speak." Erxi hesitantly revealed the truth. It turned out that the maid Yuetao, who served Gu Ruoyun, was Erxi's cousin and his betrothed. Last night, Yuetao had taken the woolen cushions and musk to Erxi's home, and they had been entangled until midnight. Though Erxi felt that this act was tantamount to harming his mistress, Yuetao had assured him that when the madam miscarried, no one would investigate this matter, and the cushions could be disposed of quietly. Yuetao had even given Erxi 10 taels of silver, which would allow him to marry her in grand style. The circumstances aligned closely with Su Qingyu's expectations. She softly instructed Pearl beside her, "Investigate where their indenture contract is." Pearl nodded and left to inquire. In a short while, Pearl returned briskly. "Miss, I have confirmed that Yuetao's indenture contract is with the lady's cousin. All the servants of Xiaohua Hall have their contracts with her. As for Erxi, he was not indentured." Just as Su Qingyu had anticipated, the indenture contracts of the maids in the inner courtyard of the Su family were indeed with their respective mistresses. She whispered further instructions to Pearl, who nodded and exited. Su Qingyu lifted the celadone porcelain teacup, taking a few sips before speaking. "Do you know the crime of plotting against the mistress? Today, this evidence and your testimony will be sent to the Ministry of Justice, and you shall find no means of escape." Erxi, already fearful, had never committed a wrongdoing. After last night's incident with the woolen cushions, he had not slept a wink. Hearing Su Qingyu's words only heightened his fear. 10 taels of silver could cost him his life. "Miss, I shall never dare again. I beg for your mercy." With no other recourse, Erxi begged for forgiveness, his forehead bruised and bloodied from repeatedly bowing. Su Qingyu remained seated, sipping her tea in silence, and the longer she remained quiet, the more anxious Erxi became. It was only when Pearl entered, leading Yuetao, that Su Qingyu finally set down her teacup. Yuetao initially appeared surprised that the young lady had summoned her secretly. However, upon seeing Erxi, her expression shifted to one of alarm. She knelt beside him, gazing at his swollen forehead stained with blood. "Cousin, what has happened?"
Qingyu scoffed.
"What do you ask him for? You have brought him to ruin." Yuetao, who had climbed the ranks to become a top maid in the Marquis's residence, understood the situation immediately. She did not deflect blame, addressing Su Qingyu directly. "Miss, I am responsible for this matter. It has nothing to do with my cousin. I beg you to spare him." Erxi quickly interjected. "Miss, I can take the blame. Please let Yuetao go."
A slight smile graced Qingyu's lips.
Surprised by their affection for each other, "If there is love, this matter can be resolved." She turned to Yuetao. "Why did you do this?" Without hesitation, Yuetao replied, "Once, I offended the madam and was punished, and I have harbored resentment ever since." She was clearly willing to take the blame to avoid implicating Gu Ruoyun.
Qingyu understood.
Knowing that the indenture contract was with Gu Ruoyun, and if she exposed her, Yuetao would not escape unscathed either. Better to bear the burden herself, as Gu Ruoyun might compensate her family later. "Yuetao, if you shall respond this way, I will have no choice but to send both of you to the Ministry of Justice. As for whether there is a mastermind behind this, it will depend on the competence of the officials there. But tell me, do you think either of you will survive?" How pitiful, this fateful pair, unaware of whether their sacrifice was worth it. Yuetao knelt, biting her lip, her face devoid of color. Finally, Su Qingyu spoke again. "Pearl, go report to the Ministry of Justice," stating. Before she could finish, Yuetao exclaimed, "I will speak, miss. I will tell everything. It was the lady's cousin who instructed me to do this, and the musk was also given by her." Su Qingyu pondered for a moment before addressing Erxi. "I might consider sparing you, but you must sign a contract of servitude. I shall not be stingy, offering you 20 taels of silver." Upon hearing this, Jinju interjected, "Miss, he has committed a grave mistake. How can you bestow upon him such a sum? With 20 taels, one could procure several young maidservants. Su Qingyu waved her hand to silence Qingyu and continued, I require both of you to serve my interests. I will also find a way to obtain the contract for Yuda. You now face two choices. Either heed my commands in the future or face the Qingbu. Choose wisely. In 5 years, I shall grant you your freedom and provide you with a sum of silver to return home and establish your lives. Chapter 12. The 7 treasure beads, a choice, they said, but in truth, there was only one. Would they survive if they went to the Qingbu? We are willing to serve you. Mississippi's Su Qingyu instructed Qingyu to take Erxi to sign the contract, leaving only herself and Yuda in the room. When does the Marquis visit Xiaohua Hall? Yuda trembled at the question. The matter concerning the Marquis and her cousin was the greatest secret of Xiaohua Hall. She had not intended to reveal anything, but did the young lady already know? Su Qingyu caught Yuda's reaction and laughed coldly. Do not harbor false hopes. I may know more than you do. However, if you choose to remain silent, do not blame me for being unkind. At this point, Yuda was completely under Su Qingyu's control. She whispered, the Marquis usually comes at night and departs at dawn. All of Xiaohua Hall is filled with the confidence of my cousin. Not only the contracts, but even our families are in her grasp.
Su vind you furolet herbrov.
In what way? Yuda replied, my cousin keeps a ledger that meticulously records the names, ages, and occupations of our family members. Thus, those in Xiaohua Hall are exceedingly cautious, fearing any hint of trouble for their families.
Suinju finally understood.
No wonder her mother had managed the household for so many years without discovering the affair between her father and Gu Ruiyun. The woman truly possessed some cunning. What else do you know? Speak plainly. Yuda, now unable to conceal any further, recounted everything she remembered, albeit sometimes disjointedly, but Su Qingyu managed to piece it together. According to Yuda, Su Qingyu spent half of each month residing in Xiaohua Hall, while his wives and concubines believed he was staying in the outer courtyard. Su Qingyu frequently provided monetary support to Gu Ruiyun, and whenever she desired fashionable jewelry, she would request it from him, claiming it was a gift from the old lady. Gu Ruiyun was determined to become the Marquis's wife and had been appeased by Su Qingyu until recently, but she had clearly grown impatient over the past year. Su Qingyu listened quietly until Yuda had run out of things to say, then inquired, when did the Marquis and your cousin begin their affair? Do you know anything about their past? Yuda shook her head. This servant does not know, but I vaguely recall 2 instances of their quarrels. Whenever my cousin mentioned the past, the Marquis would cease all arguments. Su Qingyu's eyes flickered. The past? Could it be that her father held some leverage over Gu Ruiyun? After dismissing Yuda, Su Qingyu sat alone in the side hall, contemplating for a long while. The affair between her father and Gu Ruiyun had yet to be resolved. If she were to make it public, her father might very well take her as a wife. It would be wiser to observe the situation. The more Gu Ruiyun aspired to become the Marquis's wife, the more anxious she would become, and the greater the chance for mistakes. With her mother safely nurturing her pregnancy at the hot springs, she planned to eliminate Gu Ruiyun and her daughter within the 3 months before her own marriage. Miss, Erxi's contract has been signed, and I have secured it, Qingyu announced upon entering. Su Qingyu nodded, rising to call for 2 sturdy maidservants. Let us retrieve the items from my cousin. Zhenju's eyes brightened with excitement, and she nearly sprinted to the main room. Feitsue, come quickly. We are going to fetch the items from my cousin. Su Qingyu's 4 close maidservants, Zhenju and Hubo, were born in the household and attended to her daily needs, while Feitsue and Mana were gifts from her 3rd cousin, tasked with ensuring her safety. Zhenju was lively, whereas Feitsue remained composed. She shot Zhenju a glance. There's no need for such exuberance over merely retrieving items. If outsiders were to see us, they might think we are bullying our cousin. True, Zhenju replied. Feitsue is right. These items are ours, and it is only proper that we reclaim them. She intentionally selected 2 robust-looking women to accompany Su Qingyu to Qingyun Pavilion. As the 4 entered, Qing Rujin was inside, throwing a fit. The events of the day had caught her off guard, leaving her in a foul mood. Upon seeing Su Qingyu, she snapped, "What do you want?" Su Qingyu stood at the door, arms crossed, handing the list to Zhenju. Find everything on this list. Not a single item may be missing. Should anyone obstruct you, deal with them directly. After issuing her instructions, she turned to Qing Rujin. If my cousin has forgotten to return my belongings, I have no choice but to come collect them myself. Qing Rujin glared at her. I haven't taken your things. You dare to search my space without evidence? Perhaps your maid has betrayed you?
Su Yinggu scoffed, stepping closer to Cheng Ruin.
Suddenly, with a swift motion, she struck Cheng Rujin across the face twice. Afterward, she grasped Cheng Rujin's chin, applying slight pressure as she coldly stated, "If you are shameless, then I shall show you no mercy." The depths of her eyes concealed a storm of hatred, boiling from within, and she tightened her grip on Cheng Rujin. At that moment, Qingyu rushed out, holding a red string adorned with 7 beads, Buddhist treasures. "Miss, isn't this the string you wore as a child? It was lost last year. How did it end up with my cousin?" Upon seeing the 7 treasure beads, Cheng Rujin suddenly went mad. "That is mine. Return it to me. It belongs to me. It has nothing to do with you." Chapter 13. The enchanted eldest brother. As Cheng Rujin lunged forward, Su Qingyu deftly sidestepped, inspecting the string of beads closely. She was certain this was the very string she had worn throughout her childhood, a cherished possession for over a decade. It was not common for a mere 7 beads to be strung together. This had been a gift from Master Xian at the Hugua Temple, who had said it would protect her from calamity. Since last year, it had inexplicably vanished. She had searched high and low, even turning the Bai Shui pavilion upside down. Yet it remained elusive. Cheng Rujin reached out to snatch it back, exclaiming, "You must give that to me. You already possess so many fine things. Can I have just this one?" Su Qingyu tucked the beads away, her voice cold. "How many treasures I possess is none of your concern. You shall not lay claim to what is mine." With that, she shoved Cheng Rujin, sending her sprawling onto the small couch. Each encounter with Cheng Rujin stirred a deep-seated animosity within her, a desire to exact revenge. Had it not been for the presence of the Su family and the watchful eyes of others, she might have acted on those feelings long ago. But it was all right. A dull knife would cut deeper over time. Qingyu and Fei Cue continued to search for items according to the list, while the maidservants of Qingyun Pavilion stood silently by, too intimidated to speak. Cheng Rujin, teary-eyed, attempted to play the victim. "Cousin, I was wrong regarding the matter with young Master Shen. I shall never do so again. Could you please return the bead string to me?" Su Qingyu frowned, noting that while Qingyu had unearthed numerous items, Cheng Rujin had reacted only to this string, revealing an underlying significance that piqued her curiosity. Cheng Rujin lunged forward once more, but Su Qingyu swiftly pushed her back with a deft movement, watching as Cheng Rujin stumbled towards the door. Yet she was caught by a figure who intervened. "Su Qingyu, what are you doing?" The newcomer, a handsome youth of about 17 or 18, donned a moon-white brocade robe adorned with bamboo leaf patterns. His tone was laced with disdain as he turned to Cheng Rujin, his eyes sparkling. Su Qingyu recognized him as her half-brother, Su Yuankai, the son of concubine Shui and the eldest son of Su Qingye. Concubine Shui had once been a maidservant to Su Qingye, and after the wife Lin entered the household, she was elevated to the status of a concubine. Over the years, concubine Shui had not shied away from undermining Lin, employing various tactics in the fierce competition for favor in the inner chambers. She bore a son and a daughter, the latter being Su Yihui, who was 14 years old. "Cousin, this is not my sister's fault. It is entirely my doing," Cheng Rujin said, her voice softening into a delicate tone, her shimmering eyes glistening with tears upon seeing Su Yuankai. Su Qingyu found the scene revolting. "What cousin? He was a brother from the same father." "Su Yuankai, this matter has nothing to do with you, so cease your pretense," she retorted.
A mère illégitime son.
"Who is he to act as her elder? I am your brother. How could you speak so?" Su Yuankai exclaimed, indignation etched on his face. "You dare to bully such a fine girl as Rujin. Your arrogance knows no bounds." At this, Qingyu, a servant, stepped forward and interjected, "Young master, there is a distinction between legitimate and illegitimate children. Your words are somewhat excessive." The statement rendered Su Yuankai momentarily speechless and allowed Cheng Rujin to regain her composure. She stepped forward, grasping Su Yuankai's moon-white sleeve, saying, "Cousin, do not argue with my sister on my account. This incident has already brought me shame. It is only fitting that she humbles me." Su Yuankai, unable to bear seeing Cheng Rujin wronged, glared at Su Qingyu. "Rujin is not that kind of person. I see you are the one scheming against her. She is young and innocent, unaware of the wickedness of human hearts, yet she still speaks well of you." Su Qingyu laughed in anger. "Su Yuankai, I do not blame your blindness, for I too have once been blind. If you wish to comfort her, do so. I have no time to linger here. Qingyu, have you packed everything? Let us depart." As Su Qingyu led a few servants out, she heard Su Yuankai's voice behind her. "Cousin, do not cry. This is not your fault. You have been led astray." Su Qingyu shook her head, a faint smile gracing her lips. Before they reached Vichy Pavilion, they encountered concubine Shui, who was accompanied by maidservants, delivering refreshments to Su Qingye. "Eldest miss, I trust you are well," concubine Shui said, slightly bowing to Su Qingyu. Dressed in a gown of last year's fashion, her hair adorned with a somewhat outdated gemstone hairpin, it was evident that concubine Shui had not been favored in recent times. Su Qingyu stepped forward to assist concubine Shui, saying, "I just returned from my cousin's place and encountered my elder brother. Speaking of that disgraceful incident, you are aware of it. Unfortunately, my brother is too enraptured to see through it." Hearing this, concubine Shui's expression changed, yet she forced a smile. "Your elder brother is kind-hearted. Perhaps he fears for your cousin's feelings." Su Qingyu responded with a faint smile, glancing toward Xiaohua Hall. "When it comes to selecting a successor, I have always believed my brother to be the most suitable. I wonder what father thinks, insisting on establishing Yuanche, a mere 5-year-old child, who could discern no talent." The matter of succession weighed heavily on concubine Shui's mind. Upon hearing Su Qingyu's words, she unconsciously twisted her handkerchief. "Now that the lady is pregnant, it is no longer necessary," she remarked casually, though her thoughts continued to churn. Su Qingyu shook her head, stating, "What you say is premature. We do not yet know the gender of the child in mother's womb. I genuinely believe my brother is suitable. Hence I remind you to prepare early for certain matters. As I am to be married, I will need support from my family in the future. So consider this a means to foster goodwill with you." Before concubine Shui could respond, Su Qingyu had already turned to leave. After taking a few steps, she heard concubine Shui grit her teeth and say, "Call back the young master. I have matters to discuss with him."
A smile danced on Sun Taikinya's lips.
She relished the spectacle of a dog-eat-dog scenario. Upon returning to Vichy Pavilion, Su Qingyu first inquired of Huopo whether the string of 7 treasure beads had been sent out. Huopo swore she was unaware. Noticing her sincerity, Su Qingyu refrained from further questioning and handed the bead string to Fei Cue, instructing her to take it to Fanjin Tower and have it rest-strung, as the red cord was fraying in places. As noon approached, Su Qingyu was still transcribing scriptures when Fei Cue entered, saying, "Miss, the old madam has requested that all the younger generation dine with her today." Su Qingyu raised an eyebrow. "Is Chung Rujin going as well?" Fei Cue shook her head. Neither cousin nor the 4th young master were summoned, only the eldest young master, the 3rd young lady, the 4th young lady, and yourself. Su Qingyu set down her brush, straightened her back, and said, "Let us change attire. We must not keep grandmother waiting." Upon her arrival, Su Yihui had already been present. She rose to greet Su Qingyu as she entered. At 14, Su Yihui was Su Yuankai's full sister and concubine Shui's daughter. Dressed in a deep crimson embroidered gown, adorned with a golden hairpin, she exuded grace and charm, surpassing even Su Qingyu, the legitimate daughter, in poise. Although Su Yihui's lineage was inferior to Su Qingyu's, she compensated with her efforts in various skills: music, chess, literature, needlework, and the arts. If it were only this, Su Qingyu would not have been troubled. However, Su Yihui regarded her as a rival, striving to undermine her at every opportunity to prove that the title of legitimate daughter was merely superficial. At this moment, Su Yihui glanced at Su Qingyu's light blue embroidered gown and remarked, "Your lotus leaf embroidery is quite exquisite. Did you create it yourself, eldest sister?"
Su Yinghue's lips twitched. "No."
Su Yihui then looked down at her own gown. "This one I embroidered myself. What do you think, eldest sister?"
Su Yingju forced a faint smile.
Have we become so impoverished that the young ladies must embroider their own garments? If we were all like third sister, there would be no work left for the seamstresses. Before Su Yihui could retort, a matron entered, ushering in the 4th young lady, Su Xuanyi. At 12 years old, with a cherubic face and charming dimples, she was particularly endearing when she smiled. Concubine Lian, Su Xuanyi's mother, had once been a maidservant to Lin. Despite her elevation, she maintained great respect for Lin and raised her daughter to be sensible and polite. Upon entering, Su Xuanyi greeted Su Qingyu and Su Yihui, "Eldest sister, good day. Third sister, good day." Su Yihui responded with a dismissive hum, clearly unimpressed by her timid younger sister. Su Qingyu, however, approached and playfully pinched Su Xuanyi's cheek, smiling, "Hello. 4th sister." In her previous life, before her mother passed, concubine Lian had cared for her devotedly. After her mother's death, the household's affairs fell to the old madam, with Gu Ruoyan managing the specifics. Before her tragic end, Su's family business had plummeted, necessitating external assistance. And a marriage had been arranged for Su Xuanyi with the second son of the Fong family, Fong Yan, who was somewhat simple-minded, marrying her solely to ensure progeny. Heaven had granted her a second chance at life. She was determined to ensure her half-sister's future was secure, repaying concubine Lian for her past kindness to her mother. "You all have arrived. Please take a seat." The voice of the old madam resonated, pulling Su Qingyu back from her scattered thoughts. Turning towards the entrance, she saw Su Yuankai assisting the old madam inside. The sisters greeted her respectfully, and after the old madam was seated, they arranged themselves according to age. The table was already set with dishes, as the old madam was a devout Buddhist, adhering to a vegetarian diet for all meals. The small kitchen of Songha Hall had specially employed 2 chefs skilled in vegetarian cuisine. In the center of the Nanma round table lay a beautifully crafted fish made from tofu, yellow flowers, and bamboo shoots, all drizzled with savory sauce. Accompanying this were 4 delicate dishes: ginger-flavored bamboo shoots, mushroom stew, shredded vegetable rolls, and stir-fried ginkgo nuts, with a bowl of yam soup prepared for each person. The entire set was arranged on exquisite cloisonné plates adorned with lotus patterns, and the sight of the elegant small dishes was already pleasing to the eye before a single bite was taken. As the 5 family members sat down for lunch, the floral hall was enveloped in silence, with the young ladies and gentlemen displaying impeccable manners, not a sound escaping their lips. Once the matriarch finished her meal, the younger generation set down their chopsticks. A maid approached to assist the masters with rinsing their mouths and serving tea. After dining, they moved to the side to enjoy tea, and Su Qingyu spoke up. "Grandmother, tomorrow I shall go to the Hugua Temple to perform the head 7 rituals for Master Shen." Without a moment's hesitation, the matriarch replied, "Go ahead. Old Lady Shen will surely be pleased to know of your dedication." Su Qingyu lowered her gaze, remaining silent. In her previous life, she had doubted the existence of spirits, only to discover that humans could transform into malevolent beings. In this rebirth, she acted solely according to her conscience. Keeping vigil for Master Shen was merely fulfilling her duty, and she was indifferent to whether the Shen family was aware of her actions. Upon hearing Su Qingyu's intention to visit the temple, Su Yuankai's mind was stirred, and he suggested, "Grandmother, why not let my cousin accompany you to ease her spirits? I saw her this morning, and her eyes were swollen from crying." The matriarch waved her hand dismissively. "Let her stay home to reflect. Given the gravity of the situation, it is not suitable for her to be out and about." Su Yuankai said nothing further, but quietly whispered something to Su Yihui. Su Yihui initially frowned, but soon her expression softened, and with a charming smile, she said, "Grandmother, I recently copied scriptures for you to pray for blessings, and it would be perfect for me to accompany my elder sister to the Hugua Temple to offer them." The matriarch looked at Su Yihui with appreciation, saying, "I know you are a dutiful girl. Take good people with you, and do not let them be disturbed." Su Qingyu observed the siblings' subtle exchanges, realizing that since her rebirth, everything had changed, and she needed to remain vigilant and aware of the deceptions surrounding her. After lunch, upon returning to the Bishi Pavilion, Su Qingyu took up her pen and compiled a list of offerings, instructing Jinju and the others to prepare according to her notes. Since they were heading to the temple, only vegetarian pastries and a few fruits were to be prepared. In her past life, she had accompanied the matriarch to perform rituals for Master Shen, and the offerings were all items he had favored in life, so she decided to follow suit. She also instructed Jinju, "Go tell the housekeepers to prepare the accounts for the past 3 months. I will review them upon my return from the Hugua Temple." Examining the accounts was the quickest way to take charge of these matters. Throughout the afternoon, Su Qingyu diligently copied the Sutra of Rebirth, placing the completed scriptures and offerings together for presentation before the Buddha the following day. The next morning, Su Qingyu rose early, dressed in a simple robe and skirt, with a snow fox-patterned brocade cloak draped over her shoulders. Only Jinju and Fate Sui accompanied her, along with 2 sturdy maids. She first paid her respects to the matriarch before boarding the carriage with Su Yihui, while the maids carried incense and offerings in 2 additional carriages. The Hugua Temple, located in the western suburbs of the capital on Jing Mountain, was easily accessible due to its well-maintained and wide paths, bustling with worshippers. Once seated, Su Qingyu adjusted her cloak, holding a warming stove and closing her eyes to rejuvenate. Before the carriage even exited the Su family gate, Su Yihui sighed, saying, elder sister. Marrying a dead man may mean that grandmother will not treat you as she once did. Although laced with a hint of sympathy, it sounded more like a gloating remark. Chapter 15. Master Sith, the matriarch, assessed the young ladies in her household based on their value. And the most direct measure of a lady's worth was the family she married into. With Master Shen deceased, what value could he possibly hold? Su Qingyu did not lift her eyelids, her voice cold as she retorted, perfectly fine. You can now surpass me. Be sure to keep your eyes peeled for a suitor who can measure up to Master Shen. Few could rival Master Shen, even in death.
Su Jiu frowned.
Her singular ambition being to marry into a higher status. She didn't wish to be overshadowed by Su Qingyu, and thus had not yet become engaged. Now faced with Su Qingyu's pointed words, she responded, if he were alive, you might have grounds for pride. Now that he is dead, what is there to boast about? Yet, if he were living, he would never marry you. Su Qingyu slightly lifted her gaze, casting a mocking glance at her. In her previous life, Su Yihui had married a year later to Song Hongshan, the talented and exceptional illegitimate son of the Marquis of Loyalty and Righteousness. Although he was a secondary son, he achieved great military success. However, on the very day he returned to the capital after being granted a title for his accomplishments, he discovered Su Yihui's affair with Su Liangping, the grandson of the prime minister, leading to a swift divorce. Ultimately, Su Yihui did not marry into the Su family but was sent to the ancestral home in Shaoyang. The scandal caused quite a stir, becoming a topic of gossip among the people, with the Su, Song, and Su families all discussed at length. Su Qingyu had no desire to engage in meaningless disputes. Thus she kept her eyes closed, seeking solace. After over an hour, the carriage stopped within the Hugua temple grounds. The elderly maid beside Su Qingyu entered to find the presiding monk and secured the usual quarters for the Su family. Though they might return the same night, the ladies and maids required a place to rest. According to their ages, Su Qingyu occupied the main room, Su Yihui the east wing, while the servants stayed in the west wing. Jinju, place my things in the main room, but I will rest with you all in the wing. We shall share a room, Su Qingyu whispered to Jinju. Jinju's expression changed as she realized the implication. Was someone plotting against them? Su Qingyu's eyes darkened, but seeing Jinju's anxious face, she smiled reassuringly. Perhaps I am overthinking, but it never hurts to be cautious. Especially here in the temple. If anything happens, I would have no one to assist me. Su Qingyu, accompanied by Jinju and Feitsue, both carrying offerings and scriptures, made their way out, intending to seek Master Xian to light incense and perform rituals. For ordinary individuals, it was essential not to disturb Master Shen during rituals. However, given the significant contributions the Su family made to the temple each year, and Su Qingyu's previous acquaintance with Master Shen, she hoped to request his personal involvement in the rituals for Master Shen. The Hugua temple was built on the mountainside, while Master Shen resided in the grand hall at the peak. Jinju glanced at the weather and remarked, the sky is so overcast, it seems it may snow. As Su Qingyu walked along the flagstone path beside the grand hall, she laughed in response. If it snows, we shall stay here for the night and descend tomorrow. The vegetarian meals at the Hugua temple were particularly delightful, especially the tofu, which was said to be made with spring water from the mountain, resulting in sweet and rich soy milk without the addition of sugar. After snowfall, the night scenery on the mountain became even more enchanting, with the grand hall illuminated beautifully. Zhenju blinked in surprise. The young lady had never stayed overnight at the Hugua temple, yet spoke as if she were an expert.
Suinju quipped.
Have you never seen a pig run after eating pork? She playfully stuck out her tongue, clasping her hands together. Buddha, please forgive me, for I did not mean to offend. After much difficulty, the trio finally navigated to the back courtyard, only to be blocked by a young acolyte before they could reach Master Xian's quarters. Amipa, Master Xian is meeting with guests and cannot receive anyone else today.
Suinju paused, perplexed.
Guests? However, the head 7 rituals could not be delayed like other ceremonies. She politely asked, young monk, could you kindly inquire if Master Shen can see me? I am Su Qingyu from the Su family, here to perform the head 7 rituals for Master Shen. If Master Shen is truly unavailable, I shall have to seek another monk. The young monk, having heard that the visitor was from the Su family and was to conduct a memorial service for Master Shen, remarked, allow me to inquire further with the master. It is often said that monks should not meddle in worldly affairs. However, the Hugua temple is inextricably linked with the city's elite. The impoverished common folk can hardly summon Master Sien for their rites. Shortly thereafter, the young monk emerged, gesturing for Miss Su to enter and speak with Master Yin. He added, "These two benefactresses may accompany me to the side room for a warm bowl of soy milk." Implicitly, only Miss Su Qingyu was permitted to proceed. Upon hearing this, Su Qingyu's face brightened. If Master Sien was willing to see her, her request was nearly assured. Following the young monk into the Zen room behind the Dashung Baodian, she entered to find two individuals seated on cushions, with a chessboard laid out between them. One was the venerable Master Shen, now in his 60s, and the other was the gentleman she had encountered in Master Shen's study. Su Qingyu offered a slight bow, acknowledging both Master Sien and the gentleman. The man looked up, his refined and handsome visage adorned with a gentle smile, his eyes deep and tranquil. "I am Yen, the third of my name." Su Qingyu was taken aback. The surname Yen? The matriarch of the Shen family bore that name. She recalled that the Yen family indeed had a third master, around 30, whose age aligned with that of the gentleman before her. "Greetings, Master Yen." After exchanging pleasantries, Su Qingyu turned to Master Shen. "Master, I wish to hold a head 7th memorial service for Master Shen. Do you have the time?" Master Shen paused in his contemplation of the game, instinctively glancing at Master Yen, who nodded slightly. Only then did Master Sien reply, "I have time. I shall send someone to make preparations. You may take my place in this game." Su Qingyu settled across from Master Yen, taking a closer look at the situation on the board and feeling an odd sense of familiarity. The warm ghost stones felt smooth in her hand, and without thinking, she placed a black stone in a position that resonated with her memory. Master Yan's eyes narrowed as he placed a white stone. The two moved as if guided by instinct, each stone falling with a rhythm that soon revealed a clear victor. Su Qingyu had won. Yet, her expression betrayed no joy. She lowered her head, fixating on the board, feeling a pang of guilt. In her past life, she had discovered a hand-drawn chess manual in Master Shen's study, and out of idle curiosity, she had played against herself, memorizing the moves over time. This game had been a stroke of luck for her. "Your skills are commendable, Mississippi. Shall we play again?" They played 3 consecutive games, and Master Yan's demeanor grew, increasingly strained. Not merely due to his losses, but because Su Qingyu seemed to read his thoughts, as if their understanding of the game was eerily aligned. Su Qingyu was not intentionally outmatching him, it was just that Master Yan's strategy inexplicably mirrored the manual. "To ease the tension," she inquired, "did you come specifically for the funeral, Master Yen?" Chapter 16. The first encounter with such a scene. Master Yen was meticulously collecting the stones when he casually replied, "In a sense, yes. Had you not come, I might have forgotten today marks the head 7th. Su Qingyu blurted, "You are, after all, close relatives." She halted, suddenly realizing she had overstepped. Such remarks were not her place. Master Yen paused, then regarded Su Qingyu with a soft tone. "The young lady possesses quite a wealth of knowledge." A subtle smile danced at the corners of his mouth, though his gaze bore a hint of scrutiny, albeit discreet. Su Qingyu met his eyes, catching the faint smile. At that moment, the young monk knocked and entered, announcing, "Miss Su, the ancestral hall is prepared." Su Qingyu turned to Master Yen and asked, "Will you not light an incense stick for him?" Master Yen's lips twitched as he rose, sweeping his robe aside. "Of course, I shall. This is my first encounter with such a scene." Su Qingyu mused silently. Had he never performed a head 7th? Inside the ancestral hall, a golden statue of the Buddha stood at the center, flanked by flickering candles. 108 monks were seated on either side, with a long table placed in the middle, upon which rested a cushion adorned with golden lotus patterns. Zheng Zhu and Yu Fei approached with offerings and scriptures, and Su Qingyu received the offerings, arranging them on the long table after consulting with Master Shen. The scriptures were placed at the foot of the Buddha statue. Just as the scriptures were set down, Master Yen reached out, casually picking them up to examine. Su Qingyu furrowed her brow, perceiving his actions as rather disrespectful. These were meant for the Buddha's blessing. As he perused the text, he remarked, "The calligraphy is robust, yet the final stroke lacks a certain essence." Su Qingyu forced a smile and replied, "Neither the Buddha nor Master Shen will hold me accountable. Sincerity is what truly matters." After a moment, she added, "Thank you, Master Yen, for your guidance." She was aware of the flaws he pointed out, but writing required a foundation that could not be mastered in a day. Once he placed the scriptures back on the table, she resumed arranging the offerings: chestnut cake, peach kernel pastry, date cake, pine nut cake, and tongzi cake, 5 of each. all meticulously aligned. Even the edges of the pastries were perfectly even. Noticing more pastries in the offering box, Master Yen inquired, "What else in here?" Zhenju responded, "Our young lady feared some might break, so she brought extras." Master Yan's throat bobbed slightly as he bent to take a bite of the chestnut cake. The aroma was delightful, with just a hint of sweetness, his preferred taste. After swallowing a piece, he cast a lingering glance at Su Qingyu. She, however, kept her focus, kneeling properly, bowing and lighting incense. After rising, she looked at Master Yen. "Will you not light an incense stick?" Master Yen raised an eyebrow, stepping forward to light an incense stick and bowing, though his demeanor appeared rather perfunctory. While the monks continued their recitation for Master Shen, Su Qingyu felt her presence was no longer required and considered resting. However, the heavy snowfall outside posed a challenge for travel. As she stood at the entrance of the hall, feeling awkward, Master Yen spoke up, "I have arranged for vegetarian meals in the adjacent Zen room. If it pleases you, Miss Su, you're welcome to join me." Su Qingyu, not one to be overly formal, nodded, "I appreciate the invitation, Master Yen. I apologize for interrupting your meal with my rites." At that moment, Master Yen had already stepped toward the Zen room, muttering under his breath, "Listening in is fine. Better than wasting the scriptures." Inside the Zen room, for vegetarian dishes and 2 bowls of soy milk were laid out, while Zhenju and Yu Fei were invited to another room for their meal. Su Qingyu and Master Yen sat across from each other. She took a small sip of soy milk, feeling warmth spread through her. Outside, the light faded, leaving only the sound of falling snow. The candlelight illuminated the young lady's exquisite features, her beauty striking and graceful. "Once the snow ceases, I shall send someone to escort you home," he assured. Noticing her occasional glances toward the outside, Su Qingyu was not particularly eager to leave. Rather, she felt a sense of unease regarding Su Yihui's ascent to the mountain.
Suspecting ulterior motives.
Seeing Master Yen's assurance, she gathered her thoughts and focused on her meal. Before long, someone entered, whispering, "Master, the carriage is ready. We can leave by dawn." Once the messenger departed, Su Qingyu casually asked, "Are you returning to your hometown, Master Yen?" The Yen family hailed from Jinling, and if he had attended the funeral, it would be time for him to leave. Master Yen replied, "I am heading to the northwest. I shall return to the capital in 2 to 3 months. After a moment of contemplation, he added, "I will certainly return before the 100th day." The 100th day would coincide with Su Qingyu's impending marriage into the Shen family. At that moment, the chopsticks in Su Qingyu's hand slipped from her grasp, clattering against the jade-green bowl, producing a resonant sound. 2 months after the previous life, the provinces of Gansu and Shaanxi in the northwest experienced tremors, accompanied by avalanches from the Tianshan Mountains, plunging the entire region into despair. At that time, Guruoyun was managing the Su family's enterprises, profiting greatly from the national calamity, and even dealt a treacherous blow to the Lin family, leaving them severely weakened.
Qingyu.
Reflecting on the tragic state of the capital and the entire North Zhili during that period, still felt a chill of trepidation. "Do not remain within the borders of Gansu and Shaanxi during the first month," Su Qingyu whispered. She could not stand idly by while others perished, and regardless of whether the person before her believed her or not, she felt compelled to offer a warning. Even if he were to meet his demise in the northwest, she would have done her utmost. However, considering that in her previous life, Uncle Yen had survived, perhaps this time would be different. Uncle Yen furrowed his brows and inquired, "What do you mean?" His journey to the northwest was to investigate a significant matter, and he expected to return to the capital by the end of the month, coincidentally heading to the same provinces. Su Qingyu inhaled deeply, contemplating her response. She could not disclose her rebirth. Not even to her closest kin would she reveal such a secret. Although her heart raced, her expression remained composed.
Uncle Jan scrutinized Qingyu,
noticing her contemplative silence before she spoke. "In my youth, I dreamt of a book that foretold calamities in the first month of the 18th year of the Xuande reign, with the heavens collapsing and the earth sinking in Gansu and Shaanxi, resulting in countless casualties. Such occurrences are better believed than dismissed. Would you not agree?" Su Qingyu's demeanor was calm, as if she were merely making casual remarks. Yet, Uncle Yen had previously glimpsed the tumultuous emotions swirling in her gaze: fear, hatred, calculation. Since that day she had burst into the study, he found her increasingly enigmatic. Alas, he would have to wait until he returned from the northwest to investigate further. As the blizzard outside ceased, Qingyu suddenly entered, whispering beside Su Qingyu, "Miss, I just returned from checking. The eldest master has arrived and is currently with the third miss." Chapter 17. The familiar scent of medicine. Su Qingyu's brows slightly twitched. She rose and addressed Uncle Yan. "The snow has stopped. I shall not intrude further. I take my leave." However, Uncle Yan called out towards the entrance, "Wenju, see Miss Su back." The youth named Wenju escorted Su Qingyu to the courtyard entrance, departing only after ensuring her safe passage. Upon returning with Qingyu and Fei Tsue, Su Qingyu immediately entered the main house, instructing Qingyu to inform Su Yihui to stay overnight at Hugua Temple due to the treacherous weather. When Qingyu returned, she whispered, "Miss, the third miss did not allow me to enter. The eldest master is likely still in her room."
Suinju.
Seated cross-legged on the bed with a cup of hot tea, smiled faintly at Qingyu's report. "Qingyu, did you ever climb through a window as a child?" Qingyu, puzzled, watched as her mistress had already descended and pushed open the back window of the meditation room. Fei Tsue gasped, "Miss, we cannot do this. What kind of young lady of a marquis climbs through windows? What would people think?" Fei Tsue, usually composed, turned pale with fright. Qingyu, however, was rather more exhilarated. "The window isn't high. I used to climb trees as a child." With that, she followed suit and climbed out. Fei Tsue, seeing this, leapt out as well, nimbler than both of them. Once outside, Su Qingyu peered back through the window, noticing the dim light inside and a figure lying on the bed. The trio stealthily made their way from the main house towards the west wing, but after just a few steps, Su Qingyu halted, changing course. Qingyu and Fei Tsue exchanged confused glances but dared not question her, trailing behind. Beneath the back window of the east wing, Su Qingyu crouched at the edge, listening intently for any sounds coming from within. After a TS time had passed without noise, she pondered, could they be resting? Just as she was about to turn away, she heard Su Yihui's voice, "Brother, has the person you sought arrived? What do you want me to do?" Then came Su Yuankai's voice, "He will be here shortly. Take this warmer to Su Qingyu's room, engage her in casual conversation, then return. Remember to place the warmer down." Su Yihui asked, "What is inside this warmer?" Su Yuankai replied, "That is not for you to worry about. Just return quickly. If she dares to embarrass Rujin, I will make her pay." Moments later, Su Yihui hesitated. "Brother, nothing will go awry, will it?" Su Yuankai chuckled. "What could possibly go wrong? Does she not always pride herself on being the legitimate daughter, looking down on you? Today is the perfect opportunity for you to vent your frustrations. After you visit Su Qingyu, I will fetch that person. You will place the item inside and return to your own room. I will pretend to have just arrived to catch her in the act, and we will take her back home overnight. Grandmother will surely punish her severely. She can then await her fate at the Zhou family as a concubine." Su Qingyu furrowed her brows. The Zhou family? Knowing that Su Yihui would soon seek her out, she rose and returned to her quarters. Indeed, within a quarter of an hour, Su Yihui entered with the warmer. She smiled and asked elder sister, "Has the ritual been completed? Would you like me to send some vegetarian dishes?" Su Qingyu glanced up at Su Yihui, noting her forced smile and underlying tension. The sweet, cloying aroma wafting from the warmer filled the room. Having studied pharmacology in her past life, Su Qingyu could identify numerous medicinal herbs, even if she was not an expert. The unmistakable scent of epimedium permeated the air, along with several aphrodisiac herbs she was well acquainted with, as they were often remedies for men's impotence. "Third sister, please sit. Have you dined yet?" Su Yihui feigned nonchalance as she placed the warmer on the table, only to hear Su Qingyu add, "You should hold on to that warmer. The mountains are not as warm as home. Don't catch a chill." Startled, Su Yihui clutched the warmer tightly, fearful that Su Qingyu would uncover the truth. Su Qingyu took a silk handkerchief, approached Su Yihui, and swiftly covered her mouth and nose, causing her to slump against the table. Qingyu and Fei Tsue watched in terror as they followed Su Qingyu's orders and lifted Su Yihui onto the bed. Su Qingyu glanced at the warmer and instructed, "We shall exit through the back window." The trio stealthily departed through the rear window, returning to the servants' quarters in the west wing. They did not light any lamps, relying solely on the moonlight to observe the courtyard's activity. Su Qingyu quietly asked Qingyu and Fei Tsue, "Are you both well? Do you feel unwell in any way?" Earlier, she had held her breath and warned the two maids, concerned they might be affected. Both Qingyu and Fei Tsue shook their heads in unison. "We feel fine." Relieved, Su Qingyu concluded that they had inhaled little and for a brief period, they should be safe. Before long, a man entered the courtyard, sneaking into the main house. Qingyu and Fei Cui were too frightened to breathe, but Su Qingyu maintained an impassive expression. In this new life, her heart had hardened like stone. The sound of Su Yihui's startled exclamation echoed from the main house. Su Qingyu listened intently, remaining still. Had she not been prepared? It would have been her calling for help, yet no one would have empathized with her. Instead, they would only scorn her as shameless and disgraceful. The biting cold wind swirled outside, and the fresh snow on the ground was blown into a vortex. Suddenly, a figure entered the courtyard, accompanied by 4 or 5 others, likely drawn by Su Yihui's voice, and they burst into the main house. Su Qingyu could not see the intruder clearly but was certain it was not Su Yuankai. It was uncertain whether this person was sent by Su Yuankai or was merely a passerby. Contemplating her next move, Su Qingyu stepped out of the west wing and made her way to the main house. Just as she approached the entrance, she collided with Su Yuankai rushing in from outside. Clearly startled upon seeing her, Su Yuankai's expression darkened instantly. "What are you doing here?" With a smile playing on her lips, Su Qingyu replied, "What does elder brother think I should be doing?" Su Yuankai glanced at the figures inside the main house and hurriedly entered, with Su Qingyu following closely behind. Upon entering the main room, Su Yuankai drew in a sharp breath, his expression darkening like storm clouds. Su Qingyu was momentarily taken aback, her countenance inscrutable. Chapter 18. Who is so kind-hearted? Inside the main room, chaos reigned. A man was half-seated on the edge of the bed, cradling Su Yihui, while another man lay on the ground, restrained by several servants. Su Qingyu recognized the man on the bed as Su Liangping, the grandson of the Prime Minister Su Yixiang. In her previous life, the illicit affair between Su Yihui and Su Liangping unfolded more than 2 years later, yet in this life, their fateful encounter occurred much sooner than anticipated. They were indeed destined to cross paths. The man on the floor, being held down, was none other than Zhou Zheng, the young master of the Zhou merchant house. In her past life, Su Yuankai and Zhou Zheng had teamed up to beat up a son of the Minister of Rites over a courtesan. On that occasion, she happened to return home to deliver festival gifts, witnessing Su Yuankai and Zhou Zheng kneeling in the Su family side hall, pleading with her father for assistance in addressing the minister. Thus, the man with ulterior motives who had entered first was Zhou Zheng, while Su Liangping had likely stumbled upon the scene, responding to the commotion. At this moment, Su Yihui appeared to be affected by the incense from the warm stove. Her previously fair complexion transformed into an alluring shade of pink. One hand clutched at Su Liangping's collar, her fingers wandering aimlessly. Su Yuankai recognized Su Liangping as well and cautiously approached, saying, "Young Master Su, what brings you here? I am grateful for your assistance with my sister." Su Liangping glanced down at the enchanting girl in his arms, his heart stirring with excitement. "Is this your sister? This is quite troublesome. In such a desolate place. Encountering such a predicament, you all should leave. I can handle this." Though Su Liangping was aware of Su Yuankai's identity, he did not regard the Su family with much seriousness. Moreover, today's events, if disclosed, would cast him in a heroic light. Su Yuankai, now in a state of desperation, feared for his sister's reputation. How could he return home to explain such a disgrace? Yet it was impractical to escort her down the mountain, and there was no antidote for this situation. He could not simply abandon his sister in the snow. Faced with the presence of Su Liangping, Su Yuankai was left with no choice but to retreat in confusion. Accompanying him out were Su Qingyu and a servant from the Su household. Upon exiting the main room, Su Yuankai glared at Su Qingyu, demanding, "What have you done to Yihui? Why is she inside?" Su Qingyu met his gaze meaningfully, replying, "I was about to ask the same. Why is my third sister in my room? And brother, when did you arrive and for what purpose?" She then turned her attention to Zhou Zheng, still pinned on the ground. "And who is this? Why did he enter my chamber? Perhaps we should take him to the Ministry of Justice." Su Yuankai's expression darkened at her words, a hint of panic flashing in his eyes. He quickly urged Su Qingyu, "As a young lady, you shouldn't be standing here. Hurry back to your room." His intent was clear. He did not wish for Su Qingyu to pry further. Nor did he want Zhou Zheng to reveal anything inappropriate. Understanding his unspoken thoughts, Su Qingyu refrained from pressing the matter, leading her maid back to the west wing. In the dense woods to the northwest of the wing, Wenju whispered to Master Yan, "Master, I have checked. The eldest daughter of the Su family is unharmed. This incident appears to be aimed at her, but fortunately, she was discerning and had prepared in advance. Master Yan nodded slightly. Just as the pair were about to turn away, they heard noises emanating from the main room. Wenju's expression changed. Master, Su Liangfeng has gone too far, daring to defile a sacred place. Unfazed, Master Yan caressed the aged sandalwood Buddhist beads on his wrist. Is it not common for demons to enter the Buddhist realm? Inform the teacher of this matter. Tomorrow at the imperial court, I will seize the opportunity to act while Elder Su is preoccupied with disciplining his grandson. I have been contemplating how to divert Elder Su's attention discreetly, and now, this incident has conveniently provided me with a splendid gift. When Zhu bowed, understood, I will head to Elder Chen's residence immediately. Soon after, Su Qingyu returned to the west wing with her maids, the sounds from the main room filtering through intermittently. The young ladies stuffed cotton balls into their ears, yet they still felt their faces flush with embarrassment. Fortunately, they were all weary from the day's events and soon drifted into a slumber. The next morning, Su Qingyu was roused by the sound of weeping. The cold weather made her reluctant to leave her warm bed, so she instructed Pearl to investigate the source of the distress. Before long, Pearl lifted the curtain and entered, standing at the door for a moment to dissipate the chill before approaching the bedside. Miss, I found out that Zhou Zheng left the mountain last night. Half an hour ago, young Master Su exited the main room, and the maid is changed third Miss's clothes. Now, third Miss is crying with the eldest young master. Su Qingyu acknowledged with a sound, instructing Pearl, once she stops crying, ask the eldest young master when we shall return. Jadeite entered with warm water to assist Su Qingyu with her morning routine. Miss, I have sent old madam Hu to fetch breakfast. We shall have some simple soybean milk and pancakes. Su Qingyu was not particular about her meals. To her, the warm mountain spring soybean milk and plain pancakes sufficed. After she and her servants finished breakfast, a response from Su Yuankai arrived, stating they would return to their residence promptly. Su Yihui and Su Qingyu each took their own maids in a carriage, while Su Yuankai rode on horseback, and together, they made their way back to the Marquis's residence. As the carriage halted at the second gate of the Marquis's residence, they saw butler Su Zhong rushing forward in a fluster. Young master, Mrs. The Marquis requests your immediate presence at Songha Hall. Su Qingyu inquired, what has happened? Butler Su instinctively glanced at Su Yihui before explaining, today, during court, the Marquis was impeached by the censorate, accused of allowing the young ladies of the Su family and the young master of the Su family to desecrate the sacred Buddhist grounds and engage in immoral acts. His Majesty rebuked the Marquis and Elder Su, instructing them to properly educate their descendants. Su Qingyu was taken aback. Impeached by the censorate? This matter has transpired in less than 10 hours, yet the censorate is already aware and has submitted an impeachment document. Is it that the Emperor's informants are exceptionally astute? Or did someone witness last night's events? This could be advantageous, as it would effectively restrain her father. After all, the matters she intended to address would undoubtedly provoke his wrath. She could not help but wonder who had been so kind-hearted as to submit the impeachment. With matters to attend to, Su Qingyu did not wish to dwell on the situation, stating, I have other matters to attend to. Please inform my father that I will come by later. With that, she returned to Bishi Pavilion. After changing her attire and refreshing her face, Jadeite, concerned that she had not fared well at the temple, prepared additional snacks. Su Qingyu instructed Pearl to find her a suitable and dignified outfit, then commanded, notify the 4 managers of the Su grain house to come and report to me. Additionally, I wish to meet with the estate's accountant. Before long, Mr. Bai. The estate's accountant entered the side hall, bowing, greetings, Mississippi. He was already aware that the affairs of the Marquis's inner courtyard had been entrusted to this young lady. Mr. Bai internally doubted whether a girl in her teens could manage anything significant. Surely, she could not even properly handle an abacus or comprehend the account books. Unfazed by Mr. Bai's thoughts, Su Qingyu simply required efficacy, regardless of whether he was Mr. Bai or Mr. Black. After instructing Pearl to serve tea and closing the door, Su Qingyu began. Mr. Bai, I called you here today to inquire about the current amount of cash on hand in the estate. Replying to the young lady, there is approximately 210,000 taels in cash at present. The income from several shops has just been received, and this year's harvest from the farms has also been satisfactory. Su Qingyu nodded and continued, return and gather 300,000 taels for me. We shall clear the debt owed to the Lin family. Chapter 19. extending life for the Lin family. Mr. Bai, who had been sipping tea, abruptly spat it out upon hearing Su Qingyu's words. Disregarding etiquette, he placed his teacup on the Namma table and asked incredulously, "Did the young lady just say to clear the debt to the Lin family? The account that has been outstanding for over a decade?" Su Qingyu thought to herself, how could Mr. Bai be so aged yet so slow-witted? Was her statement not clear? And what an extreme reaction he had. "It concerns that account. You currently possess 210,000 taels. Examine if there is anything you can sell, perhaps the antique paintings and calligraphy in the storeroom, or the house and land. Hurry and gather enough for 300,000 taels. Since father does not regard them as important, the debts must be settled. It is unacceptable for mother to support the family with her dowry while the maternal family must provide funds for father's concubine. Coincidentally, I require silver to store grain. Acquiring this sum will enable me to engage in a significant venture with my cousin." Mr. Bai swallowed hard, studying his astonishment and panic. Having worked in the Ho residence for decades, he had never encountered such a daunting task. 300,000 taels is no trifling sum. Without the Lord's command, would he dare to handle such a large amount? Was the young lady being overly fanciful? If 300,000 taels were repaid to the Lin family, the Ho residence would be left to fend for itself. "My lady, such a significant matter requires me to consult with the Lord," Mr. Bai ventured.
Qingyu scoffed.
When has he ever concerned himself with financial matters within the residence? Now that mother is at the estate for her confinement, I shall take charge of these affairs. If anything goes awry, I shall bear the responsibility. What do you fear? Mr. Bai looked at Su Qingyu helplessly. "My lady, this amount is too significant. It is truly unfeasible. If 300,000 taels were to leave, the Lord would surely have my head. Moreover, if the Ho residents intended to repay, would they have left it on the books for over a decade? It is clear they have no intention of repaying the Lin family." Su Qingyu slammed her teacup down, her voice cold. "Should father reproach you after the matter is accomplished, I will provide you with 500 taels to relocate your entire family to Jiangnan. If you refuse to assist me, I have no qualms about replacing you as the accountant tomorrow. I am not afraid of you reporting to father. See whom he believes.
You or me?"
Mr. Bai was first taken aback, then his face contorted with conflict. The young lady, merely in her teens, already exhibited a ruthlessness surpassing that of her mother during her stewardship, leaving him with an unsettling sense of foreboding. Faced with two paths, he found himself compelled to choose. Su Qingyu did not rush him. She sat quietly sipping her tea, not sparing him a glance. After a considerable time, Mr. Bai finally moved his wrinkled lips. "What should we sell? The house may not be easy to dispose of promptly. However, the antique paintings and calligraphy might be valuable. In recent years, the silver in the accounts had never exceeded 300,000 taels. Whenever there was a trend approaching that amount, the Lord would procure antiques or rare books. A few times, the lady had been evidently displeased but refrained from voicing her complaints out of respect for the Lord's reputation. After pondering, Su Qingyu replied, "Then let us sell the antique paintings and calligraphy. Select those that are valuable and easily sold. You have 2 or 3 days to gather 300,000 taels." Mr. Bai contemplated for a moment before agreeing. "Very well, we shall follow the young lady's directive. Ensure that all necessary documents requiring signatures are prepared." Su Qingyu smiled, "Of course. Rest assured, I shall not make it difficult for you." Mr. Bai thought to himself, is this not making it difficult? He felt as though the skies above the household had shifted with the young lady's assumption of control. After bidding farewell to Mr. Bai, Su Qingyu waited briefly before the 4 managers of the Su grain business arrived. The Su family owned 4 grain businesses in the capital, situated in the 4 cardinal directions. These establishments were the dowry enterprises bestowed by the Lin family, with all 4 managers being members of the Lin family. Even the grain was sourced from Jiangnan and delivered to these 4 businesses. Thus, these shops served as the Lin family's gift of laying golden eggs for the Su family, allowing them to reap the benefits without concern. Due to the Lin family status as one of the largest grain merchants in the southern Jili, these 4 shops enjoyed an excellent reputation in the capital, yielding annual profits of over 100,000 taels. Lin Sheng, the manager of the West City grain shop, was the chief manager of all 4 establishments, in his 40s. Sporting a goat-like beard, Su Qingyu greeted Lin Sheng and the others cordially, offering fine tea and engaging in polite conversation before inquiring, "Manager Lin, how much rice do we currently have in our warehouses and shops in the capital?" Without hesitation, Lin Sheng replied, There are still 30,000 stones of rice in the warehouse, with an additional 20,000 stones expected by the year's end. His familiarity with these figures was evident, requiring no additional thought. Su Qingyu furrowed her brows slightly. 50,000 stones was far too little. After inquiring about the current sales situation and the size of the warehouses, she dismissed the managers. Once they departed, Su Qingyu rose, addressing Qingyu. "Prepare the carriage. I must visit my second cousin." She then asked, "What news from Songheng? Any updates?" Qingyu replied, "The third young lady and the eldest young master did not go to Songheng. Annie Shui took the third young lady back to Farong Courtyard, saying she should rest first, and these matters can be discussed later. Although the Lord is angry, he has not said much." Su Qingyu thought little of it, assuming Annie Shui was simply concerned for her daughter. In the afternoon, within the flower hall behind the Lin family business, Su Qingyu was listening to her second cousin, Lin Wenba, as he rambled on. "Such a significant matter. Why didn't you come to discuss it with us? Marrying a dead man, what are you thinking? Whether it's Master Shen or even the Emperor, once dead, they are of no use." Su Qingyu, startled, shot him a glare.
Cousin, what are you saying?
Such words cannot be spoken so carelessly. Be mindful. The walls have ears. Lin Wenba recognized the impropriety of his remark, but continued his tirade. "I've heard about Shen Zhao. If you do not wish to marry him, I have plenty of ways to assist you. Why leap into the pit of the Shen family? If you fear being bullied, I could find you a match within the Lin clan." Su Qingyu quickly interrupted Lin Wenba, knowing he was prone to lengthy discourse. "Second cousin, I have come to you for a serious matter." Lin Wenba raised his brows, amused. "What serious matter? Speak. I've heard you are now managing the family business. You are not here to ask for my help, are you?" Su Qingyu thought to herself that she was not here to seek assistance, but rather to prolong the Lin family's legacy. Chapter 20. Entrapment in a Past Life. The provinces of Shaanxi and Gansu experienced earthquakes, and avalanches occurred in the Tianshan Mountains. The court promptly mobilized grain from northern Jili for disaster relief. As an imperial merchant, the Lin family spared no effort in aiding the victims. However, the earthquake happened during the first month of the lunar calendar, when grain supplies in northern Jili were already strained. Transporting grain from Jiangnan required time. At that time, Mother was gravely ill, and all matters of the Ho residence were entrusted to Gu Ruoyun. One day, Gu Ruoyun unexpectedly sent 5,000 stones of rice to the Lin family, claiming it was procured from local farmers. At that time, the price of rice in the capital had surged from 1 or 2 taels per stone to 16 taels per stone. The Lin family rejoiced, as the court had been pressuring major imperial merchants to fully assist the disaster relief efforts. Upon receiving the grain, the Lin family quickly distributed porridge and rice. But that batch of grain caused the deaths of thousands of victims. Uncle personally came to the capital, dispersing much of his wealth to save the Lin family. In the aftermath, Gu Ruoyun knelt before the Lin family, and Uncle suspected she had been schemed against, opting not to pursue the matter further. In her past life, Su Qingyu believed her aunt was deceived. However, reflecting now, it was evident that someone had conspired with Gu Ruoyun against the Lin family. This was certainly not a plan that Gu Ruoyun could devise alone. There had to be others aiming to bring the Lin family to ruin. Being in a situation where the enemy lurked in the shadows while they remained in the light was uncomfortable, necessitating constant vigilance against hidden daggers.
Saben suinjuing guayerth gasen.
Whose influence does the Lin family rely on to operate as imperial merchants? The Lin family had once been the largest grain merchants in Jiangnan, but only in the past 3 or 4 years had they begun to earn silver from the court as imperial merchants. Lin Wenba, not comprehending Su Qingyu's inquiry, replied, "The Lin family operates as imperial merchants by relying on Master Shen. My father once had a fleeting acquaintance with him and assisted him, out of gratitude." He spoke on behalf of the Lin family. Su Qingyu took a deep breath, recalling the troublesome matters involving the Shen family from her past life. It is often said that when a tree falls, the monkeys scatter, yet sometimes it is a necessity to disperse. After the demise of Master Shen in his previous life, the Shen family gradually began to face difficulties. This was partly due to the mediocre capabilities of both branches of the family. However, a significant reason was the retaliatory strikes from Master Shen's former political adversaries against the Shen clan. If Uncle had followed in Master Shen's footsteps, he would have been tagged as part of the Shen family, and it was not surprising that there were those in the court who coveted the Lin family's profitable avenues. "Dear cousin, what are the current grain prices in Jiangnan?" Lin Wenbai inquired. As of now, It's approximately 1 tael of silver per share. Given that it's year-end, prices tend to be a bit higher at this time. During the autumn harvest, the average price hovers around 8 cents of silver. Why do you ask? Su Qingyu then asked, how much silver can you mobilize at present? Lin Wenbai calculated briefly and responded, about 5 to 600,000 taels. But this silver must be returned to my father by year-end. With her youthful fingers tapping against the armrest of her chair, Su Qingyu pondered aloud. We must find a way to acquire 100,000 share of grain and transport it to the capital before the year ends. Is that feasible? In less than 2 months, the acquisition and transportation weighed heavily on her mind. However, Lin Wenbai was taken aback. Have you lost your senses? Right now, grain prices are at their peak. 100,000 share? We may not even sell it all by next autumn. Once the new harvest arrives, we'll be left with unsold stock. Su Qingyu was at a loss on how to explain her perspective to Lin Wenbai, but her resolve to gather as much grain as possible remained firm. After a moment's thought, she asked him mysteriously, are you familiar with Master Sen? Noticing her secretive demeanor, Lin Wenbai leaned in closer and lowered his voice. Of course. I've heard that Master Xian's skills in observing celestial phenomena and divination surpass even those of the Zhengshi from the Imperial Astronomy Bureau. I visited Hugui Temple yesterday and personally heard Master Xian praying to the Buddha. He mentioned that in 2 months there would be a natural disaster in North Jili, leading to widespread suffering and famine among the people. Since we are aware of this, we must prepare early. Lin Wenbai was visibly shocked. He knew that Su Qingyu had gone to Hugui Temple, as he had intended to inquire about her marriage at the Ho residence, but was informed she was there. He reasoned that she would not gather 100,000 share of grain without cause. If what Master Xian predicted were true, preparation was indeed necessary. In business, the one who seizes the opportunity first will emerge victorious. Lin Wenbai concluded, this decision is beyond my authority. I must return to Yunzhou to consult my father. Acquiring 100,000 share of grain cannot be done without his consent. It requires the full strength of the Lin family. Su Qingyu agreed, saying that is prudent. But you must ensure that this matter remains discreet. Send out unfamiliar faces to procure grain without bearing the Lin family's banner. Lin Wenbai nodded, I understand. I will speak to my father about it. The fewer people who know, the better, especially since the disaster has yet to occur. Spreading rumors will only lead to unnecessary speculation. After discussing further precautions with Lin Wenbai, Su Qingyu boarded the carriage back to the Ho residence. Upon arriving at the Huahua gate, she saw Amber anxiously waiting there. As Su Qingyu alighted from the carriage, Amber hurriedly approached her and whispered, Miss, the Lord is waiting to interrogate you. Su Qingyu raised an eyebrow. Interrogate me? What is happening? Following closely behind, Amber explained, the third miss attempted to take her own life today and was caught by the Lord. She claims that Zhou Zheng is your paramour, and that your clandestine meetings have implicated her. She even accuses you of intentionally harming her. Before Amber could finish, they were interrupted by the butler, Su Zhong, who blocked their path. Miss, the Lord has been waiting for you in Songha Hall all day. You should go to him now. A scowl creased Su Qingyu's exquisite features as she replied coldly, then let us proceed. In the side hall of Songha Hall, the old madam and Su Qingyu occupied the main seats, while Gu Ruoyun comforted the weeping Aunt Shui. Upon Su Qingyu's entrance, Aunt Shui reacted as if she had seen a mortal enemy, rising to hurl insults at her. You wretched girl! Your own disgraceful behavior has led to my daughter's ruin. I shall not rest until I see you dead. You shall not have a good end. Aunt Shui's tirade grew increasingly vile. Devoid of any semblance of dignity befitting a concubine of the Ho family, descending instead into a cacophony reminiscent of a village shrew. A chill descended upon Su Qingyu's countenance. With a sharp crack, she struck Aunt Shui, sending her staggering backwards. Are you awake now? If not, drag her away and give her a beating. Chapter 21. Enforcing family discipline. Gu Ruoyun, witnessing the scene, studied Aunt Shui and said to Su Qingyu, Qingyu, regardless of her words, she is still an elder. How can you resort to violence? Su Qingyu cast a sardonic look at Gu Ruoyun. She is but a concubine. What right does she have to claim elder status? In families like ours, a concubine or a secondary wife can never become the master. Dear cousin, would you not agree? Gu Ruoyun's expression shifted, caught between indignation and restraint. The icy glint in Su Qingyu's eyes cut through the air like a dagger, startling Gu Ruoyun. Su Qingyu, witnessing the exchange, slammed his palm on the table, the force causing the teacups to clatter. Wretched girl. You have caused such a calamity and show no remorse? Su Qingyu took a deep breath, restraining herself from striking Su Qingye. You claim I have caused trouble. Where is your evidence? Even the Ministry of Justice requires proof in their investigations. You cannot wrongfully accuse someone. Seated nearby, the old madam, her eyes narrowed as she fiddled with her small leaf prayer beads, maintained an inscrutable expression. Suddenly she spoke. Bring Yihui and Yuankai in. We must clarify this matter face to face. Before long, Su Yuankai and Su Yihui entered the room. Su Yihui wore a face of grievance as she approached Su Qingyu, casting a fierce glare. Seeing her children, Aunt Shui regained her composure and urged, Yihui, repeat what you just said, so your elder sister cannot deny it. Su Yihui glanced at Su Qingyu and recounted, last night. My elder sister called me to her room to chat. We were speaking well until suddenly there was a knock at the door and the sound of a man's voice. I was terrified and asked my sister who it was. She grabbed a handkerchief and covered my face, rendering me unconscious. That handkerchief must have been laced with sedatives. She did it on purpose. After Su Yihui finished, Su Yuankai stepped forward, addressing the old madam and Su Qingye, grandmother, father, that young Master Zhou has confessed, stating that he and Su Qingyu have known each other for some time and that their meeting at the temple was prearranged. Su Qingyu even suggested giving her younger sister to him. Fortunately, young Master Su happened to pass by, otherwise the consequences would have been dire. The siblings believed they had presented an impeccable case. The incident occurred in Su Qingyu's room, with witnesses to corroborate. As long as the old madam and mother believed their version, if Zhou Zheng maintained his accusations, the matter would be settled.
Su Chen-ye that Qingyu, rebuking.
What more do you have to say? Our Su family's legitimate daughter has committed such a disgraceful act. You have brought me nothing but disappointment. Su Qingyu showed no signs of fear, regarding Su Yuankai and Zhou Zheng with a hint of derision. Does my elder brother know young Master Zhou?
Su Yuankai está mered, no.
How could we possibly know each other? With a light laugh, Su Qingyu replied, but my elder brother and young Master Zhou are quite familiar. They are both esteemed guests of the courtesan at Xiangchuan Tower. They have often indulged in wine and games together, frequently visiting the casino on Yong'an Street. Father can send someone to inquire at Xiangchuan Tower or the casino. They're well acquainted. Su Yuankai stood frozen, his complexion paling as Su Qingyu's words unraveled the truth. How do you know this? Su Qingyu chuckled lightly. I spent 3 taels of silver this morning to investigate. This information was something she had heard in her previous life, and she had never anticipated it would serve her today. Brother, given your close relationship with young Master Zhou, weren't you both on the mountain together? What was your purpose for ascending the mountain? Before Su Yuankai could respond, he raised his voice, commanding, bring the items in. A servant entered, bearing a warm stove, which he presented to Su Qingyu. It was unmistakably the one that Su Yihui had lost. Su Yihui's eyes widened in disbelief. She had only realized it was missing after boarding the carriage, assuming she had left it at the Hugua Temple. How then did it end up in Su Qingyu's possession? Su Qingyu placed the warm stove on the table between Su Qingye and the matriarch, then continued, the brocade wrapping the stove is embroidered with lotus leaves. And I had someone investigate. The stitches are identical to those of my third sister's maid, Cui Lu. Furthermore, this stove was purchased by the household at the onset of winter, with each one being unique and documented in the account books. The incense within is not the sort typically used by young ladies. Even a physician could discern its nature. Father, grandmother, after completing the rites yesterday, I returned to my chamber. Feeling uneasy about the woods behind the main residence, I sought refuge in the side room, hoping to share the space with Pearl. I am unaware of why my third sister entered my room, nor do I comprehend how young Master Zhou managed to burst in. I implore you, father and grandmother, to investigate thoroughly, or simply send young Master Zhou to the Ministry of Justice. I too wish to understand why he intruded upon my chamber in the dead of night, and who placed aphrodisiac in my third sister's incense burner. After her statement, the matriarch ceased her meditation, her piercing gaze fixed on Su Yuankai and his sister. Su Qingye's expression reflected disbelief, his countenance dark with fury. Aunt Shui occasionally glanced at the matriarch, clearly terrified. Gu Ruoyan lowered her head, a profound disappointment flickering in her eyes. Su Qingyu recognized their hidden agendas and chose not to delve deeper, instead pressing Su Qingye for his intended course of action. I share no grievance with Zhou Zheng. Why has he sullied my reputation? Perhaps we should send him to the ministry for interrogation. Could it be that he is being manipulated by someone plotting against our family? Both Su Qingye and the matriarch, seasoned individuals, were not oblivious to the intricacies at play. The rivalries among the young ladies and gentlemen of the household were trivial to them. If such tensions could ignite a competitive spirit, it would be beneficial, provided it did not tarnish the family's reputation or jeopardize the marriages of the younger generation. The incident at Hugua Temple had already escalated to the imperial court by morning, turning the Pingning Marquisate into a laughingstock of the capital. Little did they know, Su Qingye had been seething since dawn, wishing to exact vengeance on Su Qingyu. Now aware that the fault did not lie with Su Qingyu, his ire shifted towards Su Yuankai and Su Yihui. Bring forth the family law, Su Qingye commanded in a grave tone. The mention of family law sent Aunt Shui nearly into a faint. Su Qingyu timely supported her, whispering, "This matter is not entirely my brother's fault. He acted in defense of his cousin. I am unsure if this scheme originated with him or was concocted by his cousin." Her voice was hushed, meant solely for their ears. Aunt Shui, who had harbored resentment towards Su Qingyu, now redirected her ire toward Cheng Rujin. She was aware of her son's feelings for Cheng Rujin, yet she had not anticipated he would go so far for her sake. Having acted foolishly, he had also unwittingly exposed the scheme. At this moment, Gu Ruiyun approached to console her, saying, "Aunt Shui, this isn't entirely the eldest Mrs. fault. She was merely looking out for herself, disregarding her brother and sister." What was intended as instigation, in Aunt Shui's ears, transformed into an attempt to absolve responsibility. She forcefully shoved Gu Ruiyun aside, exclaiming, "No need for your insincere sympathy. It is your precious daughter who has caused this mess." Chapter 22. Punishment. The atmosphere descended into chaos as Aunt Shui accused Cheng Rujin of being the source of calamity, inciting trouble among the family cousins. Gu Ruiyun lamented their plight as innocent orphans, feigning an intent to take her daughter away in despair. Of course, this was merely a tactic to elicit pity from Su Qingye. However, both he and the matriarch's expressions turned grim. Cheng Rujin was of Su blood. Su Yuankai was akin to her brother. Should Su Yuankai harbor ulterior motives, a silent exchange of glances between mother and son conveyed their mutual understanding. As Gu Ruiyun and Aunt Shui quarreled, the housekeeper presented the family law. The Su family's law was a whip, said to have been used by the first generation of the Pingning Marquis during the expansion of the empire, now 3 centuries old. Su Qingye seized the whip, cracking it through the air, and declared, "Silence." Upon hearing this, Gu Ruiyun released her grip on Aunt Shui's hair. Yet Aunt Shui's long nails remained embedded in Gu Ruiyun's face, causing her to cry out in pain as blood trickled from her left cheek.
Su Henge's brow furrowed.
He could not fathom how their household had descended into such disarray. Remove Aunt Shui and tend to her wounds. Su Yuankai and Su Yihui shall remain. Each will receive 10 lashes as punishment. Cheng Rujin will depart for Xixin Temple in Yunzhou before nightfall for her reformation. Cheng Rujin could no longer remain in the Marquisate. Su Qingye feared for his son's future should she linger. Gu Ruiyun knelt beside Su Qingye, pleading, "Cousin, you cannot do this. She is your own niece. How can you send her to a temple?" Su Qingye leaned closer, grinding his teeth as he whispered, "Did you not see Su Yuankai's inappropriate intentions? I cannot allow her to ruin my son. This matter must proceed as I decree. Do not force my hand." His eyes glinted with a ruthlessness that allowed no room for negotiation. Gu Ruiyun understood that mere threats would not suffice to sway him. Provoking him would endanger their lives. While adept at manipulating emotions, she now retreated, acknowledging, "You are right, cousin, I understand." Aunt Shui, upon hearing the siblings would face punishment, contemplated intervening. But the severity of Su Qingye's expression deterred her. With a swift glance, she approached the matriarch. "Matriarch, I recognize the gravity of their transgressions, but the lashes will leave scars. What shall we do afterward? Could we consider an alternative form of punishment?" Aunt Shui's inquiry was laced with caution, wary of inciting the matriarch's ire. The matriarch pondered briefly before responding to Su Qingye. "Aunt Shui raises a valid point. Let them kneel in the Buddhist hall for 3 days instead." A hint of derision surfaced in Su Qingyu's downcast gaze, yet she refrained from further comment. The Su family was not blessed with a bountiful lineage, and the matriarch was reluctant to punish her grandson severely. As for Su Yihui, she was still to negotiate with the Su family, and the matriarch would not permit her to be harmed at this time. With matters settled, Su Qingyu exited Songhe Hall with a smile, anticipating that once Cheng Rujin was dispatched to Xixin Temple, she would be able to act with greater liberty. Upon returning to Bihue Pavilion, she encountered several of the house's stewardesses. Under Lin's management, they merely oversaw accounts without fostering loyalty. Consequently, while they did not dare to act recklessly, their allegiance was not unwavering. Now that Su Qingyu had assumed control, they regarded her with disdain, which she chose not to confront, simply insisting that the account books be submitted promptly, as per usual. Once they departed, she perused the previous account books, absorbing the information with remarkable speed. As dusk approached, Pearl hurried in, exclaiming, "Miss, it seems the cousin cannot go to Cixin Temple after all."
Su Qingyu furolet herbrov.
Looking up at Pearl, "What has happened?" Pearl replied, fuming. The items Cheng Rujin intended to take have been loaded onto the carriage, but the Shen family arrived unexpectedly, stating their intention to take Cheng Rujin as a concubine for their eldest son, to enter the household once the mourning period concludes. Su Qingyu looked at Pearl in confusion. Why has the Shen family suddenly changed their mind? The other day, it was clear that the old matriarch had no desire to accept Cheng Rujin. I intended to resolve matters while both families were still in limbo. Certainly, something must have happened. Otherwise, the Shen family would not have allowed Shen Zhao to take a concubine at this time. With the uncle's remains still fresh, it would reflect poorly on the nephew to hastily take a concubine. Just then, Zhenju remarked, I inquired. But the Shen family has been tight-lipped and refuses to divulge anything. While the two were conversing, Amber entered, lifting the curtain. She leaned in close to Su Qingyu and whispered, Miss, I found out that after we left that day, young Master Shen refused to eat or drink, kneeling before the spirit of Granduncle Shen. Even when Grandmother Shen called him to rise, he remained unmoved. Outsiders believe he is dutifully mourning, but in reality, he is using this as leverage to insist that our cousin be brought into the family. It is said that since today, he has not only abstained from food and drink, but has also been repeatedly bowing, causing his forehead to bleed, which frightened Grandmother Shen and prompted her to send someone to us. Su Qingyu turned to Amber. How did you manage to find this out? Wasn't it said that the Shen family is notoriously secretive? Amber lowered her gaze and replied, The servant who serves tea in the outer courtyard is my cousin. This information was conveyed by the steward of the Shen family to the Marquis. Ever since Su Qingyu scolded Amber over the calligraphy incident, Amber had been particularly diligent in her duties. Su Qingyu nodded in satisfaction. You have done well. Take that red gold plum blossom hairpin and wear it. And here are 5 taels of silver for your cousin. Amber thanked her for the reward and added, When I came over, the Marquis had already instructed someone to return our cousin's belongings. Regarding the sudden turn of events, Su Qingyu remained composed, merely instructing a few attendants to keep an eye on Cheng Rujin before continuing to examine the account books. Dinner consisted of several vegetarian dishes and a bowl of mixed grain porridge. After the meal, intending to return to the study to review the accounts, Amber hurried in again. Miss, our cousin has instructed the kitchen to prepare several dishes and has gone to grandmother's small Buddhist hall to see young Master Shen and Miss An. Su Qingyu's red lips parted, asking, What dishes were prepared? There are fried silverfish, crispy duck, candied pork knuckle, dressed mustard greens, and honey-glazed lotus root. The kitchen's matron is likely an associate of my aunt, but I specially inquired, and she revealed nothing. A smile graced Su Qingyu's lips. Come, let us visit grandmother. Chapter 23. Eating meat in the Buddhist hall? Inside Songha Hall, Su Qingyu knelt beside the matriarch, her eyes red-rimmed, while her maid, Jade, held a food box. The matriarch was in her chamber, gently fingering her prayer beads. Upon noticing Su Qingyu's tearful expression, she asked, What troubles you? With a humble demeanor, Su Qingyu replied, Grandmother, I am worried about my younger sister and elder brother. It is so cold today. If they do not eat, they might fall ill, which would be dire. The matriarch was taken aback by Su Qingyu's concern for her siblings, despite having endured a scheme herself, and a look of appreciation softened her features. It is commendable that you still think of them, but they must endure. Having committed such a grave mistake, kneeling for 3 days is lenient. Su Qingyu gently took the matriarch's arm, playfully urging, Grandmother, let me plead on behalf of my brother and younger sister. I prepared a few vegetarian dishes. Shall we go see them and let them have a little sustenance? Su Qingyu, already strikingly beautiful, appeared even more endearing as she pleaded. The matriarch, unable to refuse such earnestness, glanced at the sky and replied, Very well, let us go now. The sooner we return, the better. With a smile, Su Qingyu helped the matriarch to her feet, and together they made their way to the Buddhist hall in the back courtyard of Songha Hall. As they pushed open the door to the outer chamber of the hall, laughter and chatter could be heard from within. It was Chung Rujin's voice. "Cousin, you must try this crispy duck. I had the kitchen fry it a bit longer just for you. Third cousin, this silverfish was specially prepared for you. Do tell me if it pleases your palate." Then came Su Yuankai's voice. "Thank you, cousin. It is fortunate to have you thinking of us. As for that Su Qingyu, I will ensure she has no opportunity to rise again." The matriarch's face darkened as she strode into the hall. Inside, the three were seated on the floor. Su Yuankai and Su Yihui were indulging in their meal, greasy lips betraying their delight. The matriarch, who typically offered prayers in the early morning and did not visit at night, found the sight before her disheartening. The three, kneeling on the ground, were taken aback by her fearsome gaze, instinctively shrinking their necks. Chung Rujin was the quickest to react, hastily kneeling and pleading, "Grandmother, please do not be angry. This was my fault. I thought of the cold weather and how fasting could harm their health, and I forgot the rules of the Buddhist hall. I humbly accept your punishment." Su Yuankai and Su Yihui soon followed suit, kneeling beside her and seeking forgiveness, their expressions less sincere than Chung Rujin's. Especially Su Yuankai, who, while asking for mercy, was audibly swallowing his food. The matriarch, chest heaving with anger, commanded her chief maid, Ji Chun, "Go inform the marquis. I want to invoke the family laws today. I shall punish these three miscreants in the Buddhist hall." Su Qingyu supported the matriarch, gently rubbing her back and soothing, "Grandmother, please calm your anger. My cousin was merely concerned for her elder brother, albeit forgetting our family's rules. After all, she is not truly one of us. So it is somewhat understandable." The matriarch recalled Chung Rujin's background, and a flicker of disdain crossed her features. Previously, she had deemed the girl clever and considerate, but now she perceived her as lacking discernment. "Bujin, you are to become a concubine in the Shen family, though you are not a daughter of the Su family. You have grown up here. Once you join the Shen family, you must not behave in such a manner. Do not bring shame upon our household." The matriarch's insistence on her not being one of the Su family was a deliberate reprimand, stemming from her reluctance to acknowledge Rujin's identity. Chung Rujin, head bowed and teeth clenched, harbored intense resentment towards Su Qingyu. If it were not for her, how could the matriarch have come at this moment? "Yes, grandmother. I shall never dare again." Shortly after, Marquis Su Qingye strode in, followed by the steward, Su Zhong, who carried a whip in his hands. On the way, Su Qingye had already learned of the situation, and upon entering, he swiftly lashed the whip against Su Yuankai's back.
"Ah!"
Su Yuankai cried out in agony, blood seeping from his back. A wave of satisfaction washed over Su Qingyu, bringing her a sense of relief. After delivering 3 lashes, Su Qingye finally ceased his strikes. Su Yuankai, unaccustomed to such punishment, knelt by Su Qingye's legs, pleading for mercy. The matriarch, standing silently by, continued her silent prayer. Her eyes narrowed as she twisted the small prayer beads. When Su Qingye halted, she spoke, "It is improper to strike a girl. As for these two, let them kneel for 3 days. Yuan Momo, you shall oversee them. They are not to receive food nor allowed to slack off. Ensure they kneel properly for 3 days." Punishment through kneeling in the Buddhist hall is a common disciplinary measure among noble families. Ordinary kneeling allows for brief rests and even the chance to nap. However, this time, the matriarch was particularly stern, allowing no leniency. Kneeling for 3 days in the bitter cold could cost 1/2 of their life. Without waiting for any pleas, the matriarch turned and left, clearly unwilling to say more. Su Qingye, seeing this, ordered the servants to carry Su Yuankai away before departing himself. Only Chung Rujin, Su Yihui, and Yuan Momo remained in the Buddhist hall, accompanied by the maid, Pan Xia. "Ladies, please kneel properly," Yuan Momo instructed in a deep voice. The two had no choice but to kneel facing the Buddha. Su Qingyu glanced at the food box in her hands and lamented. "It seems I must take these vegetarian dishes back with me. Once you two are free, I shall prepare a feast to welcome you." The following morning, upon rising, Su Qingyu learned that 2 gatekeepers had been dismissed from Songha Hall. She smiled faintly. It was time for some house cleaning. After breakfast and greeting the matriarch, Su Qingyu instructed Junju to summon her mother's maid Lin Er. Lin Er, over 40 years old, managed the dowry properties of the Lin family, which included farmlands on the outskirts and properties within the city. "Miss, you summon me?" Lin Er inquired, having entered and performed her greeting. Su Qingyu gestured for him to take a seat, instructed someone to bring tea, and then spoke softly. Uncle Lin, I have a matter that requires your assistance. Please help me find a reliable and clever individual to investigate some affairs in Xuanfu. Upon hearing Su Qingyu's serious tone, Lin Er's expression became solemn. As you command, Mississippi. Su Qingyu continued, I suspect that Su Yuanjia is not of my father's bloodline. My father brought this child back from Xuanfu, and that concubine named Mou was taken in during my father's exile. I would like to ask you to investigate whether Mou was indeed pregnant and the details surrounding the birth. If they claim that Su Yuanjia was born of the concubine Mou, then I shall play along and see what they have to say in the end. Lin Er's countenance changed upon hearing this. The matter was of great significance. I will personally make a trip to Xuanfu and will state that I have family matters to attend to. Su Qingyu pondered for a moment and replied, That is agreeable. With your meticulousness, I can rest assured. She then whispered, If that child was not born of Mou, we must ensure that the evidence is documented. It would be best if you could bring back whoever can confirm this. Do not be concerned about spending money. Take plenty with you. Furthermore, remember, regardless of the findings, you must return before the new year. Chapter 24. The Frightened Peacock. After Lin Er departed, Su Qingyu had yet to take a sip of her tea when Mr. Bai from the accounts office arrived. Miss, we have sold 2 pieces of calligraphy from the previous dynasty. The buyer has offered 100,000 taels. Here is the contract. Please affix your seal. Mr. Bai appeared cautious, fearing that he might be held responsible if things went awry. Su Qingyu scanned the document quickly and found nothing amiss. So she took out her seal and pressed her hand upon it. Very well, have the 300,000 taels ready for me? Mr. Bai stroked his beard and replied, Miss, you must retrieve the IOU before I can provide you with the banknotes. Su Qingyu handed the IOU to Mr. Bai for him to record. In truth, although the account was under the Su family's name, the IOU had long been in the hands of the Lin family, who had no intention of reclaiming the money. Prior to the Lin family's trip to the hot spring villa, Su Qingyu had already secured the IOU for herself. I will prepare the banknotes right away and deliver them to you shortly. Before long, Mr. Bai himself brought the 300,000 taels and remarked, Miss, after returning this amount to the Lin family, our household might not have enough funds for purchasing New Year's goods. Su Qingyu remained unfazed, replying casually, It matters not. We will manage according to the funds we have. She thought for a moment and added, In the future, the accounts for Mother's dowry and those of the Marquis's household must be separated. The living expenses of the Marquis's household shall no longer rely on my mother's South dowry estate. She intended to clarify the accounts so that the people of the Marquis's household would understand whose support had sustained their prosperous lives over the years, preventing the overwhelming wealth from blinding their eyes. Mr. Bai was momentarily taken aback, then inwardly lamented that this task was becoming increasingly difficult. Without relying on the lady's dowry, would the people of the Marquis's household be left to fend for themselves? However, Su Qingyu was unconcerned. She merely followed proper procedures to clarify the accounts. Who could challenge her on that? As for whether her grandmother's blood swallow could still be enjoyed, or whether her younger sister's jewelry could still be afforded, those were beyond her considerations. Su Qingyu diligently perused the household accounts for 2 consecutive days and gained a basic understanding of the inner workings. The household had been particularly quiet these past few days. The 2 young ladies were still kneeling in the Buddhist hall. The eldest young master had been beaten to the point of not being able to rise from his bed, and the masters all wore grim faces, causing the servants to tread carefully in their tasks. Only in Su Qingyu's Bishi pavilion was the atmosphere relatively relaxed. When Jinju learned some news outside, she hurried in to report, Miss, I've heard that Auntie Biao has been kneeling before the old lady all morning, pleading for her to release Miss Biao. But the old lady sent her back. Jinju couldn't help but stifle a laugh as she spoke. Su Qingyu shook her head, casting a smiling glance at Jinju. You should learn from Fei Sui and be more composed. If you are so capricious, how will you fare when you marry? Just moments ago, Jinju had been filled with mirth, but her face instantly reddened with embarrassment. What are you saying, miss? I shall not marry. I will serve you for a lifetime. Su Qingyu, however, was contemplating her own steward and planning to find a reliable person for these girls. The 2 of them, each with their own thoughts, fell into silence. Miss, the Su family has come to propose a marriage for the 3rd young lady and the 6th young master of the Su family. Fei Sui entered, breaking the stillness. Su Qingyu retracted her wandering thoughts and casually remarked, This matter has been pending for nearly 3 days, and only now does the Su family come to propose. It shows a lack of sincerity. Logically, after both families were implicated, the Su family should have sent someone that very afternoon. The delay of 2 to 3 days suggests their dissatisfaction with the union, yet they felt compelled to propose given the situation had escalated to the imperial court. Nonetheless, for the Su family, forming a connection with the Su family was still a matter of joy. The current Minister of the Interior, Su Yixiang, who had served in the cabinet for over a decade and was greatly favored by the emperor, was the one who would be aligned with Su Yihui.
Su Lianping,
Who had successfully formed a bond with Su Yihui, was the illegitimate grandson of Su Yixiang, referred to as the sixth young master. The engagement news between the Su and Su families soon spread throughout the Marquis' household, and the next day Su Yihui and Cheng Rujin were released. Su Yihui returned to change her attire and then came to Bishi Pavilion, dressed in a peach-red gown adorned with gold and a hairpin embedded with jewels. Her chin was almost lifted high upon entering. Qingyu observed Su Yihui and, for some reason, her mind conjured the image of the frizzed peacock from the classic of mountains and seas. She tilted her head to gaze at the intricately carved beams, striving to suppress the smile tugging at her lips. Seeing Qingyu fiddling with a warm jade hairpin, Su Yihui approached, picked it up for a closer look. Her eyes filled with deep jealousy. Why was it that Qingyu always seemed to effortlessly acquire such fine treasures? While she thought this, her lips curled into a disdainful smile. Such items, do they truly deserve your admiration? The Su family's betrothal gifts must be worth far more. In truth, the Su family had not yet sent any gifts. She merely sought to undermine Qingyu with her comments. In Su Yihui's view, the Su family's gifts would undoubtedly be impressive. Feigning surprise, Qingyu replied, "The Su family truly cares for my third sister. This hairpin was a coming-of-age gift from my uncle, valued at over 8,000 taels. If the Su family's betrothal gifts could match such a piece, then my sister's betrothal would be the most extravagant in the capital." Su Yihui's expression faltered at this revelation. That warm jade hairpin was worth over 8,000 taels. Even for marrying a legitimate wife, the Su family would not use such an expensive hairpin, would they? The more prestigious the family, the more rules there were. For example, in the Su family, the betrothal gifts for the legitimate daughter amounted to 20,000 taels, while the illegitimate daughters received only 10,000 taels. As for the dowry from close relatives, that would be calculated separately. When Qingyu married, Lady Lin would allocate part of her own dowry for her, and the maternal family would also provide generous contributions. For Su Yihui, who lacked support from a wealthy maternal family, her dowry would appear somewhat meager. The more she gazed at the hairpin, the more frustrated she became. Why was she the illegitimate daughter? Why did she not have a wealthy maternal family? Lost in these thoughts, her grip on the hairpin inadvertently loosened, sending it sliding down. A glimmer of excitement flashed in Su Yihui's eyes. Since she could not possess the 8,000-tael hairpin, neither could Qingyu. She refused to believe that if it broke, Qingyu would demand compensation. If pressed for reimbursement, she would go to her grandmother and weep, for no amount of money was worth sacrificing the bonds between sisters. Was it? Just as the hairpin was about to hit the ground, Feitsue, who had been attending nearby, quickly bent down and caught it in her hand. "Miss Sand, please be cautious. If this were to break, would you be able to compensate with your betrothal gifts?" Feitsue's tone was somewhat cold, and after speaking, she carefully retreated to the side, securing the hairpin. Chapter 25. Cooking in person. Su Yihui left Bishi Pavilion, stifling her anger, and headed straight for the residence of Aunt Xue in Shuexiong Courtyard. "Dear Aunt, how much dowry will I receive when I marry?" Su Yihui eagerly inquired upon entering the room. Aunt Xue pondered for a moment before responding. "The dowry for a legitimate daughter is 20,000 taels, while that for a concubine's daughter is 10,000 taels. We shall prepare according to this standard. The madam has gone to rest, but I shall personally oversee your dowry, ensuring that every item is meticulously chosen for you." However, Su Yihui replied, 10,000 taels is hardly sufficient. "Aunt, could you please discuss with father the possibility of increasing my dowry? It would give me confidence when I marry into the Su family. The eldest lady of the Su family is the legitimate daughter of the Duke of Duan, and I have heard that she arrived with a grand procession of bridal gifts. With only 10,000 taels, I fear I will be bullied by my sisters-in-law." Upon hearing this, Aunt Xue's expression grew serious. It was unfortunate that Su Yihui was born into a lesser status. If she had a more esteemed lineage, the dowry would be less of a concern. Although the Su family adhered to such customs, Su Yihui's arguments were not without merit. The Su family was indeed one of the most powerful households in the realm, and a larger dowry could potentially benefit the Marquis's future prospects as well. With this thought, Aunt Xue felt reassured. What did it matter if she was a concubine's daughter? As long as the marriage was advantageous, the family would regard their daughter with greater esteem. Yihui, I will certainly speak to your father about this matter. You must not leave for your marriage in a state of embarrassment, she promised. Seeing Aunt Xue's determination, Su Yihui felt a sense of relief and resolved to ensure she had a fitting bridal headdress. The Su family had recently arranged marriages for 3 daughters, 2 of which were scandalous, and 1 involved marrying a deceased man. Consequently, the Su family maintained a low profile, and even Su Qingyu rarely ventured out for social gatherings, returning directly home after court. For several days, Su Qingyu meticulously reviewed the household accounts, yet she could not find a single person to assist her. Nor did she bother to inquire further. The stewards, once anxious, now breathed a sigh of relief, speculating that perhaps the eldest miss could not comprehend the accounts at all. One morning, as Su Qingyu prepared to send clothing to the Lin family, the maid Fate Sue entered with news. Miss, Madame Zhao from the Duke of Wei's household has arrived to discuss the marriage details with the Shen family. Madame Zhao was the younger sister of the late matriarch of the Shen family, and given that the family was still in mourning, her visit was understandable. I recall that Madame Zhao adheres to a vegetarian diet. Please check with grandmother's small kitchen to see if they are lacking anything and inform me, Su Qingyu instructed. After Fate Sue departed, she ordered another maid, Maneo, to select a simple yet elegant outfit for her, anticipating that grandmother would summon her to greet Madame Zhao. She wished to be adequately prepared to avoid any potential embarrassment. Just as Su Qingyu finished changing, Fate Sue rushed back in exclaiming, Miss, there's been a mishap. Both cooks in the old lady's small kitchen have fallen ill. Should we find a vegetarian chef? The main kitchen's cook could also prepare the dishes, but not with the same finesse. Under normal circumstances, this would not pose a problem, but with guests present today, any lapse in culinary quality would reflect poorly on Su Qingyu, the head of the household. Su Qingyu raised an eyebrow, her expression turning serious. I shall investigate. She found it too coincidental that as Madame Zhao entered, the cooks fell ill. If this was a deliberate act, it would be futile to summon more cooks. Quietly, Su Qingyu slipped through a side door into the small kitchen, which was in disarray. Several maids, usually responsible for washing and preparing vegetables, stood idle, unsure of what to do. Upon Su Qingyu's arrival, they looked to her for guidance. After assessing the situation, she rolled up her sleeves. You all may leave. One of the maids, Wang Pozi, stepped forward, a sly smile on her face. Miss, perhaps we should summon another vegetarian chef. We wouldn't want to risk the old lady's lunch. Su Qingyu shot her a cold glance. I can manage. You all may leave. Only Zhenju, and I will handle this. Wang Pozi, seeing the firmness in her eyes, attempted to placate her. If you wish to do it yourself, then let us stay to help with the washing and preparation. I fear you might struggle. Su Qingyu interrupted her. Leave. If the old lady's lunch is delayed, I will take full responsibility. The maids exchanged glances, their faces betraying amusement as they exited, murmuring among themselves, it's not that we refuse to help, but if something goes wrong, we cannot be blamed. Zhenju, indignant, said, Miss, they are being far too insolent. Serving the old lady should not give them such audacity. Su Qingyu scoffed, let them be. We must focus on preparing lunch. Zhenju, now anxious, exclaimed, but miss, I only know how to make late-night snacks and porridge. I can't prepare vegetarian dishes for the old lady. Su Qingyu shot her a look. It matters not if you cannot, I can. In her previous life, the old lady had cared for her greatly, and during her illness, Su Qingyu had served her, learning the art of vegetarian cooking. She assessed the ingredients in the kitchen, mentally planning the menu as Zhenju began washing and chopping vegetables under her direction. Miss, when did you learn to cook? Your presentation is quite impressive, Zhenju remarked, admiring the carved vegetable decorations. Do not be too quick to praise, Su Qingyu cautioned. First, we need to procure some pure vegetable oil. This oil contains animal fat. Chapter 26. The food is inedible. Zhenju paused, confused. How can you tell? It looks the same as the usual vegetable oil to me. Su Qingyu had no time to explain. Just say they are overwhelmed here. Go and fetch someone. I only need a small amount of pure vegetable oil, so bring it back discreetly in a small porcelain bottle. Do not raise any suspicions. Additionally, bring me a suitable outfit, she added. Zhenju nodded earnestly and left. After about 15 minutes, Qingyu returned with Feitsue, both carrying 4 small porcelain bottles filled with vegetable oil. The 3 of them worked in harmony, one tending the fire, another chopping vegetables, and the last cooking. As mealtime approached, they had prepared 8 vegetarian dishes and a soup. Su Qingyu donned a moonlight white satin coat adorned with intricate patterns and a blue skirt before leading the servants to the dining hall of Songhua Hall. Just as she entered, Su old lady and Madame Zhao arrived. Su Qingyu approached, bowing respectfully. The dishes today are prepared from what I learned at Hugua Temple a few days ago. I hope grandmother and Madame Zhao will find them satisfactory. Madame Zhao, in her 50s, was not tall but exuded vitality. Upon seeing Su Qingyu, her eyes lit up. No wonder my sister always praises you. With such beauty and demeanor, you are truly exceptional in the capital. As she spoke, she took Su Qingyu's hand and removed a jade bracelet of the finest quality, placing it onto Su Qingyu's wrist. Su Qingyu, accustomed to fine things, recognized its superior craftsmanship immediately. Madame Zhao, this bracelet is far too precious, Su Qingyu protested. Do not call me madam. You should refer to me as aunt. As a senior, I bestow this upon you, and you must accept it, Madame Zhao insisted. Yes, aunt, Su Qingyu responded obediently, and Madame Zhao beamed with delight, holding on to her hand. I take a liking to this girl. How I wish my Zhuxiu were alive to witness this. Nonetheless, since you have called me aunt, should you ever face any grievances in the Shen family, I shall certainly advocate for you, she promised. Su old lady smiled, adding, this child is impeccable in both speech and conduct. She manages all household affairs without burdening us. It is indeed a blessing to strengthen ties with the Duke of Wei's household. The ancestors of the Zhao family in the Duke of Wei's residence were founding heroes. 3 centuries have passed, and the current Duke of Wei still commands an army of 200,000 in Qianzhou, wielding formidable power that should not be underestimated. Su Qingyu assisted her 2 elders in taking their seats and personally lifted the lid off the dish. Grandmother, aunt, this dish is called Luohan tofu. The tofu is from the Hugua Temple, infused with a bit of mugwort scent from the hot spring village. As Su Qingyu was introducing the dish, hurried footsteps suddenly echoed from outside. The old Madame Su furrowed her brows, questioning who had such a lack of decorum as to disrupt her gathering.
Aunt.
This dish cannot be eaten today, Guoyun insisted, disregarding the servant's objections as she burst in, followed closely by Cheng Rujin, who carried a food box. Madame Zhao cast an irritable glance at Guoyun. What do you mean by this ruckus? Are you unaware that I have esteemed guests? Guoyun stepped forward to greet Madame Zhao, explaining, Aunt, I have just learned that the kitchen staff neglected to notice that the oil sent to the small kitchen was mixed with lard. The young lady is too inexperienced to have noticed it. Thankfully, neither you nor the Duke's wife have touched your chopsticks yet, otherwise, it would have been a grave mistake. It was Rujin, this clever girl, who learned that the cook for the vegetarian dishes was ill this morning and prepared several vegetarian dishes herself, intending to bring them to you. I rushed here upon hearing about the oil issue. Although Rujin's culinary skills were average, her sincerity was commendable, and Guoyun hoped the Duke's wife and aunt would overlook any shortcomings. Su Qingyu lowered her head, a cold smile gracing her lips. Guoyun was indeed impatient, barging in to claim credit without fear of repercussions. Madame Su looked at Su Qingyu, inquiring, what is going on? Su Qingyu, feeling somewhat aggrieved, turned her gaze towards Guoyun and said, what are you implying, cousin? Does grandmother's sincere wish for a vegetarian meal escape my understanding? I prepared all these dishes myself. How could there be lard? I know that after the incident at the Shen family, you and your cousin have harbored suspicions towards me, but this is unjust. Her voice trembled, barely holding back her tears. Seeing this, Madame Zhao quickly pulled Su Qingyu to her side, exclaiming, look at how distressed our dear girl is. I have been a vegetarian for 30 years. I can discern at a glance whether there is lard or not. I assure you, these dishes were prepared with pure vegetable oil. Madame Su immediately picked up her chopsticks, tasting a piece of bamboo shoot, then slammed them down heavily. Guoyun, these dishes were made with vegetable oil. There is not a trace of lard. What is the meaning of this commotion? Guoyun, taken aback, retorted, that is impossible. Madame Zhao furrowed her brow, turning to Madame Su and asking, who is this? At the inquiry, Guoyun hastily stepped forward, stating, Madam, I am Guoyun, and this is my daughter Rujin, who is also to be married into the Shen family. We will rely on Madame Zhao's support in the future. Rujin, go greet your aunt. As Rujin stepped forward, Madame Zhao interjected, "No. A concubine should not presume to establish familial ties. One ought to act according to one's status, saying only what is appropriate without overstepping." Madame Zhao then turned to Madame Su, saying, "We must be cautious in our household. We cannot allow insignificant individuals to bring calamity upon our family." Madame Su's face fell, and she forced a smile, replying, "You are right." She then shot a glare at Gu Ruiyun, commanding, "Get out of here." Thus, Gu Ruiyun and Cheng Rujin left the Songha Hall, their faces filled with shame. Su Qingyu remained with the two elder ladies for the meal, and after dining, when the servants brought tea, the two elder ladies began discussing marriage matters. A single comment from Madame Zhao left Su Qingyu in a state of shock. Chapter 27. Managing the household. Although Ji Xiu had departed, the third madam of the Shen family must not be wronged. The west courtyard, where Ji Xiu had resided, had begun renovations, and upon entering the residence, Su Qingyu moved into the west courtyard, free from the constraints of the first and second households. Su Qingyu stood frozen, recalling that in her previous life, the Shen family had sought a daughter from the Jiang family, a merchant, who was quietly brought to the old residence for the wedding and subsequently sent to a small house in the west of the city to live alone. How had everything changed upon her arrival? As Su Qingyu pondered this, she suddenly came to a realization. The daughter of a small merchant could not be compared to the daughter of a noble house. Her status necessitated that she reside in the Shen family's old residence. It was inconceivable that the Shen family would allow her to live in a small courtyard in the west of the city. She raised her head and smiled, saying, "Thank you, madam, for your kindness. I am truly flattered." Since it had come to this, she could only accept it gracefully. After all, she could not demand a separate household. Fortunately, the west courtyard had its own entrance, which should not hinder her from conducting her own affairs. After successfully sending Madame Zhao away, the two elders returned to the banquet hall of Songha Hall. Su Qingyu whispered, "Grandmother, today the cooks in the small kitchen fell ill, and someone mixed lard into the oil. I wish to conduct a thorough investigation. We cannot let the servants who deserve punishment go unpunished. If they dared to create trouble even while hosting esteemed guests, who knew what calamities they might cause in the future?" Madame Su's expression darkened, as her greatest concern was the reputation of the noble house. The earlier remarks from Madame Zhao had left her feeling embarrassed, and the thought of it now reignited her ire. "Investigate it. Whoever is responsible shall not be shielded. They will be dealt with severely. If you cannot be ruthless, come back to me. I shall handle it myself." Su Qingyu laughed lightly. "There is no need to trouble, grandmother. I will be marrying into the Shen family, and I must learn to handle these matters. If you trust me, I will take full responsibility." Madame Su replied with satisfaction, "You may take charge. Even if there are minor mistakes, do not fear. I will support you." These days, the household had been plagued with distressing matters one after another, and the old lady suddenly realized that this legitimate granddaughter was far superior to the others. Previously, she had thought Su Yihui was dignified and Cheng Rujin was endearing, but after observing them, she saw they were merely pretentious and superficial. With the old lady's approval, Su Qingyu rose and exited the main courtyard, heading towards the small kitchen in the back. The several matrons were picking vegetables at the door, and Su Qingyu looked down at them, commanding, "Bring these four to the Hanyan Pavilion." The Hanyan Pavilion was an abandoned courtyard, and Su Qingyu intended to root out the pests within the Shen family's inner chambers. Behind her were two sturdy matrons whom she had specifically requested from Yuan Mama. As the two matrons approached, they reprimanded, "Did you not hear the young lady's orders? Get up and walk over there on your own." In a side hall of the Hanyan Pavilion, Su Qingyu sat at the head, sipping tea, while the four matrons knelt on the floor.
Speak.
Who changed the oil? And who tampered with the medicine of the two chefs? The leading matron, Wang Pozi, stubbornly held her head high, defiantly replying, "Young lady, do not wrongfully accuse me. I have served in the small kitchen for over 10 years and have never done anything shameful." Su Qingyu slammed her teacup down on the table, producing a dull thud. "Do you think I would question you without having gathered enough evidence? I give you an opportunity to tell the truth. If you refuse, I shall speak on your behalf. Over the years, how much profit have you gained from the small kitchen? Do not think I am unaware. The deputy manager of the purchasing department in the large kitchen is your distant cousin, correct? And the minor manager in the small storeroom, who oversees the rare medicinal materials, is your son-in-law. I have calculated it. Your relatives hold lucrative positions, and over the years, they must have amassed at least 50,000 taels of silver." 50,000 taels. That is enough for your entire family to perish several times over. Upon hearing Su Qingyu's words, Wang Posi's complexion turned ashen. Young lady, this is a misunderstanding. We could not possibly have such capabilities. 50,000 taels is not 50 taels. The madam has managed the household for many years and would not allow us to act in such a manner. Su Qingyu smiled coldly in her heart. Certainly. They could not have consumed such a large sum alone. The bulk of it must have found its way into Gu Ruiyun's pockets. In recent years, Mother has devoted most of her energy to the shop outside, while Gu Ruiyun has also lent a hand with domestic affairs. Mother wishes to maintain harmony at home, often turning a blind eye to many matters. However, whatever money belongs to the Su family that Gu Ruiyun has consumed must ultimately be returned. Su Qingyu rose from her seat, approached Wang Posi, and leaned slightly forward, her voice icy as she uttered, "Will you not speak? If you remain silent, I shall have your entire family sold off to the most wretched and degrading places." Wang Posi quaked on the ground, trembling under the chilling words of the young lady. "I will speak. I will speak. It is indeed my cousin's doing." Su Qingyu interrogated 5 individuals, all in Gu Ruiyun's employ. After the questioning, she confined them in the side room, while she sat in the parlor, contemplating her next move to compel Gu Ruiyun to return the silver. Zhanzhu brought in hot tea and remarked, "Miss, we owe much to you, Tao. Her list has saved us considerable trouble.
Qingyu nodded.
Send her 20 taels of silver as a token of gratitude." As her words fell, the dilapidated gate of Han Yen Pavilion was forcefully kicked open. Su Qingye stormed in with the group, accompanied by Aunt Shui, both wearing somber expressions. Su Qingyu knitted her brows and stood to greet them. "What brings father here? Is there an issue?" Su Qingye raised his wrist and aimed a strike at Su Qingyu's face. Just as his large hand was about to land, it was seized by the jade-hued figure beside him. The grip caused Su Qingye to stumble back a couple of steps, nearly losing his balance. Aunt Shui scolded sharply. "How dare you, a mere servant, lay hands on the lord?" However, the jade figure retreated silently, knowing that even if punished, she could not allow the young lady to be struck. Su Qingyu stepped forward, supporting Su Qingye. "Father, what troubles you? What have I done to provoke your anger?" Su Qingye shook her off and pointed accusingly, "Where's the money from the accounts? You have audaciously misappropriated 300,000 taels. Where is it?
Bring it to me at once."
Had it not been for Aunt Shui's incessant remarks about preparing a dowry for Su Yihui, he would not have sought the silver. To his shock, Mr. Bai in the accounting office informed him that only 10,000 taels remained. The other 300,000 had been used by the eldest daughter to settle the Lin family's debts. In a fit of rage, Su Qingye nearly wished to strangle Su Qingyu. Aware that this matter could not be concealed, Su Qingyu had no intention of hiding it. "Father, the silver was naturally returned to the Lin family. Is it not just and proper to repay one's debts? Who permitted you to repay it? That money is still necessary for me. I demand it back immediately." Su Qingye's voice was low and stern.
Qingyu furolet herbror.
How could the esteemed Duke Pingning utter such shameless words? It was evident that the Duke's household was rotten to its core. "Father, this debt has lingered for over a decade. Uncle has kindly waived the interest, showing us considerable favor. It would not reflect well on the Duke to have it said that he owes money to his brother-in-law and refuses to repay it. If I see silver in the accounts, it is only right to return it. What would we say if we sought it back now? That you never intended to repay? That would not be proper, would it?" Throughout her calm and measured discourse, Su Qingyu maintained a tranquil demeanor, as if she were patiently elucidating her reasoning. Yet, to Su Qingye's ears, her words rang as blatant insinuation, akin to a public slap to his face, crushing his dignity to the ground. Such a significant matter. "And you did not consult me before taking matters into your own hands. Is this how your mother raised you?" At the mention of the Lin family, an unmistakable hatred flickered in Su Qingyu's lowered gaze. How dare he invoke her mother? For years, she had diligently managed the household, while he carried on an affair under her watchful eyes. If he had possessed even a modicum of respect for her mother, he would not have acted in such a manner. "My mother taught me well. She instilled in me the values of integrity and honor." Su Qingyu's tone had noticeably turned frigid, laced with impatience. Aunt Shui had been observing silently, awaiting the return of funds to prepare Su Yihui's dowry. Su Qingye had already promised her a dowry of 30,000 taels, yet after waiting in vain, it became clear that Su Qingyu had no intention of parting with any money. Unable to contain herself, she stepped forward. "Young lady, How can you take all the family's money just as your sister is about to be betrothed? How can you expect your sister to marry? Upon witnessing Aunt Shue's desperate demeanor, Su Qingyu suddenly chuckled lightly. Aunt, my actions are for the greater good of the family. After all, this money, whether I take it or not, would ultimately end up in the hands of outsiders. Aunt Shue was perplexed. What do you mean? Who are the outsiders? Are you suggesting your sister is an outsider? Su Qingyu offered no explanation, merely stating, Aunt, you must discuss the dowry for the third sister with father. It is his responsibility as a father. Su Qingye pointed at Su Qingyu, wanting to retort but found himself at a loss for words. Ultimately, he knew he was in the wrong. Repaying debts was a matter of principle. He could choose not to repay, but he could not openly declare his refusal. Reluctant to prolong the argument, Su Qingye declared, let this matter rest for now. Should there be a next time, I shall not be so lenient.
With that,
He flung his robe and turned to leave. Aunt Shue followed closely behind, intent on discussing how to procure a dowry for her daughter. Once they departed, Su Qingyu sank back into her seat, exhaling deeply as she sipped her tea. After a day of turmoil, she felt quite fatigued. Zhenzhu entered quietly, miss. The blood swallow from the old lady's side has been severed. She has learned of the 30,000 tales and is said to be in a great fury. Su Qingyu raised an eyebrow. Let her be angry. I anticipated this outcome when I took the silver. However, this presents a fortuitous opportunity. After a moment's contemplation, Su Qingyu beckoned for the jade figure to approach. Go find Yu Tao this evening. The jade figure nodded. I will remember, Mississippi. You can rest assured. I shall see to it. Su Qingyu gazed at her, recalling the jade figure's steadfast loyalty in her past life, and softly declared, once I am married, I shall release you back to the Lin family. The jade figure was momentarily taken aback and then bowed her head. I am the young lady's servant, devoted to you for life. Su Qingyu chose not to elaborate further, offering a few more instructions before rising to return to the Bai Shui pavilion. That night, until the moon hung low over the willow treetops, Su Qingyu remained clad in her satin robe in the banquet room, showing no inclination to retire for the night. Zhenzhu and the others refrained from urging her, fully aware that the young lady had significant matters to attend to. After some time, Mou rushed in. Miss, a fire has broken out over there. We must leave at once. Her anxious disposition made it seem as though she could hardly wait to drag Su Qingyu to witness the spectacle. Amber quickly fetched a cloak, carefully wrapping it around Su Qingyu, and said, we need not hurry too much. Arriving too early would seem contrived. She then inquired of Mou, have the old lady and Aunt Shue been informed? Mou responded, messengers have been sent to notify them, and the household servants have rushed to extinguish the fire. Su Qingyu acknowledged with a simple and once properly attired, led her companions toward Xiaohua Hall. Upon exiting Bai Shui Pavilion, they were greeted by the sight of flames leaping toward the sky from the direction of Xiaohua Hall, causing chaos throughout the Duke's estate. Servants dashed about relaying messages, while others hurriedly carried firefighting equipment toward the hall. Su Qingyu proceeded at a measured pace, and by the time she arrived, Aunt Shue and Aunt Lian had already gathered there, accompanied by Su Yihui and Su Xuanyi. Upon her arrival, Aunt Shue offered a slight bow, her resentment palpable, while Aunt Lian stepped forward to greet Su Qingyu, young lady greetings. Su Xuanyi also respectfully acknowledged her, greetings, elder sister.
Su Vingyu assisted Aunt Lian, noticing her pallid complexion.
Aunt, have you not rested well? I have a wild ginseng. I shall have someone send it to you. Aunt Lian, though not yet 30, bore a weary countenance. Dressed in a fashionable aquamarine embroidered skirt from years past, adorned with a red gold hairpin set with emeralds, which bore the marks of time with its slight curve, she stood beside Aunt Shue, appearing several years older than her. Thank you for your concern, Mississippi. Such fine items would be a waste on me. They are better reserved for the lady's recovery, she replied. Suddenly, Su Shen-ye, standing next to Aunt Lian, tightened her small face and clenched her fists, saying, elder sister, even if those items are given to Aunt, they would. Before she could finish, Aunt Lian interrupted, silence. This is not a matter for you to discuss. Chapter 29, What difference is there from catching someone in infidelity? Seeing this, Su Shen-ye fell silent, her slightly plump face still tense. Su Qingyu sensed something was amiss, and intended to inquire further about Su Shen-ye's distress. However, before she could speak, the voice of the old lady resonated from behind. What is the situation? Have the people been rescued? Su Qingyu turned to pay her respects. noticing the old lady's gaze fixed upon her, radiating evident anger. During the noon banquet for Lady Zhao, she had thought this girl was well-mannered and sensible, only to be met with a surprise in the afternoon. 300,000 taels of silver were silently moved away. But this was not the time to discuss such matters. The mere thought of her son possibly being inside sent her heart into turmoil, and she trembled as she clutched Yuan Mama's arm. Feigning ignorance to the old lady's expression, Su Qingyu stepped forward to offer a semblance of support, saying, "Grandmother, do not worry. The servants are extinguishing the fire." She then turned to a nearby servant, asking, "Have you informed father? This matter requires his oversight." The old lady's brow furrowed with a hint of panic as she replied, "Your father may not be in the manor. Focus on extinguishing the fire first." Meanwhile, the fire within Xiaohua Hall raged on, with the ladies standing outside wearing expressions of anxiety, while servants occasionally approached with updates. Cheng Ru-jin rushed over, crying for her mother and attempting to dash inside, only to be restrained by two matrons. Yet, Su Qingyu remained composed, the flames reflecting in her eyes, mingling with the depths of her inner light. Suddenly, Fate Sui appeared silently beside her, giving a subtle nod. A cold smile curved at the corner of Su Qingyu's lips. The thrill of collecting debts was delightful. As the fire diminished, the fourth young master, Su Yuanche, was carried out by his wet nurse. The old lady swiftly instructed someone to summon a physician and arranged for Su Yuanche to be taken to Songa Hall. Just as he was carried away, two figures stumbled out from the main hall, draped in wet quilts, their bare thighs visible through the fabric. The old lady, witnessing this, quickly whispered to Yuan Mama, "Hurry, take them away before they are discovered." The two figures, bending low beneath the quilts, were obscured from view, leading others to assume they were Gu Ruoyun and her maid. However, Su Qingyu suddenly exclaimed, "Father, what are you doing here? Are you unharmed?" She rushed forward and yanked the quilt off the two figures' heads. Su Chengye's face turned crimson, wishing he could vanish into the ground. What difference is there from catching someone in bed? The most astonished were Aunt Shui and Aunt Lien, who never imagined that the Marquis and this residing cousin would be entangled together. Aunt Lien, accustomed to submission, kept her head bowed in silence while covering Su Shunxi's eyes. Aunt Shui, however, could not suppress her rising fury and remarked sarcastically, "What great skill our cousin possesses. I wondered why the Marquis has been visiting the inner chambers less frequently. It seems you are the reason. What is this? If word gets out, people will think our family lacks propriety, with cousins engaging in such clandestine affairs." Cheng Ru-jin, standing to the side, was equally stunned, yet dared not utter a word. For years, everything had been fine. How could it suddenly ignite and be discovered? She realized with a shock that ever since the funeral of Master Shen, everything had spiraled out of control. Aunt Shui continued to hurl veiled insults, while the old lady, who had been squinting moments ago, suddenly opened her eyes wide and commanded, "Silence." Aunt Shui, frightened, immediately fell mute, but her gaze towards Gu Ruoyun was filled with disdain and animosity. The old lady pondered for a moment, then made a decision. Gu Ruoyun, being a widow, could easily be taken as a concubine, though she was a family member of a disgraced official. That incident was years past, and should pose no barrier now. Just as she was about to speak, someone from inside Xiaohua Hall brought out some items. "Old madam, miss. These are the valuables we salvaged. There are several more boxes that will be brought out shortly." The servant's words caught everyone's attention. Valuables? When the Chung family was exiled, all their properties and wealth were confiscated by the state. When Gu Ruoyun was rescued by Su Qingyi, she didn't even have money for a decent outfit. How could there be valuables? Even if she had been in the Su family for years and received gifts from the old lady during festivals, it could not amount to this much. Su Qingyu stepped forward, directly opening two boxes. One contained silver ingots, while the other held exquisite antique jewelry, each piece a masterpiece. Servants continued to bring out boxes, revealing treasures, antiques, and rare books for all to see. Su Qingyu looked at Gu Ruoyun with disbelief and said, "Cousin Mother, today I interrogated the servants, and several claimed you were the mastermind behind this. They say the embezzled silver found its way into your pockets. I was skeptical, but it seems you truly have committed such acts." After expressing her heartfelt dismay, Su Qingyu approached the old lady. "Grandmother, I had my reasons for moving the 300,000 taels of silver. After my mother passed, I examined the accounts in the inner chambers. While they appeared balanced, many discrepancies were evident. Upon discreetly checking the accounts in the outer courtyard, I discovered that father had purchased numerous jewels and antiques, yet the inventory did not match, with a shortfall of several tens of thousands of taels. I feared father had been deceived. Coincidentally, my uncle encountered some difficulties, so I returned the silver to him first. I believed that, as relatives, we should support each other in times of trouble rather than allow outsiders to profit from our misfortunes. Yet, I never anticipated that these items and silver would end up in cousin mother's hands. Su Qingyu's words raised two issues: the indiscretion between Su Qingyu and Gu Ruoyun, and Gu Ruoyun's embezzlement. Both matters were beyond the capacity of a junior like Su Qingyu to resolve, effectively urging the old lady to make a decision. The old lady glared at Su Qingyu, exasperated, and instructed, "You two go clean yourselves up and change clothes. You will report to Songhe Hall shortly." She then turned to Aunt Shui and the others. "You should all come too." Aunt Lian, feeling her daughter was still young, allowed the nurse to take Su Shen-ye back first. Everyone followed the old lady to Songhe Hall, bringing along the boxes of valuables. Half an hour later, Su Qingyu and Gu Ruoyun arrived at the side hall of Songhe Hall, and everyone took their seats according to age. The old lady felt overwhelmed. She had not anticipated Su Qingyu would give Gu Ruoyun so many things, let alone have them publicly revealed. Matters in the inner chambers were fraught with inequality. Gu Ruoyun was not even a concubine. Who could accept this? She felt immensely relieved that Lin Shi had gone to the estate. Otherwise, with Lin Shi's temperament, the situation might have escalated further, risking her health. Su Qingyu noted the silence and remained patient, quietly sipping her tea. After a considerable time, the old lady finally spoke. "Cheng-yi, what are your thoughts on this matter?" Chapter 30. Equal treatment for wives? At this moment, Su Qingyu was in a state of confusion. The incident had unfolded too abruptly for him to process. Seeing the old lady's inquiry, he replied, "Since it is known, we might as well take Ruoyun as a concubine. I had kept this hidden due to her special circumstances. As for those items, they were merely gifts to amuse her. The embezzlement matter requires further investigation. It may have been mere slander from the servants." His statement clearly indicated his intention to protect Gu Ruoyun. Su Qingyu suddenly spoke, saying, "As your daughter, I have no right to question your decision to take a concubine. However, those possessions must all be returned." Su Qingyu furrowed his brows and looked at Su Qingyu.
What do you mean by that?
"Is it reasonable to reclaim what I have given away?" Su Qingyu scoffed. "Have you forgotten, father, that the silver spent on these items was earned from my mother's dowry? This wealth was meant to sustain the Su family and provide for my younger sister's dowry. This is part of my mother's duty as the lady of the marquise.
Yet,
It cannot be squandered on a shameless mistress. All items discovered in Xiahua Hall today should be placed directly into the public treasury. Why should a distant cousin residing in the Su household have access to our family's wealth?" She then turned to Aunt Shui. "What do you think, Aunt? My younger sister's dowry is still unsettled, yet it should benefit outsiders. Should these precious items end up as my cousin's dowry?
I refuse to accept that."
Cheng Rujin, feeling the focus shift to her, felt a swell of grievances rise within her. She stood up and glared at Su Qingyu. "Who are you calling an outsider?" Before she could finish, Gu Ruoyun interrupted. "Rujin, step aside. This is not your place to speak."
Su Qingyu smiled sweetly.
Knowing that Gu Ruoyun dared not acknowledge Cheng Rujin as part of the Su bloodline, nor admit that Su Yuanjia was her son. Gu Ruoyun had been in the Su family for less than 5 years. Cheng Rujin was 15, and Su Yuanjia was 5. If their relationship were officially recognized, Gu Ruoyun would be seen as an immoral woman who had betrayed her husband, an unthinkable disgrace. Aunt Shui quickly chimed in. "The eldest young lady makes a valid point. The madam has worked tirelessly for this family. If she were to learn of the Marquis's actions, it would surely break her heart. We sisters serve the Marquis wholeheartedly. If you associate with someone like her, the entire Su family will become a laughingstock." As she spoke, Aunt Shui exchanged glances with Aunt Lian, who, despite her reluctance to intervene, felt indignant thinking of the madam, who was still nurturing her pregnancy. Aunt Lian finally said, "The Marquis's actions are most disrespectful to the madam." Seeing the rising anger around him, Su Qingyu found himself in a difficult position. Before coming, he had promised Gu Ruoyun to protect these assets, but now he was at a loss. Gu Ruoyun looked at him with her phoenix eyes, her meaning clear to him alone. As his thoughts raced, he formed a plan. He cleared his throat and said, "Let us heed your opinions. These items will go to the public treasury. However, considering the grievances Gu Ruoyun has borne over the years, I intend to elevate her to the status of a formal wife." At this declaration, Everyone present, including the old matriarch, was left dumbfounded. In noble families, the recognition of a formal wife signified the beginning of chaos in the hierarchy of legitimate and illegitimate offspring. The head of the household favoring a concubine over his legitimate wife foretold the family's impending downfall. The old matriarch slammed her hand on the table. No, that is not our custom. Yet, Su Qingye remained unyielding. Mother, it is already a significant injustice for Royun to be made a formal wife. If we do not make a grand announcement, no one will pry into our household affairs. He then patted Gu Ruoyun's hand in a gesture of comfort. Aunt Xue turned to Su Qingyu, hoping the young lady might speak further, ideally urging Gu Ruoyun's expulsion. However, Su Qingyu continued to sip her tea, uninterested in her father's intentions to elevate Gu Ruoyun. After all, the higher she was raised, the harder the fall would be for the Su family. Moreover, she sensed that her father likely held some leverage over Gu Ruoyun. Su Qingye was resolute about the formal wife matter, prompting the old matriarch to turn to Su Qingyu. Qingyu, what do you say? This matter ought to be discussed with your mother. Su Qingyu raised her head and replied, Grandmother, this is a matter concerning my father's household. I cannot interfere. As for my mother, let us not trouble her. Her health is of utmost importance. Let's spare her from such distressing matters. Her reference to distressing matters caused Su Qingye and Gu Ruoyun's expressions to sour once more. With their family's dynamics laid bare for all to see, Su Qingye felt a pent-up frustration that had nowhere to vent. Ultimately, the old matriarch, unable to sway Su Qingye, reluctantly agreed to allow Gu Ruoyun to be recognized as a formal wife. Su Qingyu remained calm, pondering the fate of a worthless individual who would not survive long. What difference did it make if she became a formal wife? By the time her mother returned from childbirth, the grass atop their graves would likely have grown. For now, she was merely indulging Gu Ruoyun, hastening her demise. Aunt Xue seethed with indignation, while Aunt Lian worried about how this would affect the madam's mood. Before long, a servant from Xiaohua Hall entered, reporting that several pieces of furniture had been damaged in a fire, and the servants' bondage contracts had been burned. Fortunately, there were no injuries, and the losses were minimal. Before Gu Ruoyun could respond, Su Qingyu preemptively said, Aunt, do not worry. I will send someone to the authorities to have the contracts redone. Gu Ruoyun frowned, wanting to refuse her help, but remembered that the reissuing of contracts required the household seal, which she had no authority to procure. She suppressed her unease and thanked Su Qingyu. Noticing Su Qingyu's lack of objection to her status as a formal wife, Gu Ruoyun thought to herself that she was merely a child, outwardly strong yet fragile within. Lord, with Xiaohua Hall burnt, repairs may take some time. Since the madam is at the estate for her confinement, perhaps I should stay at Zihui courtyard for a while, Gu Ruoyun suggested. Su Qingyu nearly laughed at the audacity of her aunt's blatant desire for the mistress's position. Aunt, are you truly expecting to take the empty space for yourself? Should we send you to the palace? Her words caused Su Qingye to darken his expression. What are you saying? Is this something to be said lightly? I merely meant to point out that one must know their place and not covet what does not belong to them. The old matriarch, silently turning the small leaf Buddhist beads in her hand, narrowed her eyes, revealing no sign of approval or discontent. After Su Qingyu finished speaking, she finally interjected, Let Ruoyun stay with me for a few days. The repairs will be complete in 5 to 7 days. As for the elevation of a formal wife, it need not be publicized. A simple family meal will suffice. Gu Ruoyun understood that the old matriarch disapproved of this arrangement but complied obediently, not daring to show any resentment. To establish her position within this household, she needed the old matriarch's support. On a frigid winter night, as the cold wind howled, Su Qingyu instinctively drew her fox fur cloak tighter around her shoulders. Upon exiting the courtyard, she headed towards Bai Shui Pavilion when she suddenly heard hurried footsteps approaching. Su Qingyu, was it you who did this? Was it intentional? Cheng Ru Jin chased after her, catching hold of Su Qingyu's sleeve. Chapter 31. Do you deserve it? The recent events had unfolded like a nightmare for Cheng Ru Jin, leaving her no time to react. Today, outside Xiaohua Hall, she had inadvertently caught a glimpse of the vengeful satisfaction gleaming in Su Qingyu's eyes, and it dawned on her that there were no such things as mere coincidences. First, her affair with Shen Zhao was exposed, then the matter of Yuanzhe's inheritance fell through, and she nearly found herself sent to a temple. Now, with the inexplicable fire at Xiaohua Hall, not only was her mother's secret revealed, but the family fortune accumulated over the years had also vanished. If these occurrences were mere accidents, then surely they were the unluckiest of women. Su Qingyu turned to face Qingyu, shaking off her grip. Cousin, you are becoming increasingly disrespectful. You can't even address me properly? She continued, or do you believe that, because your mother has been made a formal wife, you can claim the status of a legitimate daughter of the Su family? Qingyu usually vibrant eyes now glinted with malice as she stared at Su Qingyu. Did you know about my relationship with brother Shen Zhao all along? Was this your way of seeking revenge, manipulating events from behind the scenes? Su Qingyu furrowed her brow at first, then a mocking smile crept onto her lips. Your affair with brother Shen Zhao? I must commend your ability to articulate such base sentiments with elegance. It appears your mother has imparted to you many beguiling tactics. And you both seem to share a similar disposition. One seduces my father, while the other ensnares my fiancé. Now, both of you have achieved your desires and become concubines. How dare you question me, you shameless and degraded creature? Su Qingyu maintained a calm demeanor, devoid of any malice, yet each word pierced Qingru's heart. The lantern in the maid's hand cast a hazy glow, dimly illuminating Qingru's face. Brother Shen only harbors affections for me. What difference does it make if you expose the truth? You shall only end up marrying a corpse. Cousin, a dead man is of no use. Once we are both wed into the Shen family, you shall understand the disparity. Shen Zhao is the true heir of the Shen family. Even the formidable third master, Shen, will eventually meet his end. Within 2 years, Su Qingyu will find herself reliant on others within the Shen household. The thought of that day approaching brought immense satisfaction to Qingru. However, Su Qingyu stepped forward, unperturbed, and softly corrected her. You misused a word, dear cousin. I shall marry, while you will be carried in through the side gate. With a smile, Su Qingyu turned and walked away, revealing Qingru's true nature at last. Upon returning to Bishi Pavilion, Su Qingyu summoned Fate Sue and instructed her in hushed tones. Make a trip to Yinzhou Prefecture and have third cousin investigate the matter of Governor Qing Shuwen's inadequate disaster relief efforts, particularly concerning Gu Ruoyun and her former husband,
Qingyu.
The more detailed, the better. Fate Sue's eyes brightened at the mention of Yinzhou. Rest assured, miss, I shall handle this matter with utmost diligence. When I am gone, do take Ma now with you. Though her temperament is somewhat hasty, her skills are no less than mine. Su Qingyu's eyes flickered as she thought of Ma now, her slender fingers instinctively tapping the armrest of her chair. Since her rebirth, she had not thoroughly contemplated Ma Nao's situation. The memories of the previous life's turmoil resurfaced. Ma Nao's feelings had turned to resentment born of love. It would be prudent to keep her close for now. The following morning, Fate Sue departed the residence, heading towards Yunzhou City, claiming her mother was ill and needed her attention. Ma Nao entered with garments prepared for Su Qingyu and tentatively inquired, Miss, where has Fate Sue gone? Su Qingyu casually replied, she has returned to Yunzhou. I require assistance from third cousin. Ma Nao paused, her expression turning forlorn as she set down the clothing. Su Qingyu cast a cold glance at her, but chose to remain silent. Days passed, and the renovations in Xiaohua Hall neared completion. Su Qingye hosted a banquet at home, adorning Xiaohua Hall with vibrant red silk. Since that day, Gu Ruoyun had taken on the title of Lady Yun. Although she was respected as a lady, there was little distinction between her and a concubine. All household accounts were under Su Qingyu's control. Gu Ruoyun required Su Qingyu's approval even for the simplest purchases. Shortly thereafter, the contracts for the concubines of Xiaohua Hall were finalized, and Su Qingyu returned them to Gu Ruoyun, save for the contract of Yuedao, which was a forgery. With both genuine and false documents, she ensured no suspicion fell upon her. Previously, the individuals Gu Ruoyun had placed throughout the household were thoroughly dealt with by Su Qingyu. The household staff, adept at discerning the shifting winds, quickly recognized the new order, treating Su Qingyu with utmost respect. However, the old matriarch remained irked over the matter of the 30,000 taels, often giving Su Qingyu a frosty reception. Yet she was unconcerned. The matriarch, with her profit-driven mentality, would never truly favor her. As long as no one accused her of being unfilial, that sufficed. Thus, Su Qingyu continued her daily visits to pay her respects, disregarding the matriarch's demeanor. After meeting with various managers, Su Qingyu rose and declared, "Let us visit concubine Lian. The supplements have been sent regularly. But I am curious about her health." Jinju quickly handed a warming stove to Su Qingyu and offered a newly crafted mink cloak.
Ma Nao,
Remembering Fate Sue's instructions to protect the young lady, remained vigilant whenever Su Qingyu ventured out. fearing any potential threats. Concubine Lian resided in the Rue E Pavilion, located in the northeast corner of the residence, surrounded by numerous holly bushes that stretched gracefully in the winter breeze. Su Qingyu entered the courtyard with only 2 maids, proceeding directly into the pavilion. As she crossed the threshold, the sound of Su Xuanyi's voice reached her ears. "What are you doing? Do not take my aunt's belongings. If this continues, I shall tell my elder sister." A servant timidly approached to pay their respects, but Su Qingyu halted them, striding to the door of the main room. Frowning as she listened to the commotion inside, it was the voice of Aunt Shui. "Go tell her. Do you have the courage to wait until today? Like your mother. You are all cowards." Then came Su Yihui's voice. "Bring those items here. Such superior supplements are not for your kind." Enraged, Su Qingyu kicked open the door. "If they are unworthy, what makes you deserving?" Upon entering, she found concubine Lian tightly embracing Su Xuanyi, whose fair face was streaked with tears, her fists clenched tightly. Had it not been for concubine Lian's restraint, she would have lunged forward to retaliate. Aunt Shui and Su Yihue stood by the table, clutching 3 or 4 brocade boxes filled with the supplements Su Qingyu had sent over in recent days. Su Qingyu's piercing gaze fell upon Aunt Shui and her daughter as she coldly commanded, "Release them." Upon seeing Su Qingyu, Aunt Shui was taken aback. Hastily placing the items back on the table and stammering, Aunt Lian said she had more than enough and wished to gift me some. "What brings you here, miss?" Su Xuanyi, upon seeing Su Qingyu's arrival and recalling years of grievances, burst into tears. She cried, "You are deceiving me. When did my aunt say she had too much? It was you who forced her to give them to you, threatening her into submission." Concubine Lian quickly covered Su Xuanyi's mouth, her voice trembling. "Do not speak nonsense. Aunt Shui did not threaten me. I willingly gave her these items." Su Qingyu regarded concubine Lian with suspicion. The scene before her clearly indicated Aunt Shui was the aggressor, lacking any semblance of voluntary action. What had caused concubine Lian to behave so timidly? Aunt Shui, relieved by concubine Lian's statement, quickly relinquished her hold on the items, muttering, "You may converse. I shall take my leave." Before departing, she cast a glance at concubine Lian, whose expression was momentarily captured by Su Qingyu. After Aunt Shui and Su Yihue exited, Su Qingyu approached, gently pulling Su Xuanyi into an embrace. Her fingers brushed away the tears from her eyes. "Do not cry. The next time someone bullies you in this household, retaliate. If you cannot fend for yourself, seek me out." Su Xuanyi's tear-streaked lashes fluttered as she looked up at Su Qingyu. "Is that permissible? The aunt always tells me to abide by the rules, to be obedient, never to cause trouble or offend my older siblings. She says our family is different and has no right to make mistakes."
Observing sus cosas dimina.
A wave of bitterness washed over Su Qingyu. She recalled a time in her previous life when she returned home to visit her ailing mother, only to find Su Xuanyi kneeling by her mother's bedside, diligently administering her medication. In the final days before her mother's passing, Su Xuanyi had done more than Su Qingyu, her own daughter. Su Qingyu tightened her embrace around the young girl. "Of course, you are my dear sister. No one shall dare to bully you without my consent." Once Su Xuanyi had dried her tears and stepped aside, Su Qingyu turned her attention back to concubine Lian. "What is truly happening? This has not been a recent development,
Has it?
In Aunt Lian's usually serene eyes, a flicker of panic flashed as she began to explain. "It's not always like this. Aunt Shui simply desires whatever she sees that is good." Su Shen San-ye interjected, "What do you mean it's not always like this?" Before she could finish her sentence, Aunt Lian interrupted her. "Child, do not speak nonsense. There is no such thing." After reprimanding Su Shen San-ye, Aunt Lian turned to Su Qingyu and said, "Miss, do not listen to her childish banter. She is young and cannot endure grievances. Living under one roof, there are bound to be some quarrels." Su Qingyu gazed intently at Aunt Lian, pondering why she still chose to conceal the truth when they were being bullied. Was it merely an excess of honesty and timidity, or was there some hidden secret? Seeing that Aunt Lian was unwilling to divulge more, Su Qingyu refrained from pressing her further. Instead, she took Su Shen's hand and said to Aunt Lian, "Aunt, fourth sister is not a child anymore. I was thinking it might be beneficial for her to follow me and learn about managing the household. In 3 months, she would be marrying into the Shen family, and these days, she had been contemplating how to handle the household affairs." After much consideration, Su Shen San-ye seemed to be a suitable choice. She was filial and not timid, and their mother also held her in high regard. Once she was married, this girl could assist their mother in managing the family business, and when the time came, they could find a good match for her under their mother's name. Aunt Lien did not display any signs of joy, but rather hesitated, questioning whether this was appropriate. After all, she was a concubine's daughter. If I learn to manage the household with my elder sister, I will be of use to you, Aunt. Leading to a better life for you, she added. As soon as Aunt Lien finished speaking, Shen San-ye chimed in. The young girl still bore a hint of baby fat, giving her a cherubic appearance. Yet her gaze was filled with unwavering determination as she looked at Qingyu and declared, Elder sister, I want to learn to manage the accounts. I will study diligently. Qingyu embraced her, gently pinching her cheek, and replied, Very well, starting tomorrow, after breakfast. Come to the study at Bihue Pavilion to find me. Shen San-ye nodded vigorously. I will remember. I will be there punctually every day. On the way back to Bihue Pavilion, Qingyu softly asked Pearl, Have you heard anything about Aunt Shui bullying Aunt Lien? Pearl shook her head, indicating she had not heard of it. If it were widely known, Madame would certainly inquire into it. Qingyu considered this reasoning and agreed. If rumors had circulated, their mother would not allow Aunt Lien to be mistreated. Why did Aunt Lien endure such indignities? Lost in her thoughts, she failed to notice someone blocking her path. Qingyu, I sent someone to the storeroom for blood swallow nest today, but the staff refused to give it to me. In the past, my people would collect it monthly, without any obstruction. Qingyu's wandering thoughts were abruptly pulled back as she recognized Gu Ruoyun approaching. Blood swallow nests? Only the legitimate master of this household has the right to consume them. Neither Aunt Shui nor Aunt Lien is entitled to such luxuries, she replied coldly. Not sparing Gu Ruoyun a glance, Gu Ruoyun pressed on. The doctor advised that my health is poor and that I should regularly consume blood swallow nests. The old lady and the Marquis are aware of this. Are you deliberately making things difficult for me? Qingyu let out a cold laugh. Deliberately making things difficult? You are not worthy of that. In the past, you were a guest in this household as the cousin of the Marquis's legitimate daughter. So you received the best of everything. Now you are merely my father's concubine, and your treatment must align with your status. It cannot compare to the past.
With that,
Qingyu walked past Gu Ruoyun but paused after taking a few steps. Without looking back, she stated, Your present circumstances mirror what your daughter will face in the Shen family. You both are bound by the same fate. Infuriated, Gu Ruoyun stormed back to Xiahua Hall, smashing items in her room to vent her frustration. In the entire hall, the only one daring enough to advise her was the eldest maid, Green Rue, who had been with her since childhood and was her most trusted confidant. Madam, do not be angry. The eldest young lady will be married soon. Your good days are still to come. Gu Ruoyun tightened her lips and gritted her teeth, saying, Green Rue, go tell Zhou Ren that I accept his proposal. Chapter 33. The Su family's proposal. Green Rue was taken aback and quietly asked, He has proposed so many times, and you have always refused. Why suddenly agree? Gu Ruoyun's pale fingers traced the patterns on the celadone lotus teacup, her eyes glinting with sharp determination. Previously, I was reluctant to cooperate with Zhou Ren because I aimed to take over the 4 grain shops. Now that I see no opportunity, I must change my course. Once the Lin mother and daughter lose their source of income, I wonder how they will continue to impose their will at home. Since the Marquis's household is governed by who provides for the family, I must take decisive action. Green Rue hesitated. Madam, if the Marquis discovers your dealings with Zhou, it could lead to trouble. Are you truly going to collaborate with him? It would be better for you to serve the Marquis well. The young master and young lady's futures would also be secure. Gu Ruoyun scoffed. The Marquis merely flatters me with empty words without offering any real benefits. As for Zhou Ren, I know how to handle him. As December approached, discussions regarding Su Yihui and Su Liangping's affair gradually faded. It was said that old Master Su had confined his grandson at home for nearly a month before finally releasing him. The Su family, seeing that the matter had settled down, discreetly arrived at the Su household to present their betrothal gifts. After all, the couple had already consummated their marriage, and it was advisable to proceed without delay. The representatives from the Su family included the Duke of Duan, a relative of the Su family, and the Minister of Rights, Lord Qiu. Regardless of the amount of gifts presented by the Su family, the mere presence of these 2 individuals brought significant honor to the Su family. Upon learning about their arrival, Su Chengye's face instantly lit up with joy. The exchange of betrothal gifts took place at the main hall's entrance, and Qingyu hurried over, intending to oversee the careful counting of the gifts for proper storage. A steady stream of gifts flowed into the Su family's gates, filling the courtyard to the brim. Not far away, Su Yihui donned a dazzling red fox fur cloak, radiating brilliance. Beside her, Cheng Jin resembled a delicate white flower in winter, and the two walked arm in arm towards Su Qingyu. Cousin, the Su family's betrothal gifts are excessively lavish, indicating how much they value you. Since their falling out, Cheng Jin had ceased her pretense, and she and Su Yihui had become quite close. Her words brought a radiant smile to Su Yihui's face, her chin nearly lifting to meet her forehead. Inside, the Duke of Duan exchanged a few pleasantries with Su Qingyi and the old lady before presenting the list of betrothal gifts.
Lord Su.
Old Master Su holds this marriage in high regard. Your daughter is indeed fortunate. As Su Qingyi received the list, preparing to read it, he heard the servant outside announcing the contents. Betrothal gold, 50,000 taels of silver. Wedding cakes, 200 pounds. 3 sacrificial animals, and an assortment of seafood. Su Qingyi abruptly rose to his feet. The Su family has offered 50,000 taels of silver for the betrothal? How can this be possible? Years ago, when the Duke of Duan's legitimate daughter married the Su family's legitimate grandson, they had offered 50,000 taels, causing a stir throughout the capital. Yet, the Su family's illegitimate daughter could not possibly compare to the Duke's legitimate daughter, nor could the Su family's legitimate grandson be equated with a concubine's son. How could they have offered so much? At this moment, the Duke of Duan was equally stunned. He recalled that the betrothal list indicated 5,000 taels. How could it now be announced as 50,000? Had there been an error? However, this betrothal was not merely a matter of reading the list. It required the Su family to verify the count before it could be officially recorded. If no one from the Su family raised an objection, it must indeed be 50,000 taels. Could it be that the Su family had changed their minds but neglected to update the document in hand? The Duke of Duan pondered this, realizing that the only reasonable explanation was that the Su family had indeed altered their stance. He could not help but feel that offering the same betrothal amount for the Su family's illegitimate daughter as for his own was a humiliation to the Duke of Duan's household. Meanwhile, in the courtyard, Su Yihui's face radiated boundless delight. She had never anticipated such extravagant betrothal gifts from the Su family. With a fleeting glance at Su Qingyu, who was instructing her servants, Su Yihui gracefully approached, believing herself to be the epitome of elegance. How troublesome my elder sister is. Fretting over my marriage and the bride price, she must be exhausted like an old maid. Sighing, she remarked, I heard that this time, the Prince of Duan and Minister Qiu are coming in person. Indeed, one must marry a living man to attain such grandeur. Beside her, Cheng Jin scoffed. The Shen family must be preparing to propose soon as well. I wonder if they will send over a box full of paper money? Su Qingyu's brow furrowed at Cheng Jin's words, and she replied coolly, that is still preferable to being a concubine, without a single thing to my name. Such crude remarks were unbecoming of a lady from an esteemed family, yet Su Qingyu felt a sense of relief after speaking them. The surrounding maids and young servants lowered their heads, their lips pressed tight. Suddenly, someone let out a muffled laugh, followed by a ripple of chuckles, which quickly faded into silence. Cheng Jin, her face flushed with anger, huffed, let us see if you can still laugh when it's time for your bride price. With Master Shen gone, what valuable items can the Shen family offer you? You hold no value to them anymore. This was a thought Cheng Jin clung to, convincing herself that even as Shen Zhao's concubine, she was far more illustrious than Su Qingyu, the widow of a deceased man. Su Yihui gazed at the dowry being brought in, her chin lifted slightly in an arrogant manner that rivaled even Su Qingyu, the legitimate daughter. She feigned generosity, stating, if you ever need assistance in the future, dear elder sister, feel free to come to the Su family. I shall not stand idly by. Su Qingyu let out a derisive laugh. Third sister, you are marrying a son of the Su family, not the esteemed elder Su. Do you truly believe that Su Liangping, that useless fellow, will amount to anything? The Su family is illustrious, but that does not guarantee Su Liangping's success. Su Yihui was momentarily speechless by Su Qingyu's retort and retorted heavily, you are merely envious. If you had the capability, you would also have the Shen family offering you such a substantial bride price. At that moment, the servant calling out the bride price was already hoarse. Having only read half of the list, the Su family's bride price was carefully selected, each item of exquisite quality. The writing paper from Xuanxiu, the sandalwood from Guangfu, the vermilion from Chenxi, and the amber from Dadayan and Yunnan. None were trivial offerings. Inside, The Prince of Duan's expression twisted. None of the offerings matched the bride price list. What was the Su family's intention? Su Qingye helped the elderly matriarch stand at the entrance, his face continuously adorned with a smile as he observed the lively scene of the betrothal. Regardless of the circumstances, it was beneficial for the Su family to value Su Yihui. Each offering needed to be inspected by Su family's steward before being recorded for entry. Su Qingyu's gaze suddenly fell upon a delicate box made of nanmu wood, containing a pair of jade auspicious objects. The rarity of these jade pieces lay in the fact that when joined, one could see a red at their center.
Qingyu esquinteth.
She recalled having seen this pair at the hands of the old matriarch of the Shen family in her past life. How did they end up in the Su family's bride price? She was certain that it was indeed the old matriarch's. For such quality was exceedingly rare, one would be hard-pressed to find an identical set. "Wait, bring that pair of jade objects to me," she commanded. The servant holding the offerings promptly presented the Nama box before Su Qingyu. As she carefully examined the jade pieces, she recognized from the texture and details that they indeed belonged to the old matriarch of the Shen family. But how did Shen's possessions find their way into the Su family's offerings? In her previous life, these had always remained with the old matriarch. What had gone awry? Lost in thought, Su Qingyu was suddenly jolted as Su Yihui approached from behind and elbowed her sharply.
Ah!
Su Qingyu staggered, losing her balance, and the jade objects slipped from her grasp, hurtling toward the ground. Just as the jade was about to crash, the maid, Ma Nao, rushed forward, bending down to catch the precious objects in time. Su Qingyu exhaled in relief. Thankfully, they were unharmed. Yet, Su Yihui suddenly stepped forward, delivering a slap to Ma Nao's face. "What do you think you are doing? Who gave you permission to touch my bride price?" Turning her gaze towards Su Qingyu, she added, "Elder sister, this must have been intentional, right? Are you envious of my engagement and seeking to ruin my offerings?"
Confused, Qingyu stared at Sujui.
Replying coldly, "What are you talking about? The jade is perfectly fine. And on what grounds do you strike my servant?" At this point, the entire courtyard fell silent due to the sisters' quarrel, drawing the attention of Su Qingye, the old matriarch, the Prince of Duan, and Minister Qiu. Su Yihui wept as she ran to Su Qingye, exclaiming, "Father, elder sister wishes to marry a dead man. How can she touch my bride price? What is her intention? And that lowly maid of hers has also grabbed my jade. If the Su family finds out, they will think poorly of us." Su Qingyu maintained her composure as she looked at Su Yihui, saying impatiently, "I have never heard of such a rule. Who decreed that servants cannot touch the bride price? If something were to break, I would naturally compensate you, but as it stands, the items are intact. Do not act unreasonable. And you were the one who bumped into me from behind. Otherwise, I would not have dropped it." Su Yihui, upon hearing this, began to cry pitifully. "Father, I did not bump into her. Ask cousin Rujin if you do not believe me." Chung Rujin stepped forward, asserting, "I was with third cousin the whole time. She did not touch elder sister. In fact, elder sister seemed quite displeased while inspecting third cousin's bride price. Perhaps she acted in a moment of confusion. Let grandmother forgive her this once." While it appeared she was pleading for Su Qingyu, in reality, she solidified the accusation that Su Qingyu was envious of her sister and deliberately damaged the bride price. Observing from the sidelines, Su Shunkai, who had been quietly taking notes, hurried to the forefront. "Father, grandmother, I witnessed third sister bumping into elder sister. I can testify for her." Su Yihui frowned at Su Shunkai, questioning why this usually timid sister was suddenly so bold. She glared at Su Shunkai. "You have no place in this. Step aside." Soon after, Su Qingye gestured for the servants to pull Su Shunkai away. Logically, since the jade was unharmed, Su Qingye should have intervened to resolve the sisters' minor dispute. However, due to the 30,000 taels of silver, he harbored resentment towards Su Qingyu and saw this as an opportunity to reprimand her, reminding her who truly held authority in the marquisate. This legitimate daughter had grown overly presumptuous recently, and he was eager to find a chance to chastise her. Moreover, with Su Yihui receiving attention from the Su family, he leaned more towards her side. The matter was indeed Su Qingyu's fault. She had embarrassed both the Su and Su families in front of so many witnesses, warranting punishment according to family law.
Qingyu frowned.
For the sake of an undamaged pair of jade objects, she was to be punished? The Su family's superficiality truly was a legacy passed down through generations, ingrained in their very bones. Ma now subtly inched closer to Su Qingyu, ready to defend her mistress should anyone dare to harm her. As Su Qingye awaited the steward to retrieve the family punishment, Su Qingyu stepped toward him, lowering her voice so only he could hear. If you wish to strike me, then do so. However, I cannot guarantee that there will be food to eat in the house tomorrow. If my life is made miserable, your concubines and children shall not fare any better. Do you think uncle would react kindly if he learned you struck me over a lowborn daughter? Su Qingyu had long believed that her father's years of clambering through the ranks to become a minister of the Ministry of Revenue stemmed from his lack of discernment. Even now, he perceived her mother's marriage to him as a grand elevation, looking down upon the Lin family's merchant background, unaware that without the Lin family's support, the Su family would have long since declined. They would have struggled to even gather funds for connections. Now, with the family's finances and business in her hands, he dared to invoke family law over such trivial matters. Su Qingyu coldly snorted to herself, pondering the implications of an alliance with the Su family. What could they offer him? Could they elevate his official rank or provide for the entire household? He seemed to have forgotten that his promotion to Deputy Minister of Revenue was facilitated by the Lin family's financial backing. Thus, Su Qingyu felt compelled to remind him, urging him to recognize the current state of affairs within the household. Su Qingye was taken aback by Su Qingyu's words, feeling as though he were being choked, the grip tightening around his neck belonging to none other than his own daughter. Anger surged within him as he reprimanded her in a low voice. You wretched child. I am your father. It is I whom you and your mother depend on, not the Lin family. Memories of her past life flooded Su Qingyu's mind, recalling the tragic fate that befell her within the Su household. Hatred surged within her heart as she retorted, Did you ever consider us when you favored your concubine over your wife? Did you think of us when you carried on your affair with Gu Rayun beneath my mother's very nose? You expect us to rely on you? If we continue to do so, we might as well be ground to dust beneath your schemes. With each word, her tone grew colder, revealing a sinister side to this legitimate daughter that Su Qingye had never before encountered. At that moment, the steward brought forth the family rules, and Su Qingye, incited by Su Qingyu's tirade, lost all reason. He grabbed the whip, stepping back a couple of paces before lashing it towards Su Qingyu. Caught off guard, Su Qingyu could not evade in time, and the whip was poised to strike her back. Gasps echoed among the onlookers, bewildered by how the young lady had provoked the Duke of Qingning. Suddenly, a scream pierced the air, but it was not Su Qingyu who cried out, it was Mineo. Unable to stop Su Qingye, Mineo threw herself onto Su Qingyu's back, absorbing the full force of the whip strike. Su Qingyu immediately turned to check on Mineo's injuries. Mineo, are you alright? Dressed in a verdant embroidered gown, Mineo's back was marred by the whip, blood seeping through the fabric. Her face turned pale as she leaned against Qingyu, beads of sweat rolling down her forehead. The whip used by the Su family was a standard one when struck on the front, but it bore barbs on the reverse side. Su Qingye had wielded it with all his might. Had it not been for Mineo, it would have been Su Qingyu on the brink of death. A crimson haze enveloped Su Qingyu's gaze as she slowly lifted her head to face Su Qingye. Her hand discreetly reached toward Mineo's waist, knowing well that Mineo always carried a dagger there. Yet, as her fingers brushed the sheath, Mineo firmly grasped her wrist, shaking her head slightly. Miss, we cannot act now. If the young lady were to strike at the Duke, she would be branded with the crime of patricide, plunging her into an abyss of despair. She had promised the third young master to protect the young lady at all costs.
Reselot, Qingyu stilled herself,
determined to end the cycle of suffering. Fate had granted her a second chance, not to endure further humiliation. Just as she prepared to discreetly draw the dagger, two figures suddenly pushed through the crowd. Has the betrothal list been read? Have we arrived too late? The speaker was Duke Zhao Jingwu of Wei, accompanied by the loyal Duke Songzan. Both were esteemed military figures from noble families. The presence of either would be a significant honor for the Su family, let alone both together. Su Qingye, momentarily distracted from Su Qingyu, hurried forward to pay his respects, inquiring, What brings you two here? Duke Wei surveyed the surroundings, sensing an unusual atmosphere within the Su household. Assuming it was due to his tardiness, he apologized. The matter of today's betrothal is my fault. I encountered an old friend on the way and chatted for a bit. Did they commence reading the betrothal list without me? Loyal Duke Song, known for his close ties with Duke Wei, jested, All your fault. You dawdled like a lazy donkey. I told you to go ahead with the betrothal. Yet you insisted on chatting with Chun Lao-san. Understanding dawned upon Su Qingye. The Su family had not only invited Duke Ping and Minister Qiu, but also the loyal Duke and Duke Wei. This was an unprecedented honor among the noble families of the capital. However, he had not heard of any close ties between Duke Wei and Elder Su. Though skeptical, Su Qingye remained convinced that this was merely the Su family's effort to bestow honor upon the Su family. Su Yihui, witnessing the scene, beamed with delight. Casting a haughty glance at Su Qingyu, she instructed a nearby servant, "Why haven't you dragged that girl away? The betrothal day has become such a mess. It's truly ill-fated." Turning to Duke Wei and loyal Duke Song, she explained, "I apologize for the disturbance, esteemed sirs. My elder sister lacks decorum and failed to observe propriety on such an important occasion. Please do not take offense." Typically, such a gathering would not require Su Yihui's input, but she was eager to flaunt her family's significance in the eyes of the Su family, seeking to assert her presence. Before Duke Wei could respond, Su Yihui raised her voice again. "Father, perhaps it's best to send the eldest sister away. The more I think about it, the more I feel it brings bad luck. She is to marry a deceased man. It's best for her to stay clear of my betrothal, lest I attract misfortune that could reflect poorly on the Su family." Duke Wei's expression shifted to one of incredulity as he turned to Su Yihui. "What did you say? Marrying a dead man is ill-fated?" Su Yihui thought to herself that since Duke Wei was assisting the Su family with the betrothal, he would naturally prioritize their interests. Noting the somber look on his face, she felt a surge of satisfaction, believing he too recognized the breach of etiquette. This could escalate to the point where her father might confine Su Qingyu, or at the very least, scold her publicly to diminish her standing. With this thought, Su Yihui replied to Duke Wei, "My elder sister is destined for the third master of the Shen family." On this joyous occasion, she, wielding her authority over the household, dares to recount the betrothal gifts. Surely, that is an intentional affront. My father chastised her, yet she remains displeased, dragging her maid into the fray, and blood has been spilled. I truly apologize for the spectacle. I shall send her away at once. She shot a glare at Su Qingyu. "If you do not leave, you will jeopardize my marriage. Can you bear the consequences?" Riding on the coattails of the Su family's engagement, Su Yihui felt emboldened, her tone firmer than usual. Su Qingyu was instructing a nearby maid to escort Mineo back and seek a physician when she turned sharply to respond to Su Yihui. To be wed to the third master of the Shen family, who sacrificed himself for the nation, is an honor. If you dare utter the words bad luck again, do not blame me for being ungracious. The first part of her statement was casual, but the latter was delivered with intent. Just as her words faded, Duke Wei's booming voice erupted. "Well said." In the next moment, his expression darkened, and he fixed a gaze filled with murderous intent upon Su Qingye.
Duke Su,
"How dare your daughter slander Shen Jixio behind his back? Do you not owe this lord an explanation?" Loyal Duke Song's face mirrored the anger of his counterpart, his stare sharp enough to suggest imminent violence. Su Qingye, jolted awake, realized that Duke Wei was Shen San-ye's maternal uncle, though he claimed to come for the betrothal. He had never stated his allegiance to the Su family. "Duke Wei, you are not here to assist the Su family with the betrothal, are you?"
Su Qingye cautiously inquired.
Duke Wei scoffed. "The Su family? What do I owe them for this betrothal? Loyal Duke and I are here to assist the Shen family in securing a match with your esteemed daughter." Loyal Duke Song, who had always looked down upon the Su family, chimed in, "The Su family cannot command my loyalty." Su Qingye turned to the servant who had been reading the betrothal list. "Then whose betrothal gifts were you reading just now?" The servant was taken aback, responding, "Of course, it was from the Shen family." So he had been reading it in vain? Noticing this, Su Qingyu stepped forward, bowing respectfully to Duke Wei and loyal Duke Song. "How fortunate that you both arrived in time, otherwise I fear I would have been buried alongside the third master of the Shen family, all due to a pair of jade rui." Duke Wei and loyal Duke Song exchanged puzzled glances, uncertain about the unfolding events. They had merely arrived late, yet it seemed someone's life was at stake. "Nephew, explain to your uncle what transpired." "I, Duke Wei, will ensure you receive justice," Duke Wei urged. Zhao Jingwu and Shen Zixio were related by blood, yet in private, they shared a bond of deep friendship. "A few days ago, I heard that the eldest daughter of the Su family was willing to uphold her fidelity for Shen Zixio, which left Zhao Jingwu profoundly grateful. While virtuous women are not scarce, a lady of such esteemed lineage and beauty as Su Qingyu is indeed a rare treasure." At this moment, Zhao Jingwu recalled Shen Jixio, and a surge of anger welled up within him. If anyone dared to bully Shen Jishio's wife in his presence today, it would be a testament to his own incompetence. Observing this, Su Qingye hurriedly stepped forward to clarify, insisting that it was all a misunderstanding. Qingyu, it was my fault just now. Thankfully, your maid is loyal, and I shall reward her handsomely. The old matriarch also approached to advise, Qingyu, let us first attend to the pressing matters at hand. We can discuss these issues behind closed doors. Su Qingyu bit her lower lip, tears welling in her eyes. Her demeanor a facade of strength laced with concern. Gratefully, she addressed the Duke of Wei, saying, Thank you for your concern, Your Grace. These are merely domestic trifles, and I would not wish to burden you. Her demeanor only served to infuriate the Duke further. It was evident that she had been coerced by the Su family, too intimidated to speak out. This matter must be clarified today. Before I entered with the Duke of Loyalty, what exactly transpired in the Su household? You are not only the legitimate eldest daughter of the Su family, but also the unwed third wife of the Shen family. How can you allow yourself to be humiliated? Standing to the side, Su Shunkai wore a tense expression. Sensing her elder sister's silence, she grew anxious. She recognized that the two newcomers had the authority to advocate for her sister. If her sister remained mute any longer, what would happen when these two noble figures departed? The 12-year-old Su Shunkai suddenly clenched her fists, her gaze resolute. She broke free from the grasp of the elder maid and ran to stand before the Duke of Wei, exclaiming, Your Grace, many of them are bullying my elder sister. Third sister said this is her betrothal gift, mocking my elder sister for marrying a dead man, claiming that marrying a corpse is worthless. When my elder sister looked at that jade Rui, third sister pushed her, but nothing was broken. Yet, father is blaming my elder sister and intends to punish her. Were it not for the loyalty of agate, my elder sister would likely have been beaten to death by father. I want to ask, Your Grace, does my elder sister deserve to be bullied just because she is to marry a deceased man?
Su Qingyu lohret hergaze.
A hint of a smile flickering in her eyes. Had the circumstances been different, she would have applauded Su Shunkai for her bravery. She had not anticipated her younger sister would stand up, as she had intended to delay her response. However, Su Shunkai's interjection proved far more effective than her own, especially with the final statement, implying that marrying a dead man warranted such mistreatment. It was akin to trampling upon the dignity of the Shen family and the late third Master Shen. Indeed. The Duke of Wei's expression darkened further as he turned to Su Qingye. Prince Pingning, would you care to explain? How can it be that since Jishio's departure, his unwed wife has been subjected to such indignities? This matter must be resolved, or neither the Shen family nor the Zhao family will rest. Duke of Loyalty, Song Zan, also interjected with a cold huff, stating, Neither will my Song family stand idly by while the third Madame Shan is bullied. Both men, seasoned warriors from the frontier, exuded an imposing aura, leaving the onlookers from the Su family too intimidated to speak. Su Qingye felt a chill run down his spine. He had never anticipated the situation would escalate to this extent. Internally, he berated the Duke of Wei for not bringing the betrothal gifts along with the proposal. Wiping the cold sweat from his brow, he forced a smile, saying, You have both misunderstood. I cherish my only legitimate daughter dearly. However, the Duke of Wei was not swayed by his words, responding coldly. It has long been said that the Duke of Loyalty favors his concubines over his wife, even maintaining a secondary wife. Today, as events seem to affirm those rumors, I shall certainly be submitting a memorial to the Emperor demanding justice for Jishio. He sacrificed himself for the nation, yet his unwed wife has been humiliated to this extent. It is a profound disgrace to loyal subjects. I must also inquire of Prince Pingning, had Jishio lived, would you still wear the same countenance today? Su Yihui, unsure whether to feel shame or anger, stood to the side, her face flushed, harboring intense resentment towards those present. The contrast between her former glory and her current predicament was stark. Upon hearing the Duke's words, she could not help but mutter softly, if third Master Shen were alive, he would never marry her. In the hushed courtyard, her murmurs resonated clearly. Before the elders of the Su family could chastise her, the Duke of Wei seized a whip from nearby, and with a resounding crack, he struck Su Yihui.
Ah!
Came her cry, overlapping with the Duke's rebuke. When has it been the place of a concubine to interject while I am speaking? Su Qingye felt angered by the Duke's actions against Su Yihui, yet he could not afford to offend the nobleman. He attempted to defuse the tense atmosphere, saying, Your Grace, please do not be angry. I will certainly discipline this wayward daughter upon my return. Moreover, I invite you to the hall for tea. Qingyu, You are the best at brewing tea. Prepare a pot of maojian for our esteemed guests. One Qingyu? At this moment, Su Qingye's tone towards Su Qingyu was almost pleading. The Duke of Wei understood that he was here to propose, not to engage in conflict. Even while supporting Su Qingyu, he needed to maintain a delicate balance, ensuring not to entirely lose face for the Su family. As Su Qingye offered a way out, the Duke graciously accepted, smiling as he addressed Su Qingyu. Then today, your uncle shall seek a cup of tea from you. Do not find us troublesome. Su Qingyu replied with a smile. How could I? Please do not think poorly of me. Afterward, she instructed those nearby to prepare in the small tea room. The old matriarch signaled to continue counting the betrothal gifts, and with the assistance of several stewards, the courtyard regained its jovial atmosphere. Su Yihui intended to have the servants support her to tend to her injuries, but before she could take more than a few steps, she heard someone announce, "The betrothal gifts from the Su family have arrived." Inside, Prince Duan could not suppress a twitch at the corners of his mouth, muttering to himself about the absurdity of the situation. Nevertheless, the proceedings must continue, so he suggested, since we have finished reading through the main portion of the Shen family's betrothal gifts, let us move to the side for the exchange while we read through the list from the Su family, enabling us to return home sooner. The Su family members had no objections, and the Duke of Wei concurred. The courtyard was thus divided into two groups for the exchange of gifts, and although busy, there was no chaos. Hearing that the Su family's gifts had arrived, Su Yihui halted, intending to listen before departing. A young servant's enthusiastic voice rang out. The betrothal gold totals 5,000 taels of silver, 100 pounds of wedding cakes, 4 carts of sacrificial animals and seafood.
Sujui,
Enduring the sharp pain in her back, listened to the list of gifts, and upon completion, felt an overwhelming ache throughout her body. The Shen family's betrothal gold amounted to 50,000 taels, while the Su family offered 5,000, a stark contrast. The mockery and ridicule she had previously directed at Su Qingyu now rebounded upon her with full force. Cheng Rujin, standing nearby, cautiously advised, "Third cousin, do not be upset. Material possessions are inanimate, while people are alive. As long as Su Lu Xiao dotes on you, what is there to fear?" Su Yihui's complexion turned pale, her breaths becoming labored as she shot a venomous glare at Su Qingyu from a distance before fainting into the arms of her maid. Su Qingyu cast a distant glance at the unconscious Su Yihui, suppressing her underlying fury, and entered the main hall with a smile, tea in hand. Soon, the betrothal gifts from both families were exchanged, and Su Qingyu, fully alert, saw off the guests who had come for the proposal. Concerned for Agate's injuries, Su Qingyu turned to head towards the inner courtyard. Su Qingyu called out after her, "Stop right there. I have yet to settle today's accounts with you." Chapter 37. Inform me when he is dead. Even though the Shen family valued Su Qingyu during the proposal, it did not alter the fact that she was to marry a deceased man. Su Qingyu did not see any further worth in his daughter. In contrast, Su Yihui, who would marry into the Su family, appeared to hold greater potential for bringing benefits to the family. Su Qingyu halted, but did not turn around. She coldly replied, "I intend to check on my maid. Father, you should also see how third sister is doing. It would be unfortunate if a scar affected her marriage."
with that,
She walked away without a backward glance. In the modest chamber of the clear water pavilion, Agate reclined gently against Pearl's shoulder, sipping her medicine. Upon seeing Su Qingyu enter, both Agate and Pearl attempted to rise in greeting, but were halted by her. "Stay still. Finish your medicine. Does your body still ache?" At that moment, Agate was clad in a thin nightgown, yet the room, warmed by a charcoal brazier, was not cold. Hearing Su Qingyu's inquiry, Agate smiled and responded, "It no longer hurts. Miss, do not worry. I am quite resilient and shall recover swiftly." Su Qingyu gazed at Agate with a mixture of emotions, recalling how she had nearly perished at the hands of Agate's dagger in a past life, and now Agate had endured a whipping for her sake in this life. One misdeed countered by another. Had they now settled their debts? Noticing Su Qingyu's fixation, Agate assumed she remained concerned and offered reassurance. "There is no need for worry, Mississippi. It is my duty to protect you. Third young master instructed me to ensure your safety." A bittersweet smile crossed Su Qingyu's face as she reflected on how her cousin had truly sent her a guardian. The two individuals he had dispatched were entirely preoccupied with him. What a peculiar situation. She refocused her thoughts and advised Agate, "For the time being, do not leave your bed. Rest and recuperate. And Pearl," she continued, "find 2 reliable maidservants to attend to her needs. She must be well cared for. We cannot allow any lingering ailments. Agate insisted. No, I must be by the Miss S side. Su Qingyu comforted her. I shall not be venturing out much these days, and besides, Jade will be returning soon. Just then, Amber rushed in, hastily lifting the curtain. After rubbing her hands together to warm them, she exclaimed, Miss. News has come from the Lotus Pavilion. Third Miss has developed a fever and has been speaking incoherently. Su Qingyu recalled the lash from the Duke of Wei and understood the implications. Having also faced a whipping, she realized that the Duke, being a man of martial prowess, was far stronger than Su Qingye. Moreover, Su Yihui, being pampered and now in a fit of rage, might be in serious trouble. She replied coolly, if she dies, inform me at once. I shall personally oversee her funeral and ensure it is grand. After a moment's thought, she inquired, is father at the Lotus Pavilion? Amber shook her head. The Marquis has gone to Xiaohua Hall. Su Qingyu let out a derisive laugh. Her father, concerned over his daughter's grave condition, was still preoccupied with Gu Ruoyun. It seemed her father was not merely indifferent towards her. Yet Su Qingyu misjudged Su Qingye's intentions. He had actually reached the entrance of the Lotus Pavilion but was summoned to Xiaohua Hall by Gu Ruoyun's maid, who claimed that Madame Yun had urgent matters to discuss. Uncertain, Su Qingye redirected his steps to the Lotus Pavilion, where he found Gu Ruoyun had prepared a banquet and awaited his arrival. The Marquis has arrived? Please sit. I prepared these dishes myself, all your favorites. I have heard about recent events. Do not let them upset your health. Gu Ruoyun naturally removed Su Qingye's cloak and, as he sat, stood behind him, gently massaging his head. It was no surprise that Su Qingye held affection for Gu Ruoyun. Her gentle service and perceptive nature were a welcome contrast to the rigidity of Lin Shu'er and the frivolity of Xue Yinyang. Moreover, their childhood bond and shared children solidified her position in Su Qingye's heart as his true wife, with whom he could share his innermost thoughts. With his eyes half closed and head resting against her, he surrendered to relaxation. As Gu Ruoyun continued to massage him, she remarked, My lord, the household currently depends entirely on the eldest miss for sustenance. This state of affairs cannot continue. The eldest miss increasingly disregards us. To speak bluntly, will we not have to kneel to eat in the future? Recalling Su Qingyu's recent demeanor, a surge of resentment welled within Su Qingye. Once she marries, it will be better. The lady is with child, and the family business will soon fall to you to manage. However, Gu Ruoyun did not share his enthusiasm. She had heard such reassurances countless times without any success. She gently urged, My lord, the eldest miss will not relinquish her hold easily. I fear she would rather ruin the business than share it with us. I do have an idea that could resolve our issues permanently. Su Qingye turned to her, seizing her hand, his eyes wide with curiosity. What is this plan? Come, sit down, and let us discuss it over a meal. Gu Ruoyun settled beside him, first serving him a bowl of soup before speaking. Do you recall the steward Zhou Biren from the Chung family? He is currently in the capital dealing in medicinal herbs. He wishes to open a grain store but lacks connections. Recently, he approached me, asking if you could assist him in establishing ties with grain merchants in Jiangnan. He will provide the funds, and we will leverage our connections, splitting the profits evenly. Upon hearing Zhou Biren's name, Su Qingye's expression shifted. Did you not say that steward had been dealt with? Why is he in the capital? He is privy to many of our affairs. Gu Ruoyun, sensing his agitation, quickly reassured him, Do not worry, my lord. We are all in this together. He cannot betray you without implicating himself, for he was involved in past events. After much persuasion, she finally assuaged his concerns. My lord, if you write 2 letters to grain merchants you know in Jiangnan, this matter will be settled. As a third-ranked deputy minister of the Ministry of Revenue, those merchants will certainly respect you. Su Qingye contemplated the situation. While his position in the capital was not particularly imposing, it held significant weight in Jiangnan. If it merely required writing a couple of letters to connect Zhou Biren with merchants, it seemed quite feasible. Why does he not reach out to the merchants himself?
Su Chen-ye.
Gu Ruoyun smiled sweetly, serving him another dish before explaining. The grain market in Beizili is monopolized by the Lin family, the merchants, and the Fong family. He has approached the Jiangnan merchants, but they ignore him. To enter the grain business, he needs your guidance. We do not need to contend with those royal merchants. We only need to replace the Su family's grain stores. I have already devised a plan. Seeing Su Qingye deep in thought, Gu Ruoyun moved to sit in his lap, wrapping her arms around his neck. My lord, stop pondering. Send those letters today. Before long. We shall reap profits and no longer have to depend on the lady and the eldest Mississippi. I have endured enough of living under their whims. Chapter 38. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Su Qingye grasped Gu Ruoyun's chin playfully, teasing, "Very well, I shall write the letters after our meal." Upon receiving his agreement, Gu Ruoyun's face brightened with joy. Just as she was about to rise from his lap, he pulled her back, capturing her lips with his. Half an hour later, Gu Ruoyun reclined against the headboard, her neck adorned with faint marks. "My lord, shall we visit Yihue? That girl has suffered. And I wonder how she is faring," Gu Ruoyun suddenly suggested. Only then did Su Qingye remember that Su Yihue was still unwell. He donned his garments, and together they proceeded to the Lotus Pavilion. Upon their arrival, they found Su Yihue asleep after taking her medicine. The doctor assured them there was no immediate danger to her life, but she required careful tending. Xue Yinyang struggled to accept Gu Ruoyun's status as the primary wife. Thus, despite Gu Ruoyun's gentle concern for Su Yihue, Xue Yinyang remained aloof. Yet Gu Ruoyun seemed oblivious to Xue Yinyang's disdain, softly advising Su Qingye, "My lord, you should return and rest. I will stay at the Lotus Pavilion tonight to care for Yihue." Su Qingye replied, "That sounds good. Inform me if anything arises." After he departed, Xue Yinyang coldly remarked, "You have showcased your virtue. You may leave now." However, Gu Ruoyun seated herself by the window, smiling as she addressed her. "Do you still not understand, Xue Yinyang? We all must heed the eldest Miss' whims to survive. There is no need for rivalry. I pose no obstacle to you. Instead, perhaps you should contemplate how to secure a more generous dowry for the third miss and how to acquire more assets for the eldest son." Madame Xue was taken aback by Gu Ruoyun's words and retorted, "It has nothing to do with you." Upon recalling how the Marquis had secretly favored Gu Ruoyun over the years, and now that Gu Ruoyun had become the lady of the house, overshadowing her, she felt an overwhelming surge of anger, finding fault with Gu Ruoyun at every turn. Even though she knew Gu Ruoyun's words were true, she still could not muster a kind tone. Gu Ruoyun, unfazed, sighed and replied, "I understand your resentment towards me, but I am helpless. Having been nearly exiled due to an unsavory family, I have finally found a place to rest. What can I do? If not me, it would be someone else. Can the Marquis truly sever ties with women?" Madame Xue pondered Gu Ruoyun's words and recalled the incident involving the Chung family, which stirred some sympathy within her. However, she still harbored grievances about Gu Ruoyun's status as a primary wife. Gu Ruoyun forced a smile and remarked, with the lady of the house present, "What difference is there between me and a concubine? I am worse off than you. At least you hold the rightful title of concubine, while I am nothing." The eldest lady even scolded me as a shameless mistress. Had Gu Ruoyun maintained an air of superiority as a primary wife, Madame Xue might have ignored her. Yet, with Gu Ruoyun humbling herself, Madame Xue's hostility began to dissipate. When Gu Ruoyun mentioned being chastised by Su Qingyu, Madame Xue instinctively offered a few words of comfort. "The eldest lady not only scolds you, but also looks down upon us. After all, she is the legitimate daughter of the Marquis' household. How can our lowly status compare?" Gu Ruoyun replied, "I accept her scolding, but your sister Yihue is to marry into the Su family. Today, she treated Yihue with such disdain. I truly cannot stand by." Enemies of enemies are often allies, and thus, Gu Ruoyun and Madame Xue mended their rift over their shared disdain for Su Qingyu. They conversed privately well into the night. And by the time Gu Ruoyun departed, Madame Xue affectionately referred to her as Sister Yun. As December slipped by, at the beginning of each month, the 4 grain shops of the Su family would deliver the previous month's profits to the Marquis' residence. Su Qingye awaited this sum to cultivate relationships in the officialdom by year's end. However, by the 3rd day of the month, the money had yet to be accounted for. He went directly to Su Qingyu, entering with an accusatory tone. "Why hasn't the money from those grain shops been deposited yet? Have you urged them?" Su Qingyu was busy teaching Su Xuanyi how to compile accounts and quickly identify discrepancies. She was pleasantly surprised to find that Su Xuanyi grasped arithmetic exceptionally well and had a keen understanding. Therefore, she had been generously imparting her knowledge to her younger sister. Within less than a month, Su Xuanyi had made remarkable progress, already able to assist in verifying accounts and proficiently handling the abacus. Hearing Su Qingye's inquiry, Su Qingyu lifted her head from the pile of ledgers and explained, "Those grain shops are part of my mother's dowry. Logically, the profits from her dowry belong to her. Any prior errors have been addressed. I have instructed that henceforth, everything shall be as it should." Su Qingye was left speechless for a moment. finally responding. Are you no longer a daughter of the Su family? Must you sever ties over a mere sum of money? His tone softened considerably, revealing his urgency for the funds. Su Qingyu remained resolute, asserting that she was merely adhering to the rules and had not violated any family regulations. As for the family's financial shortfall, that was a concern for the head of the household. Providing for the family was a man's duty. Su Qingye felt his face flush with embarrassment from Su Qingyu's words. Although it was true that the Marquis's household utilized the Lin family's dowry assets, he was still the head of the household. And no one dared to brazenly disregard him in such a manner. You truly are just like your mother. They say merchants are cunning and heartless. And it seems they were right, having experienced a life and death ordeal in her previous life. Su Qingyu harbored nothing but deep-seated resentment for the members of the Su family. No matter what Su Qingye said, it stirred not a ripple in her heart. If my mother were truly heartless, it would be better. Alas, she was simply too sentimental. Had she been truly unfeeling, she would not have been trapped in this inner courtyard for over a decade, nor would she have met her tragic end in her previous life. Su Qingye wished to say more, but Su Qingyu had already lowered her head to resume her work. Frustrated, he stormed out of the study. Once he left, Su Xuanyi let out a sigh of relief. You scared me to death. Su Qingyu turned to her and asked, What are you afraid of? Afraid of father? Su Xuanyi nodded. Eldest sister, are you not afraid? Father's stern expression is quite frightening. Su Qingyu embraced Su Xuanyi's shoulders, gently stroking them, and softly said, As long as you are strong enough, you need not fear anyone. Su Xuanyi nodded, half understanding, and tucked this lesson away in her heart. By evening, Fei Cui returned to the Marquis's residence, braving the wind and snow. Su Qingyu met her alone in the guest room. You have worked hard on the journey. Did you see Cousin San? What did he say? Chapter 39. Did Gu Ruoyun send her a gift? Fei Cui pulled an envelope from her bosom and handed it to Su Qingyu, stating, This is from third young master for you. He said he has gathered this much for now, and will continue to investigate further. Also, I accompanied second young master into the capital, and he asked me to inform you that the Lin family has managed to gather 150,000 stones of grain, which have already entered the capital and been stored. Su Qingyu nodded. This was 50,000 stones more than she had anticipated. She opened the letter from her cousin Lin Wuchen, which detailed the events leading to the Chung family's exile. In the summer of the 12th year of the Xiande reign, a flood devastated Fujian, leaving the populace in dire straits. The court allocated funds for disaster relief and ordered Qing Shuwen, the governor of Fujian, to procure grain for relief efforts in Jiangnan. Initially, everything proceeded smoothly, and the displaced were mostly settled. However, the Minister of Revenue, Qin Zheng, unexpectedly conducted a covert inspection in Jiangnan and discovered that the grain procured by the Chung family was of inferior quality, yet reported at the price of second-rate grain. Before Qin Zheng could launch a thorough investigation, Su Qingye, then a junior official stationed in Fujian, presented detailed evidence that directly implicated the Chung family in embezzling disaster relief funds. Qin Zheng acted decisively, petitioning the emperor, which led to the Chung family's exile. As a result of this accomplishment, Su Qingye was transferred to Shenyuan to manage military provisions and was back in the capital within a year. His ability to advocate for Gu Ruoyun and her daughter stemmed from his significant contributions regarding the Chung family. Su Qingyu vaguely recalled that Gu Ruoyun entered the Marquis's residence about 6 months after the Chung family's downfall. During that time, she must have been giving birth. According to Su Qingye, the concubine Moyu had conceived the child in Fujian and given birth in Shenyuan, aligning perfectly with Gu Ruoyun's timeline. She also recalled what Yuedao had said about Su Qingye possibly having some leverage over Gu Ruoyun. Could it be that there were hidden truths regarding the events in Fujian? Noticing Su Qingyu lost in thought, Fei Cui quietly stood by, refraining from interruption, while her mind churned over the peculiarities she had observed earlier that day. Fei Cui, you have traveled far. I am fine here. You should return to rest. Su Qingyu's words pulled Fei Cui back to reality. She spoke up, Miss. On my way back to the residence today, I passed by our shop in the west of the city and discovered a new grain shop open nearby, called Zhou's Grain Shop. I sensed something amiss and checked the other shops, finding a Zhou's grain shop adjacent to each one. Su Qingyu was taken aback. How could such a significant matter go unreported to me? You must send someone to find Lin Sheng and inquire about the situation. No sooner had she spoken than Pearl entered, lifting the silk curtain. Miss, Manager Lin Sheng requests an audience. Su Qingyu instructed Fei Cui to return and rest. while she took Pearl to the outer courtyard study to meet Lin Sheng. Inside the study, Lin Sheng paced anxiously. As soon as Su Qingyu entered, he urgently spoke. Eldest miss, we found that grain shops named Zhou S have opened next to all our shops. I suspect this is a deliberate attack against us. Have you investigated? Who is the owner? When do they plan to commence operations? Su Qingyu seated herself in the main chair and gestured for Lin Sheng to calm down and share his thoughts slowly. Lin Sheng sat down and accepted the tea that Qingyu handed him, murmuring, before meeting the young lady, I dispatched someone to investigate. As of now, all I know is that this shop is associated with the Zhou family. The Zhou family that deals in medicinal materials?
Qingyu inquired.
Indeed, that Zhou family. The individuals refurbishing the shop these days are from their household. Initially, I believed they were preparing to open a pharmacy. It was only today, upon seeing the sign they hung, that I realized they are establishing a grain shop. Su Qingyu, her fingers as delicate as green shoots, instinctively tapped on the surface of the writing desk, contemplating for a moment before stating, regardless of who is behind this, we shall conduct our business, as usual. The profits we earn in these days are inconsequential, but we must ensure that the storeroom and shop are well guarded, lest someone covertly sabotages us. However, Lin Sheng interjected. The second young master mentioned that 150,000 stones of grain are arriving in the capital. If our business is affected at this juncture, Su Qingyu waved her hand dismissively. I have my own plans concerning that 150,000 stones. Do not rush. If any issues arise, inform me promptly. After Lin Sheng departed, Su Qingyu sat alone in her study, reminiscing about the calamity of her past life. Suddenly, she recalled the stern third master Yan, wondering if he would be able to evade disaster. The following morning, as was her custom, Su Qingyu taught Su Xuanxi to review accounts in her study. Zhen Zhu entered, holding a letter, and presented it to Su Qingyu. Miss, this is from manager Lin Sheng. Su Qingyu opened a letter and began to read. Lin Sheng wrote that the Zhou family's grain shop was opening today, with all their grain prices set lower than those of their shop, even nearing the cost price. Throughout the entire morning, they had not sold a single pound of grain. Lin Sheng inquired how Su Qingyu wished to respond and whether they should lower their prices as well. Su Qingyu furrowed her brow slightly. Lowering prices was not an option. After pondering for a moment, she took up her pen and composed a reply, instructing Lin Sheng not to reduce prices, but rather to arrange for someone to purchase grain from the Zhou family's shop, acquiring as much as possible while remaining discreet. After finishing the letter, Su Qingyu directed Qingyu, you shall personally deliver this letter and ensure Lin Sheng acts as I have instructed. An hour later, Zhen Zhu returned with the letter and quietly informed Su Qingyu, Miss, I saw Lu Ru, the favored maid of our cousin's wife, conversing with the shopkeeper at the Zhou family grain shop, appearing quite familiar. Later, I feigned an interest in purchasing rice to inquire further, and the shop assistant casually remarked that the young lady was a favored maid of the master. Su Qingyu raised an eyebrow. Oh, this matter has become intriguing. If that shop is indeed connected to Guoyin, it is clearly aimed at me. They must be attempting to seize the market through low prices, undermining the original Su family grain shop to replace it. A smile curled at the corners of Su Qingyu's lips. She had been considering that 150,000 stones might not suffice, and it seemed Gu Ruoyin was delivering a gift to her. The next morning, Su Qingyu arrived early at Songha Hall to pay her respects to the old matriarch. Just as she stepped into the hall, Gu Ruoyun entered, accompanied by Cheng Rujin and Su Yuanjia. Gu Ruoyun's face radiated with uncontainable joy, even displaying a hint of smugness as she gazed at Su Qingyu. Su Qingyu's initial 5% suspicion surged to 80%. The Zhou family grain shop was likely orchestrated by Gu Ruoyun, although it remained uncertain if any other members of the Su family were involved. Upon seeing Su Yuanjia, the old matriarch instantly embraced her grandson and instructed Yuan Mama to bring a bowl of sweetened cheese, knowing it was his favorite. She also ordered a warm bowl of almond tea for her cousin. Su Qingyu stood silently to the side, her expression unchanged. As the old matriarch had been rather indifferent to her lately, neglecting to include her in meals or refreshments. Of course, she merely maintained this facade of filial piety by visiting daily to offer her respects. Soon, the almond tea was handed to Cheng Rujin, who, upon lifting the delicate green porcelain bowl to her lips, suddenly furrowed her brow. She then hastily set the bowl down and rushed outside. Su Qingyu listened as retching sounds echoed from outside, her expression inscrutable. In the same manner as her previous life, Cheng Rujin must be pregnant, right? Sure enough, The old matriarch summoned a trusted physician to confirm that Cheng Rujin was indeed over a month along. Gu Ruoyun appeared entirely unashamed, her face alight with glee.
Aunt.
Shouldn't we inform the Shen family about Rujin's pregnancy? They must come to fetch her. The old matriarch pondered for a moment before replying. Then send someone to the Shen family with a message. The old matriarch will undoubtedly not allow the heirs of the Shen family to be born in the Su household. Rujin, prepare yourself. Both Gu Ruoyun and Cheng Rujin were overjoyed. Giving birth to the next generation of the Shen family was indeed a momentous occasion. With this child, Cheng Rujin would secure her position within the Shen family. Once outside Songha Hall, Zhenju expressed her indignation. Miss, we initially overlooked this. We should have given the cousin a bowl of contraceptive medicine. Su Qingyu merely curled the corners of her lips, without responding. Since returning from the Shen family, she had contemplated this very issue but deliberately chose not to intervene. She wished to observe whether Cheng Rujin would likewise conceive as in her previous life. Did Cheng Rujin truly believe that bearing this child would elevate her from a wild chicken to a phoenix? She intended to show her what it meant to soar, high only to plummet into the depths of despair. Jinju, prepare the carriage. I must visit the grain shop. Su Qingyu commanded. At present, her paramount concern was the grain shop's affairs. As for Cheng Rujin, she needed to find an opportunity to deliver a decisive blow. Su Qingyu, accompanied by Zhenju and Fei Chui, boarded the carriage and headed towards the Su family grain shop in the west of the city. As they passed by Fanjin Tower, Su Qingyu recalled the string of 7 treasure beads and called out, "Stop the carriage. Let us see if the bead string has been repaired." The beads had been sent by Fei Chui, and they had agreed to retrieve them in half a month. But since Fei Chui had returned to Yunzhou, the matter had been delayed. Upon entering Fanjin Tower, a young attendant hurriedly approached. "Miss Su, good day. What brings you here today?" Su Qingyu was considered a significant client of Fanjin Tower. Most of her jewelry was crafted by their skilled artisans. Furthermore, her generous spending and lack of difficult demands had earned her the establishment's esteem. Fei Chui inquired, "Is the 7 treasure bead string I brought previously ready? We are merely passing by today and wish to collect it." The attendant quickly replied, "It has been repaired, personally attended to by Master Jean. However, I must ask Miss Su to enjoy some tea in the meantime, as Master Jean is currently attending to a distinguished guest." Su Qingyu nodded. "That is acceptable." Fanjin Tower was the largest silver shop in the capital, hosting countless esteemed guests daily, including royals and noble ladies who would never dare to overstep. The attendant brought forth the finest purple bamboo tea and 2 plates of delicacies, all of which were Su Qingyu's favorites. It was said that Fanjin Tower offered a wider variety of teas than even the most prestigious households in the capital. After waiting for about a quarter of an hour, footsteps could be heard approaching from upstairs, growing nearer. Master Jean descended, holding a Nama box, accompanied by none other than Shen Zhao. Upon seeing Su Qingyu, Shen Zhao paused, his expression shifting to one of irritation. This woman was truly relentless. She must have known he was at Fanjin Tower to collect the funerary items for his deceased uncle and had come specifically to confront him. Claiming she was willing to marry his uncle, was it not because of him that she desired to enter the Shen family?
Su Yinggu, oblivious to Shen's thoughts.
Acted as if she had not seen him and stepped forward to greet Master Jean. Master Jean handed her the box, apologizing, "I apologize for keeping you waiting, Miss Su. Please see if it meets your satisfaction. The string was specially sourced from Master Sen, identical to the original." Su Qingyu accepted it with a smile, graciously replying, "I am well aware of Master Jin's craftsmanship. You have been thoughtful." After opening the sandalwood box for inspection, she found that all the damaged beads had been restored, with no trace of the previous damage. Su Qingyu was greatly pleased and was just about to close the box when Shen Zhao seized the bead string from her hands. He stepped forward, angrily demanding, "How did this bead string end up in your possession? You shameless woman! Do you think I would regard you differently for having stolen this?"
Dream on.
Su Qingyu regarded Shen Zhao as if he were a fool, almost tempted to ask, "Are you unwell?" Shen Zhao's voice was loud, drawing the attention of other patrons in Fanjin Tower who had come to view jewelry. The prior engagement cancellation between the Su and Shen families had caused quite a stir in the capital, with the eldest daughter of the Su family and the late third Master Shen's marriage being a topic of much discussion. Many speculate that the eldest son of the Shen family has wronged Miss Su, leading her to marry a deceased man out of heartbreak and despair. Hearing Shen Zhao's words only strengthens the rumors. Is Miss Su still holding on to hope? Did she come specifically to confront him upon learning of his arrival? Alas! She is indeed a pitiful figure. It was previously heard that she harbored deep feelings for Xin Zhao, yet he seems to have his affections elsewhere, entangled with that cousin of the Su family. Thus, she was betrothed to the third Master Shen, perhaps still unwilling to relinquish her feelings. A gasp arose from the crowd, pondering the implications of living under the same roof as one's uncle and aunt. Although unspoken, knowing glances were exchanged among them. Pearl turned to confront the crowd,
but was stopped by Su Qingyu.
Such matters only serve to complicate further. She seized the string of beads from Xin Zhao's hand and coldly remarked, "This does not belong to Qingyu. It would be wise for you to verify your claims before speaking. Your woman has stolen from mine, and you have the audacity to confront me directly. You two are indeed a perfect match." Su Qingyu thought little of Shen Zhao's reaction, assuming he mistook the beads for those of Qingyu since he had seen her wear them before. Carefully, she placed the beads into a nama box and handed it to Jade. However, Shen Zhao remained obstinate, blocking Su Qingyu's path and insisting, "This is impossible. This string of beads has belonged to Rujin since childhood. I saw it 4 years ago. Rujin is correct. You do not speak a single truth."
Qingyu frowned slightly.
4 years ago? She distinctly remembered the beads being lost last year, making it implausible for them to have been with Rujin back then. Observing Su Qingyu's expression, the crowd began to murmur, interpreting her silence as guilt. How could a lady from the Marquis's household steal from others? One remarked. Indeed, it appears Shen Zhao speaks with conviction, which does not seem fabricated. No wonder he refuses to marry her. Clearly, he lacks virtue. Understanding the power of public opinion, Su Qingyu realized that if this matter were not clarified, the rumor mill would run rampant. Shen Zhao stood proudly, his demeanor exuding righteousness, and the whispers around him only fueled his pride. Su Qingyu, undeterred, opened the box and produced the string of beads, her words immediately altering Shen Zhao's expression. "Behold, this string of beads is known as the 7 treasures beads. 10 years ago, I received it from Master Xian during a visit to the Guoguang Temple with my grandfather. Over the past decade, I have had it repaired twice at the Fanjin building. The last time was 6 years ago, and you, Master Jin, were the one who repaired it, were you not?" Master Jin had long wished to interject but found no suitable opportunity as Xin Zhao monopolized the conversation. As Su Qingyu addressed him, Master Jin quickly replied, "Miss Su speaks the truth. I repaired this string of beads 6 years ago. It is indeed embarrassing. But the young lady has a great fondness for it, and I even sought out Master Xian for her. However, Master Xian stated that he only crafted 1 string of the 7 treasures beads, which was given to the young lady of the Su family. Of course, one can create such items on their own, but have you seen the thread? It has been blessed by Master Xian." Master Jin's explanation illuminated the situation for the gathered crowd. Su Qingyu cast a cold glance at Xin Zhao. "Do you understand now? Furthermore, I am now considered an elder to the eldest son of the Shen family. I implore you to choose your words with care." Shen Zhao stood frozen, grappling with the revelation that the beads belonged to Su Qingyu while questioning the authenticity of Qingyu beads. Who, then, was the individual from 4 years ago? Su Qingyu ignored the stunned Shen Zhao and maneuvered through the crowd towards the grain shop. At the entrance of the Su grain shop, a throng had gathered, not to enter Su's establishment, but rather due to the overflow from the neighboring Zhou grain shop. Su Qingyu glanced at the posted prices, 1 tael and 2 qian per jin. Presently, grain merchants in Nanji were purchasing at an average of 1 tael, and with transport and loss costs, selling at 1 tael and 2 qian would barely break even. Upon entering the Su grain shop, she found the prices listed at 1 tael and 5 qian per jin. Inside, 2 young clerks appeared dejected, and even manager Lin bore a troubled expression. Upon seeing Su Qingyu, he hurried her to a private area to speak. "I received your letter yesterday, miss, and have already dispatched someone. Yet, I remain apprehensive. Can we truly sell all this grain?" Manager Lin had indeed sent someone to purchase grain from the Zhou family, but he hesitated to buy in excess. He had intended to meet Su Qingyu today, not anticipating her arrival in person. "Manager Lin, to be candid, this batch of grain has already been secured. You may rest assured. It will all be transported after the new year," Su Qingyu reassured him. Manager Lin was taken aback. "Secured? 150,000 stone?" "Yes," she affirmed, "so there is no need for worry. I am more concerned about it not being enough. With grain available next door, it will alleviate our situation." She then produced 300,000 taels in silver notes, handing them to Manager Lin. Find someone trustworthy and inform them they are here to discuss business with you.
Then,
Arrange for them to be lured away by the Zhou family, converting the silver into grain. After much contemplation, she decided that relying on piecemeal purchases was too slow. So she devised a plan to buy all the grain at once. The 300,000 taels were initially intended to be returned to the Lin family, but now she would wait until this matter was settled before doing so. Manager Lin regarded the substantial sum in his hands, pondering whether the young lady might be deceived. What if we cannot sell all this grain? When autumn harvest arrives next year, with a surge of grain flooding the market, we might have to sell at a loss. Yet, as the proprietor, he could not question her decision, so he accepted the silver notes and replied, "Rest assured, miss. I shall see to it. I suspect they may not even have 20 or 30,000 stone in their storage. If they do not, just pay the deposit and ensure they complete the delivery before the new year. Also, find out where their grain is sourced from and report back to the second young master. Just say what I instructed. We will secure all the grain intended for transport to the capital from the Zhou grain shop." Understood. As Su Qingyu departed, she cast a lingering glance at the Zhou grain shop, a faint smile gracing her features. Her spirits were high today. The more grain available, the better, especially since Guaroyun had delivered her a significant gift. Upon returning home, she initially intended to head to the study in the outer courtyard. However, as she passed by the flower hall, she noticed Cheng Rujin's maid, Yuxiu, standing guard at the entrance. Inside, Shen Zhao was gripping Cheng Rujin's wrist, questioning her fiercely. "You deceived me, didn't you?"
speak.
Shen Zhao's desperation startled Su Qingyu, making her pause, wondering if he had lost his mind. Could it be that Cheng Rujin had betrayed him? Just as she prepared to move again, Shen Zhao caught sight of her and rushed out of the flower hall. "Qingyu, don't go just yet. I need to ask you something." Shen Zhao stood close, grabbing her arm. Su Qingyu shook him off. "What are you doing?" Jade and Pearl quickly positioned themselves protectively behind Su Qingyu, both maids regarding Shen Zhao with wariness. Shen Zhao attempted to approach her again. "I need to ask you, did you visit the foot of Shishan in the outskirts of the capital 4 years ago?" Before Su Qingyu could respond, Cheng Rujin dashed out, clutching Shen Zhao's arm. "Brother Shen, it's not what you think. Those beads truly belong to her. But I was the one who was there that day. You must believe me."
Qingyu,
Confused, could not comprehend their conversation. Suddenly, Shen Zhao turned to her and inquired, "Your grandmother's cook makes excellent roast duck, does he not?" Su Qingyu was momentarily taken aback, then exclaimed, "How do you know?" Upon hearing this, Shen Zhao shrugged off Cheng Rujin's arm and moved closer to Su Qingyu. "Sister Qingyu, it was you who saved me that year, and you even performed the life-saving technique for me. Have you forgotten? It was in that cave on the outskirts of Beijing. I fell unconscious. Do you remember?" Suddenly, Su Qingyu's memory was jolted awake. 4 years ago, her grandmother had come to the countryside for recuperation, and she had gone to visit with Cheng Rujin. The estate was situated at the foot of the Western Mountains, and the two often played hide and seek nearby. One day, she inadvertently stumbled upon an abandoned pit and noticed the grass around it had been flattened. Curious, she leaned over to peer inside, and vaguely saw a figure. Being young and unaware of fear, she was determined to see who it was. Fortunately, having often played at the foot of the mountains, she was agile enough to climb down the edge and discovered a boy who had fainted. No matter how much she called out, there was no response. Having read about the life-saving technique in Jin Kue Yao Lu, she knew that performing the technique and applying pressure to the chest could save a life. Without a second thought, she focused solely on ensuring that the person before her did not perish. She followed the instructions from the book.
performing the technique while speaking to him.
She could not recall the exact words she had used, but she remembered mentioning taking him to have roast duck at her grandmother's house if he would wake up. Noticing signs of him regaining consciousness, she quickly climbed out to find help, coincidentally encountering a servant searching for him. She pointed in the direction and left the matter behind, running to find Cheng Rujin. Just as she located her, she realized her bead necklace was missing. Cheng Rujin insisted she rest while she went to look for it, and indeed, it was not long before Cheng Rujin returned with the necklace. Su Qingyu turned to Shen Zhao and asked, "Were you the boy in the cave?" Chapter 42, Mistaken Identity. Seeing that she had recalled the memory, Shen Zhao's face lit up with joy. "It was me, Sister Qingyu. I only just learned today that you were the one who saved me. Before you performed the life-saving technique, I mistook you for someone else. Please do not hold it against me." Cheng Rujin, upon hearing this, exhibited a clear sign of panic, but she quickly composed herself. She stepped forward, confronting Su Qingyu. Cousin, why are you lying? It was I who saved brother Shen Zhao. That day, I admired your beautiful bead necklace, and you lent it to me. Later, I saved brother Shen Zhao and returned the necklace to you. How can you deceive him? You have not given up on him, have you? You are now his intended third aunt. You cannot act so shamelessly. Shen Zhao was not foolish. He noticed the alarm in Cheng Rujin's eyes and the realization that had swept over Su Qingyu. However, he remained silent, curious to see how Su Qingyu would respond. If she vehemently refuted Cheng Rujin's claims, it would suggest that she still held feelings for him. For Su Qingyu, the events of that year were trivial. So much so that she had forgotten the details. Whether Shen Zhao had mistaken her for someone else did not concern her. However, Cheng Rujin's relentless and accusatory words ignited Su Qingyu's competitive spirit. A smirk crept across her lips. Borrowing? Cousin, why don't you ask Master Sen if this necklace can be borrowed? When Master Sen gave it to me, he explicitly stated that it should not be worn by anyone else. Whoever does so will meet misfortune. At that time, I was unaware of your shamelessness. I considered you a dear sister. How could I harm you? Su Qingyu continued. Your entanglement with young Master Shen has nothing to do with me. But do not think you can tread over me to ascend. The final remark was delivered with a sudden surge of authority, her gaze sharp and foreboding. Cheng Rujin was momentarily silenced by Su Qingyu's retorts, unable to articulate a counterargument. She was already unclear on the details of that day, and the more she spoke, the more mistakes she made. Regret flooded her. She should have discarded the necklace after using it to cultivate her relationship with Shen Zhao last year. Instead, she had clung to it, having seen how he cherished it. The first time she learned of Shen Zhao's affections for the necklace was during a flower festival when he was painting in a pavilion, depicting the very bead necklace. He had looked stunning in a dark blue embroidered robe, and she had been captivated. Is that the 7 treasured bead necklace? She had asked. Shen Zhao, overjoyed, had inquired if she had seen it and if she knew the person who owned it. On a whim, she had claimed it as her own. From that day forth, Shen Zhao's treatment of her had changed distinctly. She had thought she could conceal this truth for a lifetime, but it had been exposed so soon. All the blame rested on Su Qingyu. She had ruined everything. Cheng Rujin gazed at Shen Zhao, who was now fixated on Su Qingyu with an expression of rediscovered joy. Sister Qingyu, it was you who saved me. I was deceived by Cheng Rujin. I will return to my grandmother now and propose a re-engagement. Irritation flickered across Su Qingyu's features. She did not wish for Cheng Rujin to thrive, but that did not mean she desired to remain entangled with Shen Zhao. Young Master Shen, I am currently your intended third aunt. Perhaps you ought to use your intellect before speaking. She suddenly regretted not having claimed that it was Cheng Rujin who had saved him, thus binding the two of them together for eternity. Yet Shen Zhao, believing Su Qingyu was concerned about their engagement, hastily asserted, your engagement to my uncle can be annulled. He is past. Why marry him? I was wrong before. But I promise to devote myself entirely to you, without any other attachments. Will you forgive me? Shen Zhao pleaded earnestly. However, Su Qingyu felt as if fate were toying with her. In her previous life, she had yearned to live happily with Shen Zhao, yet he had single-handedly destroyed all prospects. In this life, she only wished to protect her family, while trampling her enemies beneath her feet, yet Shen Zhao presented himself with an air of deep affection. She felt no gratitude, only revulsion. Young Master Shen, if you continue to utter such words, I would not hesitate to seek out the matriarch of the Shen family to plead my case. Jinju, Fate Sue, let us depart. Su Qingyu strode confidently toward the inner courtyard, unwavering in her resolve. Shen Zhao watched her retreating figure, murmuring, Sister Qingyu, I will surely make amends. I know you still harbor feelings for me. He recalled the way Su Qingyu had looked at him before, her eyes sparkling with affection. He berated himself for his foolish mistake in misidentifying her. Cheng Rujin, noticing his daze, stepped forward and grasped his sleeve. Brother Shen Zhao, it is my fault, but it is only because I care for you. We have a child. I will soon be able to join you at the Shen residence. She fantasized about Shen Zhao looking at her with the same warmth as before, pulling her into his embrace for comfort. However, when Shen Zhao turned to Cheng Rujin, his gaze was devoid of tenderness, chilling enough to send shivers down her spine. The next moment, a sharp sound echoed as Shen Zhao struck Cheng Rujin's face. Do you still dare to speak of entering the Shen family? The Shen family would never accept a deceitful and despicable woman like you. As the heir of the Shen family, he could not afford to be soft-hearted. Cheng Rujin realized today that when Shen Zhao was resolute, he showed no mercy. Caught off guard, she stumbled from the force of the slap, nearly falling if not for the timely support of a maid. Yet she disregarded her own dignity, too afraid to confront Shen Zhao's anger. Cautiously, she approached him, her voice laced with humility and pleading, "Brother Shen Zhao, I truly understand my mistakes. I just wanted to be with you. I promise to obey you from now on. Please do not be angry." Cheng Rujin's eyes brimmed with tears, reminiscent of a flower drenched in rain. In the past, Shen Zhao would have been deeply moved by her tears. However, seeing her in such a state today only filled him with impatience. He yearned to return to the Shen residence, to seek his grandmother's guidance, for he wished to marry Su Qingyu. He understood clearly that if he lost this opportunity, he would forever regret it. Once Su Qingyu became the third mistress of the Shen family, all possibilities between them would vanish. Shen Zhao disregarded Cheng Rujin and swiftly departed from the Su residence, her expression a blend of urgency and anticipation. Watching Shen Zhao's retreating figure, Cheng Rujin's sobs intensified. The commotion soon reached Gu Ruoyun's ears, and as soon as Shen Zhao left, she hurried over. Upon seeing her mother approach, Cheng Rujin threw herself into her embrace, crying, "Mother, he wishes to marry Su Qingyu. What should I do?" Chapter 43. Let her fall from grace to despair. Gu Ruoyun glanced around, ensuring no outsiders were present. Only Cheng Rujin's 2 personal maidservants. She spoke in a hushed yet firm tone. The events of earlier must remain confidential. You must keep your lips sealed. Should I discover anyone betraying our trust, I shall not hesitate to take action. After instructing the maidservants, Gu Ruoyun led Cheng Rujin to Xiaohua Hall, where the mother and daughter shared private conversations. "Tell me, what exactly transpired?" Gu Ruoyun inquired calmly, gently wiping the tears from Cheng Rujin's eyes, which offered the latter a sense of reassurance. Once she had composed herself, Cheng Rujin recounted the day's events in detail, including the matter of the 7-treasure pearl bracelet. After listening in silence for a considerable time, Gu Ruoyun finally spoke. "Dismiss this incident from your mind. Focus on nurturing the child. That is of utmost importance, for he is the firstborn of the Shen family." Cheng Rujin looked at her mother in confusion. But Shen Zhao insists on marrying Su Qingyu and intends to seek the old matriarch's approval. Are we to do nothing? With a cold smirk, Gu Ruoyun replied. Does he believe he can marry Su Qingyu merely by wishing it? The old matriarch of the Shen family would never consent. The engagement between Su Qingyu and Shen San-ye was arranged privately by the 2 families' elders, and since it was withdrawn in secrecy, it bears no consequence. However, the betrothal to Shen San-ye has already been presented to the emperor. How could he possibly be matched with Shen Zhao? What would that mean for the Shen family? Moreover, you 2 have already shared intimate relations, and now that you are with child, the Shen family would not allow the offspring to be cast aside. Rest assured, it will not be long before the Shen family comes to take you into their household. Once you are in the Shen family, you can gradually win over Shen Zhao. By the time the child is born, your position within the Shen household will be secure. With a child at your side, even if Shen Zhao favors another in the future, you will still have the firstborn to rely upon. What is there to fear? Gu Ruoyun's words resonated with reason, calming Cheng Rujin's anxious heart. Mother is right. I have been too hasty. Rujin, remember, this firstborn is far more significant than Shen Zhao's affections. Cheng Rujin nodded vigorously. But after a moment, indignation bubbled forth. But what about Su Qingyu? Mother, I cannot bear this. Why should she, being the legitimate daughter of the Su family, hold such power within the household? Gu Ruoyun let out a cold huff and replied, her days of fortune are numbered. Today, her shop made not a single tael of silver in sales. Rest assured, it will not be long before her grain businesses close. Without income, I wonder how she will maintain her standing in the household. Once I have earned enough from my own shop, I shall have the Marquis directly divorce Lin Shi, and then I will be the matriarch of the Su family. Hearing this, Cheng Rujin felt her spirits lift significantly, eagerly anticipating the day when Su Qingyu would be reduced to humility, begging for her favor. Meanwhile, Su Qingyu, the object of Cheng Rujin's thoughts, was in the study of Bihui Pavilion, diligently inscribing something. After completing her writing, she handed the note to Zhenju, instructing her to gather the herbs according to the prescription discreetly. Additionally, procure a fine golden threaded soft pillow from the storeroom, the more exquisite the better. Zhenju, bewildered, glanced at the prescription, recognizing only saffron. Miss, isn't this saffron known to induce miscarriage? Are you intending to? Su Qingyu nodded, declaring. She must not give birth to the Shen family's firstborn. She would not allow Qing Rujin to prosper. In her previous life, allowing Qing Rujin to bear a child was a grave error. In this life, if Qing Rujin sought to secure her place in the Shen family through a child, it was but a futile dream. With only 10 days remaining until Shen San-ye's burial, the Shen family would likely come to retrieve Qing Rujin beforehand. She intended to orchestrate her downfall from grace to despair. Zhanzhu swiftly returned with the herbs and a beautifully crafted pillow from the storeroom. The two of them meticulously filled the pillow with the powdered medicine. Once everything was prepared, Su Qingyu instructed Zhanzhu to return the pillow to the storeroom and also directed Yu Tao to find a way to mention it to Gu Ruoyan. As fate would have it, within days, Gu Ruoyan sought the pillow from the storeroom. 3 days later, the Shen family sent a sedan chair to escort Qing Rujin into their household. There were no betrothal gifts, no dowry, nor any grand ceremonies. Qing Rujin left the Su family with only her 2 personal maidservants. That evening, Su Qingyu discreetly instructed Fei Chui to dispose of the pillow in the kitchen of Bihui Pavilion by burning it. A few days later, the Shen family sent for Su Qingyu, allowing her, as the widow of Shen San-ye, to attend the burial ceremony. Dressed in mourning attire, Su Qingyu arrived at the Shen family early in the morning, where servants led her to change into appropriate mourning garments. The morning was filled with tedious rituals, each step performed with solemn devotion, while she paid no heed to Shen Zhao, who occasionally glanced her way. Once the ceremony concluded, Shen Zhao and several relatives carried the coffin to be buried in the outskirts of the capital. Su Qingyu believed the rituals were over and planned to take her leave. However, the old matriarch remarked, "You must be fatigued after this morning's events. Allow me to have someone escort you to Tingshatong for a rest. After dinner, I will have someone send you home." Not wishing to offend the old matriarch, Su Qingyu replied, "Of course, I will defer to your wishes." Tingshatong was a guest house of the Su family, where a maidservant guided her and her 2 attendants inside. They were soon served ginseng soup and pastries, said to have been specially prepared by the old matriarch. Before long, Han Chui, the old matriarch's chief maid, entered with a large red lacquered tray.
Misu.
The old matriarch has sent this for you, a change of clothes. A pale blue brocade robe with subtle patterns, a moon-white skirt with 12 panels, and a belt adorned with rice-sized pearls were presented. The craftsmanship was exquisite, and even simplicity of the colors could not conceal their elegance. Su Qingyu gestured for Zhanzhu to accept the garments, giving a knowing glance. Meanwhile, Fei Chui discreetly retrieved a small pouch of silver coins from her pocket, slipping it into Han Chui's hands. "This is a small token for the sisters who have attended to us today." Han Chui hastily declined, saying, "Miss, you are too kind. The old matriarch has been concerned about you. This outfit was completed some time ago." She personally inspected it several times to ensure its quality. Su Qingyu felt warmth in her heart and smiled. The old matriarch is truly benevolent, treating me as if I were her own child. We shall continue to maintain our connections. This silver is merely a token of appreciation for your hospitality. Unable to refuse, Han Chui accepted the gift and expressed her gratitude. "Miss Su, please rest. I must return to report to the old matriarch." Su Qingyu signaled for Zhanzhu to see Han Chui out. Just as they rose, voices were heard from outside. "I must speak with my cousin. Please inform her." Su Qingyu's expression shifted as she recognized Qing Rujin's voice. Chapter 44. This is extortion. A thought crossed her mind, and she apologetically said to Han Chui, "Might you step into the inner chamber for a moment? My cousin is quite sensitive. If she learns how well the old matriarch treats me, I fear she may misinterpret it, which could affect the child."
Angkui.
Not thinking much of it, assumed Su Qingyu was aware of the old matriarch's disdain for Qing Rujin and wished to avoid unnecessary conflict. Thus, Han Chui settled in the inner chamber while Su Qingyu took a seat in the outer resting area and instructed Zhanzhu to invite her cousin in. The moment Qing Rujin entered, she ordered Zhanzhu and Fei Chui, "You may leave. I have matters to discuss with my cousin." Naturally, the 2 maidservants were unwilling to comply, especially Fei Chui, who not only refused to leave but also inched closer, wary of Qing Rujin's potential malice toward their mistress. Su Qingyu gestured for Zhanzhu and Fei Chui to step outside, intending to see what Qing Rujin had in mind. If her suspicions were correct, Qing Rujin should have already lost the child. She carefully observed Qing Rujin's complexion, which was pale as paper, evidently marked by illness. However, There had been no news of her miscarriage at the Shen family today. Had she not confided in anyone? What brings you here, cousin? Please take a seat. Su Qingyu said gently, her tone soothing, as she personally poured a cup of hot water and offered it to Cheng Rujin. Cheng Rujin seized the teacup and hurled it to the ground, prompting Su Qingyu to retreat a few steps to avoid the splatter. Miss, are you all right? Came the urgent voice of Yuxiu from outside. Su Qingyu replied softly, I am fine. You need not worry. She glanced at the shards of the celadone cup on the floor and then turned her gaze back to Cheng Rujin. What is the meaning of this? Have I offended you in some way? Her tone had grown markedly colder. Cheng Rujin scoffed. Su Qingyu, there's no need for you to feign innocence. You have been sowing discord between me and brother Xinzhao behind my back. Now that he is ignoring me, are you satisfied? If you still hold affection for him, you may marry him openly. What is this nonsense about breaking off the engagement only to flirt with him again? Su Qingyu furrowed her brow and sighed. Cousin, you are still with child. Do not let your emotions get the better of you. As she spoke, she intently scrutinized Cheng Rujin's expression. Upon hearing the mention of the child, Cheng Rujin's eyes flickered, her face contorted as if recalling something she was reluctant to confront. At that moment, Su Qingyu concluded that the child was indeed lost. Why would Cheng Rujin, neglecting her health, seek her out only to utter such drivel?
Qingyu stilled herself,
sensing that there was more to this than met the eye. Out of the corner of her eye, she caught a glimpse of Han Sui lurking in the shadows. Dear cousin, you need not doubt my relationship with young Master Shen. I have already lost respect for him for engaging in such conduct with you prior to our marriage. Our union is merely a result of parental arrangement, devoid of genuine affection. I am indeed angered by your actions, but anyone in my position would feel the same. You are now part of the Shen family, and I have an engagement with Master Shen San. I assure you I would never stoop to such vulgarity. You may leave now. I shall pretend I have not heard any of this today, and I will not speak of it to anyone. Su Qingyu spoke as an elder sister might, guiding her younger relative with care. These words were less for Cheng Rujin and more for the old matriarch to hear. She had quietly inquired earlier, learning that Xinzhao had returned home that day to seek the matriarch's approval for their marriage, only to be met with rejection. She believed that her words today would allay any doubts the matriarch might harbor. Cheng Rujin looked at Su Qingyu in confusion, with her temperament. She should have scolded or attacked her, yet she remained intent on persuading her. Cheng Rujin did not understand the sudden change in Su Qingyu's demeanor. But there was no time for hesitation. She had to take the initiative. Su Qingyu, if I am to suffer, so shall you, she declared, lunging toward the nearby Nanmu table, shouting, Cousin, why did you push me? Moments later, Cheng Rujin collided with the edge of the table, slipping to the ground. Yuxiu was the first to rush in, miss. What has happened? I will fetch help immediately. Please hold on. You are still with child. In the next instant, Cheng Rujin clutched her abdomen, grimacing and crying out, it hurts. Yuxiu, go inform the madam and the old matriarch that someone intends to harm the heir of the Shen family.
Qingyu stood aside, coldly observing Cheng Rujin.
This ploy of extortion was indeed crafty. Yuxiu dashed out, while Su Qingyu instructed Jinju and Han Sui to lift Cheng Rujin onto the bed. Han Sui, who had been hiding in the room, nodded at Su Qingyu before hastily departing, unsure whether to summon a doctor or report to the old matriarch. Before long, the old matriarch arrived with Madame Chen, accompanied by a throng of servants. Given the implications for the Shen family's lineage, their expressions were notably grim. Madame Hua, who attended the old matriarch, stepped forward to examine Cheng Rujin, then shook her head as she approached the old matriarch. Old matriarch, it seems we cannot save her. Madame Chen's brow furrowed deeply. What has transpired? Why would concubine Chen come to Shueshua Hall? How did she fall? Yuxiu stepped forward and explained, reporting to the old matriarch and Madame. Our lady heard that the eldest young lady was present and wished to visit her cousin. The two of them were conversing inside, and we were sent out. Outside, I heard the eldest young lady continuously berating Our Lady, calling her seductive and accusing her of enticing young Master Shen. Even throwing the teacup. Our Lady, feeling remorseful, kept apologizing. Then I heard her exclaim, why did the eldest cousin push me? Followed by the sound of her fall. When we entered, she was already on the floor beside the table, crying out in pain. Madame Chen turned to Su Qingyu, her voice sharp with accusation. How could you be so cruel? This is our heir. How dare you lay a hand on her? Though it was improper for a concubine to be pregnant before the official wife had entered, once pregnant, it could not be terminated. Moreover, since Shen Zhao was the heir, having a legitimate son would bolster their claims in property disputes. They had already conspired to claim that the child was conceived before Shen San's demise. Thus, after Cheng Rujin entered the family, Madame Chen had shown concern, hoping she would bear a son. However, Su Qingyu turned to the old matriarch. "This is not my doing. My attendants can attest to that." Jinju quickly interjected. "This Yuxiu is distorting the truth. The eldest young lady entered and scolded our lady. The teacup was broken by her." Yuxiu retorted, "You are the eldest young lady's maid. Of course, you would defend her. Is it possible our lady could have thrown herself into the table?" Su Qingyu thought to herself, but she did throw herself. Old matriarch. "Our cousin's health is of utmost importance. Let us wait for the doctor to assess her condition. As for our dispute, we can address it face to face, once she is better." The old matriarch pondered in silence, deep in thought. Yet Madame Chen pressed on, "Mother, how could such a person be allowed to marry into the Shen family? I say we should cancel the engagement and find a more suitable match for him." Madame Chen loathed Su Qingyu with a passion, her son now distracted due to her, and a healthy child lost because of her. She was resolute in seeking justice for her grandson. Even if it could not be repaid in kind, she would ensure Su Qingyu faced consequences. Just as she was about to speak again, the old matriarch interjected firmly, "Let us first see what the doctor has to say." I believe Qingyu is not that sort of person. For reasons unfathomable, she simply believed in the girl. When Duke Wei Zhao Jingwu had returned to propose, he had elaborated on the Su family circumstances. Su Qingyu's statement, "To marry young Master Shen San is but an honor," had touched her heart. For that reason alone, she was willing to trust that this girl would not stoop to such actions. Su Qingyu was taken aback. She had expected the old matriarch to demand she kneel. Moments later, Han Sui rushed in with the doctor. Upon seeing the visitor, the old matriarch exclaimed, "Dr. Zhang, you have returned?" Just in time to examine her.
Doctor.
Zhang approached respectfully, then set down his medical bag beside the bed, feeling Cheng Rujin's pulse. Madame Chen, anxious, asked Dr. Zhang, "Is the child all right?" Dr. Zhang paused, then rose to respond, "Madam, this concubine Cheng is not pregnant. She is merely suffering from stagnant qi and blood stasis, which is causing her pain. I will prescribe a remedy, and she will recover in a couple of days." At this pronouncement, both the old matriarch and Madame Chen were stunned. How could she not be pregnant? Madame Chen insisted. "On the day she entered the household, we consulted the doctor from Yeoman Hall, who confirmed she was a month along." "How is it that you find no pregnancy?" Dr. Zhang, confident in his diagnostic abilities, considered the possibility that this concubine may have bribed the previous doctor amidst the fierce competition for favor within the household. It is difficult to articulate this sentiment. Yet one can only elucidate, "Madam, it is entirely possible that the physician outside has misdiagnosed the pulse." Su Qingyu lowered her gaze, remaining composed. The prescription in question was one she had encountered in her previous life, while treating Shen Zhao, having perused various medical texts. A miscarriage could be induced in a manner that an ordinary physician would fail to discern. Madame Shen approached the bedside, casting a cold glance at Cheng Rujin. "You feigned pregnancy to enter the Shen household, did you? And now you seek to frame Qingyu for your deceit. Truly, you play your cards well." Cheng Rujin, utterly bewildered, thought, shouldn't the doctor have declared the child lost? How could he assert she had never been pregnant? A sudden thought struck Cheng Rujin, and she turned to Su Qingyu. Her voice sharp, "You bribed the doctor, didn't you? How much did she pay you to frame me? Tell me, how much did she offer?" Dr. Zhang, having served as the family physician for decades, would not tolerate such slander. He refrained from engaging with Cheng Rujin and addressed the old lady, saying, "Madam, I have served in this household for many years and have never acted against my conscience." Taking a deep breath, the old lady replied, "I am well aware of Dr. Zhang's character." Seeing this, Mama Hua stepped forward to Cheng Rujin and stated, "Aunt Cheng, do not speak recklessly. Dr. Zhang is our family physician, and it is inconceivable that Miss Su could have bribed him. Moreover, she would never engage in such behavior." Chen, standing to the side, pondered for a moment, gestured for Dr. Chen to step outside, and then addressed the old lady, "Mother, even if Aunt Cheng is not pregnant, it does not alter the fact that Su Qingyu has insulted my cousin and harbors ulterior motives. In my opinion, she should not be allowed to enter the Shen household. If she does, the inner quarters will descend into chaos. We, the Su family, would become a laughingstock throughout the capital." Su Qingyu frowned. Chen's words were exceedingly harsh. Just as she was about to respond, Han Shui approached the old lady and whispered, "Madam, when Miss Qing entered today, I was in the inner room observing Miss Su's embroidery and happened to witness the entire incident." As Han Shui was a trusted maid of the old lady, she would not be easily swayed. She recounted the events in detail, including how Cheng Rujin had berated Su Qingyu and how Su Qingyu had explained herself. Finally, she described how Cheng Rujin had collided with the table, providing a thorough account. Upon hearing this, everyone in the room grasped the situation. Cheng Rujin had come to extort, intending to place the blame of harming the Shen family's offspring upon Su Qingyu. Madame Shen's face darkened with fury. A concubine who had only recently entered the household had caused such an uproar. Seize Aunt Cheng and confine her to the woodshed. This maid of hers speaks nothing but lies. Take her away and administer punishment. Chen, undeterred, pressed further. Mother, what about Su Qingyu? Madam Shen shot a cold glance at Chen. If you continue to speak thus, you shall join her in the woodshed. Chen, frightened, fell silent. Although the old lady typically possessed a gentle temperament, if truly provoked, her wrath was not to be borne. Su Qingyu watched as Cheng Rujin was escorted away by two matrons, a sense of vindictive satisfaction shimmering in her cold, beautiful eyes. Subsequently, the old lady took Su Qingyu to Qingyuan residence for a meal, accompanied by Xinyu. After they had dined, Xinyu and Mama Hua escorted Su Qingyu to the second gate for her carriage. Just as she was about to board, she noticed Shen Zhao approaching from a distance, quickening his pace upon seeing her. "Qingyu, may I have a moment of your time?" Shen Zhao said, leaning closer with a tone of ingratiation. Standing nearby, Mama Hua subtly furrowed her brow. How could the young master be so oblivious to propriety? Su Qingyu had no intention of speaking with Shen Zhao alone. She replied coolly, "If you have something to say, speak openly. Xiao Yu and Mama Hua are not outsiders." Her implication was clear. Whatever he wished to discuss ought to remain unspoken. Yet Shen Zhao seemed lost in his own thoughts, disregarding Mama Hua's presence entirely, wearing a demeanor of unseemly affection. "Qingyu, I was wrong before. What can I do to earn your forgiveness? I have no desire to marry Cheng Rujin. I have always wished to marry you. It was merely a case of mistaken identity. If you care for Cheng Rujin, I can send her away to fend for herself. If you are concerned about that child, I can ensure she has an abortion. Just say the word, and I will comply with any request." Chapter 46. Will you live as a widow for a lifetime? Su Qingyu felt a jolt of shock. She had spent 3 years with Shen Zhao in her previous life, yet she realized she hardly knew him. In that lifetime, Shen Zhao had taken her life for Cheng Rujin in a particularly cruel manner. Now, in this life, he was willing to forsake Cheng Rujin and the child for her sake. In truth, he loved neither. He was merely ensnared in the obsessions of his youth. What appeared to be deep affection was, in fact, colder than indifference.
Interrupting Sensao, su injury play.
Is it appropriate for the eldest young master to speak thus, so soon after the passing of the third master? No matter what Shen Zhao said, it could not alter the enmity between them. She had yet to confront him. She simply had not found the right moment. Hearing Su Qingyu invoke Shen Jixio to admonish him, a cruel glint flickered in Shen Zhao's eyes as he retorted, "The third uncle is dead. Do you intend to remain a widow for the rest of your life?" Su Qingyu found his words laughable. Had she not lived 3 years as a widow in her previous life? In such a setting, it was inappropriate for her to engage further with Shen Zhao. The more she spoke, the more mistakes she would make. Turning to Mama Hua, she said, "Mama, I must take my leave." She lifted her foot to step into the carriage, but Shen Zhao, furrowing his brow deeply, reached out to grasp her arm. Shen Yu hurriedly intervened, grasping Shen Zhao's arm. "Eldest brother, please do not act this way. It will not reflect well if others see." Shen Zhao replied in a low voice, "Leave. It is not your place to speak." Seeing this, Mama Hua interjected, "Young master, the old lady is awaiting your response." Her tone carried a clear warning. Su Qingyu nodded to Mama Hua and offered a polite smile to Xinyu before the carriage slowly departed from the Shen residence. Gu Ruoyun learned of Cheng Rujin's confinement the following afternoon, having received news from a small servant whom Cheng Rujin had secretly bribed. Upon understanding the situation, Gu Ruoyun stormed to Bishui Pavilion, demanding an explanation from Su Qingyu. Su Qingyu merely replied with indifference, "Send her back." Within a quarter of an hour, Gu Ruoyun returned to Xiahua Hall, her face flushed with indignation and limping slightly. She had been beaten by Fei Cue but dared not voice her grievances. Like Su Qingyu had surmised, Cheng Rujin's predicament in the Shen household was something she could not allow the old lady to discover. Days later, Lin Sheng sent word that the 30,000 taels of silver had been exchanged for 25,000 pickles of grain, now stored. During this time, the Su grain business had sold virtually no grain, and not just the Su family, the entire grain market in the capital was experiencing a downturn. The Zhou family's grain business, on the other hand, was bustling, with lines extending for miles before the doors even opened. During this period, Su Qingye and Gu Ruoyun appeared particularly pleased, seemingly waiting for the closure of Su Qingyu's grain business. On the 20th day of the 12th month, during the morning greetings, the old lady mentioned Lin Shi, inquiring when Su Qingyu would bring her back to celebrate the new year. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Qingyu declined, citing her mother's severe illness, preventing her from getting out of bed. Though the old lady felt displeased, she refrained from pressing further. Knowing that Lin Shi carried the family's legitimate heir, the Su household gradually returned to its previous tranquility. During greetings, Su Yuankai and Su Yihui greeted Su Qingyu as usual, as if nothing had ever transpired. Exiting Songha Hall, Su Qingyu sighed in relief. Regarding her mother's plans for the new year, she had deliberated for several days before deciding to let her remain at the estate. She had visited several times recently. Her mother, tending to flowers and embroidering small garments for the child, appeared much more spirited than she had been at the Marquis's residence. After the new year, she would need to be diligent, fearing she might not be able to care for her mother, lest she find herself regretting it, just as in her previous life. In the days that followed, the capital became bustling with excitement as various households joyfully prepared for the new year. On the 29th day of the 12th month, Lin, heir, whom Su Qingyu had been eagerly awaiting, finally returned. In truth, Su Qingyu had felt a twinge of regret after Lin heir's departure. Though Xuanfu was quite distant from the provinces of Shaanxi and Gansu, the potential danger posed by wandering refugees was not to be underestimated. Fortunately, Lin heir remembered her instructions and returned ahead of schedule. In the study, Lin heir sat in a Nanma chair by the window, cradling a cup of steaming tea. He had rushed over without even changing his clothes after coming back from Xuanfu. Once Lin heir had caught his breath, Su Qingyu inquired, "Uncle Lin, what have you discovered?" A flicker of excitement danced in Lin heir's eyes as he mysteriously replied, "Miss, the fourth young master is indeed not the child of the concubine Mou." This outcome was within Su Qingyu's expectations. Her concern lay not with the result, but rather with the evidence. "Is there a witness?" she asked calmly. Lin heir thought to himself that the young lady was truly capable of managing the family affairs, remaining composed even in the face of such significant news. Mou had passed away, but her devoted maid had returned to her hometown to discuss a marriage proposal, thus escaping disaster. "I have brought her back and settled her in the eastern bridal chamber of the lady's residence. I have also recruited a few servants acquainted with the Marquis. I have written testimonies, and they have all signed." Su Qingyu took the testimonies and examined them, feeling satisfied with the identities and statements of the witnesses. She carefully stored the documents and instructed Lin heir to ensure the witnesses were well treated, but not to allow them to leave. With the chaos in the northern provinces imminent, she had no time to deal with Gu Ruoyun. It was paramount for the Lin family to emerge unscathed from this calamity. After Lin heir left, Su Qingyu sat in a daze behind her desk. During these days, she often dreamt of the displaced victims from her past life, their hands reaching out to her, pleading for a bowl of porridge. She questioned herself countless times. If she reported to the court, could she save their lives? Had she made a mistake? Yet, she knew that no one would believe her at the court. The government would not relocate over 5 million people from the provinces of Shaanxi and Gansu based on her mere words. All she could do was stockpile as much grain as possible. Perhaps a bowl of porridge would save a life. "Miss, the rewards for each courtyard have been distributed," announced Qingyu. Su Qingyu snapped back to reality, acknowledging the news. On New Year's Eve, after managing the affairs of the household, Su Qingyu went directly to the estate to celebrate the new year with the Lin family. Meanwhile, the Su family experienced the most meager of celebrations. With little money in the accounts and substantial expenses for the festivities, Su Qingye vented his frustrations at Su Qingyu. However, such matters were of no concern to Su Qingyu. Her only desire was to spend quality time with her mother. This year, Lin Wenba did not return to Yunzhou due to the grain issue, and also went to the hot spring estate. The three of them celebrated the new year together, creating a lively and harmonious atmosphere. It was not until the third day of the new year that an estate steward from the Lin family came to knock on the door. "Second young master, cousin." An urgent message arrived last night from 800 miles away. A disaster has struck the provinces of Shaanxi and Gansu. This morning, grain prices in the capital have surged to 3 taels of silver per stone. Should we raise our prices as well? Before Lin Wenba could respond, Su Qingyu interjected. We will not open today. The second young master and I still need to discuss this. The steward glanced at Lin Wenba's expression and replied, Understood, cousin. Once the steward departed, only Lin Wenba and Su Qingyu remained in the flower hall. Lin Wenba asked eagerly, Cousin, what shall we do? Are we not selling the 150,000 stones of grain? Of course we shall sell, but not at these prices, Su Qingyu stated. When news of the disaster in Shaanxi and Gansu first broke, grain merchants in the capital quickly realized that grain would be in short supply. And as soon as the market opened, prices began to rise. Initially, it was 3 taels per stone, but by the next day, it soared to 5. As the merchants raised their prices, the populace fell into a panic, queuing up to buy grain, causing widespread unease in the capital. The responsibility for disaster relief fell to the chief minister Su Yixiang. His first course of action was to take action against several major grain merchants, accusing them of maliciously inflating prices. The Lin and Su families, as prominent merchants, each contributed 30,000 stones of grain and 500,000 taels of silver to appease the government's ire. Half a month later, refugees began arriving in the capital. But by then, all the grain from northern Jili had been sent to the northwest for disaster relief, plunging the capital into chaos once more. It was only at the end of the month that grain from Jiangnan arrived, alleviating the turmoil. Lin Wenba, perplexed, asked, Then how shall we sell? Su Qingyu pondered before responding, Cousin, do you believe the price of 3 taels today will not rise tomorrow? Certainly, it will continue to rise. Any discerning person can see that northern Jili is facing a grain shortage. It could very well reach 10 taels in the future, Lin Wenba replied. Su Qingyu further inquired. Now, with the nation in crisis, if we raise our prices, could the court use us as scapegoats? Should public outrage arise, we grain merchants would be deemed the culprits. And the silver we earned may have to be repaid tenfold. Lin Wenba, not naive to the ways of the world, had been in the capital long enough to understand the intricacies involved. Whenever there was a national disaster, it was primarily merchants like them who bore the burden of disaster relief. This was both a moral obligation as business people and a necessity for maintaining good relations with the government. Cousin's concern is valid. Raising prices in such a manner could spiral out of control. Seeing that he understood, Su Qingyu added, Cousin, this time we seek not to profit, but merely to ensure that the Lin family does not face retribution from the court. While Su Qingyu had only the 4 grain shops to consider, the Lin family's extensive holdings could attract unwanted attention, potentially resulting in severe consequences. Lin Wenba nodded slightly and asked, Then how shall we sell? Selling at the market price would offend all the merchants in the capital. The current situation is not the same as when the Zhou family lowered their prices. Even then, the merchants were already grumbling. In this climate, if the Su and Lin families were to sell at market price, they would undoubtedly face inquiries from the merchants in the capital. Su Qingyu contemplated before stating, I have an idea. The two deliberated for nearly half an hour before rising to bid farewell to the Lin family and return to the city. Upon entering the capital, Lin Wenba's carriage turned to the Lin family's merchant house, as he had numerous matters to attend to. Su Qingyu instructed the coachman to head to the shop in the west of the city. As Su Qingyu gently lifted the carriage curtain, the entire capital seemed to come alive. The streets were thronged with people, and no matter the size of the grain shops, long queues formed outside each one. Tishu, peering through the gaps in the carriage, remarked, Miss, it looks quite alarming. Have the people of the capital gone mad? Su Qingyu gazed coldly outside, realizing that this was merely the beginning. In the month to come, the capital would descend into greater chaos each passing day. The carriage halted in front of the Su family's grain shop, while the Zhou family shop was bustling with customers, offering grain at 3 taels per stone. At that moment, Lin Sheng, the shopkeeper of the Su family, had just received word from the Lin family steward that all grain shops under the Su and Lin families would be closed for the day. The people in line watched the Su family shop, hoping to purchase grain once the price was confirmed, but instead, they were met with the news of the shop's closure. As Lin Sheng prepared to close the door, someone shouted, Are you not opening today? Lin Sheng stood at the entrance, slightly cupping his hands in apology. I sincerely apologize. Everyone, we are closed today. At that moment, someone emerged from the Zhou family shop, forcing their way into the crowd at the entrance of the Su family shop, and suddenly shouted, Is the Su family waiting for prices to rise further? Do you have no conscience?
Indeed.
Is the Su family hoping to sell at a higher price later? Others echoed, questioning loudly. Lin Sheng could only vaguely reply, regarding the price issue. We will only know when we open tomorrow. The man immediately shouted, You are just waiting for the price to rise. I will never buy grain from your family again. Indeed, I will never purchase from the Su family again. The common folk are always easily incited, especially during these times of widespread anxiety. In no time, the Su grain store became synonymous with unscrupulous merchants, while the Zhou family shop emerged as the most righteous in the eyes of the populace. Zhan Zhu watched the turmoil outside, her chest heaving with anger, and stood up to leave the carriage. Miss, I will confront them. However, she was seized by Fei Chui, who said, Miss has her own plans. Zhan Zhu, disheartened, sat back down and said, Miss, we cannot allow them to slander us like this. Su Qingyu continued observing the scene outside. Although Lin Sheng had already closed the store, the crowd had been stirred into a frenzy, throwing rotten vegetables and eggs at the shop. Let us return to the Marquis's residence. There is nothing to worry about here. Tomorrow will be better. Zhan Zhu asked in confusion. So tomorrow will we also sell at 3 taels of silver per stone? Su Qingyu shook her head and replied, No. We will not sell at 3 taels. She was curious about what the Zhou family's listed price would be the following day. Upon returning to the Pingning Marquis's residence, Su Qingyu first paid her respects to the old lady and delivered fresh vegetables from the estate. The old lady did not inquire much about Su Qingyu's New Year visit to the estate, but instead asked about Lin's health. Su Qingyu wondered when her grandmother had become so amiable. She had expected a stern reprimand upon her return. As she daydreamed, she heard the old lady mention. On New Year's Eve, the emperor specifically mentioned Shinji Xiao and even granted a reward to old Madame Shen. Old Madame Shen sent a portion of the reward to you. The items are at by Shui Pavilion in the coming days. You should find time to pay your respects to old Madame Shen and also discuss your second uncle's situation. Last time, during the matchmaking discussions, old Madame Shen brought it up, but with so many trivial matters, I fear she might have forgotten. Chapter 48. Su Qingye is captured. Su Qingyu finally understood what her grandmother meant. Her second uncle, Su Qingyan, currently held the position of the 4th-rank commander in Qianzhou. His wife and children accompanied him in his post, and it was too far for them to return for the new year. She also had a half-brother, Su Qingshuan, who was the governor of Suzhou. In her previous life, old Madame Shen did not mention this matter, and her second uncle remained in Qianzhou for the next 3 years without being transferred back to the capital. However, one thing remained etched in her memory. 2 years after her marriage, when her grandmother celebrated her 60th birthday, both her second and third uncles returned with their families. Her second uncle often lamented the decline of the Shen family, blaming her for not contributing much to the family. In contrast, her third uncle privately inquired twice about her well-being and how the Shen family treated her. Before leaving, her third uncle had specifically reminded her to send word if she encountered any difficulties. A sudden idea sparked in Su Qingyu's downcast eyes as she lifted her head and smiled. I will remember and find an opportunity to discuss it with old Madame Shen. As she exited Songha Hall towards Bai Shui Pavilion, she unexpectedly encountered Gu Ruoyun. The eldest lady has returned. I heard that the Su grain store has been pelted with rotten vegetables and eggs. What shall we do? Is this business really coming to an end? Su Qingyu gazed at Gu Ruoyun with an inscrutable expression and replied, This is just the beginning. Tomorrow I will open the store and sell at 5 taels of silver per stone. That is 2 taels more than today. Do you know how much silver my reserves amount to? A few vegetables and eggs are nothing. I won't even need to clean up. With that, Su Qingyu held her head high and walked away. Gu Ruoyun narrowed her eyes, pondering how much less their shop would sell today. Immediately, she instructed her maid, Lu Ru, to inform Zhou Buren that they would not sell today and to inquire about how much others planned to sell tomorrow. If everyone else sold at 5 taels, they would also sell at 5 taels. That evening, Lin Wenba sent a message stating only 4 words, Everything is going smoothly. The next morning, Su Qingyu arrived early at the shop. As on the previous day, all the grain stores in the capital had long lines outside. At the hour of Chun, all shops opened simultaneously. The Zhou family's listed price was 5 taels of silver per stone, while the Su family, Lin family, and other medium to large grain shops in the capital listed their prices at 1 tael and 5 cash per stone. In no time, the entrance of the Su grain store was bustling with voices as the common folk questioned why the price had reverted to 1 tael and 5 cash per stone. Lin Sheng stood at the entrance, explaining loudly. Today, all grain shops in the capital have a unified policy. Bring your household registration to buy grain for 1 tael and 5 cash per stone. But each household can purchase a maximum of 2 stones. Upon hearing that they needed to present their household registration, someone asked anxiously, "What if 2 stones of grain are not enough for us? Can't we buy more? If I buy 2 stones here, can I go elsewhere to buy more?" Lin Sheng replied, 2 stones of grain are sufficient for most families for a month. By the end of the month, grain from Jiangnan will also be arriving. No matter where you go to buy grain with your household registration, it will be stamped, and once you purchase 2 stones, you cannot buy more elsewhere. Those who had thrown things at the Su shop the day before felt embarrassed and said, "Shopkeeper Lin, we truly apologize. We misunderstood you yesterday." Lin Sheng smiled and said, "You were also deceived. Our Su grain store has been established for over 20 years. You can rest assured that our rice is of good quality and our prices are fair." Once everyone understood the situation, they returned home to retrieve their household registrations and queued nearby to buy rice. Compared to the chaos of the previous day, the capital had regained order. The shopkeepers of several Zhou family stores rushed back to the Zhou residence in a panic, seeking guidance from Zhou shopkeeper. However, before Zhou shopkeeper could ascertain the situation, the Zhou grain store was sealed by the officials of Shentian Prefecture, accused of maliciously inflating prices. It was said that Zhou Buren, the owner of the Zhou grain store, had also been taken in for questioning. At the moment the seal was affixed, the common folk erupted into cheers. Su Qingyu and Lin Wenba were in the back hall of the shop enjoying tea when they were startled by the sounds of celebration from outside. "How did you manage to persuade the merchants and the Fong family?"
Su Qingyu asked.
"I did not expect it to go so smoothly," they all agreed. Lin Wenba replied, "I simply repeated what you told me to them. They are quite astute and did not hesitate to agree." The head of the Fong family happened to be in the capital and took the lead to consult with Elder Su, who was very pleased with our family's response strategy. From what Elder Su indicated, the court is preparing to deal with the grain merchants who have raised prices within the next few days. After meeting with Elder Su, the Fong family and the merchants expressed their deep gratitude towards me. Additionally, the court has requested that we provide a portion of grain for disaster relief. I recall your instruction that the capital's granary can only spare 200,000 stones. Su Qingyu inquired, "Did they believe it?" Lin Wenba chuckled lightly and said, "Why wouldn't they believe it? The Fong family can only provide 150,000 stones, and the merchants even less, only 100,000 stones. Our family is contributing more." Su Qingyu pondered for a moment and remarked, "Before the grain from Jiangnan arrives, the grain supply in North Zhili will surely be tight. The court will continue to extract grain from these large merchants. Each time, you should cooperate with those few families, presenting a posture of barely coping. Do not give the impression that we are wealthy and have an abundance of grain." Lin Wenba nodded in agreement. "I understand what to do. Over the past few years, I have dealt with the government enough to know their character." Seeing everything proceeding smoothly, Su Qingyu stood up to return to the Marquis's residence. Gu Ruoyun was anxiously pacing back and forth at the entrance, as if waiting for someone. Su Qingyu signaled for the carriage to stop, alighted, and approached her. "Why is cousin here? Is there something wrong?" Gu Ruoyun, recalling today's events, couldn't help but ask, "Why did you suddenly sell at 1 tael and 5 cash? Did you not say yesterday that you would sell at 5 taels?" Su Qingyu did not respond to her question but instead retorted, "What does this have to do with cousin? Our residence has enough grain. You need not worry." Gu Ruoyun found herself at a loss for words. Only able to awkwardly reply, "I was merely curious, just asking." Su Qingyu responded with a no, turning to enter the door, ignoring her completely. After a considerable wait, Gu Ruoyun was finally joined by Lu Ru. "Madam, Boss Zhou has been taken away by the Dali Temple. But weren't those merchants saying yesterday that they would sell for 5 taels of silver today? What has changed?" Gu Ruoyun pressed on. Lu Ru whispered, "I heard that young Master Lin was moving between the Fong family and the merchants yesterday. It must be his doing." Gu Ruoyun clenched her fists, gritting her teeth as she said, "Su Qingyu, you are despicable." In the evening, the Su family gathered in various courtyards for dinner, but suddenly, Su Qingye was taken away by the officials of the Dali Temple. Upon receiving the news, the family members put down their chopsticks and rushed to Songha Hall. By the time Su Qingyu arrived, most of the family was already present. Su Yuankai was comforting the old matriarch, while the 2 concubines were at a loss. And Gu Ruoyun appeared pale. "Grandmother, why was father taken by the Dali Temple?" Upon seeing Su Qingyu enter, Gu Ruoyun shouted, Why are you still asking? Isn't it all you're doing? You set a trap for the Zhou family, and now Boss Zhou has implicated the Marquis. Was this intentional? Did you deliberately frame your own father? Chapter 49. Helping you obtain Su Qingyu. The other members of the Su family turned their gazes towards Su Qingyu upon hearing Gu Ruoyun's words. The old matriarch, seated at the head, glared coldly, her sharp eyes fixed on Su Qingyu. Su Qingyu looked at Gu Ruoyun in astonishment, puzzled by her words. What do you mean? I don't understand. What does this have to do with my father? The Zhou grain shop was sealed for raising prices. How is that my scheme? Gu Ruoyun pointed at Su Qingyu, cursing. You little wretch. I refuse to believe you don't know the Zhou grain shop is connected to the Marquis. You, with your wicked heart, must be hoping for your father's downfall. Su Qingyu regarded Gu Ruoyun with a frigid stare, commanding, Feitsue, take her out and give her 10 strokes. How dare a concubine insult a legitimate daughter? Who gave her the audacity? Feitsue entered and seized Gu Ruoyun's wrist, dragging her into the courtyard without assistance. Soon, Gu Ruoyun's wails echoed from the yard. Aunt Shui, who had intended to speak, quickly shut her mouth, not uttering a word. The old matriarch did not intervene, her fingers twisting the small leaf Buddhist beads with increasing speed. Su Qingyu approached and whispered, Grandmother, the Zhou family's sealing has nothing to do with me. You know I have little control over the shop. Most of the time, it's my second cousin who manages it. As for my father's relationship with the Zhou family, I know even less. Why was he taken? The old matriarch, upon hearing this, set down her beads and replied, The Zhou grain shop has half its shares held by the Su family. Your father privately approached grain merchants from Jiangnan. Now that Boss Zhou has implicated your father, the Dali Temple's reason for arresting him is collusion between officials and merchants, manipulating grain prices, leading to chaos in the capital. Su Qingyu's expression shifted as she realized the court intended to set an example. It seemed that the elders had not anticipated capturing such a significant figure as the Pingning Marquis. She feigned enlightenment and continued, How did father come to know this Boss Zhou? Did he help make connections? Could it be that someone orchestrated this? Father has never shown much interest in business. Why would he suddenly open a shop? The old matriarch's face darkened. It was your second cousin who arranged this. And it was she who introduced Boss Zhou to your father. This was also why the old matriarch did not stop Su Qingyu from retaliating against Gu Ruoyun. She too was angered by Gu Ruoyun's actions. Su Qingyu remarked, Your cousin is foolish. How could my father, with an official position, collude with merchants? It would not be worth sacrificing the marquisate for a mere handful of silver. Su Yuankai shot her an exasperated glance, unable to tolerate her knowing demeanor. He retorted, Sister.
Let's not argue about that now.
You should hurry and find old Madame Shen to figure out how to rescue father. Upon hearing this, the family members looked at Su Qingyu expectantly. Despite their usual quarrels, to them, Su Qingye was the very foundation of the marquisate. In this moment, they united in their desire to save him. However, Su Qingyu did not accept this suggestion. Instead, she stated, Eldest brother, you are mistaken. We must not approach the Shen family. Su Yuankai scoffed, I see you are reluctant to help father. Or, are you afraid of losing face in front of old Madame Shen? The old matriarch interjected, Qingyu, your elder brother is correct. This is not the time to worry about appearances. Even if it means kneeling to plead, you must ask the Shen family for assistance. Su Qingyu smiled inwardly, but maintained a gentle facade. Grandmother, it is not that I do not wish to help. If rescuing father were possible, I would gladly sacrifice myself. However, consider that third Master Shen has already left. How much power does the Shen family possess now? I heard today that the disaster relief matters are wholly managed by Elder Su. Given third sister's connection with the Su family, would it not be better to approach Elder Su? Eldest brother, you are indeed related to young Master Su as a proper brother-in-law. This is the perfect opportunity for you to visit the Su family. Perhaps you might gain Elder Su's favor. The old matriarch's eyes brightened at this suggestion. Qingyu makes a valid point. Seeking the Shen family now is certainly less advantageous than directly approaching Elder Su. Su Yihui, overhearing this, lifted her chin slightly, clearly positioning herself as a significant contributor to the Su family. Su Yuankai, realizing he was expected to handle this matter, grew anxious.
Me?
Go find young Master Su? Is that feasible? He was all too aware of his own limitations. Unless Elder Su was blind, he would never regard him with favor. Aunt Shui chided. You are the eldest son of the marquisate. Your father is in trouble now. It is your duty to navigate these affairs. She reassured the old matriarch, "Rest assured. With the Su family's connection, the Marquis will not come to harm." After discussing their course of action, they all exited Songha Hall, allowing the old matriarch to rest. As soon as they stepped out, Su Yihui remarked with a hint of malice, "Eldest sister, even if third Master Shen is formidable, he cannot rise from the grave to assist you. What a pity that a legitimate daughter of the Marquis has ended up in such a predicament." Su Qingyu smiled lightly at Su Yihui. "The matter of my father rests entirely on third sister's shoulders. If the Su family values you, they will surely lend their aid." Su Yihui scoffed. "That goes without saying. The Su family will not turn a blind eye." Su Qingyu replied, "Then I shall await the good news from third sister. At that time, you will be regarded as our family's foremost benefactor. Father and grandmother will surely hold you in higher esteem."
Su Jiwi siot su injua disdanfel glans.
Tightened her cloak and walked away. "Miss, aren't you just providing an opportunity for eldest young master and third young lady to show off?" Pearl said indignantly, watching Su Yihui's retreating figure. Su Qingyu's lips curved into a smile. "Show off? Su Yuankai could never shine. He won't even have the opportunity to meet Elder Su." Pearl, puzzled, asked, "Why not? Aren't our families related by marriage? As you said, eldest young master is the brother-in-law of young master Su." Su Qingyu continued toward Bishi Pavilion, saying, "Though related by marriage, young master Su has little standing in his own family. How could his in-laws wield any significant influence? Elder Su has 7 sons and 18 grandsons. Su Liangping is not only an illegitimate child but also lacks talent. How could Elder Su take him seriously? Moreover, if the Dali Temple's officials acted without Elder Su's directive, they would not dare to arrest my father. If someone else instigated it, it would be a direct affront to Elder Su. However, if it were under Elder Su's supervision, it would be seen as a matter of impartiality, executing justice without regard for kinship. Now, during this special period when disaster relief has just commenced, Elder Su would not jeopardize his standing with the emperor for Su Qingye. Trading the reputation of an unvalued illegitimate grandson-in-law for a favorable public image is undoubtedly a profitable transaction. In the following days, Su Yuankai constantly claimed to be in discussions with the Su family. However, as far as Su Qingyu was aware, he had not even set foot within the gates of the Su residence. One day, the old matriarch of the Shen family unexpectedly sent a sedan chair to the Su household, stating that she wished to invite Su Qingyu for a conversation. Upon arriving at the Shen household, the first words from the old matriarch were, "Qingyu, you need not worry about your father's situation. I have already asked Duke Wei to intercede on his behalf. He shall be released shortly." Su Qingyu felt genuinely touched by the old matriarch's efforts on her behalf. Yet, the thought that Su Qingye would be released after just a few days of confinement left her feeling inexplicably frustrated. She could not afford to reveal her true feelings, so she feigned overwhelming excitement, asking, "Is that true? How could I trouble you so?" The old matriarch grasped Su Qingyu's hand and said, "You too? It has been several days, yet you have not come to see me. I only learned about your father's predicament from my eldest yesterday."
Su inju chuckled awkwardly, replaino.
"I did not wish to disturb you, fearing I might intrude upon your peace." The old matriarch playfully scolded her for being too reserved and urged her to come to her whenever there was a matter at hand. After chatting with the elder for a while, Su Qingyu took her leave. Nearby, by the ancient tree not far from Qingyuan residence, Shen Zhao fixed his gaze intently on Su Qingyu's retreating figure, a flicker of darkness passing through his eyes. Cheng Rujin, having appeared beside Shen Zhao, looked frail, as if a gust of wind could easily topple her. "Brother Shen Zhao, I know you have feelings for our cousin. I have a way to help you win her heart." Chapter 50. Finding him in the brothel. Cheng Rujin had been confined by the old matriarch in the woodshed for 3 days before being released. During these days, she had been diligently trying to win over Shen Zhao. Shen Zhao, harboring resentment, had not been particularly kind to her. However, upon hearing Cheng Rujin's words, his expression softened slightly. "What method do you propose?" In a hushed tone, Cheng Rujin replied, "Every year on the 15th of the first lunar month, our cousin goes to Hugua Temple to light a perpetual lamp for our grandfather. If our Su family were to attend this year, then—" Shen Zhao's expression gradually brightened, and as Cheng Rujin concluded her thought, the frown on his brow unfurled. "That is indeed a splendid idea. Once our families agree to the marriage, she would have no choice but to comply. I will go find grandmother and suggest we visit Hugua Temple to light a lamp for our third uncle on the 15th. Grandmother should agree." Seeing Shen Zhao accept her suggestion, Cheng Rujin, seizing the moment, gently grasped his arm. Brother Shen Zhao, I am willing to share a husband with our cousin. Once she enters the household, I shall treat her with utmost respect and ensure I do not provoke her. If she still holds a grudge, I will kneel and beg for her forgiveness. If that fails, I can devote myself to cultivating at Hugua Temple. I will do anything as long as she forgives me and agrees to marry you. Cheng Rujin's voice trembled as she spoke, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Yet she feigned strength, biting her lip and gazing fervently at Shen Zhao. Though Shen Zhao was angry, he could not deny that they shared some bond. With a sigh, he remarked, "Why must you put yourself through this?" Hearing the softness in his tone, Cheng Rujin felt as if she had been granted a reprieve. Brother Shen Zhao, as long as you are well, I will endure anything. Shen Zhao wrapped his arm around Cheng Rujin's shoulders, reassuring her, "Do not worry. Even if Qingyu becomes part of the family, I shall not neglect you." Cheng Rujin nestled her face against his neck, a slight smile gracing her lips. Since Shen Zhao was so determined to win Su Qingyu's affection, she resolved to assist him. In time, when the situation escalated, Su Qingyu would have no choice but to accept her position as a concubine. After all, they would both occupy the same status. And once Shen Zhao had what he desired, it would not be long before he grew weary of her.
Unbeknownst to Suingu,
Cheng Rujin had already begun plotting against her. Upon returning to the Marquis residence by carriage, she discovered that her father, Su Qingye, had been released. Within the inner courtyard, a fire pit was set up along the bluestone path leading back. The members of the Su family surrounded Su Qingye, showering him with countless auspicious words. Gu Royun brandished a brand new broom, symbolically sweeping it over Su Qingye while saying, "Marquis, it must be said that Yuan Kai and Yihui have done a great service this time. These two children have worried themselves sick over your situation." Concubine Shui interjected, "What service? This is merely their duty as children." However, Gu Royun countered, "That may be true, but the children must possess filial piety." When the old matriarch instructed the eldest daughter to plead with the Shen family, she repeatedly refused. "I believe she does not regard the Marquis as her father and does not take it to heart." Su Qingye looked at Su Yuankai and Su Yihui with an appreciative expression. "You two have worked hard. Your father is well aware of your efforts." Su Yuankai appeared somewhat flustered, yet he feigned calmness. "It is merely my duty to assist my father. I dare not claim hardship." The old matriarch beamed as she looked at the siblings. "These two children are truly grown. They can share the burden of the family. I was initially concerned that old Su would be difficult to deal with, yet the matter has progressed so smoothly. We should prepare a generous gift for old Su." After listening for a while, Su Qingyu approached with a smile. "Father has returned? That is wonderful news. Grandmother, father, given the assistance we have received from the Shen family and Duke Wei's household, should we not send some gifts to express our gratitude?" Su Qingyu's sincere inquiry left everyone momentarily speechless. The old matriarch was the first to respond. "Wasn't it the Su family that assisted us? How does the Shen family come into play?" Su Qingye turned to Su Qingyu, instinctively feeling that it was indeed the Su family that had been of help. "Did you not refuse to approach the Shen family for assistance? Why then do you seek to claim credit now?" Su Qingyu replied with a smile. "I had thought it easier to approach old Su, but seeing that my elder brother had not entered the Su residence for 3 consecutive days, I grew anxious. Today, I intended to plead with old matriarch Shen, only to discover that she had already enlisted Duke Wei's aid on my father's behalf." The old matriarch furrowed her brow as she turned to Su Yuankai. "You did not enter the Su family?" Su Yuankai, already flustered, became even more flustered when publicly called out by Su Qingyu. "I did not enter, but I did see young Master Su. I found him at Nani Pavilion." Nani Pavilion was a well-known brothel in the capital, famed for its male courtesans. The fact that Su Yuankai had located Su Liangping there was rather intriguing.
Sujui, Basel,
Asked, "What kind of place is Nani Pavilion? Is it an inn?" Su Qingyu tilted her head, suppressing a smile, eager to explain to Su Yihui the true nature of Nani Pavilion. However, she could not speak or clarify, so she maintained a facade of ignorance.
Suchenya siot sujuankai an angry glare.
"What nonsense are you spouting with the girls present?" Realizing he had misspoken, Su Yuankai could only retreat timidly to the side. Remaining silent, the old matriarch gazed at Su Yuankai with disappointment. As the eldest son of the Su family, failing to handle such matters and then deceiving the family is truly disheartening. She cast a cold glance at Su Yihui. her expression implying that if the Su family did not value her, what use was she? Su Yihui felt an urge to sink into the ground, unable to meet the old matriarch's gaze, and lowered her head. Qingyu, assist me inside, the old matriarch said gently, her gaze towards Su Qingyu considerably warmer than before. Su Qingyu had grown accustomed to the old matriarch's favoritism and calmly stepped forward to support her, betraying no hint of triumph. With Su Qingye's return, the family gathered for a reunion meal at noon. 2 days later, Su Qingyu boarded a carriage to visit Lin Wenba. Cousin, has that Zhou fellow been released? He has been released, but he is not permitted to reopen his shop, Lin Wenba replied, counting on his abacus. In these recent days, Lin Wenba had been so busy that he appeared considerably more haggard than before the new year. He surely knows we have plotted against him. We must keep a close eye on the shop and warehouse. If he were to resort to desperate measures, igniting a fire or administering poison, our entire family would be buried alongside him. Lin Wenba pushed the last abacus bead into place, jotted down a final number, and then lifted his head. After moving his stiff neck, he spoke. The Zhou family is merely a minor concern. We must remain vigilant. There has been another matter recently that I have yet to discuss with you. Chapter 51. An unexpected encounter at the Gua Temple. Su Qingyu casually picked up a piece of milfei and took a bite, inquiring, "What is it?" Observing her second cousin's solemn demeanor, she surmised it must be of considerable importance. Lin Wenba pondered before stating, "Grain is already being collected from the common people in the capital, with each share being purchased for 4 taels of silver. Many households that bought 2 share of grain using their household registration have already sold it, netting a profit of 5 taels.
Qingyu felt no surprise.
Her original intention was merely to quell the court's fury. Presently, grain prices in several prefectures surrounding the capital have surged to 7 or 8 taels per share. While in the capital, a household registration fetches 1 tael and 5 qian per share, and without it, 5 taels per share. It is evident that someone is hoarding grain in the capital to sell in other prefectures or directly transport it to the northwest.
Now,
Every grain shop dares not sell in excess. By noon, all grain shops in the capital close their doors. Su Qingyu reflected before responding, "Let them be. Once they sell their grain, they will have nothing left to eat. The grain prices in the capital will soon rise again. We have done all we could, and the court will have little to say." At this point, Su Qingyu curiously asked, "Cousin, what do you think those people are thinking? Do they not fear starvation at home?" Lin Wenba's face flushed with thinly veiled anger as he replied, "I have indeed investigated this matter. Some individuals spread the word while collecting grain, claiming that grain from Jiangnan has already arrived. In just a few days, prices will stabilize." Su Qingyu replied solemnly, "Isn't that spreading rumors? The previous shipments of grain from Jiangnan were meant for disaster relief in the northwest. The capital still has supplies to await. Those individuals, driven by greed, have truly lost their moral compass." Lin Wenba lowered his head, rubbing his swollen forehead, fatigue evident on his face. Su Qingyu rose to take her leave, advising him to rest well. On the 15th day of the first month, grain prices in the capital had risen to 8 taels per share, and long queues formed daily to purchase it. However, this had little impact on the noble families of the capital. As was customary, many went to the Gua Temple to pray and pay their respects. The Su family, as usual, was led by the matriarch and the womenfolk in a carriage to the temple. Peering through the gap in the carriage curtain, Su Qingyu noted that the next fortnight would be the most challenging for the capital, as refugees were poised to arrive. The carriage halted at the entrance of the Gua Temple, where the Su family had already reserved a resting courtyard. Upon arrival, they encountered the Shen family, who were also entering the courtyard, leading to a customary round of pleasantries. Su Qingyu glanced over and saw that the Shen family included the matriarch, the eldest Lady Chen, the second Lady Yang, the third Miss Qingyu, the eldest son Shen Zhao, and Cheng Rujin. "Dear cousin, I was in the wrong previously. Please do not hold it against me. After this incident, I have come to understand that it was my fault and not yours."
Cheng Rujin cautiously approached Su Yinggu to apologize.
Su Qingyu raised an eyebrow. Cheng Rujin apologizing was indeed a novelty. However, if she believed it, heaven would surely strike her down. "There is no need for an apology, cousin. It is normal for cousins to have some friction," Su Qingyu replied nonchalantly. Cheng Rujin said nothing further, but followed Su Qingyu into the room. Surprised, Su Qingyu furrowed her brow and asked, "Do you have something to say, cousin?" Cheng Rujin bit her lip, appearing hesitant to speak. Observing her demeanor, Su Qingyu decided to ignore her and walked towards the water basin to wash her hands. Chung Rujin hastily produced a pair of interconnected jade pendants from her pocket, pressing one into Su Qingyu's hand. Cousin, this is a jade pendant I have worn since childhood. Here is one for you. If you are willing to reconcile, please keep it. If you do not wish to forgive me, you may return it to me this evening, and I shall understand your feelings. With that, Chung Rujin turned and fled. Mineo, being impulsive and straightforward, remarked, Miss, does this mean the young lady is genuinely seeking redemption? Will you forgive her? At that moment, Fei Tsue entered with a basin of hot water, chiming in, how can one so easily seek redemption? I only know that one's nature is difficult to change. Su Qingyu, however, was fixated on the jade pendant, the corner of her mouth curling into an unmistakable smirk. She recognized the pendant. It was given to Shun Zhao by his grandmother. What did Chung Rujin mean by shoving it into her hand? Regardless of the intent, it was evident that it was not born of goodwill. Fei Tsue observed and asked, Miss, should I return this to the young lady?
Suinju plafel Ismail, no need.
I shall find it a worthy home. Once the servants finished tidying up, they joined the matriarch in lighting the eternal lamp. Seizing an opportunity,
Suinju discreetly pulled Yuan Mama aside.
Mama, I found a jade pendant. Please hold on to it for me. I will inquire about its owner before asking for it back. She handed the pendant to Yuan Mama, who perceived nothing amiss. If it belonged to some young master, it was prudent for the young lady to avoid suspicion. Very well. I shall keep it safe, Yuan Mama replied. After lighting the eternal lamp, Su Qingyu quietly informed the matriarch, Grandmother, I shall go recite scriptures for grandfather. Behind her, Fei Tsue carried a stack of Kitagarbha Sutra, which Su Qingyu had transcribed over the past year. Su Qingyu shared a close bond with her grandfather. So, every 15th day of the first month, she would come to light the eternal lamp and recite scriptures for an hour. This had been her practice for the past 8 years. The matriarch nodded and said, Go on. Your grandfather has never neglected you. Whenever Su Qingyu recited scriptures, she would go to the less frequented Hall of Guidance, the same place where she had previously performed a rite for third Master Shen. This time, the three of them proceeded there as usual, but upon reaching the entrance, Su Qingyu suddenly said, Once we enter, you two should find a place to hide. I feel that our encounter with the Shen family today is too coincidental. She had brought Fei Tsue and Mineo specifically to guard against unforeseen circumstances. Upon entering the main hall, Su Qingyu knelt on the mat, with the scriptures she had copied laid before her. After reciting these scriptures, they would be offered to the Buddha. Fei Tsue and Mineo swiftly leapt to the rafters, concealing themselves and observing below. Su Qingyu earnestly gazed at the Buddha statue above, softly reciting the scriptures. Approximately a quarter of an hour later, before she could finish her first recitation, footsteps echoed behind her. Turning her head, she saw Shen Zhao and Chung Rujin enter together. Shen Zhao squatted beside Su Qingyu as soon as he entered, speaking softly, Qingyu, you should annul your engagement to my third uncle. He, being deceased, cannot bring you happiness. Chapter 52. When he expressed his affection for you, Su Qingyu set down the scriptures in her hands and asked, Does your third uncle know you speak so disparagingly of him? When he was alive, he upheld the entire Shen family. Now that he is gone, you are seeking to undermine him? Her tone was cold, laced with contempt. Shen Zhao's expression changed slightly, but he quickly regained his composure. Qingyu, I genuinely harbor affection for you. Can you truly not forgive my previous transgressions? As soon as Shen Zhao finished speaking, Chung Rujin knelt on the ground. Cousin, please do not torment brother Shen Zhao any longer. I know you have feelings for him. It is merely your anger over our situation. I assure you, I will never vie for his favor again. If you find me displeasing, I can retire to the temple for cultivation. Cousin, have some compassion for brother Shen Zhao. He loves you, and you two should be together. Su Qingyu furrowed her brows, incredulous at how fervently they spoke. Their words were so convincing, she nearly believed them. She rose and coldly declared, You may leave now. Do not delay me from reciting scriptures for my grandfather. The one I wish to marry is your third uncle. If you continue to speak in such a manner, I shall have no choice but to seek the old matriarch's intervention. However, Shen Zhao interjected, You cannot marry the third uncle. You have vexed me, and we are now intimately connected. Su Qingyu felt her anger rise, her cold gaze radiating a glacial light. Young Master Shen, I was merely 11 years old then, with an innocent heart. I would have gone to great lengths to rescue even a dog. You have read books. You should understand this principle. She now regretted that fate had not allowed her to be reborn at the age of 11. so she could have filled that cave with earth directly. Su Qingyu scoffed internally. She had saved Shen Zhao's life once, yet in her previous life, he had caused her demise. Those 2 lives, she would find a way to reclaim. Seeing no softening in Su Qingyu's tone, Shen Zhao's eyes flashed with determination. He stealthily moved behind her and swiftly pressed a handkerchief over her mouth and nose. Su Qingyu collapsed to the ground. Shen Zhao retrieved a piece of paper from his bosom, while Chung Rujin produced a block of ink, seizing Su Qingyu's hand to stamp a vivid red imprint. Brother Shen. With this private marriage contract signed, she must acknowledge it, he declared solemnly. Shen Zhao tucked the paper away and commanded, lock the doors of this hall. Once the marriage arrangements are settled, let her out. The 2 glanced around to ensure there were no disturbances before exiting the hall, followed by the sound of the lock clicking shut. As their footsteps receded, the hall fell silent once more. Suddenly, Su Qingyu rose, brushing off the dust from her clothes. Just as she was about to call for jadeite and amber, a figure emerged from behind the hall. Dressed in emerald garments, tall and elegant, he stood gazing at her with a subtle smile. Master Yen, you have returned?
Su Yinggue's lips curved upward.
The thought that he might have avoided a calamity because of her words brought her an inexplicable joy. When did you arrive? She inquired eagerly. Master Yen stroked his chin, his voice as clear as a mountain stream. I came when he expressed his admiration for you. Su Qingyu was suddenly reminded of the connection between this gentleman and the 3rd master of the Shen family, feeling the need to clarify. She wished to establish herself as the 3rd mistress of the Shen household without allowing them to assume any impropriety with Shen Zhao. This master, Yen, was the nephew of the old matriarch of the Shen family, and a few careless words could lead to trouble. Clearing her throat, she said, he is young and impetuous. It is understandable if he misjudged the situation.
Please do not take it to heart.
When will you return to Jinling? I will prepare some specialties from the capital for you to take back. Her eyes sparkled with a mischievous glimmer. Master Yan's brows furrowed slightly, and he remarked with a knowing tone, why do I sense you are trying to silence me?
No, Su Yingyu hurriedly replied.
You are Master Yen of the Yen family. What I possess is hardly sufficient to keep you quiet. Master, Yen chuckled heartily, you should concern yourself with that marriage contract. Your imprint has already been affixed. Su Qingyu smacked her forehead, momentarily startled by Master Yan's words, nearly forgetting the pressing matter at hand. Jadeite, go and retrieve that marriage contract for me, and investigate young Master Shen's movements, Su Qingyu instructed loudly. Yet Master Yen interjected, I have already dispatched someone to handle it. Su Qingyu was taken aback. Was he genuinely so considerate? Thank you then. Jadeite, you need not retrieve the contract. Just keep an eye on young Master Shen. You saved my life. This matter is trivial in comparison. Recalling that he had returned from the northwest, she asked, what is the current situation regarding the disaster? Are there many refugees on the road? Master Yan's expression darkened with concern, and after a moment's contemplation, he replied, this earthquake is the most severe in the 300 years since the founding of the Great Zhou. The Tian Shan Mountains have collapsed, leaving over 5 million citizens displaced. Some have been temporarily settled nearby, while others are making their way to the capital, either seeking relatives or because they have no other options. Listening to Master Yan's words, Su Qingyu felt an inexplicable sense of attending a court assembly. If he were a government official, surely he could stabilize the nation. In her previous life, the old matriarch of the Shen family had mentioned this Master Yen, describing him as free-spirited and unbound by conventions. However, after several encounters, she found his demeanor composed and dignified, akin to one accustomed to high office. Noticing his troubled expression, she assumed he was distressed by the dire state of the northwest and offered, the capital has already mobilized considerable grain supplies to the northwest. I believe it will not be long before the refugees are properly settled. Master Yen nodded slightly, though he remained silent with a contemplative smile. When Wenju unlocked the door, Su Qingyu was kneeling on the ground reciting scriptures, while Master Yen stood with his hands clasped behind him, gazing out the window with a profound look. Third Master, I have retrieved the items, including brushes and ink, Wenju announced, placing the materials on the long table where Su Qingyu was engaged in her recitation. Before kneeling to grind the ink, Master Yen turned back, kneeling at the table, and began to write. Su Qingyu, already kneeling behind the table, glanced up to see that he was composing yet another marriage contract. What is this? She inquired. Master Yen offered no explanation, but when he finished, the document bore 2 names, Su Qingyu and Shen Jixio. Su Qingyu squinted. The handwriting on the new contract was unmistakably Shen Zhao's. This Master Yen, seemingly infrequent in the capital, how could he replicate Shen Zhao's script? Or perhaps he possessed an extraordinary talent in calligraphy. After completing the document, Master Yen handed the paper to Wenju. Deliver this back to Shen Zhao, he instructed, his tone still gentle, yet Su Qingyu sensed an undercurrent of chill in his words. Before long, Wenju returned, whispering, "Third Master, the matter has been handled. Additionally, the person you wish to see has arrived." At this, Master Yen stood, preparing to take his leave, while Wenju offered him a dark cloak made of fox fur. "I am going to see someone. If you need anything, send someone to find Master Su. He knows where to locate me." With that, he turned and exited. Su Qingyu was puzzled. She did not believe she had any business with him. While she was lost in thought, Jadeite suddenly entered, exclaiming, "Miss, young Master Shen has summoned everyone from both the Su and Shen families, claiming that you two have privately agreed to a lifelong commitment and that both families must renegotiate your marriage." Chapter 53. I will testify, for her a layer of coldness washed over Su Qingyu's enchanting gaze, while Agate leapt down from the beam, remarking, "This young Master Shen is utterly shameless to act in such a manner. He and cousin are indeed a fitting pair." As Jadeite helped Su Qingyu don her cloak, she expressed her concerns. "I fear that if this continues, your reputation will be tarnished. Should this news reach others, they would only say that Shen Zhao is a youthful libertine, while the eldest daughter would be labeled a seductress, especially given her connection to his uncle." The chill in Su Qingyu's eyes deepened. She had not hastened to confront Shen Zhao earlier, intending to wait until she was firmly established within the Shan household. Yet she had not anticipated that a mere string of treasure beads could cause such turmoil. The three of them exited the welcoming hall and made their way to the courtyard where the Shen family resided. In the main chamber, two elderly matriarchs sat at the head, while others were seated on either side, with Shen Zhao standing in the center. As Su Qingyu approached the door, she overheard Shen Zhao stating, "Sister Qingyu feels too embarrassed to speak before everyone, so I shall take it upon myself to do so. We are indeed in love, and she has forgiven me for the past. With the marriage contract and token as proof, I implore Grandmother and Lady Su to re-establish our engagement." The assembly exchanged glances. Bewildered, could it be that these two children had indeed privately pledged themselves once more? The old matriarch of the Shen family regarded Shen Zhao with skepticism. "Is that true? Does Qingyu share your sentiments?" She did not doubt Su Qingyu's character, yet the matters of the heart were notoriously complex. Given that the two children had a prior engagement, if Su Qingyu had been too heartbroken to marry someone else and was now regretting her decision, it would certainly necessitate a re-evaluation of the marriage. Otherwise, living under the same roof would inevitably lead to disgraceful incidents. Madame Su felt a sense of secret satisfaction, believing that Su Qingyu's marriage to Shen Zhao was far preferable to an alliance with the deceased Shen third master. She turned to Lady Shen and inquired, "Sister-in-law, what shall we do? If we alter the marriage arrangement again, how will we explain it to the emperor?" Her implication was clear. She acquiesced to Shen Zhao's proposal. Lady Shen pondered for a moment before responding. Now that the person in question has passed, the emperor will not inquire further. However, I must speak with Qingyu directly about this matter. Shen Zhao interjected, "Grandmother, Qingyu is quite shy. If you ask her directly, how can she respond?" He then produced a jade pendant, stating, "I have already gifted the matching piece to Sister Qingyu. She is fearful that you may not believe her, so she has even pressed her handprint on the marriage contract." This pendant was indeed a pair with the one gifted to Su Qingyu by Cheng Rujin. It seemed he was concerned that Su Qingyu might deny their connection, and should the pendant be discovered, it would serve as undeniable evidence of their clandestine agreement. At the entrance stood a maid from the Shen family, who, noticing Su Qingyu lingering at the door, raised her voice to greet her. "Greetings, Miss Su. I shall open the door for you." Su Qingyu cast a glance at the maid, feeling no need to make things difficult for her, and stepped inside. The occupants within were momentarily taken aback by her arrival, particularly Shen Zhao and Cheng Rujin, who appeared somewhat flustered. After greeting them, Su Qingyu asked, "What brings you all together? What are you discussing?" Shen Zhao feigned composure and replied, "Sister Qingyu, we are currently deliberating our marriage." Su Qingyu raised an eyebrow, questioning, "A marriage discussion between nephew and aunt? That seems rather inappropriate, does it not?" Shen Zhao faltered, then plaintively said, "Sister Qingyu, you accepted my jade pendant and agreed to this marriage. Are you now having second thoughts?" This tactic of accusing her of backtracking was quite clever. turning her defense into an admission of remorse.
Jade pendant?
Which jade pendant? She retorted. The one identical to this, Shen Zhao said, revealing the pendant for her inspection. Su Qingyu's expression remained inscrutable, the corners of her mouth curving slightly. Is it truly possible to secure a marriage based solely on a jade pendant? Does possession of this pendant designate one as the mistress of the Shen family? Shen Zhao, mistakenly believing she did not recognize the pendant as the one previously given to her by Qingyu, replied, "Naturally, it is a token of our affection." Su Qingyu feigned surprise and called out, "Yuan Mama, what if the jade pendant I entrusted to you? Please show it to young Master Shen and let him see if it belongs to him." Yuan Mama, who had been standing behind the matriarch, recalled the pendant upon hearing Su Qingyu's words. She quickly retrieved it and presented it to Shen Zhao, saying, "Young Master Shen, this pendant was found by the young lady. I did not privately give it to you." The onlookers scrutinized Shen Zhao, questioning if this was the mutual affection he had spoken of. Lady Shen's face darkened, her disappointment in her eldest grandson palpable as she declared, "Enough. This matter is to be considered as though it never occurred." Yet Shen Zhao remained undeterred, pulling a document from his pocket and loudly challenging Su Qingyu. "And what of this marriage contract? How do you explain this? Our handprints are on it. Have you forgotten your promise to hold my hand and walk through life together?" He unfolded the contract, indicating it for Su Qingyu to see.
Qingyu coldly replied,
"What are you saying? Perhaps you should take a closer look at what you are holding." Shen Zhao hesitated, focusing on the document. The text remained unchanged. Yet the names at the bottom had transformed into Su Qingyu and Shen Jixio. Had he not known what he had written, he might have believed it was his own hand that penned those names. Lady Shen gestured for Mama Hua to retrieve the paper, her gaze lingering on the name Shen Jixio, her eyes growing misty. For a moment, the room fell into a hushed silence. Shen Zhao's crimson gaze fixed on Su Qingyu, his obsession palpable. "Then what was that intimate moment we shared in the hall of reception?" he demanded. Su Qingyu was momentarily stunned. Was he really attempting to drag her down with him? She cast a cold glare at Shen Zhao, her eyes ablaze with fury. "Shen Zhao, your words must be substantiated. I can swear before the Buddha that nothing sordid has ever transpired between us." Qingyu turned to her maid, Ruei, exchanging a knowing glance. Ruei, having served Qingyu loyally for several years, understood her silent cue and stepped forward, asserting, "I can attest for young Master Shen. I accompanied Madame Chung to find him and happened upon the young lady and young Master Shen in an embrace." At her words, the air thickened with gasps of disbelief. Lady Shen turned to Ruei, her voice low and serious. "Is what you say true?" Ruei affirmed, "What I say is undoubtedly true. I could swear before the Buddha that I speak no falsehood." Suddenly, the matriarch of the Shen family, Madame Chen, interjected, "Su Qingyu, you cannot toy with my son like this. One moment you are affectionate, and the next you refuse to marry him." To which Su Qingyu replied coldly, "I did not." Madame Chen scoffed, "You deny it? Is there anyone who can vouch for you? Aside from your maid, can anyone prove my son is lying?" Su Qingyu bit her lip, torn about whether to summon the elusive Shen third master. However, if she called him forth to testify, would it not bring him trouble? Her indecision appeared as guilt to the onlookers. Madame Chen continued, "Since no one can corroborate your story, should you not come clean? How did you seduce my son?"
"Speak."
"I will bear witness." A refined male voice interjected, "I shall bear witness." Following this, the door to the main hall swung open, revealing Shen Jixio. Su Qingyu recognized his voice and turned to him. Outside, snowflakes had begun to fall, dusting his dark cloak with a delicate layer of white. When he looked at Su Qingyu, he nodded slightly, his deep-set eyes seemingly capable of penetrating her very soul. "Jixio, you're alive?" Lady Shen's anguished voice echoed behind Su Qingyu, rendering her momentarily paralyzed. The Shen family members rushed forward, surrounding him with cries and inquiries, their voices a cacophony of grief and relief. Yet Su Qingyu stood frozen, lost in thought. He was indeed Shen third master, Shen Jixio. So he had not perished after all? No, in her past life, he had never appeared. There was no such thing as resurrection. Had he met his demise in the northwest? Perhaps her words had allowed him to escape that fate this time. But what of her own plans? Her desire to live freely without the obligations of a husband? While life was indeed a blessing, Su Qingyu felt her meticulously crafted plans unraveling. After 2 months of fasting and engaging in rituals, what had she accomplished? Once Shen Jixio had consoled Lady Shen, he noticed Su Qingyu still in a daze. He cleared his throat, saying, "Mother, please take a seat. I will manage the matters at hand." As he spoke, he cast a cold glance at Shen Zhao. The others in the room, some seated and others standing, were lost in their thoughts, each harboring their own motives. Shen Jixio removed his cloak and handed it to Wenju before taking a seat beside the two elder ladies. "Earlier, I encountered Miss Su in the hall of reception. I did not witness the events Shen Zhao described." He turned to Shen Zhao. "Now explain what transpired." A maid entered with steaming tea, and Shen Jixio took a sip from his cup. Shen Zhao's eyes flickered with uncertainty as he began, "Uncle, Sister Qingyu, and I truly share mutual affection." However, before he could finish, Shen Jixio's icy gaze silenced him, the pressure palpable. "Repeat that," he commanded. Shen Zhao, suddenly feeling a chill run down his spine, knelt before him. "Uncle, it was merely my one-sided feelings. Everything I said was fabricated." Shen Jixio murmured an acknowledgement before calmly stating, "Once we return to the manor, we shall enforce the family rules. The maid who testified shall face her punishment." He then turned to the two elderly matriarchs and, in a tone suggesting deliberation, proposed, "Mother, Aunt, as the day wanes, shall we return to the capital?" With just a few words, he brought to a close the tumultuous affair that had stirred so much commotion. The crowd, still reeling from the shock of his miraculous revival, prepared to depart for the manor. Su Qingyu, dazed, climbed into the carriage, her mind a chaotic whirlwind. "Miss, does that not make you the legitimate third wife of the Shen family now?" Agate asked with enthusiasm. Jade also looked towards Su Qingyu and inquired, "Miss, the wedding date was set for the 15th of February. Now that he has returned, will the date change?" Peering through the gap in the carriage curtain at the scattered survivors of the disaster outside, Su Qingyu replied, "I am uncertain. Perhaps the two families will need to reconvene to discuss? The Shen family may have consented to her marrying the deceased Shen San-ye, but they might not be as willing to see her wed to the living." With a sigh, Su Qingyu reflected on the complications that arose from this man's return. After disembarking from the carriage, everyone proceeded to the matriarch's Songha Hall. The guests took their seats according to seniority, while the maids served water to cleanse their hands and brought forth hot tea. The expression on the face of old Madame Su was intricate as she cast a glance at Su Qingyu before turning to Su Chengyi and questioning, "In your opinion, will the Shen family retract the marriage proposal?" Su Chengyi, with a tense countenance, pondered for a moment before responding, "It is hard to say. The living and the dead are not the same. However, I can assure you that if the Shen family does withdraw, the Su family will not be left without compensation." A wave of desolation surged within Su Qingyu. She, along with the other young ladies in her family and even the daughters of other noble families in the capital, felt as though they were mere commodities, constantly assessed for their worth by their families. Old Madame Su then asked Su Chengyi, "Given that Shen Jixio was previously the Minister of Revenue and your superior, can you not discern his temperament?" Su Chengyi shook his head and replied, "How could I fathom the disposition of one who entered the cabinet before the age of 30? After a pause, old Madame Su spoke again. "I am reminded of an old matter. Before Shen Jixio's incident, the Shen family was actually discussing a marriage alliance with Princess Chao Yun of the Good County King's estate. It is said that Shen Jixio did not oppose the union, and the two families were preparing to compare their horoscopes when news of his accident reached them. Now that he has unexpectedly returned, might they rekindle discussions with a Good County King's estate?" Su Qingyu's expression shifted slightly. She was unaware of this matter. After marrying into the Shen family in her previous life, no one had mentioned it. Nevertheless, even if the Shen family resumed negotiations with a Good County King's estate, it would pose no significant issue for her. She could simply retract her engagement, as she had done before. Seeing that no fruitful discussion could be reached, old Madame Su dismissed everyone, cautioning them not to speak carelessly before the Shen family provided further information. Upon exiting Songha Hall, the snow outside had begun to fall heavily. If Big Sister were to have her engagement rescinded again, it might truly hinder her chances of marriage. She wouldn't want to spend her life in solitude. Accompanied only by the flicker of a solitary lamp, Su Yihui's voice reached her, tinged with evident schadenfreude. Su Qingyu continued her pace, merely turning her head to reply, "Third sister, you might want to investigate the situation at Nani Pavilion. It would be unfortunate to end up in the Su family, competing for favor among a throng of men." Su Yihui's face flushed crimson, involuntarily recalling the information she had previously gleaned. She shot Su Qingyu an irritated glare before turning on her heel and departing. Upon returning to Bai Shuego and resting for a short while, Pearl and Amber brought forth the dishes. Su Qingyu glanced at the offerings: sautéed spinach, cold bamboo shoots, pine nut tofu, and stir-fried wood ear mushrooms. Even the soup was a bland lotus root broth. Have the kitchen prepare a pine nut chicken and a steamed shad, she ordered. Pearl, perplexed, inquired, Miss, did you not wish to eat vegetarian? Jade quickly interjected, I will relay the instructions at once, and took Pearl aside to explain the situation. Before long, the pine nut chicken and steamed shad were served, and Su Qingyu left the vegetarian dishes untouched, devouring the two meat dishes instead. Pearl muttered from the side, he may have returned, yet our miss has lost so much weight over these past 2 months. The next morning, as Su Qingyu was preparing herself, Agate rushed in, breathless and anxious. Miss, she began, but Su Qingyu interrupted with a light tone. What is it? Your face is flushed. Has the Shen family come to retract the engagement? No, it is not the Shen family retracting the engagement. It is the third young master who has entered the capital, Agate exclaimed, regaining her composure. Su Qingyu was taken aback. Third cousin has arrived? Is there a particular reason? Agate explained, the second young mistress is with child, but her condition is not favorable. She has been vomiting to the point of fainting. The family has sent the third young master to replace the second young master. Su Qingyu examined her reflection in the mirror and instructed, change my attire. I shall go see the second cousin off. Pearl brought forth a pale green skirt, but Su Qingyu remarked, let us choose a different color. Something more vibrant would suffice. Ultimately, she selected a deep crimson skirt adorned with embroidered plum blossom patterns, topped with a stone blue silk cloak. Given the recent unrest in the capital, both Jade and Agate, skilled in self-defense, accompanied her. Not one for adornments, Agate surprisingly wore a gold hairpin that day, while Jade appeared as usual, occasionally lost in thought. Su Qingyu shook her head in resignation, choosing to remain oblivious to their underlying sentiments. Upon reaching the entrance of the Lin family's trading house, several carriages were parked nearby, and young servants were busy loading goods.
Noticing Su Qingyu's arrival,
Someone approached to greet her. Miss, the second young master and third young master are conversing in the back hall.
nodding, Su Qingyu entered.
With Jade and Agate each holding a fragrant sandalwood box. How is my second cousin? Should we have Dr. Chen accompany her back? Su Qingyu inquired as she stepped inside. Dr. Chen was the Lin family's physician in the capital, whom Su Qingyu had sent to the estate to assist with the second young mistress's pregnancy. Lin Wenbai replied, Yunzhou has plenty of doctors. There is no need to summon someone from Aunt's household. Your cousin is fine. The doctor said that after 2 months of vomiting, she will recover. Su Qingyu felt a slight relief and turned to the young man seated beside Lin Wenbai, smiling as she addressed him. Third cousin. I hope your journey was not too exhausting? Lin Wuchen, in his early 20s, was as graceful as a jade tree, exuding an air of refinement in his moon-white brocade robe. He feigned displeasure as he regarded Su Qingyu. You have only remembered me after so long. I have been worried about you, and even brought you many treats. Su Qingyu shared a close rapport with her cousins, particularly with Lin Wuchen, and understood his jest. She playfully replied, I must first express my concern for my second cousin. She bears great responsibility for our Lin family's legacy. The moment our third young master arrives in the capital, how many maidens will find it difficult to sleep? Lin Wuchen said, regarding her with affectionate exasperation. Your tongue is sharp, and I cannot contend with you. Gesturing for Jade and Agate to bring forth their packages, she handed them to Lin Wenbai. Cousin. Within this box is a set of head ornaments and a collection of cosmetics from the Hua Xianglu, all for second cousin. Please tell her I shall visit when I have the chance. Lin Wenbai accepted the gifts without hesitation. After exchanging a few idle words among the 3 cousins, Lin Wenbai departed in his carriage. In the study, Lin Wuchen and Su Qingyu sat across from each other. Now, tell me about your engagement. What is the situation? He inquired. I had intended to come to the capital before the new year, but I was detained by pressing matters. Su Qingyu toyed with a white jade paperweight on the desk, sighing. What can be done? It depends on what the Shen family decides. The Lin brothers were known for their unwavering affection for Su Qingyu, but it was with Lin Wuchen that she felt she could truly share her thoughts. Lin Wuchen raised an eyebrow at her. You have grown quite independent, making decisions without consulting us during such a significant event. I had originally planned to come to the capital and retract the engagement outright, but his unexpected revival has complicated matters, he admitted. As they conversed, a steward knocked on the door and entered, reporting, "Third young master, the grain price today is 10 taels of silver per stone, and refugees have started to trickle into the capital." The steward's demeanor was noticeably more restrained than when facing Lin Wenba. The entire Lin family was well aware that the third young master was the most affable in his dealings, yet if anyone were to transgress his boundaries, his retribution would be equally severe. After the steward departed, Su Qingyu remarked, "Prepare the rice porridge. The number of refugees will only increase." Lin Wuchen rose to issue a few instructions to the steward. Upon returning, he broached the subject of Su Qingyu's marriage again, asserting that regardless of whether the Shen family withdrew their proposal, they ought to visit the Su family today to convey their sentiments. "If you receive any news from your end, do ensure that I am informed." Unbeknownst to them, old Madame Shen was also in a state of anxiety at home. Since Shen Jixio's return last night, she had yet to exchange a single private word with her son. She was uncertain about his thoughts on the marriage proposal. Moreover, the news of the third young master's miraculous return to Beijing had spread like wildfire through the capital. Early that morning, the Shen family's gatekeepers received a basket full of invitations, with those in close proximity directly entering to pay their respects. In the main hall of Qingyu residence, the old madam had just experienced a moment of tranquility when Mama Yuan was massaging her legs. "Has Jixio returned from the palace yet?"
Mama Yuan replied.
"The third young master is likely quite occupied today. Do not fret, old madam. Matters must be attended to one at a time." With the third young master's return, the family's affairs now have a steady hand, allowing you to worry less. After weeping the previous night, the old madam's smile had not faded. The sorrow and repression of the past 2 months had suddenly dissipated, making her appear several years younger overnight. "Old madam, the princess of the Shan County has arrived," announced the head maid, Han Chui. The old madam's expression changed, and she instructed, quickly, "Please invite her in." The Shan County prince, conferred by the founding emperor, had waned in prominence over the past century. However, the current Shan County prince, Li Jingchuan, had married the emperor's younger sister, Princess Yongjia. After her marriage, she took on the role of the Shan County princess, thereby revitalizing the status of the Shan County residents. It was Princess Yongjia's eldest daughter, Princess Chaoyan, who had previously discussed a marriage proposal with Shen Jixio. Madame Chen accompanied Princess Yongjia, exchanging pleasantries as they entered the main hall of Qingyu residence. The old madam awaited at the door, offering her respects to the Shan County princess. Just as she spoke, Princess Yongjia interrupted, saying, "Old madam, you are too kind. I cannot accept your courtesy." Once seated, Princess Yongjia engaged the old madam in conversation, remarking that it was indeed a moment of great joy that Lord Shen had turned his fortunes around. She had heard that after the morning court session, the emperor had specifically summoned Lord Shen to the study for a discussion. The old madam replied graciously, "Thanks to the emperor's favor, he could return in such fine form." "I appreciate your concern, princess." However, Princess Yongjia suddenly produced a handkerchief to wipe away her tears. The old madam hastily inquired, "What troubles you, princess? Did I say something amiss?" With a sigh, Princess Yongjia lamented, "Since Lord Shen's incident, Chaoyan has lost her appetite and grown noticeably thinner." Upon hearing the news of Lord Shen's miraculous return, she was overjoyed and, for the first time, managed to eat a bowl of porridge this morning. "She urged me to come and see you, eager to finalize the marriage proposal. I have yet to inform her that you have already discussed a match with the Su family. If she were to find out, who knows how heartbroken she would be. The thought of my poor daughter tears at my heart." Chapter 56. Spreading rumors by one's own efforts. Old Madame Shen pondered for a moment before comforting her. "Do not worry, princess. A girl of Chaoyan's talent and beauty will find many worthy suitors in the capital." Princess Yongjia sighed. "My daughter has inherited my disposition. She is devoted. Once she has set her heart on someone, it is difficult for her to change." A bitter smile flickered across old Madame Shen's face as she engaged in small talk with Princess Yongjia, deliberately avoiding the subject of Shen Jixio. She had yet to speak with her son, thus refraining from divulging anything. Moreover, she privately favored Su Qingyu. In her view, status was merely an embellishment for the Shen family. She genuinely hoped her son would find a suitable partner, even if her family background were slightly inferior. Princess Yongjia understood that this matter required further discussion. Her visit today was merely to convey her stance to the Shen family. Upon noticing that old Madame Shen comprehended her intentions, she rose to take her leave. After bidding farewell to Princess Yongjia, Madam Chen assisted the old madam in sitting down. Mother, in my opinion, we should withdraw from the engagement with the Su family. Su Qingyu is simply not a match for Jixio. The Su family cannot compare to the Shan County prince's residence. Old Madam Shen, however, disagreed, stating, if we were to withdraw the proposal now that Jixio has returned, it would reflect poorly on the Shen family. Furthermore, I find that the Su girl possesses commendable qualities. Though young, she is articulate and acts with decorum. Madam Chen, dismissive of the old madam's praise for Su Qingyu, urged, Mother, you are aware of Zhao's feelings. I genuinely fear that this could lead to a scandal in the future. It would be better to sever this engagement sooner rather than later. You should consult Jixio again. He may not even hold any affection for the Su girl. At the entrance, Shen Yu, holding a bowl of bird's nest soup, felt her chest rise and fall with indignation. Was it because her elder brother was entangled with Sister Su that their mother intended to ruin Sister Su's prospects? Though the engagement was under Madam Chen's name, she had little affection for her. Her bond with the old madam was far deeper. Having thought her grandmother might be weary after a morning of excitement, she had specifically gone to the kitchen to bring the bird's nest soup, only to overhear Madam Chen's remarks. Taking a deep breath, Shen Yu gently tapped on the door and entered with the soup. She then playfully requested the old madam's permission to visit the Fanjin building to view jewelry, to which the old madam readily agreed. After leaving the residence, Shen Yu directly boarded a carriage to the Su family. Once at the Su family's outer courtyard study, Shen Yu entered and declared, Sister Su, I have significant news to share. Upon hearing this, Su Qingyu instructed Qingyu to take the fourth miss downstairs, adding, You all may leave as well. The servants filed out, leaving Su Qingyu and Shen Yu alone in the study. Su Qingyu personally poured a cup of water for Shen Yu and inquired, What is it? What significant matter do you wish to discuss? Although she had begun to form a guess in her mind, with righteous indignation, Shen Yu exclaimed, Since my third uncle's return, these people have come alive with ambition. First, Princess Yongjia came, hoping to renegotiate a marriage. My grandmother managed to dismiss her. Just as Princess Yongjia departed, my mother urged my grandmother to cancel your engagement with my third uncle. I believe my mother is doing this deliberately, claiming to fear that my elder brother's affair with you might escalate. What business do you have? Is it not my elder brother who is pursuing the matter? Shen Yu spoke fervently, her throat dry, as she drained her teacup in one gulp. She continued, My third uncle has yet to express his stance. Yet they all seem impatient. If Princess Chaoyuan is so fond of my third uncle, why was there no movement from her family until now? Is it not only because he has returned to life that they have regained their spirits? Su Qingyu looked at Shen Yu with affectionate amusement, warmth flooding her heart. The girl was indignant on her behalf. Sister Yu, there is no need to be upset. Even if the engagement were to be withdrawn, it would not matter. My marriage to your third uncle was established under peculiar circumstances. He was unaware at the time. Even if he wishes to cancel the engagement, I would understand. Su Qingyu had mentally prepared herself for the possibility of the engagement being called off. She had no desire to attach herself to the influential third young master. However, Shen Yu countered, That cannot be. We are already engaged. How can it be undone? Moreover, I have seen many suitors throughout the capital, and only you are worthy of my third uncle. Su Qingyu laughed heartily. You say that only because you like me. Others may not share your opinion. Shen Yu suddenly spoke in a conspiratorial tone. I observed closely at the Hugua temple yesterday. After entering the room, my third uncle cast several glances your way. He is not one to easily fix his gaze on others. When he returns home, I must inquire about his true thoughts. To alleviate Su Qingyu's worries, she added, Rest assured, Sister Su, this marriage cannot be simply dismissed at my mother's whim. Even my grandmother cannot make such a decision. Ultimately, it will depend on my third uncle's intentions. At that moment, beneath the eaves at the back of the study, Su Yihui was nestled in a corner, eavesdropping on the unfolding conversation. She had originally planned to go out with a close friend, but unexpectedly saw Shen Yu entering Su Qingyu's study. With the maid being sent away, Su Yihui speculated that the two must have something private to discuss. So she quietly moved to the back of the study and indeed overheard. Shen Yu spoke at length, and to her ears. It translated to, the Shen family intends to break off the engagement. Within 3 days, Su Yihui, relying solely on her own efforts, made the news of the Su and Shen family's engagement dissolution known throughout the capital. The Shen family, however, showed no reaction, neither coming to cancel the engagement nor clarifying the rumors. Meanwhile, Su Qingyu seemed entirely unconcerned. In recent days, grain prices in the capital had soared to 15 taels of silver per stone, and the number of refugees was increasing. She and Lin Wuqing were busier than ever. Just as the Su family was engulfed in anxiety, the Marquis' residence welcomed an esteemed guest. In the main hall, old Lady Su was accompanying Princess Yongjia for tea, pondering the reason for her visit, as the Su family had never had much interaction with the Duke of Shan's residence. Old lady, I have come today regarding a matter I wish to discuss with you, Princess Yongjia said after some pleasantries. The old lady smiled warmly. If the princess has something to convey, there is no need to come in person. Princess Yongjia, with a gentle smile, replied, Please do not laugh at me. I have taken a liking to the daughter of the Su family and wish to arrange a match for my fourth son. The fourth son she referred to was Li Yunzhou, the only illegitimate son of the Duke of Shan. Despite his status, Princess Yongjia treated him as her own, and he was no different from a legitimate heir in her eyes. Upon hearing this, old lady Su was filled with joy. Which of our daughters does the princess favor? Currently, the only unmarried daughter of the main branch was the illegitimate Su Xuanqi. Could it be that the princess had taken a liking to the legitimate daughter of the second branch? If that were the case, it would facilitate matters for the second son's return to the capital. Then Princess Yongjia stated, I am interested in your eldest legitimate daughter, Su Qingyu. Chapter 57. A noble guest arrives. Old lady Su was astonished and looked at Princess Yongjia, for she already had an engagement with the Shen family. Princess Yongjia sighed and said, In truth, I have come today with an apology in mind. The Shen family has decided to renew the engagement with our Duke of Shan's residence, but they were too embarrassed to say it directly. I genuinely admire your eldest daughter, which prompted my thoughts of a union with the Su family. I wonder if old lady would find any objection to our Li family? Old lady Su was taken aback for quite some time, finally managing a forced smile. How could we have any objections? However, would it not be more appropriate for the Shen family to convey this in person? Princess Yongjia quickly explained, Lord Shen has returned to the capital unexpectedly, and the Shen family is entangled in matters, so they entrusted this to me. The Shen family stated that the betrothal gifts need not be returned. Consider it compensation for the Su family. Additionally, regarding your second master's reassignment back to the capital, there will be news within these 2 months, and he will receive 2 promotions. Upon hearing these 2 conditions, old lady Su's heart stirred. Yet she still hesitated, saying, I cannot make this decision alone. I must discuss it with my family. Perhaps I could send a message to the princess tomorrow? However, Princess Yongjia did not wish to delay further, smiling. What is there to hesitate about? Why not invite Marquis Pingning over as well? Any concerns we can address face to face. Rest assured, the betrothal gifts from our Duke of Shan's residence to your eldest daughter will be substantial. I have already brought the document for the dissolution of the engagement from the Shen family, waiting only for the Su family's signature. Once your 2 families have broken the engagement, we shall come to propose. With no alternative, old lady Su instructed the maid, Yuan Momo, to invite the Marquis over. At this moment, Su Qingyu, who was in the outer courtyard study calculating accounts, was also visited by 2 unexpected guests. Zhenju entered to report that the third young master wished to see her. Su Qingyu instructed her to bring him to the study, only to discover that Lin Wuqing was accompanied by another person. The newcomer, wrapped tightly in a dark cloak with his head bowed, removed his hat upon entering, revealing himself as Shen San-ye. Are you on a discreet visit, Master Shen?
Suinjuing Guayirth.
Shen Jishio gave a wry smile. I apologize for intruding on Miss Su. Su Qingyu scrutinized him for a moment and blurted out, How is it that you have become so haggard after just a few days? Realizing her words might be somewhat presumptuous, she quickly checked herself, as their relationship had yet to reach such familiarity. Before Shen Jishio could respond, Lin Wuqing teased. He's been losing sleep these past few days. If grain prices do not drop soon, he might truly sacrifice himself for the country. Su Qingyu looked at the 2 of them with suspicion. Are you quite familiar with each other? Lin Wuqing jested, Don't flatter me. He is Shen Golao. Shen Jishio cast a glance at Lin Wuqing and explained to Su Qingyu, We indeed knew each other prior. We are considered old acquaintances.
Suinju understood.
It seemed the relationship between the Lin family and Shen Jishio was more complex than it appeared. No wonder there were those who targeted the Lin family in her previous life. Moreover, her uncle had also exerted himself considerably to assist Xin Zhao in the past. Perhaps not solely for her sake. Su Qingyu invited them to sit and instructed the maid to serve tea. What brings you here, Master Shen? Surely you did not come to personally dissolve the engagement? As she discerned that he was there regarding the grain prices, she made a playful remark. Shen San-ye, maintaining a calm demeanor, showed no sign of embarrassment or discomfort, affirming seriously, I am not here to break the engagement. He then elaborated. The emperor has tasked me with a matter. By any means necessary, I must lower the grain prices in the capital within 3 days. Qingyu was taken aback. 3 days? Grain from Jiangnan would take at least half a month to arrive in the capital, wouldn't it? The only way to lower the price is to have sufficient grain enter the market. Shen San-ye nodded, stating, waiting for the grain from Jiangnan would be too late. The grain merchants in the capital do not have much stored, and combined, it is not enough to make a significant impact. Qingyu glanced at Lin Wuqing with a peculiar expression. It appeared her third cousin had already disclosed all their family's resources to Shen San-ye. The implication of Shen San-ye's visit was quite clear. He hoped she could release their stored grain to alleviate the capital's crisis. For the Lin family, Shen San-ye was a valuable ally, and they had no choice but to rely on him. Qingyu lowered her head in contemplation for a moment before asking, can you guarantee that the grain will not be taken away by merchants? As soon as prices drop, merchants will undoubtedly seize the opportunity to stockpile and sell it to other provinces. At that point, the capital could become a wholesale center for grain in North Jili. The amount of grain she held would only barely suffice to lower the prices in the capital. If it were to flood the entire North Jili market, it would barely make a ripple. Shen San-ye responded solemnly, I have thought this through. I will station people at the 4 gates of the capital to prevent any grain from being transported out. The capital is the emperor's domain, and with the current chaos, it would be inappropriate for the emperor's face to be compromised. Other regions are not my concern. I will only manage the capital. In truth, lowering the grain prices in the capital was the most challenging task, given the large population and the increasing number of refugees. He was a minister in the cabinet, yet could not conjure grain from thin air. It was precisely because Elder Su understood how difficult this matter was that he deliberately passed it to him.
Qingyu,
Tapping her slender fingers on the table, pondered for a long while before asking, what is the highest price you can accept for the grain in the market? Shen San-ye considered for a moment and replied, 1 tael and 5 coins of silver. Qingyu shook her head. That is impossible. This batch of grain was purchased at a high price at the end of the year, and the cost is not low. Then how much do you propose? Shen San-ye asked with a slight smile. Qingyu calculated in her mind and stated, 2 taels of silver per stone. We will coordinate with several grain merchants in the capital to establish a unified price. We will retain a small amount for disaster relief and distribution of forage, while the remainder can be released into the market. Shen San-ye, without hesitation, agreed. We will proceed at the price you mentioned. The 3 exchanged smiles, marking the successful conclusion of their negotiation. Lin Wuqing glanced at Shen San-ye and remarked, having helped with such a significant matter, 1 tea Shen Ge Lao treat us to a meal? Shen San-ye chuckled. You are too easy to appease. I will remember this favor. In the future, should the Lin family or Miss Su require my assistance, do not hesitate to ask. Qingyu contemplated suggesting, then perhaps we should break off the engagement. Unsure of whether to speak, a knock echoed from outside the study. Moments later, Feitsue rushed in, her demeanor frantic. Miss, Princess Yongjia has brought the letter of disengagement from the Shen family, stating that she intends to annul your engagement with Master Shen San and instead betroth herself to the 4th young master of the Li family. Currently, the Marquis and the old lady have already consented and are in the process of signing the disengagement letter. Lin Wuqing frowned and rose, casting a glance at Shen San-ye. Is the elder Shen taking advantage of our family while simultaneously humiliating my cousin? How clever of him to have already arranged a match for her. Chapter 58. Have I pledged my unwed wife to another? Upon hearing this, Shen San-ye replied in a somber tone, I was unaware of this matter.
where are they?
Lead the way. Lin Wuqing scrutinized Shen San-ye's grim expression and felt a flicker of doubt. Could it be that he genuinely knew nothing? The 3 proceeded to the outer courtyard's main hall. As they drew nearer, the sounds of pleasantries reached their ears. Old lady, Lord Su, from now on, we shall be one family. Your Highness, it is an honor for us to be connected with the house of the kind prince. Shen San-ye strode into the main hall, casting a cold gaze over the gathered individuals, finally settling his eyes on Qingyu. The Su family has formed an alliance with the house of the kind prince? Which young lady has been chosen? Princess Yongjia, along with Qingyu and the old lady, were momentarily taken aback by Shen San-ye's sudden entrance.
Su Chengye quickly bowed.
Lord Shen, what brings you here? The princess, with a gentle demeanor, expressed her intention to marry her daughter, Su Qingyu, to Li Yunju, the fourth young master of the Li family. Upon hearing the name Li Yunju, Su Qingyu instinctively frowned. As the illegitimate son of the kind prince, he had once garnered envy from many due to his adoptive mother, Princess Yongjia, treating him with great affection. However, in a previous life, it was Li Yunju and Song Hongshan, the illegitimate son of the loyal minister, who achieved great feats together, vanquishing the Liao kingdom that had long plagued the northeast of Dazhou. Upon returning to the capital, Song Hongshan's first act was to divorce Su Yihui, who had been entangled with Su Liangping, while Li Yunju, upon his return, severed ties with the kind prince's household on the very day he was bestowed his title. It was then that the capital learned the truth. Princess Yongjia's kindness towards her illegitimate son was merely a facade, as he had endured bullying and mistreatment within the household. The current emperor, enraged, imposed severe penalties on the kind prince and Princess Yongjia, granting Li Yunju his own residence. Su Qingyu's eyes narrowed. Was Princess Yongjia intending to bring her back to the household for similar torment? Shen Jishio inquired. Has Lord Su given his consent? Su Qingye instinctively nodded in agreement. Shen Jishio's expression remained placid, devoid of any discernible anger or joy, yet his question sent a chill down Su Qingye's spine. Are you truly pledging my unwed wife to another? Indeed? Su Qingye hastily produced the signed disengagement letter, carefully presenting it to Shen Jishio. My lord, please take a look. This is the letter of disengagement sent by the Shen family. Shen Jishio received it and, upon a quick glance, felt a wave of coldness wash over him. The document bore the Shen family seal, and the Su family had also affixed their signatures. Legally, the disengagement letter was already in effect. Turning to Princess Yongjia, he asked, This letter of disengagement was sent by you, princess? Once this is annulled, will you be directly arranging the betrothal to the fourth young master? Shen Jishio's gaze seemed to penetrate the very souls of those present, causing Princess Yongjia to instinctively look away. With a forced smile, she replied, The matter of the disengagement was entrusted to me. As for the betrothal, there is no rush. With that, Princess Yongjia excused herself, citing other obligations. Shen Jishio carefully tucked away the disengagement letter, contemplating, I must return to verify its authenticity. Let today's proceedings conclude here. As he turned to leave, he whispered to Lin Wuchen, Give me 2 days. I shall provide you with an explanation. This statement was directed at both Lin Wuchen and Su Qingyu. Shen Jishio returned directly to his residence, and upon entering, summoned the family members to gather. Present were the old lady of the Shen family, the eldest son Shen Jihe, the first wife Chen, the second son Shen Jushu, and the second wife Yang. Once the 6 of them settled according to their ages, Shen Jishio presented the disengagement letter to the old lady, inquiring, Mother, is this your intention? Upon opening the document, the old lady's expression immediately darkened. She glared at Chen. Eldest daughter-in-law, this is your doing, is it not? What audacity you possess to undertake such actions. With that, she flung the disengagement letter away. Shen Jihe, glancing at it, was equally startled and scolded Chen, such a significant matter, and you did not consult either mother or Jishio. The second wife, Yang, also took a look but remained silent, her eyes glinting with suppressed excitement. Chen stammered, Princess Yongjia has approached me several times. I felt too embarrassed to refuse. Moreover, Su Qingyu truly is not a suitable match for Jishio. Shen Jishio furrowed his brows. Not wishing to reprimand his elder sister-in-law, he turned to the old lady. The old lady slammed her palm down on the wooden table, exclaiming, Whether or not she is a suitable match is not for you to decide. What business do you have meddling in your brother's affairs when you have yet to properly guide your own children? Have I been too lenient with you in these past years? From today onward, let the second daughter-in-law manage the household affairs. Yang's expression brightened, though she made an effort to maintain her composure. Yes, mother, I will not disappoint your expectations. The old lady cast a cold glance at the others, her voice stern. Do not think I am unaware of your schemes.
Keep your peace.
Anyone who dares to disturb the tranquility of this household will face my wrath. Now leave. I wish to speak with Jishio alone. Once the room was cleared, the old lady turned to Shen Jishio. What are your thoughts on this matter? The engagement has been annulled. Do you plan to continue pursuing an alliance with the kind prince's household, or will you seek another lady? Shen Jishio's fingers drummed lightly on the table as he replied softly, The engagement may be annulled, but one can always seek another proposal. The old lady looked at him in surprise, realizing he was indeed interested in Su Qingyu. In the past, he had always resisted discussions of marriage. Previously, in negotiations with the kind prince's household, he had merely offered a nonchalant remark. To speak so earnestly about a new proposal was indeed a rarity. A smile crept onto the old lady's face. If that is your desire, I shall personally visit the Su family tomorrow to finalize the matter. Suddenly recalling Su Qingyu's indifferent expression upon hearing of the annulment earlier, Shen San-ye interjected, "Mother, do not go tomorrow. I will inquire further with her. It is essential that she is willing." The old lady regarded him with a knowing glance and asked, "And if she does not agree?" Without hesitation, Shen San-ye responded, "Then it shall be. A marriage is not something to be forced." If there were anyone who truly understood Shen San-ye, it would be the old lady. She regarded him thoughtfully and said, "Then make haste to inquire and provide me with a definitive answer." Regardless of Shen San-ye's intentions, the disengagement between the Shen and Su families had become an undeniable fact. Within a day, the news had spread throughout the capital. Su Qingyu felt a weight lift from her heart as she focused her attention on her business, collaborating with other grain merchants to lower prices. Within 2 days, the grain prices in the capital had plummeted to 2 taels of silver per stone. As Shen San-ye had predicted, no grain was being transported out of the 4 city gates. With the sudden decrease in grain prices, the populace no longer felt compelled to hoard, their faces reflecting a joy of survival. One day, Su Qingyu took Su Shunyi to the shop, intending to teach her how to engage with the managers. As noon approached, Su Shen San-ye took Su Qingyu's hand and inquired, "Elder sister, everyone says that the pork knuckle at Rui Tower is delicious. Have you tried it?" Su Qingyu chuckled, pinching Su Shen San-ye's cheek. "I haven't had the pleasure either. How about we go and taste it at noon?" In the elegant private room on the 2nd floor of Rui Tower, Su Qingyu ordered all the signature dishes. Just as the waiter began to serve the food, someone unexpectedly entered behind him. "Sister Qingyu, what a coincidence." Chapter 59, a brutal confrontation in the bright and tasteful room, Su Qingyu seated by the window. While the waiter first brought in tea and fruits, Su Shen San-ye sat across from her, nibbling on a sweet pear from the western regions. Upon entering, Shen Zhao's words immediately extinguished Su Qingyu's good mood. She shot a glance at the waiter. Why does Rui Tower allow anyone to enter? Can anyone disrupt patrons while they dine? The waiter, frightened, quickly withdrew. After all, it was not within his power to stop the eldest son of the Shen family. Leaning against the doorframe, Shen Zhao crossed his arms and gazed at Su Qingyu. "Your engagement with my 3rd uncle has been called off. Why not directly marry me as my legitimate wife?" Su Qingyu, without lifting her eyelids, coldly replied, "How could I possibly be worthy of someone like you, Shen Zhao, who is nothing but deceitful and treacherous? I have no desire to climb the social ladder by marrying you. You would be a perfect match for my cousin instead." After enduring Su Qingyu's scorn, Shen Zhao's expression darkened a few shades. With a scoff, he retorted, "Do you think you can marry into any respectable family now? No one in the capital will dare to take a bride who has been rejected twice by the Shen family." Countless attempts to appease had yielded no smile, and Shen Zhao's patience was wearing thin. Su Qingyu smirked, "Isn't your family already seeking a suitable match for me? The princess of Shan County has only just begun her courtship." Shen Zhao, as if hearing a hilarious joke, responded with a hint of mockery. "Princess Yongjia never intended to take you into her household. It was merely a ruse to get you to withdraw your engagement, allowing Princess Chaoyan to marry my 3rd uncle." Understanding dawned on Su Qingyu, aligning with her suspicions. Shen Zhao continued, "Your best option now is to marry me, where you might still have a chance to be a legitimate wife." Yet, Su Qingyu had no intention of further discourse. She turned to Jadeite and Agate, instructing, "Please escort Master Shen out." The emphasis on the word please was intentional. Jadeite and Agate understood it as a directive to take action. They had long found this Master Shen displeasing, and the opportunity to act was welcomed. Seeing Su Qingyu's intent to expel him, Shen Zhao abruptly stepped forward. "Su Qingyu, one day you will find yourself on your knees, begging to marry me." Though only 13, Su Shen San-ye grasped much of what transpired. Seeing someone encroach upon her sister, she instinctively stood and threw herself in front of Shen Zhao.
Get out.
"Stay away from my elder sister." Irritated, Shen Zhao, faced with an unfamiliar young girl blocking his path, retaliated with a kick. Amid the chaos, Jadeite and Agate were unable to intervene in time. Shen San-ye let out a pained cry, her body flying into the wall before crashing heavily to the ground. Qingyu's heart sank in terror as she rushed to Shen San-ye's side, crouching down. "Fourth sister, are you alright?" Gently cradling Shen San-ye in her arms. She turned to Jadeite and Agate, her voice icy. "Strike him. Beat him to a pulp." Jadeite and Agate, filled with fury, realized that fourth miss had been grievously harmed right before their eyes. If something were to happen, they would bear the blame. Shen San-ye lay with her eyes closed, instinctively clutching her abdomen, beads of cold sweat forming on her forehead from the pain. Qingyu held Shen San-ye tenderly, her eyes reddening as she reassured, "Sister, I will take you to the doctor right away." Turning towards the door, she noticed Jadeite and Agate engaged in a brawl with Shen Zhao and his family as servants. Not daring to delay further, Qingyu lifted Shen San-ye in her arms, ready to seek medical help. However, before she could exit the room, a group of officers from the city patrol entered, who was causing a disturbance. The leader, a young man in his 20s clad in armor, surveyed the scene. At that moment, Shen Zhao had been left unable to stand due to the blows from Jadeite and Agate. Once the skirmish ceased, a servant managed to help Shen Zhao to his feet. "Arrest these people." Shen Zhao wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his tone sullen. The young officer, seemingly recognizing Shen Zhao, stepped forward with a fawning demeanor. "Ah, it is Master Shen. What has happened here?" Shen Zhao spat. "These people have assaulted me. What do you propose?" The young officer, eager to please, replied, "Who would dare to strike Master Shen? I shall have them apprehended immediately." Qingyu frowned at the officer. "Is this how you carry out your duties? Without investigating the matter, you wish to arrest us? My sister has been grievously injured by him, and I must take her to seek medical attention." As she spoke, Qingyu attempted to leave, but the officers blocked her path. The young officer smirked. "You think you can leave after attacking Master Shen? Take them all back." As officers approached to seize Qingyu, she stepped back, shielding her sister, while Jadeite and Agate firmly positioned themselves in front of her. Looking down at Shen San-ye, Qingyu declared to the young officer, "I am the eldest daughter of the Su family, the Marquis of Qingyu. My sister is gravely injured, and I must take her for treatment. If you wish to pursue this matter further, I am willing to go to the Ministry of Justice with Master Shen later. Now step aside." The final words were delivered with an imposing force. Hearing that she was from the Su family, the young officer hesitated. He glanced at Shen Zhao, who coldly responded, "See that they do not go to a physician? I am in this state and have yet to see a doctor. Arrest them. If the Su family raises a concern, my Shen family will take responsibility." As Shen Zhao's words faded, a chilling voice emerged from the crowd. "I was unaware that you could represent the Shen family." The young officer and all the soldiers surrounding the private room abruptly knelt. "We greet Lord Shen." Shen Zhixiu, draped in a gray fur cloak, appeared with a stern countenance. Behind him, Lin Wuchen hastened a few steps, maneuvering through the crowd to reach Qingyu's side. "What has transpired? How did it escalate to this?" Qingyu coldly explained, "Shen Zhao kicked my fourth sister, and I urgently sought to take her to a physician. These officers are abusing their power, intending to arrest us without inquiry." Upon hearing Shen Zhixiu as a rival, Shen Zhao instinctively shrank back, realizing the need to defend himself. He interjected, "My kicking your sister was an unintentional mistake, while your actions toward me were deliberate. How can they be compared?" Qingyu, infuriated, retorted with sarcasm, "Master Shen, your ability to twist the truth is truly remarkable." Lin Wuchen, having grasped the entirety of the situation, wore a solemn expression. "Qingyu, I will take fourth sister to see a doctor. You should remain here to handle the aftermath with Master Shen." Given the current circumstances, it was evident that Qingyu would not be able to leave immediately, but the child's health could not be delayed. Qingyu entrusted Shen San-ye to Jadeite, instructing, "You and cousin San must go together. If there is any issue, return to me at once." Jadeite took Shen San-ye and hastily departed. Before leaving, Lin Wuchen exchanged a meaningful glance with Shen Zhixiu, though no words were spoken. The officers remained kneeling on the ground as Shen Zhixiu pulled out a chair and sat down, gesturing for Qingyu to join him. Without hesitation, Qingyu took a seat beside him. "Are you the patrol officer from the city patrol?" Shen Zhixiu inquired of the officer at the front. The officer replied, "I am Wang Zhen, the commander of the Western City Patrol." Shen Zhixiu turned to Wenju, instructing, "Inform the Marquis of loyalty and righteousness of this matter." Shen Zhao obstructed the city patrol in performing its duties. He should be dealt with justly. As for his subordinates, let him handle them. Wang Zhen, realizing his career was effectively finished, knelt despondently on the ground. Upon hearing that he would be held accountable, Shen Zhao also knelt, exclaiming, "Uncle, this is merely a brawl. Shouldn't we all be detained together? Imprison me if you must, but she shall accompany me." Chapter 60. Shall we proceed with the wedding as planned? Upon hearing his words, Shen Jishio closed his eyes momentarily, and when he reopened them, a chilling gaze emanated from his depths. His voice, when he spoke, was equally frosty. "Shen Zhao, during my absence, you have turned our household upside down. I have been preoccupied with disaster relief and have had no time to attend to your affairs. Yet, you remain undeterred, becoming increasingly reckless. Since you do not wish to be confined in the military prison, so be it." A look of surprise flickered across Shen Zhao's face. It seemed his uncle still cared for him. However, Shen Jishio continued, regarding the incident at the Guoguang Temple and today's events, Wenju, instruct the guards to take the young master back and administer 50 lashes, without exception. Su Qingyu raised an eyebrow at the mention of 50 lashes. It would likely cost him half his life. Shen Zhao, bewildered, fell to his knees in a plea for mercy. "Uncle, I realize my mistakes.
Please spare me."
Wenju exited to summon a few men and conveyed the orders. In no time, the guards of the military prison had taken Shen Zhao away. Shen Jishio, with matters to discuss with Su Qingyu, instructed, "You all may leave." Ma now glanced at Su Qingyu, who gave a slight nod, and they departed together with Wenju. Su Qingyu was preoccupied with thoughts of Su Xuanqi, but Shen Jishio's demeanor suggested he had something to convey. After a moment's contemplation, she anticipated his intent and took the initiative to speak. "I will have the betrothal gifts returned tomorrow. Shall we proceed with the wedding as planned?" The two spoke almost in unison. Su Qingyu was taken aback, believing him to be there to conclude matters. Fearing he might be too embarrassed to voice it, she brought up the betrothal gifts to resolve the issue. Given the repeated entanglements with Shen Zhao before him, she surmised he might also wish to call off the engagement. What did he mean by proceeding with the wedding? For a moment, Su Qingyu felt at a loss. "We have already cancelled the engagement. We cannot proceed with the wedding."
"Can we?"
she queried softly. Shen Jishio remained silent for a moment before responding. An engagement can be annulled and reinstated. Besides, the document of annulment was forged by them and holds no validity. If he was not mistaken, when Su Qingyu mentioned the annulment, her tone had been notably light, which caused an inexplicable heaviness in Shen Jishio's heart. He maintained a gentle and composed demeanor, yet Su Qingyu could easily detect the underlying chill in his words. He was angry. Although he appeared unchanged on the surface, she could sense his displeasure. Su Qingyu was perplexed. Was it due to her affair with Shen Zhao? But what right did he have to be angry? The turmoil had originated from the Shen family. Whether it was valid or not was not for Third Master to decide. The annulment document bore the seal of the Shen family, and if it was indeed forged, it merely indicated a lack of discipline on Third Master's part. "You have seen how the eldest son of the Shen family has persistently pursued me. If I were to marry into the Shen family, there would surely be discord in the household. When the time comes, you will protect your own kin, and the blame will inevitably fall upon me." Her voice bore a hint of frost, leaving no room for Shen Jishio's dignity. In truth, from the moment Shen Jishio returned to the capital, she had pondered this matter. Given the current state of affairs between her and Shen Zhao, she was no longer suitable to marry into the Shen family. Over time, rumors would inevitably circulate, leading to estrangement between husband and wife, rendering their lives unlivable. Most importantly, she was not prepared to marry a living man. In her visions of the future, there was no place for Shen Jishio, nor for any man, for that matter. Shen Jishio simply uttered 2 words, "No." Su Qingyu was taken aback, gazing at him in confusion. He continued, "I will handle this matter. You need not worry excessively. The engagement we established should not be hastily altered. Do you have any other reasons for wishing to annul the engagement?" Seeing his seriousness, Su Qingyu replied earnestly, "I previously believed you to be dead, and I had prepared to marry a deceased man. However, your sudden return to life has left me somewhat disconcerted." Shen Jishio pondered. Did she prefer him dead to alive? Or was it that her earlier agreement to marry a deceased version of him was indeed tied to Shen Zhao? Out of anger, she had annulled the engagement. Out of reluctance, she wished to marry into the Shen family. Thus, marrying the deceased Third Master Shen would indeed be the best choice. This thought sent a chill coursing through Shen Jishio's heart. He recalled what he had told the old matriarch. If she was unwilling, so be it. Such matters should not be forced. If that were the case, then let the marriage be abandoned. Yet, when he spoke again, his words transformed into the notion that both living and dead had their respective advantages and disadvantages for her. He continued in a teasing tone, "Surely, I cannot be alive and offer you no benefits at all?" Ultimately, he could not voice that thought. Su Qingyu felt a twitch at the corners of her mouth. It seemed as though she wished for his demise. Yet his words reverberated within her. Given the influence of the Su family, they would not permit her to remain unmarried indefinitely. Shun Zhao was correct. Those who had been rejected twice by the Shen family would find it difficult to marry into prominent families in the capital. Thus, the Su family would likely seek a secondary option, marrying her off to a merchant or as a secondary wife, striving to maximize their interests. Rather than navigating through familial negotiations regarding marriage, it would be simpler to wed Shen Jishio. At least she bore no aversion to him. Moreover, she was quite familiar with the Shen family, and the old matriarch was kind-hearted. With Shen Jishio preoccupied with court affairs, she would merely need to conduct herself with respect and fulfill her role as the third mistress of the Shen family. After weighing the pros and cons, Su Qingyu's mind became clearer. She contemplated whether there were any other aspects to consider regarding this matter. Turning to look out the window, her brow suddenly furrowed. She stood up and leaned closer to the window. At that moment, she spotted two individuals preparing to board a carriage by the roadside, Gu Ruoyan and Zhou Buren, the owner of the Zhou Trading Company. Were they sharing a carriage? As she watched them depart in the carriage, Su Qingyu called out sharply, "Ma now. Go downstairs and follow that green-draped carriage. It contains my distant aunt and Mr. Zhou. Find out where they are headed and what they are up to." Shen Jishio, noticing, raised his voice. "Wenju, you go personally." Turning to Su Qingyu, he added, "Your maid can remain here to attend to you. Wenju is quite capable." Su Qingyu could only nod in gratitude, pondering whether to wait for Wenju's return or to visit Su Xuanqi first. "Miss, fourth miss is fine now. The second young master sent word, asking you not to worry. She only suffered some superficial injuries," Ma now suddenly reported from outside the door. Su Qingyu sighed in relief. It was good to know fourth sister was safe. The waitstaff began to serve the dishes, and the aroma of the braised pork made Su Qingyu's stomach growl. She reached for a piece of pork and placed it in her mouth, her lips instantly glistening with grease. After swallowing a mouthful of meat, she recalled that she had yet to conclude her discussion with Shen Jishio. She would take the opportunity to inform both families that the marriage would proceed as originally planned. Shen Jishio was momentarily taken aback. Was she agreeing? Chapter 61. Does he have feelings for you? Very well. I shall find an auspicious day to send someone to formalize the engagement. Shen Jishio spoke in his usual gentle tone, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Su Qingyu waved her hand dismissively. The engagement has already been established. Why formalize it again? However, Shen Jishio recalled the recent rumors circulating in the capital and replied softly, "I will handle these matters appropriately." Su Qingyu believed they had reached a mutual understanding and inquired, "Are we done? May I eat now?" After a long morning and a scuffle, she was genuinely hungry. Shen Jishio gestured for her to eat if she was hungry, while he remained seated, sipping tea without touching his chopsticks. Today, Su Qingyu had ordered all signature dishes, and they were predominantly meat. Glancing at the spread before him, Shen Jishio rose and approached the door of the private room, instructing, "Please stir-fry some lotus root shreds and prepare a spinach dish." Shortly thereafter, the waitstaff brought in the two vegetarian dishes. Yet, Su Qingyu remained entirely focused on her battle with the piece of pork before her, not even lifting her gaze. In the capital, the only young woman who could sit opposite Master Shen and still indulge in such delicacies must surely be her. Noticing this, Shen Jishio picked up a piece of lotus root and offered it to her, saying, "Have some vegetables."
Suinju poted.
Took out a silk handkerchief to dab at the corners of her mouth and retorted, "In order to observe mourning for you, I've been a vegetarian for 2 months. What? Is the Shen family incapable of providing me with meat?" Shen Jishio's hand, which was reaching for spinach, suddenly halted. "Observing mourning? Is that a requirement from the Shen family?" Su Qingyu shook her head. "Not exactly, but since we are engaged, certain duties must be fulfilled." Shen Jishio withdrew his chopsticks from the spinach dish and placed a chicken leg on her plate instead. He then asked, "What else is required for mourning?" Su Qingyu counted on her fingers. One must not wear bright clothing, adorn oneself with gaudy jewelry, or apply heavy makeup. Shen Jishio recalled the day at the Hugua temple when she copied scriptures, prepared pastries, and conducted a ritual to absolve him. He was suddenly moved, realizing she likely observed mourning with more sincerity than most of the Shen family. "That truly burdens you," he said with a hint of a smile. When Wenju returned, Su Qingyu had nearly finished her meal. "Third master, Miss Su, I followed them to a residence in the eastern part of the city," Wenju reported. His face slightly flushed. Su Qingyu looked at him, puzzled. "Did you find something that makes you uncomfortable to share? Just tell me what you saw," she urged. Wenju's face reddened further, as he thought what he had witnessed was indeed difficult to articulate. Shen Jishio furrowed his brow, looking at Wenju. "What is it? Speak plainly." Realizing he could not evade the matter, Wenju braced himself and said, "Once they entered the residence, they became intimate." It seemed they had been maintaining this relationship for many years. Su Qingyu was taken aback. "Gu Ruoyun and Zhou Buren are actually in such a relationship? What did they say?" she pressed. Having worked alongside Shen Jishio for many years, Wenju had seen even more shocking scenes. But speaking of such matters in front of a lady was indeed challenging. He had expected Su Qingyu to blush and lower her head in embarrassment, but seeing her relentless questioning, he continued, "Aside from some affectionate remarks, not much else was said." The lady mentioned, "Our son can recite poetry now." Su Qingyu abruptly stood up. "Did I hear you correctly?" she said. "Our son?" Wenju nodded. Indeed, that was the phrase used. Shen Jishio turned to Su Qingyu, softly inquiring, "What is the matter? What happened?" Su Qingyu's mind was a whirlwind. Just yesterday morning, when she visited Songheng to pay her respects, she had heard Su Yuanjia recite a poem to the old matriarch, who was overjoyed. Could it be that Su Yuanjia is the son of that Zhou? And what is Zhou's status? Shen Jishio gestured for Wenju to step outside, then rose to pull Su Qingyu back down into her seat, pouring her a cup of hot tea. In a gentle tone, he asked, "You refer to that person as Auntie, did you not? She is indeed the biological mother of Shen Zhao's concubine, the newly appointed wife of the Pingning Marquis?" Shen Jishio spoke softly, his voice warm and rich, which inexplicably calmed Su Qingyu's anxious emotions. She picked up the Ru porcelain teacup from the table and took a sip before slowly responding. "That woman was previously living with our family as Auntie, my grandmother's niece. The man is the owner of the Zhou trading house in the city, who recently partnered with the Su family to sell grain." Su Qingyu briefly recounted the matters involving the Zhou grain business and mentioned that the child was actually Gu Ruoyun's biological offspring. She did not specify that she knew this from her past life, instead stating it was information she had gleaned from Gu Ruoyun's maid.
"Zhou?"
Shen Jishio murmured. "The case involving the Chung family was handled by my mentor, Lord Chen. I remember the steward of the Chung family had the surname Zhou. Under the circumstances at that time, he should have been exiled as well, but he leveraged connections and spent a considerable amount of silver. Since he was merely a minor accomplice, my mentor turned a blind eye to the matter. Do not worry about this. I will investigate thoroughly once we return." Su Qingyu wished not to trouble him, saying, "I have already asked my cousin to look into it, so you need not bother." Shen Jishio replied, "Many secrets are involved here, and it is not something those in the official circles can investigate so thoroughly. Even if you enlisted Wu Chen's help, he would have to consult with me if he cannot uncover the truth." Upon hearing this, Su Qingyu ceased her polite refusals. If he was willing to assist, it might lead to unexpected revelations. After leaving Rui Tower, Su Qingyu proceeded to the back courtyard of the Lin trading house, intending to take Su Xuanqi back home. When she arrived, Fei Tsue was tending to Su Xuanqi in an inner room, while Lin Wuchen awaited outside. Su Qingyu entered to check on Su Xuanqi, who was still asleep and had already been treated. Fei Tsue quietly informed her she had congee for lunch and took her medicine. She is much better now. Once she awakens, we shall return to the manor. After ensuring Su Xuanqi was well, Su Qingyu went outside to converse with Lin Wuchen. "Thank you, third cousin, for looking after my fourth sister. I heard that starting today, all the kanji kitchens have moved outside the city." Su Qingyu poured herself a cup of warm water and inquired. Lin Wuchen confirmed, yes, it was an order from Shen Jishio.
"Now,
With the relief efforts in the capital and surrounding areas, it all falls upon him. How has he dealt with Shen Zhao?" Lin Wuchen suddenly asked, his tone somewhat unkind, tinged with anger. Su Qingyu did not conceal anything, detailing Shen Jishio's stance and his intention to proceed with his marriage plans. Lin Wuchen's eyes flickered with interest. He took the initiative to propose marriage? That is quite unusual. Does he have feelings for you? Chapter 62. Who else would dare propose marriage? Su Qingyu was momentarily stunned, responding, "That is impossible." There was nothing between her and Shen Jishio that could be described as feelings. Lin Wuchen continued to tease. "Then why would he bring up marrying you? This is certainly not his usual behavior." Su Qingyu was taken aback by Lin Wuchen's inquiries. Why would he want to marry her? Suddenly, she recalled something she had overlooked. Recently, there had been talk in the capital that Master Shen had miraculously survived after falling into a valley, blessed with extraordinary fortune. It was said he had spent 2 months recuperating at his estate before returning to the capital. However, at the funeral of the Shen family, she had clearly encountered him in the study, and he had appeared perfectly fine. Thus, a vague suspicion began to form in Su Qingyu's mind. Was Shen Jishio afraid she might reveal the truth of his feigned death? Just as she was lost in thought, Fei Tsue emerged from the inner room. "Miss, fourth miss has awakened. Shall we return now?" Su Qingyu nodded, instructing, "Help fourth miss get dressed." Afterward, she cautioned Lin Wuchen. "With families distributing kanji outside the city, we must be vigilant about safety. I have an idea. Please discuss it with third Master Shen." Su Qingyu spoke with Lin Wuchen for a solid quarter of an hour when Fei Tsue returned with Su Xuanqi. Su Qingyu approached, gently touching Su Xuanqi's face and asking, "Does it still hurt?" Su Xuanqi shook her head. "It doesn't hurt anymore. Big sister, don't worry." Suddenly, Su Qingyu took a step back, noticing the brand new emerald green embroidered skirt Su Xuanqi was wearing. "Where did this dress come from?" Lin Wuchen explained. "Her previous one was soiled, so I found a ready-made outfit from a clothing shop." Su Qingyu smiled in gratitude. "You are so thoughtful, third cousin." "Thank you very much." Su Xuanqi also stepped forward to thank Lin Wuchen, calling him third cousin. Before they left, Lin Wuchen turned to Su Qingyu and said, "With the number of refugees outside the city increasing, should we consider bringing our aunt back? If anything happens at the estate, we would be unable to assist her." Su Qingyu was suddenly alarmed, realizing this was a matter she had neglected. In her previous life, the refugees had occupied the city, while the outskirts were relatively safe.
Now,
with the refugees encamped outside the city, the potential for unrest was high. "Third Master, there has been unrest among the refugees outside the city. But the authorities have already suppressed it," a servant reported. Su Qingyu immediately grew anxious. "I must go fetch my mother." Lin Wuchen stopped her, saying, "You take fourth miss home. I will go get our aunt." After a moment's thought, Su Qingyu agreed that this was for the best, and she took Su Xuanqi onto the carriage. "Today was a torment, and after returning home, I shall lie down and rest for a couple of days, while taking a few more doses of medicine." Su Qingyu gently consoled Su Shan-ye as she wrapped her arm around her shoulder. Su Shan-ye looked up and smiled, 2 dimples appearing on her face. "The pain has subsided. It's just that kick that still hurts."
Su Qingyu recalled Shen San-ye's kick.
A surge of resentment bubbling within her. She reassured Su Shan-ye that he received 50 lashes, which should serve as a form of retribution. "One day, sister will take vengeance for you herself." Su Shan-ye gazed intently at Su Qingyu, sensing her sudden chill, a wave of inexplicable sorrow washing over her. She blinked a couple of times and caressed Su Qingyu's face, saying, "Elder sister, you need not seek vengeance for me, nor should you be angry." Su Qingyu patted her shoulder, affirming, "All right, elder sister is not angry." Upon returning to the estate, Su Shan-ye went to rest with Aunt Lian, while Su Qingyu instructed the servants of Zy Courtyard to tidy the room once more. An hour later, Lin Wuchen safely brought Lin Shi back. Lin Shi was over 3 months pregnant, her belly slightly rounded, and her complexion noticeably improved compared to when she was at the Marquis's residence. Su Qingyu busied herself with ordering additional dishes from the kitchen while assisting Lin Shi with her washing and changing. The mother and daughter exchanged only a few proper words before they went to pay their respects to the matriarch. Su Qingyu managed to briefly explain Gu Ruoyan's change to a concubine status, fearing that Lin Shi might take offense. Unexpectedly, Lin Shi expressed only a momentary surprise, quickly resuming her grooming and attire without showing any signs of anger. She merely remarked, "Whether he takes a concubine or elevates a concubine to the main wife, it does not warrant my ire." Su Qingyu felt a pang of sadness. For a young couple to reach such a point must surely weigh heavily on their mother's heart. Upon hearing that Lin Shi had returned, the matriarch had specifically instructed that everyone dine at Songha Hall today. At the dinner table, as Su Qingyu looked at Gu Ruoyan, she recalled what Wenju had said earlier that day. Madame Yun had just received 10 lashes days ago. How is it that she has recovered so swiftly? Gu Ruoyun chuckled awkwardly. I have tough skin and flesh. I am not so delicate. After a moment, she added, now that the engagement with the third Master Shen has been broken, should we not seek another match? Lin Shi lifted her head, casting a cold glance at Gu Ruoyun. Does this family still abide by any rules? What right does a concubine have to meddle in the marriage of the legitimate daughter? The disdain in her voice was palpable. Gu Ruoyun lowered her head, her lips pressed tightly together to suppress her resentment. However, her words served as a reminder to the matriarch. Qingyu, what do you think we should do about Qingyu's marriage? Qingyu appeared troubled as he replied, after being rejected twice by the Shen family. Which family in the capital would dare propose? The matriarch pondered for a moment before suggesting, what about the Shanjun Wangfu? Should we inquire with Princess Yongjia? Although the fourth young master of the Shanjun Wangfu is a bastard, his esteemed lineage makes him a suitable match.
Qingyu internally scoffed.
The Shanjun Wangfu had no intention of marrying her, merely paving the way for Princess Jiayan. Yet, she refrained from voicing her thoughts, anticipating that the Shen family would soon address this matter. Lin Shi, however, was displeased, setting down her bowl and wiping her mouth as she declared, even if my daughter has been rejected twice, she will not marry someone haphazardly. The matriarch disagreed, stating, how can it be considered haphazard? A family like the Shanjun Wangfu is indeed a step up for us. Lin Shi retorted coolly, that may be so, but it must be according to Qingyu's wishes. If she is unwilling, it matters not if he is of noble birth. The matriarch frowned, laying down her chopsticks with a cold voice. This is my granddaughter. Would I harm her? If we do not secure a suitable match now, she will have no choice but to marry into a lesser family in the future. Lin Shi was not one to back down. Then she can marry into the Lin family. I have a nephew who is still unmarried. Qingyu was taken aback by her mother's words. Was she truly suggesting that she marry her cousin? Fearing that Lin Shi might become distressed and harm her health, she swiftly changed the subject, inquiring about Gu Ruoyun's well-being after her miscarriage. Gu Ruoyun offered a perfunctory response and fell silent, wary of any mention of Cheng Rujin. After dinner, Qingyu accompanied Lin Shi back to Zy courtyard. To reassure her, she spoke of her relationship with Shen Jixio. However, Lin Shi hesitated, questioning, he is 13 years older than you. Is that not too great a difference in age? Qingyu extolled Shen Jixio's virtues, describing him as composed, dignified, gentle as jade, and a paragon of virtue. She employed every commendable adjective she could muster. Lin Shi said no more but contemplated the necessity of meeting Shen Jixio to ensure her daughter's future was safeguarded, as it was a matter of great significance. In the following 2 days, Qingyu remained with Lin Shi at Zy courtyard, meticulously scrutinizing all the attending servants to ensure no detail was overlooked. On the day Qingyu intended to join Lin Shi for breakfast, Agate entered with troubling news. Miss, the third master has sent word that 2,000 refugees have perished outside the city. The authorities now suspect they died after consuming the relief porridge we provided, and those distributing the porridge have been detained. Chapter 63. Enemies meet. Qingyu was startled at the news of 2,000 deaths. With a grave tone, she ordered, change my clothes. I must leave the city. In her previous life, when the Lin family distributed porridge, over 1,000 people had died, which severely weakened the family's standing. This time, she had taken precautions, yet anxiety gnawed at her, fearing any oversight. Agate adeptly assisted Qingyu with her makeup, hair, and dressing. Once attired, the carriage was ready. Accompanied by Jade and Agate, Qingyu took the carriage from the western city gate directly to the encampment of the refugees outside the city. The entire western city gate was under tight security, with no unauthorized individuals permitted to leave the capital. Qingyu was able to exit smoothly due to her position as the head of the Su grain business. Upon disembarking from the carriage, she noticed soldiers stationed everywhere. Every few steps there was a guard or lookout. Qingyu located the Lin family's porridge distribution tent and found Lin Wuqing conversing with 2 managers inside. Upon seeing her, Lin Wuqing dismissed them, rubbing his swollen brow as he said, fortunately, you warned me that day. Otherwise, this could have turned troublesome. He felt a surge of dread. Had Qingyu not alerted him, he would not have considered taking preventative measures. The Lin family had distributed porridge and grain during disasters for years without ever encountering a fatal incident, as no one would deliberately harm the lives of the afflicted. Yet, once politics were involved, the situation became murky. The capital, after all, was the political heart of the entire Dezhou. Having been there only a few days, This silent battle of attrition had left Lin Wuqing mentally and physically drained. Su Qingyu poured him a glass of water and inquired, "What is the current situation?" Lin Wuqing, parched from the morning's labor, down the water in one gulp before responding, "The emperor has dispatched the Ministry of Justice for a thorough investigation. Shen San-ye is currently with Minister Wang of the ministry." This matter had escalated significantly, involving the lives of 2,000 refugees, 3 grain merchants, and 8 noble houses. If it was confirmed that it was due to our negligence, the first to be held accountable would be Shen San-ye. Su Qingyu's expression grew serious. She had anticipated this. Such a grave matter could not be resolved merely by incurring a small loss among a few grain merchants. Or was the situation specifically aimed at Shen San-ye? A servant entered, reporting, "Third Master, those who distributed the porridge have gone to cooperate with the questioning, and we are short-handed up front." Su Qingyu, upon hearing this, turned to leave, stating, "I will go with Jade and Agate. Waiting for the investigation results is too anxiety-inducing." Lin Wuqing quickly instructed the servant, "Protect the young lady. Do not let her be jostled." He had no time to attend to Su Qingyu. He needed to find the heads of the Fong family and the merchants to strategize. If the blame fell on each family's shoulders, they must have a contingency plan in place. Su Qingyu arrived at the porridge tent, where the line of refugees stretched long despite the recent tragedy. Even after the deaths of 2,000 individuals, the queue remained extensive. As the refugees jested, they would rather risk poisoning than face starvation. It was a cruel yet stark reality. Of course, some were watching from the sidelines, assessing the danger before deciding whether to approach for the porridge. Today, the rice used for porridge was meticulously inspected by several doctors to ensure absolute safety.
Qingyu,
accompanied by 2 maidservants, began ladling out the porridge. After serving only 4 or 5 individuals, her eyes clouded with moisture. These people were clad in tattered cotton garments, their hands and faces chapped from the biting cold. Some children and the elderly had flushed faces, clearly suffering from high fevers. Fei Tsue choked back tears as she remarked, "Miss, these people are truly pitiable." The individuals queuing for porridge suddenly noticed that the 3 young ladies were serving particularly generous portions, resulting in a longer line at their station. An hour later, the morning porridge was completely distributed, and Su Qingyu bent down to tidy up the ladle. "Why are you doing this yourself? Is there a shortage of hands?" Shen San-ye, appearing at her side, stood directly in the way of the scant sunlight. Su Qingyu lifted her gaze to him, but found her attention drawn to the figure behind him. She froze, the spoon clattering into the porridge bucket as a sharp pain surged through her, reminiscent of the agony she felt just before her demise in her past life. The last image she had seen was that of Mr. Zhou's face. If Cheng Rujin and Shun Zhao were the executioners of her fate, then Mr. Zhou was the knife itself. Now that knife had reappeared before her, and she clenched her fists tightly, her nails digging into her palm without her awareness. Noticing her distress, Shen San-ye stepped closer and gently inquired, "What is it?" His warm voice pulled Su Qingyu back from her chaotic memories. She quickly lowered her eyes and murmured, "I might just be a bit tired and a little dizzy." Shen San-ye furrowed his brow and instructed the nearby Wenju to inquire at each household. If there were insufficient hands, the station soldiers should assist with serving the porridge at noon. Then, turning to the middle-aged man behind him, he said, "Mr. Zhou, please assist her in taking her pulse." Su Qingyu was taken aback, recognizing the courtesy with which Shen San-ye addressed this man. However, upon reflection, someone capable of such transformations must possess considerable skill.
Who is he? Qingyu feigned curiosity.
Shen San-ye introduced, "This is Mr. Zhou, a physician of exceptional skill. Allow him to examine you." Su Qingyu felt a wave of resistance and softly replied, "I'm fine. Just a bit fatigued from serving porridge this morning. I wouldn't want to trouble Mr. Zhou." Yet Shen San-ye insisted, "Is it a jest to feel unwell? Come inside. I have matters to discuss with Wuchan." His tone left no room for argument. Wenju hesitated momentarily before stepping forward, saying, "Third Master, Minister Wang is still waiting." Shen San-ye shot her a glance, prompting Wenju to fall silent. The group entered the tent, where Lin Wuchan rose to greet them, about to speak when Shen San-ye interrupted, "We will speak later. First, let Mr. Zhou take her pulse." Lin Wuchan looked at Su Qingyu with concern. "What troubles you? Are you unwell?"
Su Qingyu smiled reassuringly. "I truly am fine."
"There's no need to trouble Mr. Zhou." However, Lin Wuchan firmly pressed her into a chair and turned to Mr. Zhou, saying, "I appreciate your assistance. Mr. Zhou stroked his beard thoughtfully, then sat across from Su Qingyu. After a moment of contemplation, he remarked, Miss Su, have you perhaps experienced a fright today? It seems your vitality is lacking, leaving you somewhat dazed. I will prescribe a remedy. 3 days of it should suffice. Shen Jishio frowned, asking, how could she be frightened? Did something happen on the way here? Su Qingyu could only strive to conceal her emotions, softly replying, no, just a nightmare this morning. After preparing the prescription, he handed it to Fei Tsue, but Su Qingyu had no intention of taking it. If this Mr. Zhou was affiliated with Shen Jishio, why had he previously assisted Shen Zhao in such cruel deeds? Until she could ascertain his true nature, she remained on guard against him. Seeing that Su Qingyu appeared fine, Shen Jishio and Lin Wuchan settled into chairs. What news do you have? Lin Wuchan inquired. Chapter 64. The Crown Prince arrives. Shen Jishio smiled, saying, thanks to your earlier suggestion, we have been preserving samples of the porridge for 2 days under careful watch. Mr. Zhou has inspected them, and all is well. The rice stocks at each household have also been checked with no abnormalities found. Lin Wuchan asked, so, is there something I can assist you with? Shen Jishio cleared his throat and calmly replied, I merely wish to inform you, to alleviate your concerns. Mr. Zhou, and I must attend to a body inspection. We shall take our leave. As Shen Jishio and Mr. Zhou exited the tent, Su Qingyu murmured, was there not something to discuss? Is this what you call a matter? The government investigation was beyond the reach of merchants like them. They could only anxiously await news and fulfill their own responsibilities. When noon arrived for porridge distribution, soldiers indeed came to assist. Unable to remain idle, Su Qingyu joined in with tasks within her capabilities. As Shen Jishio returned from the body inspection, he encountered Su Qingyu, who was busy distributing medicinal herbs. He approached and asked, have you had lunch yet? Su Qingyu rose, wiping the sweat from her brow with her sleeve, casually replying, not yet. I'm fine with just a little something here. Their contributions were modest, yet sharing a pot of porridge with the victims, rather than indulging on the side, was an act of kindness. Just as Shen Jishio was about to speak, the sound of a carriage approaching from the city gate caught their attention. Followed by the sharp announcement from an attendant, His Royal Highness the Crown Prince has arrived. Panic ensued among the crowd as preparations were made to welcome the Crown Prince. Shen Jishio, however, seemed to anticipate his arrival, his demeanor unchanged. He simply said to Su Qingyu, I must go meet His Highness. You are not needed here. It's unsafe outside, so return home early. Su Qingyu felt an inexplicable sense of confusion. It was said that Shen Jishio was a man of few words. Yet in these past few days, he had been more talkative than her second cousin. However, she dared only to grumble inwardly, maintaining her composure and nodding. Understood. Third master. Travel safely. Neither of them noticed the carriage behind the Crown Prince's, which was adorned with a green canopy. A woman inside lifted the curtain to observe them, her bright eyes darkly assessing Su Qingyu. Regardless of the Crown Prince's purpose for coming, it did not affect Su Qingyu. She was busy instructing others to boil herbs meant to ward off the cold, intending to distribute a bowl to the victims. Miss Su, you are truly kind-hearted to personally come out here to do such work, remarked the newcomer. Su Qingyu turned to recognize the speaker, bowing in greeting. I pay my respects to Princess Chaoyun. The speaker was indeed Princess Chaoyun of the Good King's Manor, who had previously discussed a potential marriage with Shen Jishio. Li Chaoyun scrutinized Su Qingyu with a smile that, upon closer inspection, did not reach her eyes and even bore a hint of disdain. As everyone kept their heads bowed, they remained oblivious to her subtle expressions. Miss Su, there is no need for such formalities. I merely accompanied my cousin the Crown Prince to have a look. Li Chaoyun said with a smile. Su Qingyu raised her head to find Li Chaoyun adorned in splendid jewels and a luxurious red fox fur cloak, her makeup immaculate, and exuding an air of wealth. This place is somewhat messy. I hope I do not soil the princess's garments, Su Qingyu said softly. She did not wish to become entangled with Princess Chaoyun, partly due to the awkwardness surrounding the unfinished engagement with Shen Jishio, and partly because this individual had a rather poor reputation in her past life. Ultimately, Li Chaoyun married the Crown Prince and became his consort. But within a year of entering the Eastern Palace, she caused the deaths of 8 people, including both a side concubine and maidservants. This scandal was later revealed by the 4th young master of the Li family, Li Yunzhao, as revenge against Princess Yongjia. Staining my garments is of no consequence. I have a spare set in the carriage, Li Chaoyun replied graciously. Just then, a maidservant brought tea for Li Chaoyun, who said, Please enjoy some tea. As she took the cup, Li Chaoyan leaned closer to Su Qingyu and inquired, "What are you doing? What are these?" Perhaps due to a lack of focus or a slip of her hand, the tea in Li Chaoyan's cup tilted and spilled.
Oh dear, he apologizes, Miss Su.
"I mishandled it," Li Chaoyan said sincerely, pulling out a handkerchief to help wipe the tea stains from Su Qingyu. Su Qingyu naturally could not blame her and could only wipe the water stains while saying, "Your Highness need not be so courteous. It is but a trifling matter." Emerald, who stood nearby, anxiously interjected, "Miss, we left in such a hurry this morning that we did not bring any clothes." In truth, aside from attending banquets, they seldom carried extra garments when going out. Li Chaoyan turned and instructed her maid beside her, "Go, fetch the clothes from my carriage for Miss Su." Su Qingyu hurriedly replied, "Your Highness, you are too kind. How could I wear your clothes?" However, Li Chaoyan reassured her, "It is merely a piece of clothing.
Besides,
Since I have stained yours, it is only right that I compensate you with a new one." Su Qingyu glanced down at her collar. Indeed, it would be difficult to face others without changing. She smiled and thanked, "Then I shall gratefully accept your Highness's generosity." Before long, Li Chaoyan's maid approached, holding a complete outfit. Su Qingyu took it and moved to an empty tent. Before changing, she and Emerald inspected the garment thoroughly, even taking a moment to smell it. They scrutinized every detail, even the threads, yet could not detect anything amiss. It was simply an ordinary jacket and skirt, not even the latest style of the year. Could it be that Li Chaoyan's earlier glass of water was truly an accident? However, Su Qingyu dared not let her guard down. After changing, she asked Emerald for her opinion on the outfit. Emerald examined her from head to toe and remarked, "There is nothing wrong. It simply seems rather humble compared to what your Highness wears." Su Qingyu looked down. The outfit was indeed new, yet it did not quite befit Li Chaoyan's status. Just then, she heard Li Chaoyan's voice from outside, "Miss Su, is the outfit suitable?" Su Qingyu, not wanting to ponder this matter further, adjusted the hem of her dress and stepped outside. "Thank you, your Highness. The outfit fits perfectly." Li Chaoyan scrutinized her for a moment and declared with satisfaction, "It is very fitting, as if tailor-made for Miss Su." The Crown Prince had ventured out of the palace, partly to comfort the disaster victims, and partly to investigate the poisoning incident. Symbolically, he visited various locations where rice was distributed to the needy, accompanied by Shen San-ye and Minister Wang from the Ministry of Justice. When Su Qingyu and Lin Wuqing saw the Crown Prince arrive, they knelt in greeting. The Crown Prince, clad in an apricot yellow robe with four-clawed dragons, appeared to be around 18 or 19 years of age, radiating an air of noble grace with every gesture. He surveyed the surroundings and then said, "You may rise." As Su Qingyu stood up, she blended into the crowd, becoming rather inconspicuous. Yet, the Crown Prince spotted her immediately, his gaze lingering on her for an extended moment. Li Chaoyan, noticing this, discreetly approached the Crown Prince and whispered, audible only to him, "Cousin. That is Miss Su Qingyu from the Pingning Marquisate. She recently ended her engagement with Lord Shen. I have heard she is kind-hearted and particularly composed. She manages the mundane affairs of the Su family." The Crown Prince gazed intently at Su Qingyu, and upon hearing Li Chaoyan's words, an inexplicable ripple of emotion flickered in his eyes. It was as if he was observing Su Qingyu, yet simultaneously peering beyond her. As the Crown Prince continued to fixate on Su Qingyu, Shen San-ye, standing beside him, sensed an opportunity and stepped forward, saying, "Your Highness, it is getting late. You should return to the palace." The Crown Prince snapped back to reality, withdrawing his gaze and coolly replied, "Let us return." Li Chaoyan cast a lingering glance at Su Qingyu, a smirk of triumph gracing her lips. Once the Crown Prince and Li Chaoyan's carriage began to depart, the crowd rose. Shen San-ye turned to address everyone. "The situation has been clarified. The unfortunate deaths among the disaster victims were due to poisonous wild plants consumed at the foot of the mountain. This matter has been reported to the court. From now on, we shall proceed with normal disaster relief and lift the restrictions." A chorus of voices responded, "Minister Shan is wise." Lin Wuqing, casting a perplexed glance at Shen San-ye, pondered, "Poisonous plants? Over 2,000 people went up the mountain to graze? It is not as if they were herding sheep." Yet, since Shen San-ye had reached a conclusion, there must be reason behind it. Lin Wuqing, understanding this, remained silent, offering his unqualified support. After the crowd dispersed, Wenju approached Shen San-ye, saying, "Lord Shen, it is time to visit Elder Chen. He is waiting for you." Shen Jishio paused for a moment, then instructed Wenju to send someone to the Su residence to inform Lord Su to wait for him at the front gate. He intended to verbally notify Su Qingyu that the engagement matter would continue. He had been too busy to discuss it in detail these past days. After giving his instructions to Wenju, Shen Jishio turned to Su Qingyu and said, "It is getting late. I shall escort you home." Lin Wucheng, overhearing this, teased, "She is my cousin. I will see her home without troubling Lord Shen." Shen Jishio, aware of Lin Wucheng's intentions, quietly replied, "Our engagement will continue. The previous annulment is null and void. It is fitting that I take her home and speak with Lord Su." Lin Wucheng certainly understood Shen Jishio's meaning and merely wished to jest. He was about to continue when Su Qingyu interrupted, "Cousin, you should go inside and attend to your matters. We will be leaving shortly." Lin Wucheng, smiling, turned back towards the tent, muttering, "A woman of a certain age cannot be retained." Su Qingyu shook her head helplessly at his retreating figure and then turned to Shen Jishio. "Lord Shen, if your proposal of marriage is merely due to what occurred in the study at the Shen residence, I assure you, I will never speak of it to anyone. You may reflect on this during our journey home. It is not too late to withdraw now." Su Qingyu's words were sincere, and after speaking, she turned and boarded the carriage with her maid. Shen Jishio, however, was momentarily taken aback by her statement. She had such thoughts? Yet, he had not dwelled on the matter from that day in the study. Even if someone were to use his feigned death to impeach him, he could extricate himself unscathed. Wenju noticed a change in Shen Jishio's expression, sensing a hint of disappointment mixed with anger. Cautiously, she approached and asked, "Lord Shen, shall we proceed to the Su residence?" Shen Jishio gently rubbed his thumb over the old sandalwood beads on his wrist and replied, "Yes, let us go." On the way back to the residence, Su Qingyu reflected on Shen Jishio's earlier demeanor, which seemed to suggest he was upset. Could it be that her straightforwardness had caused him to feel embarrassed and thus angry? Yet, those two sentences were necessary to convey. Before Su Qingyu's carriage could even reach the estate, she was intercepted by Su Qingyu. "What is the matter with you, father? Is there something urgent?" As she disembarked, she found her father anxiously standing at the entrance to the Su residence, a troubled expression on his face. "How dare you ask me that? I heard that people died during the disaster relief. Is it due to your negligence? I warn you, if this matter is pursued, the Su family will bear no responsibility. Whether it be death or punishment, you will take the blame." Su Qingyu was momentarily at a loss, unsure whether to be angry or amused. A dignitary of the third rank, and yet, after all this time, he had not received any news. It was evident how ineffectual Su Qingyu was in his position. If he had any sense, he would have inquired more and learned that the crown prince had gone outside the city, and soon after, the case was closed. Regardless of how the matter unfolded, it could not be pinned on the Su family. "Father, are you aware that the crown prince left the city today?"
Su inquired.
Su Qingyu was taken aback. "The crown prince left the city. I was not informed. Then, do you know that the incident of the disaster victims' unexpected deaths has been resolved? Lord Shen and Minister Wang have already closed the case?"
Su ni presseron.
Su Qingyu appeared even more bewildered. "Closed the case? What do you mean? Did it involve our family?" Su Qingyu shook her head slightly. "If you devoted as much attention to the court as you do to matters within the inner residence, your career would be a different story." She was certain that these two incidents had already spread throughout the major estates in the capital. Yet her father still focused on distancing himself from her. Su Qingyu's face flushed with embarrassment at Su Qingyu's words. Even though her sincerity was evident, the truth remained. The words, still echoing in his ears, were laced with profound irony.
"How dare you speak to me like that?
Don't think that just because you have control over the household now, I won't dare to strike you." Su Qingyu's statement lacked conviction, and he did not truly raise his hand. Having suffered losses at the hands of this daughter on several occasions, he unconsciously lost some of his authority. "Who does Su Ho intend to strike?" Shen Jishio suddenly approached. Su Qingyu hadn't even noticed his arrival, and by the time he saw him, he had already dismounted from his carriage and was heading towards the entrance. Ever since Shen Jishio had sent word for him to wait there, he had been pondering the purpose of Shen Gelao's summons. His recent reprimand of Su Qingyu was also influenced by this anxiety. He speculated that Shen Jishio's visit was connected to Su Qingyu, suspecting she had made some blunder during the recent disaster relief efforts, provoking Shen Gelao's displeasure. "Shen Gelao, I am merely disciplining my wayward daughter. If there are shortcomings in her handling of the disaster relief, feel free to punish her as you see fit." Regardless of how you choose to deal with her, the Su family will have no objections. Qingyu suddenly realized that her previous words had been in vain, akin to playing a lute to a cow. Shen Zixio was taken aback by Qingyu's words, his expression inscrutable. The words he had uttered caused Qingyu to break into a cold sweat. Chapter 66. Does the Crown Prince wish for Qingyu to enter the Eastern Palace? Shen Zixio did not elaborate on the matters outside the city and began, I have come today to discuss a matter with Su Ho. The engagement between me and the eldest daughter of the Su family remains unchanged. We shall decide on a wedding date later. However, should you wish to discipline your daughter in the future, please consider the implications. After all, she is to be the third wife of the Shen family, and such public reprimands leave us with no face. Do you not agree? While discussing the engagement, Shen Zixio naturally spoke with courtesy, considering himself the junior. Yet this polite remark caused Qingyu to break into a cold sweat. In the blink of an eye, a flicker of joy surged within him. Did this mean he would become the father-in-law of Shen Golao? With this connection, who would dare to belittle him in the court? With this thought, a smile spread across Qingyu's face. Shen Golao has misunderstood. Qingyu is the legitimate daughter of the Shen family. We cherish her dearly. He then turned to Qingyu, saying, Qingyu, you have worked hard these past few days. Today, your father has prepared a set of ruby jewelry for you. I will present it to you upon our return home. Thank you, father, Qingyu replied with a smile. Having concluded the serious matter, Shen Zixio took his leave and departed directly to Chen Golao's residence. Within the Chen family's study, Chen Zheng sat behind his desk, and Shen Zixio took a seat opposite him. Teacher, I have gathered that this matter leads back to Su Golao, and I have decided to close the case. There is no need to alarm the snake with grass. Chen Zheng, in his 50s and dressed in dark robes, stroked his goat beard gently. You have acted wisely. Even the information you uncovered during your investigation in the Northwest should not be revealed hastily. Wait until the Emperor is displeased with him, and when the timing is right, strike decisively. Shen Zixio then mentioned the Crown Prince's departure from the city today and continued, Teacher, you are the Crown Prince's esteemed mentor. It was you who proposed his ascension. Once he takes the throne, you will undoubtedly be the Prime Minister in waiting. Chen Zheng chuckled heartily, regarding Shen Zixio with admiration. Indeed, you and the Crown Prince are akin to brothers in the same school. On the day Su Golao steps down, this position will rightfully belong to you. However, Shen Zixio did not exhibit any signs of joy or pride, responding humbly, I am still inexperienced and require further honing of my skills. Suddenly, Chen Zheng interjected, Zixio. Today, I encountered the good Duke. Why has the marriage between your families not yet been finalized? In my view, this union is quite fitting. Shen Zixio shook his head, stating, I have resolved to continue with the Su family's engagement and will invite you to the wedding feast once the date is set. Chen Zheng looked taken aback and disapproved. How can the Su family compare to the good Duke's household? The Princess Yongjia still holds sway with the Emperor, and the Princess Chaoyan enjoys his favor. If you were to marry Princess Chaoyan, before Chen Zheng could finish, Shen Zixio interrupted, Teacher, I have made my decision. I appreciate your concern, but matters of marriage must also consider fate. Upon leaving the Qin family, Shen Zixio returned directly to his own residence. Upon hearing that he had spoken to the Su family, the old matriarch inquired, How shall we proceed? The betrothal gifts have already been delivered. Yet the capital is abuzz with rumors of our families breaking off the engagement. Are we to retrieve the gifts and issue a new proposal? Issuing betrothal gifts serves as the best ceremony to announce the union. It would be inappropriate to notify everyone that the marriage is back on. However, reclaiming the gifts from the Shen family seems rather improper. Shen Zixio replied, Those gifts can be considered as part of her dowry. I will prepare new betrothal gifts. However, this is a critical time for disaster relief, and I cannot be ostentatious. Once this matter has passed, I shall prepare the gifts with peace of mind. The old matriarch was somewhat surprised. Her son truly considered everything for his yet-to-be bride. The previous betrothal gifts had cost around 100,000 taels of silver. Using that amount to prepare dowry for the Su family girl would indeed be feasible. For the next proposal, it will have to come from your private treasury. If the public coffers were to yield such a sum, your two sisters-in-law would certainly have their thoughts, the old matriarch pondered. Shen Zixio joked, Yes, if I cannot gather enough, I shall have to borrow some fine items from my mother's private treasury. The matriarch shot him a glance and laughed. You'd best not come to me for that. I have saved my fine items for your future daughter-in-law's meeting gift. After exchanging a few light-hearted words, the matriarch suddenly grew serious. You have punished your nephew quite severely. Your elder sister-in-law has already come to me in tears. When Shen Jixio heard her mention Shen Zhao, his expression shifted. Mother, what if I arrange for Shen Zhao to be assigned an external post to gain experience for a few years? What do you think? The old matriarch scrutinized Shen Jixio. Are you worried that Shen Zhao and the Su girl will be under the same roof? That would be undesirable. But Shen Zhao is the legitimate grandson of the Shen family, and your elder sister-in-law will likely not agree. Shen Jixio's brows furrowed as he scoffed. My concerns are not solely selfish. My elder brother and sister-in-law have been remiss in their discipline of this child. If he continues to be indulged, the Shen family will inevitably decline under his stewardship. As long as I hold my position, I can offer some support. But should I no longer be around, will he be capable of preserving this family legacy? The old matriarch's expression grew somber as she recalled Shen Zhao's behavior during the days following the news of Shen Jixio's supposed demise. A wave of sadness washed over her. If this younger son were to be lost, she truly could not guarantee the family's future. If he is to go out for training, we must first secure a marriage for him. I will seek the right moment to gauge your elder sister-in-law's thoughts. Shen Jixio understood that this was not something that could be resolved immediately. He merely entertained the thought. After chatting with the old matriarch for a while longer, he returned to his study. Upon entering, Wenju pushed the door open, her expression grave. Third Master, news has come from the Eastern Palace. The Crown Prince intends to appoint Miss Su as a noble consort. It is said that he has already spoken with the Emperor, and tomorrow, after court, eunuch will go to the Su family to deliver the decree. Shen Jixio abruptly rose, his expression darkening. What did you say? The Crown Prince wishes for Su Qingyu to enter the Eastern Palace? Earlier that day, he had sensed something peculiar in the Crown Prince's gaze towards Su Qingyu while outside the city. Thus, he had specifically instructed his informants in the Eastern Palace to report on all matters, great and small. It was fortunate he had done so, otherwise, he would have discovered the news too late. Third Master, what do you plan to do? Wenju inquired. Shen Jixio's expression remained composed, unperturbed. His fingers unconsciously tapped the table, producing a rhythmic sound. Open the treasury and prepare the betrothal gifts. Tomorrow morning, I shall go to the Su family to make the proposal with great fanfare. I will not attend court. I shall go personally. The entire Shen family's west courtyard was ablaze with light, as servants hurriedly traversed the corridor. Wenju busily ran about, checking the storeroom and seeking individuals to draft the betrothal list. Upon receiving the news, the matriarch of the Shen family arrived at the west courtyard that very night. Jixio, have you given it thought? She inquired. Once the Crown Prince ascends the throne, he may very well seek retribution for today's events. He may not hold this individual in high regard, but the majesty of the sovereign cannot be dismissed. Chapter 67. A grand betrothal announcement. Shen Jixio stood at the entrance, observing the bustling servants in the courtyard, and replied, The Crown Prince is not one of broad-minded disposition. I have contemplated what you mentioned, Mother. However, the Emperor is still in his prime, and it is premature for the Crown Prince to ascend. When that day arrives, I will have my strategies in place. Until he ascends, he cannot touch me. He had certainly considered his mother's words long before making any decisions. But what of it? The Crown Prince could not simply seize what was not his. The matriarch regarded Shen Jixio with a look of approval, saying, Since you have made your plans, proceed with confidence. Yet, she furrowed her brow as she surveyed the courtyard, remarking, Is this how a betrothal is conducted? It resembles a bandit's raid on a bride. The servants moved about in excited haste, and Wenju, eager to expedite the work, frequently rallied them with encouragement. Hurry! Whether the third lady can be brought into the household depends on our efforts. Shen Jixio's lips twitched at the sight. These usually composed youths were behaving as if they had imbibed some invigorating tonic. After a brief exchange, the matriarch retired to rest while Shen Jixio remained in the study, where numerous matters required his decisive input. Third Master, time is too tight for detailed categorization. I have simply filled the small storeroom, item by item. There are 60 sedan chairs for the betrothal, and here is the list for your review. As for the betrothal gifts, the last amount was 50,000 taels of silver. However, we do not possess that much in cash. We do have 5,000 taels of gold, which I have prepared. Shen Jixio nodded slightly as he perused the betrothal list. Though it appeared somewhat chaotic, the items from the small storeroom were indeed valuable. While he examined the list, Wenju added, Third Master, This betrothal has utilized nearly all the items from the small storeroom. Although there are not many, each piece is of considerable worth. Such an occasion demands grandeur, and each sedan chair must be filled with substantial gifts. Thus, even for one as affluent as you, the 60 sedan chairs have nearly drained the family's resources. It is of little consequence, he replied nonchalantly. If necessary, I shall rely on my future wife to support me. Wen Zhu stifled a laugh, imagining the powerful Shen Go-Lao waiting to be supported by his wife. Who would believe such a tale? By the time all 60 sedan chairs were prepared, adorned with auspicious symbols and tied with bright red silk, dawn was breaking. Shen Zhixiu did not even return to his bedroom, taking only a brief respite in the study, instructing Wen Zhu to set off at daybreak. Qingyu, unaware of the impending events, rose early to see the red-lacquered, gold-embellished box on her dressing table, smiling at the sight. As Zhen Zhu entered to assist her, she teasingly remarked, "Miss, I heard that after your departure yesterday, Lady Yun and the Marquis had quite the quarrel, and the Marquis stormed off in anger." Upon entering the residence, Qingyu recalled what Qingyi had said about crafting jewelry for her. Naturally, she was skeptical and sent someone to investigate. She soon learned that yesterday was Gu Ruoyun's birthday, and Qingyi had indeed brought a box of jewelry to Xiaohua Hall that evening. Feeling invigorated, Qingyu made her way to Xiaohua Hall. Upon entering, she found Qingyi and Gu Ruoyun preparing to dine, with a red-lacquered, gold-embellished jewelry box sitting on the table. Without mentioning Gu Ruoyun's birthday, she cheerfully asked Qingyi if the box contained her jewelry. Though Qingyi initially intended to refuse, Qingyu insisted, "It would be perfect to wear it when I see Third Master Shen." Thus, what was originally meant as a birthday gift for Gu Ruoyun was taken by Qingyu. At that moment, Zhen Zhu entered with a bright expression, announcing, "Miss, news from the front courtyard. Third Master Shen has come to deliver the betrothal gifts with much fanfare and celebration. Would you like to go and take a look?" Qingyu was taken aback. The betrothal? Hadn't they agreed at Rui Tower? Since a betrothal had already occurred, why the need for another ceremony? Besides, he did not mention this matter yesterday. She inquired, "What shall we do with the previous betrothal gifts? Should we prepare them for him to take back to the Shen family?" Before she could finish, Zhen Zhu entered with a joyous demeanor. "Miss, news from the front courtyard. Third Master Shen stated that the previous betrothal gifts will serve as your dowry." Qingyu was momentarily stunned. A dowry of 100,000 taels of silver? Such a precedent had never been set in the capital. Lin Shi, who had been reclining against the large welcoming pillow, straightened up at this news. "Third Master Shen is quite considerate. Qingyu, this marriage prospect may truly be favorable." Lin Shi did not concern herself with the amount of the betrothal gifts, for her family did not lack for wealth. However, Shen Zhixiu's actions had granted Qingyu considerable face. His attitude alone was something not everyone could achieve. As Lin Shi was pregnant, she could not move about freely. She instructed Qingyu, "You go ahead. Should anything arise, send someone to inform me." Suinju, accompanied by her maid, left Ziwei courtyard and made her way through the flower-laden gate to the front courtyard. As she approached, the sounds of drums and gongs filled the air, making it seem as though their household was celebrating a joyous occasion.
Qingyu asked Fei Kui,
"Is this customary for betrothals in the capital?" Fei Chui, equally intrigued, replied, "I have never heard of any family making such a commotion for a betrothal. Is Third Master Shen so eager for everyone to know of his intentions?" When Qingyu arrived at the front courtyard, she beheld the 60 sedan chairs adorned with bright red silk and could not help but wince. Was this not overly ostentatious? The usually composed Third Master Shen was conducting a betrothal in such an extravagant manner? She approached, noticing Shen Zhixiu engaged in pleasantries with Qingyi and the matriarch, and stepped aside to observe the gifts being counted. The arrangement bore no resemblance to the traditional customs of noble families. It seemed more akin to a relocation of the storeroom. For some reason, Qingyu felt this strongly. Qingyi and the matriarch wore expressions of delight, particularly as they heard Shen Zhixiu mention that the previous betrothal gifts were to be considered Qingyu's dowry, which filled their hearts with excitement. The matriarch, spotting Qingyu, called her over with a smile, taking her hand and saying, "You, my dear girl, are fortunate." Qingyi, recalling Shen Zhixiu's earlier admonishment, also smiled warmly at Qingyu, his expression one of affection. Qingyu's lips curled into a self-deprecating smile. It seemed she had borrowed Shen San-ye's influence to earn a few smiles from her elders. She was uncertain whether this was her fortune or a lamentable plight of being a woman. Suddenly, a sharp announcement pierced the air. The imperial decree has arrived. Chapter 68. The marriage decree. The proclamation left everyone in the Su family bewildered. Su Qingyu vaguely recalled the last time they received an imperial decree was when the family's patriarch passed away and the emperor issued a posthumous honor. What could the purpose of today's decree be? Surely it was not to congratulate them on the betrothal between the Su and Shen families? As he pondered, he instructed the steward to prepare the altar for the decree. Standing nearby, Shen San-ye lowered his gaze, his deep-set eyes revealing no emotion. The royal envoy delivering the decree was none other than the emperor's chief eunuch, Lu, who stood straight and tall, followed by a young eunuch holding the bright yellow edict. Ping-ning Ho Su Qingyi and the eldest daughter of the Su family, Su Qingyu, received the decree. Lu announced. With the sound of footsteps, he noticed Shen San-ye standing beside Su Qingyi. The previously tense expression on his face suddenly came alive upon seeing Shen San-ye, his countenance brightening with a smile. "Elder Shen, what brings you here?" Lu approached and inquired. Even as the most trusted eunuch of the emperor, he dared not show any disrespect in the presence of Shen San-ye. Shen San-ye replied courteously, "Why has eunuch Hu personally come to deliver a decree?" "I am here today to propose to the eldest daughter of the Su family, on the day of the wedding. I hope eunuch Hu will join us at the Shen residence to celebrate." A broad smile spread across Lu's face, his eyes widening in astonishment, momentarily rendering him speechless. Shen San-ye and the eldest daughter of the Su family were engaged, and a proposal had been made. What, then, was to become of the imperial decree in his possession? He could hardly say, "Elder Shen, please do not get engaged. Your future wife has caught the eye of the crown prince." The Shen family was no ordinary household, and Shen San-ye was certainly no common man. Such a scandalous act of snatching a bride was beyond the royal family's conduct. Yet, if he disregarded the decree, how could he explain the situation? After so many years of announcing imperial decrees, he had never encountered such a conundrum. The Su family members kneeling on the ground gazed up at Lu, silently wondering why he had yet to read the decree. The longer Lu hesitated, the more anxious Su Qingyi became. In a moment, he conjured countless possibilities, even dredging up past mistakes from the depths of his memory. The waiting for a verdict was indeed unbearable. Shen San-ye, aware of Lu's dilemma, asked, "Eunuch Hu, what troubles you? Is there a difficulty? Or does this decree require my withdrawal?" Lu hurriedly replied, "Minister Shen, you worry too much. There is no need for you to withdraw. Lord Su, please rise. This decree cannot be announced, and I must return to the palace to report to the emperor." Su Qingyi, perplexed, questioned, "What does eunuch Hu mean? I do not understand." After a moment of internal conflict, Lu decided to speak frankly. He could not disclose that the crown prince had taken a liking to Su Qingyu and had personally petitioned the emperor. He organized his thoughts and smiled, saying, "The emperor has heard of the eldest daughter's beauty and virtue and intended to grant her a marriage. However, it seems the Su and Shen families are already engaged, so I must return to inform the emperor." Upon hearing this, Su Qingyi's eyes lit up as he pressed further, "Eunuch Hu, may I ask to whom the emperor intended to grant this marriage?" Su Qingyu could not help but shake her head. Her father was ill-suited for officialdom and better suited to tilling the fields. Was this truly the time for such inquiries? Lu was clearly attempting to conceal the matter. Yet Su Qingyi insisted on pressing for answers. Shen San-ye, observing the unfolding exchange, wondered if it was not somewhat awkward to pursue such questions. Lu was momentarily taken aback, surprised that Su Qingyi would directly voice such inquiries. After some contemplation, he did not evade the question, stating, "The emperor wished for Miss Su to enter the Eastern Palace, but it now appears that Miss Su is fated to remain distant from the royal family. Congratulations, Lord Su. For gaining such a fine son-in-law as Elder Shen, many in the capital are envious." Su Qingyi chuckled awkwardly, but the smile was strained. The riches he had anticipated had slipped away. Had Su Qingyu entered the Eastern Palace upon the crown prince's ascension, she would at the very least hold a position as a concubine. Should she win the crown prince's favor and with some familial support, ascending to a higher status was not out of the question. On that day, he would become a powerful father-in-law. Previously, he had thought highly of the marriage with the Shen family, yet now that a better opportunity had presented itself, his thoughts had shifted. The Shen family and Shen San-ye had become obstacles to his ambition. Shen San-ye, perceptive as he was, could immediately discern Su Qingye's intentions. A mere glance at Su Qingye's face felt like a splash of cold water, awakening him to reality. With the engagement already established between the Su and Shun families, if he were to withdraw and send Su Qingyu to the Eastern Palace now, not only would the Shen family oppose it, but the emperor would likely also disapprove. Incurring Shun Jishio's ire would spell trouble for the Su family as well. With this in mind, Su Qingye's expression returned to normal, and he clasped his fists in gratitude to Hu Lu, saying, "I appreciate your assistance today, eunuch Hu. I must return and offer a thorough explanation to the emperor." Afterward, he instructed those nearby to bring forth 20 taels of silver, which he pressed into Hu Lu's hands. Having sent Hu Lu away with kind words, Su Qingye turned to Shen Jishio and remarked, "It is fortunate you came to propose in advance. Otherwise, this decree would have been difficult to handle." Shen Jishio thought to himself that had he not arrived early to propose, the Su family would likely be joyously receiving the decree at that moment. However, he maintained a composed demeanor and simply replied, "It was merely a stroke of luck." After the betrothal gifts were settled, Shen Jishio did not linger and took his leave from the Su family. Upon returning to Bai Shui Pavilion, Su Qingyu sat on the large kong by the window, holding a pillow embroidered with golden lotus patterns, lost in thought. Pearl entered with fresh Huangyan honey tangerines and, noticing Su Qingyu's somber expression, playfully asked, "Miss, are you thinking about Shen San-ye?" Su Qingyu shook her head and softly replied, "I am contemplating the crown prince." Pearl, while peeling the tangerine for Su Qingyu, trembled at the mention of the crown prince, inadvertently squeezing juice from the fruit that dripped down her wrist. As she wiped her hands, she whispered, "Miss, do you wish to marry the crown prince? But you are already engaged to Shen San-ye. That may not be possible." Su Qingyu curled her lips in a faint smile, casting a disbelieving glance at Pearl. "What are you thinking?" "I was pondering how this decree came about." Pearl, puzzled, responded, "Did not eunuch Hu say it was because the emperor heard of your beauty and virtue that he granted the marriage?" Su Qingyu shook her head, asserting, "These are merely excuses. The emperor is extremely busy. How could he possibly concern himself with a marquis's daughter? Just yesterday, I encountered the crown prince and princess Chao Yun outside the city, and today the marriage decree arrives. There must be a connection. Moreover, what was the intention behind the outfit gifted to her by Li Chao Yun?" Even after lunch, Su Qingyu remained grave. Until she clarified this matter, she could find no peace. However, to investigate, she would need to approach either the crown prince or Li Chao Yun. Both were beyond her reach. "Prepare the carriage. I must visit the Shen family," Su Qingyu suddenly commanded in a low voice. Chapter 69. Informing San-ye of the lady's arrival, Fei Tsue inquired, "Miss, do you wish for Shen San-ye to assist in investigating this matter?" Su Qingyu nodded. Indeed, he is the only one capable of uncovering this. Even her cousin would not be able to reach the crown prince or Li Chao Yun. After contemplating for an entire afternoon, she decided to discuss the matter with Shen Jishio. Given his status and capability, uncovering the intricacies behind these events should not be difficult for him. Fei Tsue, ever prudent, pondered for a moment before saying, "Miss, you and Shen San-ye have not yet wed. Would it be inappropriate to trouble him with this matter?" She was concerned that seeking his help before their marriage would put Su Qingyu in a subordinate position in his eyes. However, Su Qingyu countered, "I am not troubling him. I am helping him resolve a dilemma." Seeing Fei Tsue's puzzled expression, Su Qingyu elaborated, "Since Shen San-ye and I are engaged, we are betrothed. If Li Chao Yun schemes against me, it will also affect him. Protecting him is tantamount to protecting myself. Likewise, if he aids me, he is also aiding himself." Fei Tsue nodded in partial understanding and then turned to prepare the carriage. To avoid drawing attention, Su Qingyu did not enter through the main gate of the Shen residence, but instead had the carriage stop at the entrance of the western courtyard. Upon disembarking, Fei Tsue approached to knock on the door. "Who is it? Don't you know to submit a note at the main gate?" Though the western courtyard of the Shen residence had a separate entrance, it was typically opened only when Shen Jishio was leaving. Ordinary guests usually submitted their notes at the main gate, leaving Shen Jishio to decide whether or not to meet them. Rarely did anyone dare to knock directly. A young servant opened the door, and Fei Tsue smiled as she said, "Young sir, could you please inform Shen San-ye that the eldest daughter of the Su family wishes to see him?" The servant grumbled at first, but then his eyes widened, and he exclaimed, "Did you just say the eldest daughter of the Su family?" Fei Tsue nodded, "Yes, from the Pingning Marquis' residence. Just a moment ago, A somewhat impatient servant suddenly wore a sycophantic smile. A few young ladies would enter shortly, and the servant rushed into the courtyard, shouting, "The mistress has arrived. Quickly inform the third master. The mistress is here to see him." Su Qingyu couldn't help but stifle her laughter, along with Fei Chui and Mou, who dared not laugh aloud. Soon after, when Zhu emerged, casting a glare at the servant. Then, she respectfully addressed Su Qingyu, saying, "Miss Su, please follow me. The third master is in his study, and I shall take you there." The west courtyard of the Shen residence had been constructed by Shen Jixio himself a few years prior. Compared to the main courtyard, it was more refined, with pavilions and water features exuding the charm of Jiangnan. Although it was the depth of winter, the plum trees flanking the bluestone path were exuberantly stretching their branches, adorned with vibrant red blossoms. Snow blanketed the green bricks and blue tiles, and the sunlight striking them was so bright that it was almost blinding. At the entrance to Shen Jixio's study, when Zhu gently pushed the door open for Su Qingyu. Inside, Shen Jixio was deeply engrossed in writing. Upon noticing her entrance, he softly said, "Have a seat," and then called out to Zhu outside, instructing, "Bring tea." Su Qingyu settled into a round chair by the window, and Shen Jixio, with an apologetic tone, remarked, "I will finish this letter shortly. Please wait for me." "You are busy. My matters are not urgent," she replied. Before long, when Zhu entered with 2 cups of tea, and Su Qingyu was momentarily taken aback upon seeing it was purple bamboo tea. Shen Jixio happened to glance up at her and inquired, "Is it not to your liking? What do you usually drink? I can have when Zhu prepare something else." It dawned on Su Qingyu that the tea was not chosen according to her taste, but rather because Shen Jixio himself enjoyed purple bamboo tea. As she savored the tea, her eyes brightened, and she could not help but exclaim, "This is tea from the peak of Qingyu mountain, isn't it? The aftertaste is exceptionally sweet, and the brew is remarkably clear. The entire annual yield of this tea from Qingyu mountain is likely less than 5 pounds. Though she typically drank high-quality purple bamboo tea, this cup paled in comparison. Shen Jixio smiled and confirmed, "Indeed, it is from the mountaintop." He then instructed Wen Zhu to pack a pound of tea for Su Qingyu to take with her. She did not refuse. After all, there was an engagement between them, and there was no need to be courteous over a pound of tea. Moreover, she genuinely could not decline such exquisite purple bamboo tea. Shen Jixio set down his pen and moved around the desk to sit in the round chair opposite Su Qingyu. In a gentle tone, he asked, "What brings you here at this time?" Su Qingyu placed her teacup down and quietly asked, "Do you know why the emperor wishes for me to enter the Eastern Palace?" Shen Jixio did not conceal the truth from her, stating gravely, "It was the crown prince who petitioned the emperor. I observed him watching you intently at the outskirts of the capital yesterday. Do you know him from before?" He too was perplexed, wondering if it was indeed a case of the crown prince falling for Su Qingyu at first sight.
Su Qingyu replied,
"This matter may not be so simple." She recounted how Li Chaoyun had changed her clothes yesterday and hesitated before continuing. "I can't shake the feeling that Princess Chaoyun has her reasons for doing so. I wonder if I should investigate the crown prince?" After pondering for a moment, Shen Jixio agreed. "Very well, I shall have someone look into it and inform you of any findings." He then inquired about her health, asking, "Do you need to have Dr. Zhou take another look at you?" At the mention of Dr. Zhou, Su Qingyu's brow furrowed slightly. "I am fine. But that Dr. Zhou seems quite formidable. I haven't heard of such an exceptional doctor in the capital." Shen Jixio chuckled. "He is not from the capital. He is a disciple of a renowned healer from Miaojiang." Su Qingyu was taken aback. "Miao people? He doesn't appear to be one. Have you met Miao people before? You seem to be able to identify them by appearance," Shen Jixio responded, incredulously. Su Qingyu explained, "My second uncle is in Qianzhou. 3 years ago, when my second aunt gave birth, I accompanied my grandmother to Qianzhou once. It was her only trip away from home. We stayed for a month at my second uncle's house in Liping Prefecture. At that time, my second uncle and second aunt were quite kind to her. However, after she married and lost Xinjiao's favor, my second uncle revealed his true colors." Shen Jixio nodded in understanding and clarified, "Dr. Zhou is not Miao. He is Han Chinese and merely studied under Miao physicians." Just as Su Qingyu was about to ask more, when Zhu suddenly knocked at the door to announce, "Third Master. Young Master Li Si has arrived." Shen Jixio replied, "Have him wait a moment." "Young Master Li Si?"
Li Yunzhou.
Su Qingyu blurted out. Shen Jixio nodded, saying he is somewhat of a student of mine, though this is not common knowledge. The implication was clear. It was to be kept a secret. Su Qingyu raised an eyebrow, and with a weighty tone, she assured, "Rest assured, third master, I shall not utter a word that ought not to be spoken." Shen San-ye recalled her words from the previous day and chuckled silently, contemplating an explanation but ultimately refraining. As Su Qingyu rose to take her leave, she opened the door and immediately saw Li Yunzhou waiting at the entrance. In her past life, she had never encountered this war hero celebrated for his military achievements. She had expected him to possess the imposing demeanor of a valiant general. However, the individual before her appeared more like a delicate scholar. The young man stood there, offering her a calm and humble smile. Su Qingyu nodded slightly and walked past him. After taking a few steps, she couldn't resist glancing back. It was her first time seeing him, yet he felt oddly familiar. She shook her head, dismissing the feeling as a mere illusion, certain that she had no connection with him in her past life. Upon returning to the Su residence, Su Qingyu disembarked from the carriage to find Pearl anxiously awaiting her. "Miss, you must hurry to Ziwei Courtyard. The mistress is suffering from severe abdominal pain." Chapter 70. Accompanying you in death. Su Qingyu's heart raced as she recalled her mother's miscarriage and her final moments in her past life. In a panic, she asked, "How long has she been in pain? Have we summoned a doctor?" Pearl replied, "We have already called a doctor, but he could not determine the cause." Su Qingyu hurried to Ziwei Courtyard, where Granny Bai was attending to Lin Shi at her bedside. "How is she?" Su Qingyu asked softly as she approached. Looking at the bed, she saw Lin Shi had fallen asleep, her complexion paler than usual, tinged with fatigue. Granny Bai lowered the curtains, signaling for Su Qingyu to step outside for a moment. Once in the anteroom, Granny Bai whispered, "Old Dr. Su has examined her but could not discern the issue. He only suggested it might be caused by fetal movement. I was not reassured, so I also invited Dr. Wang from Yongantang, who echoed the same sentiments as old Dr. Su." Su Qingyu furrowed her brow and inquired, "Have we checked what she has eaten or used? Could it be poisoning?" Granny Bai responded, "I asked Dr. Wang to investigate, and there were no abnormalities. Besides, the mistress's meals are prepared in our small kitchen, and the cooks are trustworthy. The mistress is not receiving many visitors, who could have poisoned her undetected without the doctor noticing." Su Qingyu turned her gaze toward the inner chamber, her expression filled with worry.
"What should we do now?"
Granny Bai advised, "The doctor has prescribed medicine, and she has already taken it. I believe she is resting well. Perhaps we should monitor her for the night." Su Qingyu bit her lip, her face tense. After a moment of contemplation, she declared, "Send someone out to invite several more doctors. Anyone we can afford, we should summon. Also, send for Dr. Chen, who helped with my mother's pregnancy at the estate. She could not afford to wait. Who knew what might transpire overnight? If it truly was poisoning or a serious illness, a delay of even a night could cost her mother's life." Granny Bai acknowledged her order and went to relay the message. Su Qingyu quietly entered the room, sitting by Lin Shi's bedside, silently praying to the heavens for her mother's safety. If she could not protect her mother in this second life, what purpose would her rebirth serve? Lin Shi's sleep was not peaceful. She occasionally frowned, prompting Su Qingyu to hold her hand. Throughout the afternoon, doctors arrived in waves, each providing similar assessments, suggesting it might be caused by fetal movement. Dr. Chen also indicated that they could only wait and see, as it might resolve by morning. The commotion in Ziwei Courtyard eventually drew the attention of Su Qingyu and the old matriarch. Su Qingyu took a glance before offering a few words of advice and departing. The old matriarch sat outside, her fingers delicately twirling a strand of small-leaf prayer beads, as she recited scriptures, beseeching the Bodhisattva for her grandson's safety. Su Qingyu, listening nearby, felt a weight in her heart, realizing that her father and grandmother were solely preoccupied with the well-being of the child. As night fell and the old matriarch departed, concubine Lian brought Su Xuanyi to visit Lin. Lin had been in a deep slumber, her pains seemingly alleviated. During the night, concubine Lian arranged for Su Xuanyi to return home and gently urged Su Qingyu to rest, while she and her servants tended to the bedside vigil. Su Qingyu made do with a night on the large Kong in the reception room. The following morning, as Su Qingyu was washing up, she heard concubine Lian exclaim, "Madam, what is wrong?" Su Qingyu discarded the cloth in her hand and hurried into the inner chamber. There, she found Lin curled up in bed, clutching her abdomen, cold sweat beading on her forehead. "Mother, how are you? Is it very painful? Quickly, summon the doctor," she urged, and with that, Fei Chui dashed out. Before long, a report came from Zhenzhou. Miss, when Zhu from Master Shen's side has brought something for you. At that moment, Su Qingyu could hardly attend to such matters. She instructed Jinzhu, go see Wenju, accept whatever he brings, and thank him on my behalf. After a short while, Dr. Su arrived in haste. After checking her pulse, he frowned and said, Miss, forgive my humble knowledge. I cannot discern the nature of Madame's ailment. If we could summon an imperial physician, perhaps there might be a remedy. With determination, Su Qingyu left for the study in the outer courtyard, seeking her father. Father, could you please fetch a court physician? Mother is in considerable pain. Upon entering, she found Su Qingye just returning from court, while Gu Ruoyun was serving him chicken soup. Hearing of Lin's distress, Su Qingye's brow furrowed slightly, revealing his concern. What did the doctor say? He inquired. Su Qingyu anxiously replied, Dr. Su cannot ascertain the issue. Father, please fetch a court physician to examine mother properly. Her tone carried a pleading urgency, hoping Su Qingye would act swiftly. However, he hesitated. Court physicians attend to the emperor and empress. How can I request one? Su Qingyu furrowed her brows at him, realizing his reluctance to assist. Father, mother is still carrying a child. Can you bear to witness both of their lives in jeopardy? Do not delay any longer. Please summon the physician. As for the debts incurred, I shall repay them tenfold. Gu Ruoyun, sensing the tension, stepped forward to advise, Miss, do not press the Marquis too hard. The court's affairs are intricate. It would be inappropriate to compel him. Hearing Su Qingyu mention the potential loss of both mother and child, she felt a flicker of excitement. If Lin were to perish, her own son might have hope. Su Qingyu shot a cold glance at Gu Ruoyun and approached her, lifting the bowl of chicken soup from the table and flinging it across Gu Ruoyun's face. The soup was not scalding, but certainly warm enough. Greasy liquid dripped from Gu Ruoyun's hair and cheeks to the floor, a hidden egg yolk splattering atop her head. Gu Ruoyun wanted to scream, to curse, but the greasy sensation left her momentarily speechless. With a piercing gaze, Su Qingyu coldly declared, if anything happens to my mother, regardless of your involvement, you shall accompany her to the grave. Turning to Su Qingye, she added, if you refuse to assist, I will seek help from old Madame Shen. She believed that old Madame Shen would surely lend her aid. Once she spoke, finding a physician should be no trouble. Su Qingyu turned and pushed open the study door, only to be met with Gu Ruoyun's shrill cry, help. Assist me to change. Chaos erupted in the study. Bring the carriage. I must leave.
Suinju commanded.
Before the carriage was ready, steward Su Zhong approached with two others. Miss, Elder Shen has arrived. Upon recognizing the visitor, Su Qingyu was momentarily taken aback. Master Shen, what brings you here? Shen Jixio, clad in a dark mink cloak, regarded her, followed closely by Mr. Zhou. I heard your mother is ill, so I brought Mr. Zhou to examine her. Chapter 71. To preserve the mother or the child, a flicker of conflict crossed Su Qingyu's eyes. If Shen Jixio had brought anyone else, she would have immediately taken them to the inner chamber. Yet, she was wary of Mr. Zhou. In her past life, he had stripped her of her dignity. She could not discern whether his motives stemmed from greed or enmity towards the Su family. What if he harmed her mother instead of helping her? Seeing her hesitation, Shen Jixio assumed it was due to her lack of faith in Mr. Zhou's medical skills. After a moment's thought, he turned to Wenju, instructing, please fetch Director Liu from the Imperial Medical Bureau. He then addressed Su Qingyu. Director Liu is proficient in gynecology. Let Mr. Zhou assess her first. And Director Liu will arrive shortly. His assurance calmed Su Qingyu, and just then, a young maid rushed in. Miss, it is terrible. Madam has vomited blood. Without a moment to ponder, Su Qingyu turned to Mr. Zhou. Please, sir. While it was generally improper for Shen Jixio to enter the inner chamber, he could now do so by virtue of his son-in-law status. Su Qingye, upon hearing of Shen Jixio's arrival, also emerged from the study, following them. In the side hall of Zy Courtyard, Su Qingye entertained Shen Jixio with tea, while Su Qingyu led Mr. Zhou into the inner chamber. Recalling how the old matriarch had often mentioned Su Qingyen's recall to the capital, Su Qingye thought it an opportune moment to broach the subject with Shen Jixio. After a moment's deliberation, he spoke. I have heard that there are several vacancies in the Wuqing military command. My second brother has been in Qianzhou for many years. Before he could finish, Shen Jixio interrupted. Su Ho, we're still uncertain about your mother's condition. It would be unwise to discuss official matters at this time. He referred to Lin as aunt while addressing Su Qingye as Su Ho. Su Qingye, stymied by Shen Jixio's gentle rebuff, fell silent. His gaze lowered as he sipped his tea. His mind was preoccupied with whether Shen Jishio might be displeased, and if Su Qingyan could still be recalled to the capital, leaving Lin's precarious health out of his considerations. Before long, the old matriarch hurried in. What news? My grandson is unharmed, yes? Shen Jishio rose and offered a respectful bow, assuring her, rest assured, I have sent someone to summon Director Liu. The old matriarch, having learned of Shen Jishio's presence, had rushed over. She approached warmly. Today, we are truly grateful for your assistance. Jishio, please stay for lunch. Shen Jishio politely declined. There is no need for such courtesy, old madam. My concern is solely for your mother. With that, Shen Jishio resumed his seat, unable to suppress a slight shake of his head. His own wife lay in peril. Yet these two only sought to curry favor with him, showing no genuine concern. The old matriarch inquired, but only for her grandson. After exchanging a few pleasantries, approximately 15 minutes later, Su Qingyu and Mr. Zhou entered the room. Shen Jishio stood first, asking, what is the outcome? Su Qingyu anxiously turned to Mr. Zhou, sensing his grave demeanor during the pulse examination. Master, miss, the pain experienced by the Marquis wife is due to stagnation of qi and blood within the uterus, forming a mass. As the fetus grows, the mass enlarges, causing this severe pain. There are two options. One is to preserve the child. I can prescribe pain relief medication to ensure her safety until delivery. However, this method poses significant risks to the mother's health. To be candid, she may not survive beyond the child's first year. Su Qingyu instantly reacted, no, that option is unacceptable. Sir, is there another way? Mr. Zhou continued. The alternative is to terminate the pregnancy, after which I can provide care to restore her to her former health. Su Qingyu let out a sigh, pleased with this approach. As for the child, if lost, then so be it. Preserving the mother was paramount. Just as she was about to speak, the old lady's voice resounded solemnly. Use the first method. We must ensure the safety of my grandson. Su Qingye echoed her sentiment, insisting that the child must be protected. The Su family's lineage was not flourishing, and if it were a son, he would be the legitimate heir of the firstborn. A pang of pain shot through Su Qingyu's heart, her thoughts swirling in disarray. She firmly closed her eyes, and upon reopening them, clarity returned. Let us wait for Lu Yuanjing to arrive. We shall see what he advises before making a decision. After speaking, she turned to Mr. Zhou, inquiring, in your opinion, does my mother show signs of poisoning? Mr. Zhou shook his head, replying, no, the lady is not poisoned. You may deliberate further. Her life is not in immediate danger. Lu Yuanjing might have a suitable solution. Shen Jishio approached Su Qingyu, speaking in a low tone only she could hear. Do not fear. Make your decision. I will handle everything. His voice was smooth and steady. He towered over her, his tall frame shielding her from her grandmother's and father's gaze. Grateful. Su Qingyu cast a thankful glance at Shen Jishio. With him, matters seemed much simpler. The old lady persisted in her counsel, urging Su Qingyu to understand the significance of heirs in a prominent family. Before Su Qingyu could respond, Shen Jishio interjected, old lady. Let us await Lu Yuanjing's arrival for discussion. Perhaps a solution can be found that satisfies all parties. Noticing the coldness in Shen Jishio's demeanor, the old lady took the hint and fell silent. The room fell into a stillness, and Su Qingyu's anxious heart began to calm. Soon, someone led Lu Yuanjing, the imperial physician, into the chamber. Lu Yuanjing typically treated only a few high-ranking concubines within the palace, so his presence outside was rare. Lord Shen, Marquis Su, old lady. He greeted, then turned to Shen Jishio. Where is the patient? Su Qingyu quickly responded, I will take you there. As Lu Yuanjing examined her pulse, his expression grew grave. He later addressed them in the side hall, echoing Mr. Zhou's earlier assessment. The Marquis must decide promptly whether to protect the mother or the child. I must take my leave. After Lu Yuanjing departed, Su Qingyu turned to Mr. Zhou, saying, please prepare a prescription for a miscarriage. Additionally, I would appreciate guidance on post-miscarriage recuperation. Before Mr. Zhou could respond, the old lady stood up, exclaiming, no. That is the legitimate heir. We cannot allow a miscarriage. We must ensure the child is born. Once born, we can care for it properly. If it suffers due to poor care, then that is fate. How can we forsake a healthy child? How can I face the ancestors of the Su family and fulfill my role as the matriarch? In the capital, every noble family, including the royal family, prioritized heirs. Such matters were not open for debate, The preservation of the child was of utmost importance. The old lady felt no hesitation in her decision. Even if she were in Lin's position, she would choose the same. Su Qingyu looked at the old lady, gritting her teeth. If you believe this is my duty as the matriarch of the Su family, then my mother might as well seek divorce for my father. We shall no longer carry this title. If anything were to happen to my mother, no one in the Su family will have peace. Chapter 72. No concubine or side room to lay hands on. Su Qingyu's eyes reddened, her body tense. Fists clenched so tightly that the veins stood out on her hands. The old lady, enraged, scolded, "You unfilial daughter! What nonsense are you spouting? Is this how you speak to your elders? I do this for the benefit of the firstborn, as the legitimate daughter of the Su family. Cannot you comprehend this?" The label of unfilial would tarnish Su Qingyu's reputation. Seeing this, Shen San-ye stepped forward, placing himself between Su Qingyu and the old lady. "Old lady, please calm down. She is merely concerned for her mother's health. Ask for your understanding of her filial piety." This remark effectively shielded Su Qingyu from accusations of unfiliality. Even if word spread, others would only say she was worried about her mother, which was understandable. Shen San-ye continued, "Though the legitimate son is important, he is yet unborn and cannot be deemed a life. As long as the mountains endure, one need not fear the absence of firewood. What say you, Marquis Su?" Su Qingye remained silent, his expression somber as he contemplated Shen San-ye's words, questioning whether he intended to meddle in Su family's affairs. Su Qingyu was equally taken aback by Shen San-ye's open defense. While it was within reason, it was also unexpected. She had assumed that, despite their engagement, he would refrain from involving himself in family matters. After weighing the pros and cons, Su Qingye ultimately decided to heed Shen San-ye's counsel, allowing Su Qingyu to lead. Prepared for an all-or-nothing confrontation, Su Qingyu felt herself being pulled back to safety by Shen San-ye. She exhaled, utterly exhausted. With Su Qingye's approval, Mr. Zhou directed someone to prepare ink and began writing the prescription. Taking advantage of the moment, Shen San-ye remarked, "My aunt will require time to recuperate. I propose we set our wedding date for 3 months from now. I will consult Master Xian for an auspicious date, likely in May." Since Shen San-ye's safe return to the capital, the two families had yet to discuss the wedding date. A few days prior, Su Qingye and the old lady had privately agreed that it would be best to adhere to the original date to avoid unnecessary delays. There were many in the capital eager for Shen Gulao's attention, and an early marriage would bring them peace of mind. Upon hearing Shen San-ye suggest 3 months, Su Qingye instinctively protested. "Isn't 3 months too long? Perhaps we should stick to the original date?" Shen San-ye furrowed his brow, responding, "In our marriage, there will still be household matters for my aunt to manage. It is best to wait until she has fully recovered before we organize our affairs." The old lady murmured, "If a son cannot be born, must we also delay my daughter's marriage? How unfortunate." Her words were barely audible, and Shen San-ye and Su Qingye did not catch them. But Su Qingyu heard clearly. She shot a cold glance at the old lady, her eyes filled with a fierce resentment. When the old lady turned to look at her, she lowered her head, pretending she had heard nothing. She would not scold her, nor would she act against her. Instead, she would ensure the old lady witnessed her cherished descendants slowly descend into despair. Once Mr. Zhou completed the prescription, Shen San-ye rose to take his leave. Before departing, Su Qingyu approached him and softly said, "Thank you for today." Shen San-ye gazed deeply into her eyes, then earnestly replied, "Some matters need not end in mutual destruction. There are many ways to resolve issues. In the future, for situations like today, feel free to send someone to find me immediately."
Su Qingyu stood frozen.
Did he perceive her thoughts? Just a moment ago, she had indeed contemplated a path of mutual ruin with the Su family. Noticing her daze, Shen San-ye added, "Before taking action, consider how to safeguard yourself. Matters of the household and those of the court are fundamentally similar. Do not reveal your fangs before striking down your opponent." Su Qingyu couldn't help but chuckle, teasing, "Are you teaching me how to navigate intrigue in the household? Are you not afraid that I might enter the Shen family and wreak havoc upon your concubines?" Upon hearing the words concubines, Shen San-ye interjected, "You overthink. There are no concubines in place for you to contend with." His expression remained as usual, inscrutable, yet Su Qingyu sensed a hint of irritation within him. After speaking, Shen San-ye adjusted the collar of his cloak and turned to board the carriage. Su Qingyu frowned as she watched the departing carriage, pondering what she had said wrong. Or perhaps she had misjudged. He was not angry. Yet, she could not dwell on Shin Jishio's feelings, hurriedly turning back to the inner courtyard to check on Lin. Upon entering, she found Aunt Lien gently wiping Lin's forehead with a warm cloth, while Su Shuni held Lin's hand, softly asking, "Mother, where do you hurt? Let me massage it for you." The scene before Su Qingyu resonated with the memories of her mother's critical illness in a past life, prompting her to tilt her head and blink back tears. She managed to muster a semblance of a smile and approached, saying, "Mother, the doctor has prescribed medication. You will be fine after taking it." Lin sure seemed to sense something amiss and gently inquired, "Is this child beyond saving?"
Qingyu,
Fearing that Lin Sure might sacrifice her life for the sake of the child, grasped her hand and choked out, "Mother, if this child is lost, you can still bear another. Even if you cannot, you still have me." Lin Sure patted Su Qingyu's hand and said, "Instruct someone to prepare the medicine. Let my connection with this child end swiftly. You are still young, and I cannot forsake you for the sake of this child." Su Qingyu leaned beside Lin Sure and began to weep softly, while concubine Lien, nearby, dabbed at her eyes with a handkerchief, stifling her own sobs.
Sunji,
Though somewhat aware of the gravity of the situation, could not fully grasp it. Yet, seeing her mother, sister, and concubine Lien all in tears, she too began to cry. Eventually, it was Su Qingyu who managed to compose herself first, encouraging both Lin Sure and concubine Lien. "Mother, the medicine is being prepared. I will stay here with you." However, concubine Lien interjected, "Miss cannot remain here. You have not yet been formally introduced into society. How can you stay in such a place?" She urged. "Take ACI to the side hall and wait. Once everything is settled here, I will summon you back." Although Su Qingyu hesitated, the insistence of Lin Sure and concubine Lien compelled her to take Su Shuni outside. The steaming medicine was brought in, and soon anguished groans echoed from the main room. Unable to sit still, Su Qingyu began to pace the courtyard, biting her lip until it bled. Fortunately, after a short while, the sounds from within grew quieter, and the servants returned with hot water and more medicine. After another half-hour, Granny Bai emerged and informed Su Qingyu, "Miss, everything has been taken care of with the lady." Su Qingyu hurried in with Su Shuni, only to find Lin Sure in a deep slumber, while concubine Lien appeared pale and drenched in sweat. "Miss, you should go rest. I will take care of the lady for the next couple of days," concubine Lien said, giving only a brief glance before ushering her out again. Seeing Su Qingyu reluctant to leave, she added, "You are still unwed and know little of these matters. It is most convenient for me to assist the lady with her cleansing. You have worked hard today. Return to rest and come back tomorrow morning." With no choice, Su Qingyu instructed someone to escort Su Shuni back to rest before returning to Bishui Pavilion herself. Upon entering her inner chamber, she noticed 3 exquisite sandalwood boxes atop her vanity. "What are these? Who placed them here?"
Qingyu inquired.
As Zhu Zhu helped her change, she replied, "These were sent this morning by Wen Zhu, saying they are from Master Shen." Su Qingyu smacked her forehead, recalling the morning's events. Had she truly forgotten them entirely? "What are they?" she asked casually. Zhu Zhu, while fastening her nightgown, smiled and answered, "I do not know. But Master Shen instructed Wen Zhu to deliver them with a message." Su Qingyu shot her a sideways glance. "What did he say that makes you smile so?" Zhu Zhu cleared her throat and said with a serious tone, "Wen Zhu conveyed that Master Shen feels indebted for asking you to observe mourning. He will make amends for what you have not eaten, worn, or adorned." Turning towards the vanity, Su Qingyu opened the topmost box. Upon seeing its contents, she couldn't help but let her lips quiver. Did Shen Jishio really think of her as a child to be appeased? Inside were various dried meats, neatly packaged, each labeled with names like Tianshan yak jerky and Pingyao dried meat. The second box contained an exquisite set of golden-laid jade hairpieces, which she recognized as one of the treasures from the Fanjin building. The final box held a magnificent scarlet cloud brocade cloak adorned with a rim of pure white fox fur. Zhu Zhu teased, "Miss, Master Shen truly has a thoughtful heart." Recalling her offhand remarks from a previous encounter at the Rui building, Su Qingyu remarked, "No nonsense. It was likely my words that made him overly considerate." That day, she had jokingly mentioned the mourning period, and it seemed Master Shen felt compelled to compensate her. She instructed Zhu Zhu to keep the clothing and accessories while leaving the dried meats on the table for later sharing among her maids and for Su Shuni the next day. After Lin Shure's miscarriage, both concubine Lien and Su Qingyu closely attended to her. Mr. Zhou visited every few days to check her pulse and adjust her prescriptions. In the meantime, Su Qingye had not come by even once, and the old lady had only visited once, her demeanor far from pleasant. Concubine Shui had come with Su Yihui to visit twice, but Su Qingyu had swiftly dismissed them. A couple of days later, Lin Wuqing returned from errands, hastily bringing supplements and staying for a short while. High-quality tonics from both the capital and the Lin family storeroom were swiftly delivered to Jiwei Courtyard. Lin Shi's health gradually improved. One day, while Su Qingyu was having a meal with Lin Shi, she noticed Zhu Zhu entering and giving her a knowing glance. Understanding the signal, Su Qingyu discreetly excused herself from the inner chamber after they finished eating. Standing in the corridor, Zhu Zhu leaned closer and whispered, "Miss Yuetao has sent word that last night, the Marquis wrote a memorial requesting the establishment of a heir." Su Qingyu's expression shifted. Did he intend to declare Su Yuanqing as the heir? How could they be so hasty to establish an heir before her mother had even completed her confinement? They were truly devoid of compassion. Zhu Zhu continued. According to Yuetao, the Marquis took the memorial with him to court this morning. Then, she hesitantly asked, "Miss, do you wish to seek Master Shen's assistance?" From Zhu Zhu's perspective, such matters of establishing an heir were beyond her miss's influence, as women were generally not involved in political affairs.
Su Qingyu entvinet her fingers, her bror furovet in contemplation.
After a moment, she replied, "There is no need to concern ourselves. We shall see what the imperial edict states. I still possess evidence to present. If Gu Ruoyun denies the child is hers, then Su Yuanqing cannot claim the Su family bloodline. If Gu Ruoyun dares to acknowledge it, then Su Yuanqing is the child conceived while she was the young mistress of the Chung family. A charge of adultery cannot be escaped, and the question of whose bloodline the child carries would be even more complicated. As for Zhou Buren, I have long instructed my cousin to keep him under surveillance." Just as the two were conversing, the steward Su Zhong entered Jiwei Courtyard, holding a note. "Miss, this is an invitation from Master Shen," he said, presenting a gold-edged invitation with both hands. Su Qingyu took it and glanced at the contents. It was an invitation for her to dine with Master Shen at Rui Building at noon. "Inform the messenger that I will attend punctually." After notifying Lin Shi, Su Qingyu returned to Bishui Pavilion to prepare herself. "Miss, shall you wear the headpieces Master Shen gifted you?"
Zhu Zhu asked.
Su Qingyu shook her head, deeming them too ostentatious. After a moment of thought, she added, "Bring out that red cloud brocade cloak." Zhu Zhu excitedly dashed to retrieve the garment, while Amber assisted her in styling her hair and adorning her with accessories. Since Su Qingyu began frequently leaving the estate, 2 of her 4 maids had taken on domestic roles, while the other 2 managed external affairs. Once dressed, Su Qingyu held a hand warmer and adorned herself with jade and agate before stepping out. The grain supplies from Jiangnan had finally reached the capital, leading to a significant drop in grain prices, with the refugees outside the city being properly settled. Peering through the carriage window, Su Qingyu observed that the capital had returned to its former state prior to the disaster in the northwest. At Rui Building, on the 3rd floor in the corner private room, as Su Qingyu entered, she found Shen Jixio already having ordered the dishes. Noticing her draped in the cloud brocade cloak, a smile unconsciously crept across his lips. "Welcome, take a seat. The dishes are about to be served," Shen Jixio said warmly. Amber helped Su Qingyu remove her cloak and took the hand warmer from her before stepping outside. Sitting across from Shen Jixio, Su Qingyu glanced at the array of dishes on the table. It is all the dishes she ordered last time, not a single vegetarian option. "Third master. I was merely joking last time. I did not intend to have meat at every meal," Su Qingyu could not help but explain. Shen Jixio stroked his chin and ultimately had the waiter add 2 vegetarian dishes. The two enjoyed a pleasant meal together. After finishing, Su Qingyu inquired, "Did you summon me for a specific matter, third master?" Shen Jixio produced a memorial and handed it to Su Qingyu. "Take a look. Are you aware of this matter?" Without needing to glance at it, Su Qingyu could surmise it was regarding the memorial submitted by Su Qingye requesting the establishment of a crown prince. She simply could not fathom how this document had found its way into Shen Jixio's hands. Wasn't it supposed to be delivered to the Minister of Rights? "Did you intercept it?" Su Qingyu refrained from examining the memorial, instead lifting her teacup for a sip. Chapter 74. Where on earth did this child come from? Shen Jixio was somewhat taken aback. "You knew he submitted the memorial?" He continued to explain. "This morning, Lord Qiu, the Minister of Rights, sought to curry favor with me, stating that this matter pertains to my in-laws, and he would expedite assistance. I recalled that there are some issues with Su Yuanzha's background and speculated you might be unaware of the memorial, so I withheld it. Although the establishment of a crown prince was not something Su Qingyu could interfere with. It also related to the Lin family's future welfare and whether the married daughters could rely on their maternal family. After all, the crown prince would be the future head of the household. Should a foe be appointed, it would be a grave mistake. Su Qingyu took the memorial and expressed her gratitude. Thank you, third master. Shen Jishio then asked, how is your mother's health? This is a millennium-old ginseng sent from Liaodong. Take it back for her to restore her health. He handed her a Nanmu wooden box. Su Qingyu felt a hint of surprise. Was Shen Jishio overly concerned about her family's affairs? Yet, even while giving gifts, he bore a demeanor of nonchalance, as if what he offered was merely a carrot rather than precious ginseng. She did not decline, accepting the gift and replying, my mother is much better. The prescription for Mr. Zhou has been remarkably effective. I must thank you, third master. Had you and Mr. Zhou not arrived in time that day, my mother would have been in peril. Shen Jishio merely responded that if she encountered difficulties and could not find him, she should seek the old lady of the Shen family. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, Su Qingyu returned to the Su family with the memorial. Upon entering the Bihui pavilion, she noticed a considerable amount of fabric laid out on the Kong in the banquet room. She paused and asked Jinju, what is this for? Jinju helped Su Qingyu remove her cloak and cheerfully replied, this was sent by the lady, stating that Miss must begin sewing before her wedding. Not to mention, the gifts for the husband and in-laws must be personally crafted. Additionally, according to custom, Miss also needs to prepare several sets of clothing and shoes for third master. Feeling overwhelmed, Su Qingyu stepped into the inner room and instructed Jinju to put the fabric away for now. She changed her clothes, sent someone to relay messages to various courtyards, and then proceeded directly to Songha Hall. After the burning of 2 incense sticks, all the prominent members of the Su family gathered in the main hall of Songha Hall. Why have you summoned us all to grandmothers? What is the matter? Su Chen somewhat displeased. The old matriarch of the Su family turned her gaze to Su Qingyu. What is going on? Why this grand display? She still harbored resentment over the Lin family's miscarriage, having been performing rites for the child, and thus wore a cold expression towards Su Qingyu. Fortunately, she considered the marriage between Su Qingyu and the Shen family, so she merely maintained a frosty demeanor without venting her frustrations on Lin and her daughter. Su Qingyu calmly produced the memorial and presented it to Su Qingye. This is the memorial from father regarding the establishment of a crown prince. Such a significant matter. And he did not even consult us. After speaking, she cast a cold glance around the room. Gu Ruoyun's complexion changed dramatically, while concubine Shui looked in astonishment at Su Qingye. Su Qingye took the memorial, opened it, and, after a brief glance, looked at Su Qingyu in disbelief. How did this end up in your possession? After a moment of realization, he exclaimed, did you enlist third master Shen to retrieve the memorial for you? How audacious of you, a woman of the inner quarters, to openly meddle in governance. What are you attempting to achieve? Su Qingye slammed his hand on the table, glaring at Su Qingyu. She forcefully placed the blue and white porcelain teacup down and scoffed. Father certainly knows how to assign blame. But Su Yuanzha is not of the Su family bloodline. Has father considered how he will account to our ancestors for establishing him as the crown prince? At this pronouncement, everyone present widened their eyes, holding their breath. The teacup at Gu Ruoyun's side shattered on the floor, producing a clear sound. A maid entered to sweep up the shards, and the crowd gradually regained their composure. The old matriarch fixed a cold glare upon Su Qingyu. What do you mean by that? What do you mean that Yuanzha is not of the Su family bloodline? Others also stared at Su Qingyu, particularly concubine Shui, whose excitement was nearly spilling over. Su Qingyu raised her voice, bring forth both witnesses and evidence. Gu Ruoyun trembled slightly. It was evident that Su Qingyu had come prepared. She anxiously glanced towards the entrance, relieved to see a woman in her 20s enter, hoping it was not Zhou Buren. Su Qingye regarded the individuals standing below with a furrowed brow, vaguely feeling a sense of familiarity, yet unable to recall who they were. The old matriarch did not recognize the woman either, turning to Su Qingyu. Is this the witness you mentioned? Su Qingyu explained, this is Xiuji, a maidservant of my father's concubine Mou. When Su Yuanzha was returned to the manor, it was said to be the child of concubine Mou. However, after thorough inquiry, I discovered that Mou had not been pregnant at that time. So, where did this child truly come from? Su Qingyu then queried Xiuji, who stood in the center of the hall, Please clarify everything you know, especially regarding the events of the 12th year of Xuanda. Xiaozhi raised her head and respectfully stated, in the 12th year of Xuanda, I served Aunt Imo in Fujian. At the end of that year, the Marquis was reassigned to Xianzhou and Aunt Imo, and I followed him there. By the summer of the 13th year of Xuanda, the Marquis returned to the capital, leaving us behind in Xianzhou. Later, when my parents fell gravely ill, I returned home to visit, and upon my return, I learned that Aunt had already passed. Su Qingyu pressed. During that time, did Aunt Imo ever show signs of pregnancy? Xiaozhi shook her head no. Aunt Imo was never pregnant. Su Qingyu gestured for Xiaozhi to step down and handed the testimony she held to Su Qingye and the old matriarch. These are the testimonies from several officials my father befriended during his time in Xianzhou. They can all attest that they never heard of my father's concubine being pregnant or giving birth. Su Qingye glanced at the testimony and exchanged a look with the old matriarch. Both wore grim expressions. They understood the implications of Su Qingyu's statements. Even Mou had been poisoned by Su Qingye's orders. However, he could not voice this truth. If the reality were revealed, it would solidify the charge of adultery against him and Gu Ruiyun. At that time, Gu Ruiyun was still the young mistress of the Fujian governor's office. And if this were to spread, the Su family's reputation would be irrevocably tarnished. Perhaps father had been deceived. Was someone scheming to mislead him to secure a prosperous future for their own child? But that did not seem right. Mou was brought from Fujian to Xianzhou by father, and he should have known whether she was pregnant. Yuanzhi's birth date was the 10th day of the second month, making it impossible for him to be Mou's child. I have also investigated, and in the 12th year of Xuanda, father was in Fujian with only one concubine present. The servants attending her were not pregnant. I find myself rather bewildered. Where did this child truly come from? Could it be that father simply found him? That would render him even less suitable to inherit. Su Qingyu's words peeled away the layers of this matter, laying bare its ambiguities before all present. Cold sweat beaded on Su Qingye's forehead as he cast a grave glance at Gu Ruiyun. Su Qingyu continued to press, Father, how can you allow a child of unknown origins to inherit the title? Chapter 75. Ripping away the last veil of shame, Su Qingyu feigned concern for the Su family lineage, articulating her thoughts with righteous fervor and well-founded reasoning. In the Grand Hall, the individual most opposed to Su Yuanse inheriting the title was undoubtedly Aunt Shui. The main branch of the Su family had only two sons. With Su Yuanse's identity in question, the title of heir rightfully belonged to Su Yuankai. The thought of the entire marquisate belonging to her and her son sent Aunt Shui into a frenzy of excitement. She longed to solidify Su Yuanse's identity at once and suggested, perhaps the marquis has been deceived. It may well be that Mou pretends to be with child to vie for favor. Someone might take this opportunity to send a child to enjoy the benefits. Su Qingyu cast a look of appreciation at Aunt Shui and inquired, what do you think should be done about this child? Aunt Shui was taken aback, not expecting Su Qingyu to direct the question towards her. After a moment's contemplation, she replied, our matriarch is devout in her Buddhist beliefs. We cannot commit acts that would harm our moral standing. In my view, we should send the child to the countryside, with 2 caretakers to attend to him. As long as he is well-fed and well cared for, it will be a blessing for him. Su Qingyu raised an eyebrow, responding, this is a fine suggestion. What do you think, father? While she addressed Su Qingye, her gaze discreetly shifted towards Gu Ruiyun, who gripped the armrests of her chair, her knuckles white. The tension etched on her brow revealed a conflict that gradually transformed into resolve. Before Su Qingye could speak, Gu Ruiyun stood up and declared, that child is mine. Su Yuanse is my son. He is not an unknown child. He is of true Su lineage. After delivering her statement, Gu Ruiyun slumped back into her chair, feeling despondent. She had no other recourse but to acknowledge her child's heritage. She could not bear to see her son sent away to the countryside. Seeing Gu Ruiyun concede, Su Qingye rubbed his temples in exasperation. The matriarch remained silent, her eyes half closed, absently rolling her prayer beads. Aunt Shui and Aunt Lian were left in stunned silence, their mouths agape. It was Su Qingyu who broke the silence first, stating, the Chung family was implicated in a scandal in July. If the child was conceived by you, then it must have been in April or May. That child is of the Chung lineage, and what relevance does he have to our Su family? Upon hearing Su Qingyu's comment, Aunt Shui's face illuminated with realization. Indeed, a child conceived in April or May could not possibly be connected to the marquis. Still, Aunt Shui, slow to grasp the implications, mistakenly believed that Gu Ruoyun had deceived Su Qingye. Gu Ruoyun felt a swell of indignation and shame, her teeth nearly grinding to dust. "This is my child with the Marquis. If you do not believe me, ask him." She spat, her voice laced with fury. Aunt Lian suddenly appeared to have a revelation, covering her mouth in shock. Aunt Shui, a beat behind, soon understood, exclaiming, "What do you mean? You are committing adultery. As the young mistress of the Qing family, how could you engage in such behavior?" While the Zhou dynasty allowed for some leniency regarding divorce and women's business endeavors, adultery was a social taboo. With her words, Aunt Shui had effectively torn away the last shred of dignity from Su Qingye and Gu Ruoyun. Su Qingye's face turned ashen, filled with a deep-seated shame, wishing for a hole to swallow him whole. The act itself was one thing, being publicly exposed was another matter entirely. He shot a fierce glare at Aunt Shui, reprimanding her sharply. "If you do not speak, no one will mistake you for a mute. Silence yourself." Aunt Shui recoiled, though she simmered with indignation. She dared not retort. Su Qingyu furrowed her brow and remarked, "Father, this matter is far too grave. I believe it would be prudent to send Madame Gu and Yuansa to the countryside. With time, the issue will fade." Su Qingyu refrained from mentioning Su Yuansa's identity or the sordid affairs between Zhou Buren and Gu Ruoyun, mindful that the events surrounding Fu Zhen were still murky, and she wished not to rouse suspicion. Just as she anticipated, Su Qingye hesitated before responding. "What transpired today must not leave this room. Discussions regarding the heir will be postponed. As for Madame Gu and Yuansa, they shall remain in the manor for now." It seemed he was wary of Su Qingyu's influence, implying, "The reputation of the Su family reflects upon you as well. Should our family's reputation tarnish, your prospects will suffer." He concluded with a stern warning, "This matter ends here. Should anyone dare to spread it, I shall not be merciful." Su Qingyu maintained her composure, simply acquiescing. Regardless of whether Gu Ruoyun remained in the manor or was sent to the countryside, it mattered little to her. However, Aunt Shui's face betrayed her dissatisfaction as she plotted ways for Su Yuankai to inherit the title. On the return journey from Songha Hall to the Bichue Pavilion, Aunt Shui hurriedly approached. "Miss, how is the lady faring? You have borne much these past few days. I shall attend to her from today onward." Her demeanor was one of feigned politeness, seeking to ingratiate herself. Su Qingyu was acutely aware that Aunt Shui's intentions were driven by her aspirations for Su Yuankai. Once Su Yuankai secured the title and became the head of the Su family, her mother would likely face a tumultuous future. "You need not trouble yourself, Aunt. My mother has someone attending to her," Su Qingyu replied coolly. Afterward, she adjusted her cloak and departed. To her surprise, shortly after returning to Bichue Pavilion, Aunt Shui sought her out once more. In a more favorable mood that day, Su Qingyu was at the table in the rest area, dyeing her nails. When informed by Jinju of Aunt Shui's request to meet, Su Qingyu did not even lift her gaze. "Please ask her to enter." As Aunt Shui entered, Su Qingyu was delicately blowing on her nails. "Greetings to you, miss," Aunt Shui said respectfully, holding a small box in her hands. "Please take a seat, Aunt. What brings you here?"
Suinju invited.
Aunt Shui sat across from her and presented the red-lacquered pearwood box. "Miss, while tidying the storeroom yesterday, I found this set of jewelry that I believe would suit you perfectly. Please take a look and see if you like it." Su Qingyu opened the box to reveal a pair of exquisitely crafted gold hairpins, symbolizing longevity and prosperity. "These are splendid, but I cannot accept such valuable gifts from you," she replied casually, though a flicker of surprise crossed her eyes. How had these hairpins come into her possession? Chapter 76. Digging a pit for the eldest brother. Her mother had once possessed a complete set of 12 gold hairpins, and on her 10th birthday, she received 2 from her mother. Similarly, Su Shuani had also been gifted 2 on her 10th birthday. Given the intricate carvings, it was evident that these 2 were the ones meant for Su Shuani. Aunt Shui, aware that Su Qingyu was accustomed to fine things, had meticulously chosen these from the storeroom. As for their origin, she could scarcely recall, vaguely remembering them as birthday gifts from Su Qingye years prior. "I am glad you like them. Only items of such quality are worthy of you," Aunt Shui remarked with a smile, while Su Qingyu instructed Fei Chui to take them away and expressed her gratitude. Noticing Aunt Shui's tightly pressed lips, she cautiously broached the subject. "Miss, given that Yuan's current status is not one to be paraded, the only one eligible for the title from the main branch is your elder brother. Is it not a certainty that he will inherit?" Aunt Shui had come seeking Su Qingyu's opinion. if she could secure Su Qingyu's backing. Su Yuankai's position as the heir would be assured. After all, this young lady was backed by the Shen family and Master Shen, lending her considerable influence within the Su family. Su Qingyu smiled lightly and replied, "Aunt, the main branch is no longer alone. There are also the second and third branches. You are well aware of how favored my uncle is by our matriarch. Should she express a desire to elevate the second branch, my father would find it difficult to object due to filial piety. As for Yuansa, if my father holds him in high regard, what does his current status matter?" Aunt Shue's countenance fell at this, panic etched across her features. "Miss, what can we do? The title cannot fall to the second branch, regardless of any disputes. They are still siblings from the same father." Su Qingyu sighed. "Aunt, you know very well that my father harbors the greatest disdain for me. Moreover, as one poised to marry, there are certain matters I cannot voice. If the concubine trusts me, I have an idea." Aunt Shue's expression brightened instantly, and she urged, "Please, Miss, do share." Su Qingyu smiled as she spoke. "I was thinking, if my elder brother could strengthen his ties with the Su family, wouldn't the position of heir be well within reach? Aunt, you could mention to my brother any assistance that the sixth young master Su may require. It would be wise for him to pay attention. Such a beneficial relationship with the Su family should not go to waste." Aunt Shue paused, taken aback, then pondered Su Qingyu's words, her smile growing wider as she considered their merit. "You make a valid point, Mississippi. I shall return and discuss this with your brother."
Take care, Aunt, she replied.
Once Aunt Shue departed, Fei Tsue replaced Su Qingyu's tea and inquired with a hint of confusion, "Miss, why are you still advising Aunt Shue? Do you truly wish for the eldest son to inherit the title? I mean no offense, but considering what happened at the Hugua Temple, he must not succeed. If he becomes the head of the Su family, Our Lady may face dire times ahead." Su Qingyu chuckled softly. "I am not foolish. Rest assured. If Su Yuankai follows my guidance, he will face his own tribulations. In my previous life, Su Liangping caused a great disaster just half a month later, nearly meeting his end at the hands of the Su elder. At this moment, if Su Yuankai becomes involved with Su Liangping's affairs, we can only wonder if he will survive, let alone inherit the title." Fei Tsue smirked. "Miss, this time you have profited, acquiring 2 hairpins while presenting a rather dubious suggestion." Mentioning the hairpins made Su Qingyu's brow furrow. "Send someone to summon fourth sister." Before long, Su Shuani entered, rubbing her hands together. "Elder sister summoned me?" Su Qingyu pulled her close, grasping her icy hands. "Why didn't you bring a hand warmer?"
Susunji chuckles cheapishly, replaino.
"I heard you were looking for me, and forgot in my haste." Su Qingyu warmed her hands and gestured for Fei Tsue to bring the hairpins. She opened the box before Su Shuani and asked, "Aren't these hairpins a birthday gift for Mother? How did they end up with Aunt Shue?" Su Shuani turned to the hairpins, her eyes widening in disbelief. "Did she take them again?" She continued, her voice rising in indignation. "Aunt Shue deceived me. She said she would keep them safe, yet they were taken by Aunt Shue." Su Qingyu had not anticipated that Su Shuani was completely unaware of the situation. It seemed the hairpins had been placed in Aunt Lian's care. "Asii, what exactly is going on? Will you not confide in your sister?"
Suinju said softly,
her tone gentle. Recalling the grievances endured over the years, Su Shuani glanced at the hairpins, tears pooling in her eyes. "Elder sister, it's not that I refuse to tell you. I simply do not know what is happening. I only know that Aunt Shue visits my aunt periodically. I cannot understand their conversations, but she always leaves with numerous items. Previously, the jewelry Mother gave my aunt, along with the tonics you provided, were all taken by Aunt Shue." Su Qingyu's expression hardened as she asked in a low voice, "Do you remember anything they said? It doesn't matter if you don't understand. Just share whatever you can recall." Su Shuani fidgeted, her hands twisting together. After a long pause, she finally spoke. "Aunt Shue mentioned something that happened 18 years ago. She said if this matter got out, Mother would be unable to hold her head high and would face dire consequences. Each time she spoke of it, Aunt Lian turned pale and was haunted by nightmares." Su Qingyu felt a chill at the revelation. Though Su Shuani might not grasp the full implications, she understood enough to realize that something significant had transpired 18 years ago that deeply affected her mother.
Now,
this matter was being exploited by Aunt Shue to threaten Aunt Lian. Su Qingyu shook off her chaotic thoughts and spoke softly to Su Shuani, fourth sister. "The next time Aunt Shue seeks trouble, you must inform me immediately, understood?" Su Xuanyi nodded vigorously. I will remember and tell elder sister right away. After bidding farewell to Su Xuanyi, Su Qingyu remained in a daze for a while, perplexed by the gravity of the situation that had so terrified Aunt Lian. She had thought the matter concerning Gu Ruoyun would remain stagnant for a while longer, but unexpectedly, a breakthrough came the following day. The next morning, Lin Wuqing sent word for her to visit the Lin family business. Upon arriving at the Lin family's flower hall, she found Shen Jixio engaged in a game of chess with Lin Wuqing. Was it mere coincidence, or had Shen Jixio summoned her here? While she pondered this, Shen Jixio announced, "Let us cease the game and discuss serious matters." The situation regarding the Cheng family had been clarified. The Pingning Marquis held deep affections for the young mistress of the Cheng family, yet she had played him for a fool. Su Qingyu, taken aback, inquired,
What do you mean by that?
Shen Jixio handed her a stack of testimonies he had compiled overnight from Zhou Buren, saying, I conducted a thorough interrogation of Zhou Buren last night. Here are his statements, along with the timeline of events based on the circumstances of that year. Given that the subject involved Su Qingyu's father, Shen Jixio refrained from detailing the more unsavory aspects, leaving her to examine the documents herself. As Su Qingyu perused the testimonies, her expression grew increasingly grave. By the time she reached the end and grasped the full narrative, her fingers turned pale from gripping the edges of the rice paper. It turned out that Su Qingye and Gu Ruoyun had grown up together, childhood sweethearts. He had intended to marry her, but before any betrothal could be arranged, the scandal involving Su Qingyan had erupted, prompting Su Qingye to marry Lin's family in a bid to save his brother. After the marriage, Su Qingye frequently engaged in clandestine affairs with Gu Ruoyun. And this continued until her marriage. When Gu Ruoyun wed into the Cheng family in Fujian, their connection gradually faded. However, by the end of the 11th year of Xuanda, when Su Qingye was assigned to Fujian, their old flames reignited. In the summer of the 12th year of Xuanda, a flood struck Fujian, and disaster relief fell to Gu Ruoyun's father-in-law, Qing Shuwen, then the governor of Fujian. Zhou Buren, the steward of the Cheng family at the time, was deeply trusted by Qing Shuwen. However, unbeknownst to the Cheng family, Zhou Buren had already established a clandestine relationship with Gu Ruoyun, the young mistress of the household. They conspired to exploit the relief funds, urging Qing Shuwen to unwittingly take away a portion. Qing Shuwen deemed this a reasonable plan, believing that taking a small percentage would have no significant impact, especially as it coincided with the season when pirates threatened the borders, leaving him and his son preoccupied with military affairs. Thus, he entrusted the matter to Zhou Buren. To their shock, Zhou Buren did not take a mere portion, but instead seized the lion's share. Several steps required coordination with the Ministry of Revenue, and Gu Ruoyun privately sought Su Qingye's aid. When the then Minister of Revenue, Qin Zheng, discovered the discrepancies, Gu Ruoyun and Zhou Buren were thrown into a panic. They deliberated through the night and ultimately devised a plan to deflect blame. Zhou Buren first hid the money, while Gu Ruoyun approached Su Qingye, offering to exchange her safety for the evidence she held. Naturally, Su Qingye could not bear the thought of Gu Ruoyun facing peril, especially after she claimed to be carrying his child. He took the evidence to Minister Qin to gain favor. Consequently, the Cheng family faced exile. Su Qingye was promoted. Gu Ruoyun entered the marquisate with her child, and Zhou Buren utilized the stolen funds to establish a business in the capital. As for the parentage of the two children, according to Zhou Buren's account, the daughter was said to be of the Su lineage, conceived the night before Gu Ruoyun's wedding. The son, however, was Zhou Buren's. Gu Ruoyun, upon discovering her pregnancy, had sought to secure her own future by spending the night with Su Qingye. The testimonies even questioned why the children could not be attributed to the Cheng family's eldest son, to which Zhou Buren replied that the Cheng family's eldest son was entirely incapable of fathering children, a fact concealed by an accomplice physician unbeknownst to the Cheng family. After entering the Marquis's residence, Gu Ruoyun repeatedly threatened with a past incident where Su Qingye aided the Cheng family in embezzlement, determined to have her son inherit the nobility of the marquisate. After reading, Su Qingyu slammed the confession onto the table. Lin Wuqing, already aware of these matters, approached and nudged a teacup closer to her, jokingly remarking, "Be gentle, or you might hurt your hand."
Su Qingyu grit her teeth, climbing.
That Gu Ruoyun is truly a scourge. Fortunately, she had not succeeded. There was still time, Lin Wuqing reassured her. Recalling the tragic end of her past life, a bitter smile crept across Su Qingyu's lips. Indeed, in her previous life, this mother-daughter duo had triumphed. Gu Ruoyun became the head matron of the Su family, Chung Rujin married into the Shen family as the eldest daughter-in-law, and Su Yuanjia inherited the marquise. She gathered her thoughts, redirecting her drifting mind towards Shen Jishio, inquiring, "Where is Zhou Buren now?" "In the Ministry of Justice's prison," Shen Jishio replied softly. "I personally interrogated him last night. Rest assured, I am handling this matter myself. And no one else is aware." They sat close, separated only by a fragrant wooden table. Su Qingyu's nose twitched slightly, faintly detecting the scent of blood on Shen Jishio. "Did you come directly from the prison?" she asked. "After the interrogation, I visited the Dali Temple to review several case files," Shen Jishio responded before asking, "What do you plan to do? Is there anything you need my assistance with?" Observing the weariness in Shen Jishio's brow, her heart warmed, and she gently said, "Can we let Zhou Buren go for now?" Shen Jishio pondered for a moment before asking, "Do you wish to release him to fish?" Su Qingyu raised an eyebrow, replying, "My father lacks clarity. Unless he is thoroughly disabused of hope, we cannot eradicate the root of the problem. Since he is responsible for this mess, he should deal with it himself. It is only fitting he witnesses how the woman he is so intent on protecting has betrayed him and schemed against him." Upon hearing this, Shen Jishio considered her words, nodded slightly, and said, "Very well, I will arrange for his release. Once he and Gu Ruoyan meet in secret, I will have someone notify you." Lin Wuqing, sitting nearby, let out a long sigh, lamenting, "These tasks used to be my responsibility. It seems I have fallen out of favor. My cousin has forgotten about me." Su Qingyu recognized his jest and playfully shot him a smile. Shen Jishio then said with utmost seriousness, "Perhaps you should personally keep watch over the Zhou family?" Lin Wuqing recoiled slightly, conceding, "All right, you can find someone else for that." He then called out, "Bring the items in." A servant entered, carefully carrying an exquisite redwood box, gently setting it down before retreating. Lin Wuqing pushed the box towards Su Qingyu, saying, "This is the finest donkey hide gelatin, specially sent by my mother to replenish your energy." Su Qingyu accepted it with a smile. "Please thank my aunt for me. She always makes sure to send this." Having discussed the matters at hand, Su Qingyu prepared to return home. Lin Wuqing and Shen Jishio escorted her to the entrance, watching as she boarded her carriage and departed. As the carriage gradually faded into the distance, Lin Wuqing crossed his arms, suddenly declaring, "When my aunt gave birth to my cousin, she suffered a scare and delivered prematurely. Thus, the girl was frail and small, evoking much sympathy. It has taken years of careful nurturing for her to improve." Shen Jishio, discerning Lin Wuqing's concern for Su Qingyu's well-being, half-jokingly assured him, "Do not worry. No one shall wrong Mrs. Shen." Lin Wuqing added, "If you let her suffer any injustice, I will not let it slide." They exchanged a glance, each recognizing the sincerity in the other's eyes. As Su Qingyu returned to the estate, she encountered Aunt Shui in the small garden. "Miss, have you just returned from outside?" Aunt Shui approached, greeting her warmly. Su Qingyu's expression shifted slightly as she said, "I just came back from my cousin's place. He gifted me a box of fine donkey hide gelatin. I cannot use it, so I thought to deliver it to Aunt Lian. She's been taking care of my mother these days." Aunt Shui glanced at the jadeite box in Su Qingyu's hands, a twinge of jealousy surging within her. The lady and the eldest miss always favored Aunt Lian with fine gifts, demonstrating their bias. She had never received anything of value from them. Ignoring Aunt Shui's displeasure, Su Qingyu led her entourage to Aunt Lian's Rue E pavilion. Upon entering, she found Aunt Lian engaged in needlework, with Su Shunkai beside her, attempting to learn embroidery. Approaching to examine Su Xuansai's handiwork, the young girl quickly shielded the embroidery frame, exclaiming, "Elder sister, do not look. My stitching is terrible." Embarrassed, she hid the frame behind her back. Su Qingyu could not help but laugh, instructing the jadeite to set the box down, and addressed Aunt Lian. "This donkey hide gelatin is a gift from my cousin. You have worked hard these days. Please take it to restore your health. You have become quite thin from caring for my mother." Aunt Lian hurriedly declined. "Miss, please take it back. It would be wasted on me. You should give it to the lady to restore her health." Su Qingyu shook her head. "My mother has plenty of supplements. Since it is for you, please enjoy it without hesitation. This was prepared at my aunt's request, using only the finest ingredients. Consume it yourself, and do not share it with others." Aunt Lian nodded, responding, "Understood, Mississippi. I will keep it for myself and not give it to anyone else." Before leaving Rue E Pavilion, Su Qingyu exchanged a knowing glance with Su Shunkai, who subtly nodded in agreement. The two sisters understood each other well.
Exiting Aunt Lian's quarters, Su Ingu proceeded to the courtyard.
where Lin Shi was now able to rise and move about, carefully arranging several plum blossoms in a vase. "Mother, you should rest more," Su Qingyu said as she approached to support Lin Shi's arm. Lin Shi turned to caress Su Qingyu's cheek, affectionately saying, "I cannot lie down all day. My arms and legs need some exercise." Su Qingyu helped her lean against the large Kong near the window, propping her up with two intricately woven pillows. "Mother, I remember you mentioned that I had an older sister who passed away at birth, correct?"
Qingyu ventured tentatively.
Lin Shi paused, taken aback momentarily, before sighing softly. "Your sister was 2 years older than you, born during the chaos of the first year of Xuanda." Su Qingyu studied Lin Shi's expression closely. Noticing only sadness, without any other emotion, she asked, "Did you see my sister? Was she beautiful?" At this, Lin Shi's face brightened with maternal fondness as she reminisced. She was indeed beautiful, rosy and delicate, far from the appearance of a newborn. It was simply fate. It happened on a day of great turmoil in the capital, when both your grandfather and father were away from home. The rebels stormed into homes, mercilessly killing anyone in their path. We were terrified upon hearing the news. I stationed half the guards at your grandmother's Songha Hall and arranged the remaining guards at the various gates of the marquette. Perhaps I was too anxious, as I suddenly went into labor. When I regained consciousness, the child had already passed away. Thankfully, Su Lian was by my side, her face pale with fright. Su Lian was Aunt Lian's personal name. Such is a mother's helplessness. Your sister was a premature birth, and so were you.
Qingyu quickly comforted Lin Shi.
Do not speak like that, mother. I am perfectly fine now. I was merely weak as a child, but now I am thriving. At this moment, a sudden unease gripped Su Qingyu's heart. If my sister was born prematurely, how could you say she looked unlike a newborn? Aren't premature babies usually frail and tiny? Su Qingyu recalled Su Xuansai's words, growing increasingly anxious, yet she dared not reveal her unease. Seeing Lin Shi's melancholic demeanor, Su Qingyu engaged her in light-hearted conversation. Managing to cheer her up before she returned to Shui Pavilion, her heart laden with unease. The entire afternoon, Su Qingyu felt restless. What truly transpired that fateful night 18 years ago? What did Aunt Shui mean by her words? What secrets did Aunt Lian hold? Fortunately, Aunt Shui did not disappoint her, as she indeed harbored ulterior motives regarding that box of donkey hide gelatin. As evening descended, Su Qingyu had just finished her dinner when Su Shunkai rushed in, breathless and fragmented in speech. "Elder sister, Aunt Shui has gone to find my aunt." Her expression was tinged with urgency, fearing that Su Qingyu might be late. Upon hearing this, Su Qingyu promptly rose and hurried outside, with Su Shunkai trailing closely behind. In the Rui Pavilion, the maidservant stationed in the courtyard had been sent away by Su Shunkai, leaving the area enveloped in silence. Su Qingyu stealthily approached the door of the main chamber, straining to listen to the conversation within. First, she heard the voice of concubine Lian, laced with a tone of pleading. "You cannot take this gelatin. The eldest lady has instructed me not to give it away." Following this, Aunt Shui coldly interjected, "If you won't give it to me, I shall seek it from the mistress." If the mistress were to discover what kind of offspring she bore all those years ago, she would surely be horrified. And what of the Marquis and the old mistress? If they knew the truth, what do you think would happen? Next came concubine Lian's choked and desperate pleas. "Please, do not speak of it any further. I will give you whatever you desire. I implore you, do not let this secret slip." Su Qingyu's brows knit together. It seemed there were matters unknown to her mother, and concubine Lian was silently enduring Aunt Shui's threats for the sake of her mother. Aunt Shui continued, "I can keep quiet, but tomorrow, you must tell the mistress that the eldest son should be named heir. I promise you, once he is named heir, I shall never mention this again. But if he cannot become the heir, rest assured, I will not allow the mistress to remain unharmed. You may as well prepare for her demise." After a lengthy pause, concubine Lian finally acquiesced. "I agree. You may take the gelatin." Soon after, the sound of the box opening and closing echoed in the air. Su Qingyu quickly pulled Su Shunkai and Fei Sui behind the curtains in the eastern chamber, emerging only after Aunt Shui exited the Rui Pavilion. She gestured for Fei Sui and Su Shunkai to wait there while she ventured alone into concubine Lian's bedroom. Upon entering, she found concubine Lian sitting on the floor, her back against the bed, her gaze vacant. Su Qingyu approached gently, helping her to her feet. "Aunt, I overheard your conversation."
What is truly happening?
Concubine Lian, upon seeing Su Qingyu, wept anew, her tears flowing freely. "It is my fault. I have wronged the mistress." Qingyu offered her a handkerchief, wiping the tears from her eyes. "Aunt, please tell me what transpired. I promise I will not inform my mother. Once I know the truth, I can devise a way to prevent Aunt Shui from further threatening you. What happened that night 18 years ago?" Qingyu's voice was soft. And slowly, concubine Lian's sobs subsided. Perhaps the burden of this secret had worn her down over the years. Or perhaps Qingyu's promise of discretion regarding Lin Shi calmed her. Grasping the damp embroidered handkerchief, concubine Lian began. 18 years ago, the mistress unexpectedly gave birth to a crow. Chapter 79. Where is the child that was stolen? Qingyu abruptly rose, disbelief etched on her face. After uttering this revelation, concubine Lian exhaled deeply. Noticing Qingyu's astonishment, she wiped her eyes. "Aunt Shui uses this to threaten me. If I do not comply, she will expose the truth. I cannot allow that. It would ruin the mistress." At this moment, concubine Lian seemed to have resolved something, a newfound determination glimmering in her eyes. "Eldest miss, you need not concern yourself. I will handle this matter. I have contemplated it for a long time, hesitating to act decisively. But her audacity grows with each passing day, and now she even covets the heir's position. It is clear that she must be dealt with." The once timid concubine, Lian, now exuded a fierce resolve. Qingyu understood that Aunt Shui had pushed her to the brink. Even the most docile person has their limits. "Aunt, please recount what transpired that night 18 years ago." Qingyu urged, taking a seat across from concubine Lian. Having regained her composure, she was eager to uncover the truth. Concubine Lian took a moment to gather her thoughts, recalling the details of that fateful evening. "At that time, I was the mistress's chief maid, yet not yet a concubine to the Marquis. That night, the mistress and I were inspecting the Marquis's residence when she suddenly experienced severe abdominal pain. We happened upon the uninhabited Hanyan pavilion, and I helped her inside. I then called a small maid to fetch the old mistress and a physician." Qingyu interjected. "At that time, was it just you and my mother in the Hanyan pavilion?" Concubine Lian nodded. "Yes, there was chaos in the capital that day. The mistress had instructed the servants to remain indoors. Most of the guards were stationed at Songha Hall to protect the old mistress, leaving only a few to guard the gates. I feared the mistress might give birth prematurely, so I went to the nearby kitchen to prepare some hot water for her. The kitchen was close to where the mistress rested, so I could hear her voice and was not worried about her being unattended." As concubine Lian spoke, her voice faltered, and she began to weep again. Qingyu steadied her shoulder, gazing into her distressed eyes. "But what happened next?" she pressed. Concubine Lian stifled a sob and confessed. "Perhaps I was too exhausted. I fell asleep in the kitchen.
It was my fault.
Had I been alert, I would not have dozed off. Nor would Aunt Shui have seen me." Qingyu furrowed her brow, incredulous that concubine Lian could sleep at such a critical moment. "How long did you sleep? When you awoke, what did you find?" she inquired. Concubine Lian pondered, frowning. "I had put a pot of water on the stove. The fire was low. When I woke, the water was just beginning to boil. I estimate I must have slept for about 15 minutes, perhaps a bit longer, but certainly not half an hour. Upon waking, I noticed it was quiet from the direction of the mistress. I hurried to check on her." As she recounted this, concubine Lian's complexion turned pale, fear flickering in her eyes. Qingyu grasped her cold hand, gently coaxing, "It is all right. It is all in the past. Just tell me what you witnessed, and I will take care of the rest." Concubine Lian inhaled deeply and spoke. "When I entered, the bed was stained with blood, and beside the mistress lay a dead crow. And then, what did you do?" Qingyu continued to ask softly, convinced this was a meticulously orchestrated plot. Concubine Lian, enmeshed in this scheme, had lived in constant fear, reminiscent of the tragic tale from the previous dynasty where a cat had usurped a prince's identity. Gathering her composure, concubine Lian continued, "I was terrified and fled with the crow. I went to a secluded corner of the garden and burned it to ashes. However, since the mistress had lost her child, I needed to find her a replacement. I remembered my sister-in-law, who worked in the household and had given birth just 10 days prior. I intended to bring the child over temporarily, claiming it as the mistress's, and later find a corpse to explain the loss. But when I returned, I discovered my niece had succumbed to typhus. I pleaded with my sister-in-law, and she quietly allowed me to take the child back, placing her beside the mistress. Just as I set the child down, the old mistress arrived with others.
Fortunately,
They did not examine the child closely, so the ruse was successful. However, ever since I became a concubine to the mistress, Aunt Xue has begun to threaten me, frequently alluding to what transpired 18 years ago. It was then I realized Aunt Xue was aware of the truth. At this juncture, concubine Lian appeared considerably relieved. This matter has festered in her heart for 18 long years, driving her to the brink of madness. At times, she despises herself for her perceived inadequacy, for having fallen asleep during such a pivotal moment, and for having endured years of threats from Aunt Xue. Countless times, she has contemplated a mutual demise with Aunt Xue, taking their secret to the depths of hell together. Yet, her heart could not bear to part with her daughter. Su Qingyu sat motionless, her silence stretching into the ether. She silently reconstructed the scene in her mind, pondering the intricacies of this event. Aunt Lian must have been incapacitated by someone. That person rendered her unconscious and seized the child amidst her mother's labor-induced stupor, leaving a crow by the bedside. When that individual returned after dealing with the child, Aunt Lian had awakened and brought another corpse. It appears likely that this person was Aunt Xue.
suddenly, Suinjuing Guayerv, Aunt.
Was Aunt Xue already with child when my mother gave birth? Aunt Lian nodded, affirming, indeed, Aunt Xue was pregnant with the eldest young master, already in her 7th month. Su Qingyu murmured softly, what has become of the stolen child? Aunt Lian was taken aback, asking, what child? Which child? Instead of answering, Su Qingyu pressed on, Aunt, did the doctor ever mention whether my mother was having a boy or a girl during her pregnancy? Chapter 80. Can we still find that child? Aunt Lian pondered for a moment before responding. Madam always said she would be pleased with either a boy or a girl, so she never inquired with the doctor. She forbade us from asking in private as well. Her voice trembled slightly as she continued. Aunt Xue said that if this matter were to leak, Madam would be deemed a monster and burned alive. Miss, how could such a good person as Madam be a monster? In the past, someone in our village was burned, accused of being a reincarnated evil spirit. I witnessed it with my own eyes. We must keep this a secret, lest others find out. The memory of that dreadful incident from her youth cast a shadow of fear in Aunt Lian's gaze. A cold glimmer flashed in Su Qingyu's eyes as she scoffed softly. A monster? She is the greatest monster of all. Lowering her voice, she reassured Aunt Lian. Aunt, my mother did not give birth to a crow. She bore a child, but it was taken away. You were not merely asleep. Perhaps you were drugged. Aunt Lian's expression froze, her mind reeling for several moments. Staring incredulously at Su Qingyu, she asked, Miss, are you saying that crow was not born of Madam? What of the child? Did I lose the child? Su Qingyu grasped her hand, offering comfort. How could my mother give birth to a crow? There are no monsters in this world, only wicked individuals who conspire against us. Aunt Lian had been blinded by fear from the past, trapped in her own dread. Listening to Su Qingyu's words, she began to reflect on the underlying doubts and clues of the situation. Miss, where is the child that Madam bore? It is all my fault. I am incompetent. And thus the child was lost. A new despair washed over Aunt Lian, pondering whether the child lost for 18 years could ever be found. Is the child still alive? Yet, Su Qingyu expressed her gratitude, saying, Aunt, I must thank you. Had you not acted promptly to dispose of the ill omen and sought the child, my mother might have truly been burned alive. Such matters are precarious. Family members might prefer to believe in the existence of such things. The crow was indeed an ominous sign. Had Aunt Lian awakened before the old lady and others arrived, the consequences would have been dire. Reflecting on the perilous scene, Su Qingyu felt a shiver of dread. She harbored deep gratitude for Aunt Lian and felt sorrow for the suffering she had endured over the past 18 years. After offering comfort for a while, Aunt Lian's emotions stabilized. Su Qingyu instructed, Aunt, as before, if Aunt Xue brings up the events of that year, you should inquire how she came to know of them. If she was indeed involved, she will surely slip up. Do not let her know that I am aware of this matter. I intend to investigate the events of that year thoroughly, especially the whereabouts of that child. We must tread cautiously. Should she discover the child's location, she may act preemptively. A surge of excitement coursed through Su Qingyu's heart. Perhaps she has a brother or sister still living in this world. Aunt Lian listened carefully to Su Qingyu's instructions, nodding vigorously. Rest assured, miss. I will be cautious. Can we still find this child? Aunt Lian asked cautiously. Su Qingyu replied coldly, Do not worry, Aunt. If the child is alive, I will surely find them. If not, I will ensure that those who harmed them meet their end. After reassuring Aunt Lien, Su Qingyu returned to Bihui Pavilion with a solemn countenance. She spent the better part of the night alone in the study before finally retiring to rest. Days passed, and Lin's health improved significantly, prompting Su Qingyu to cease her constant attendance. One morning, after preparing herself, she followed her customary routine to pay her respects at Songha Hall. Having taken care of Lin for nearly half a month, she had not made her rounds in some time. Upon seeing Su Qingyu enter, the old lady instinctively pursed her lips. Everything Su Qingyu had done of late had failed to meet her approval. She initially considered reprimanding her, but then recalled Su Qingyu's advantageous marriage prospects and the esteem in which the Shen family held her. Thus, the words she had prepared were swallowed back, and after Su Qingyu had performed her greeting, she forced a smile. "Qingyu, welcome. Please take a seat.
Yuan Ganga.
Fetch a cup of sweet milk curd that the young lady enjoys." Though she smiled, Su Qingyu perceived that the smile was somewhat strained. She paid it no mind, bowing her head in gratitude. "Thank you for your concern, grandmother. Have we arrived late?" A cheerful voice interrupted, as Aunt Shui entered.
A faint smile curved Su Yinggue's lips.
Was Aunt Shui gaining favor with the old lady? An aunt daring to raise her voice in Songha Hall. This family is increasingly lacking in decorum. Aunt Shui appeared resplendent in a pomegranate red embroidered dress with a pale pink skirt adorned with gold trim, her hair crowned with a pair of golden phoenix hairpins. Accompanied by her beaming smile, one might think her son had just topped the imperial examinations. Su Qingyu scrutinized the hairpins atop her head. If her eyes did not deceive her, they appeared to belong to her grandmother. It seemed Aunt Shui had successfully won the old lady's favor in recent days. Following Aunt Shui were Su Yihui and Su Yuankai. Su Yihui retained her haughty demeanor, akin to a proud peacock, while Su Yuankai wore an expression of triumph. Casting a sidelong glance at Su Qingyu, the old lady's smile grew sincere upon their entrance. "I heard Yuankai visited the Su family yesterday?" she inquired. In the past, she had always looked down upon Aunt Shui's humble origins, unlike Gu Ruoyun, who, despite her family's disgrace, was a pampered young lady from a noble family. Hence, she had never harbored high hopes for Aunt Shui's children. However, with the exposure of Gu Ruoyun's scandal and the ruin of her reputation, it seemed Su Yuancheng might no longer inherit the title. Although Su Yuankai lacked remarkable talents, he was at least connected to the Su family by marriage. With Aunt Shui's recent attentiveness, the old lady began to entertain the idea of allowing Su Yuankai to inherit the title. Upon hearing the old lady's question, Aunt Shui shot a scornful glance at Su Yuankai and replied, "Old lady, you ought to reprimand him. Last night, he was out drinking with young Master Su and several other young gentlemen until the early hours of the morning. In such a state of intoxication, he instructed the servants to awaken him this morning to pay his respects to you. I say, if he drinks so much, he shouldn't be allowed back into the house." Though Aunt Shui's words carried the guise of admonishment, they served to showcase Su Yuankai's social standing while also demonstrating his filial piety to the old lady. Indeed, her remarks elicited a brighter smile from the old lady. "Do not scold him. Such occurrences are inevitable in social circles. If he drinks too much again, he need not trouble himself to pay his respects. A good rest is truly what he needs." Su Yuankai nodded in agreement and glanced towards Su Qingyu. Recalling what her aunt had said, he yearned to ascend to the position of heir, ideally with the backing of both the eldest daughter and the matriarch. Thus, he deemed it necessary to foster a closer relationship with Su Qingyu. "Sister, should you face any grievances within the Shen family in the future, do not hesitate to come to me, and I shall ensure justice is served." Chapter 81. Boy or Girl? As Su Qingyu listened to these words, a sudden haze enveloped her thoughts. Had her brother or sister still been alive, their words would have resonated with far more sincerity than those of Su Yuankai. Coming from his lips, she could only perceive sarcasm. With a placid expression, she replied, "I appreciate your concern, brother." She had no intention of allowing herself to be wronged within the Shen family, even if a grievance were to occur. She held no belief in Su Yuankai's ability to support her. After all, he had evaded the calamity that had befallen Su Liangping for over 10 days. Upon exiting Songha Hall, Su Qingyu made her way to the storeroom in the front courtyard of the Su residence. Within lay a small warehouse that housed aged account books. If her memory served her right, the pulse records of the Su family from recent years should also be found there. She intended to locate the pulse record from the time her mother was pregnant, seeking any clues that might surface. To maintain discretion, She brought only the astute and steady Jade along. The pulse records were packed into 2 large chests, and as they opened them, a cloud of dust enveloped them. The 2 of them pored over each book, turning page after page. Given that these were records spanning decades, locating the specific time when Lin was pregnant proved to be a daunting task. On the first day, they searched tirelessly, their faces smeared with dust, yet yielded no results. The following day, afternoon, Qingyu's eyes began to strain when she heard Jade exclaim, "Miss, could this be the one?" Taking the book, Qingyu flipped through it, confirming that the dates indeed corresponded to the 9 months of Lin's pregnancy. She retrieved a cloth to wipe the book clean, then stood and declared, "Let us return and freshen up." Jade inquired, "Miss, can you understand this record?" With a smile, Qingyu replied, "I cannot decipher it, but we shall seek someone who can." She planned to consult Mr. Zhou for assistance in examining the pulse record, ideally discerning whether her mother had borne a boy or a girl. This focus would help narrow her search, while other physicians could also be consulted. She preferred to seek the most capable, as this might yield richer information. Moreover, she harbored a personal motive to investigate events from 18 years prior, which she and her third cousin could not pursue alone. She would likely require Shen San-ye's help. After changing her attire, Qingyu boarded a carriage and once again journeyed to the western courtyard of the Shen residence. This time, the same young servant opened the door. Jade spoke, "Young brother, could you please announce our arrival?" Before she could finish, the young servant opened the door to the western courtyard and respectfully stated, "The third master has instructed that Miss Su may enter directly, without announcement." He then quietly instructed another servant to inform the third master of the lady's arrival. Qingyu pondered whether they thought she was unaware of their conversation, or if they deliberately wished for her to hear. As she made her way to the main courtyard, she encountered several young servants who paused to bow, their expressions radiating with cheerfulness. Qingyu felt as though she were the mistress of the household, receiving respectful greetings from the servants post-marriage. Upon finally reaching the study in the main courtyard, she learned that Shen San-ye was in the company of guests. Wen Zhu led her to a nearby flower hall, instructing someone to serve tea and snacks. Inside the study, Shen San-ye was engaged in discussions with several aides. Wen Zhu quietly entered, leaning close to whisper, "Third master, Miss Su has arrived." Shen San-ye's fingers, which had been tapping on the table, suddenly halted, and he interrupted Bai Zhi's discourse, saying, "We shall discuss this later. You may all return for now." Bai Zhi and the others, momentarily taken aback, speculated that a distinguished guest had arrived, and thus, they rose to depart. Shen San-ye also stood and walked in the direction of the flower hall. The western courtyard of the Shen family was devoid of maidservants, with only young boys attending to Shen San-ye. Therefore, within the flower hall, only Qingyu and her maid remained, while several young servants stood outside, waiting for instructions from within. Wen Zhu quietly asked Third Master, "Shall we select a few maidservants to serve? This would make it more convenient for Miss Su's visit." Without hesitation, Shen San-ye replied, "Not yet. I shall personally choose them before the wedding." He stepped into the flower hall, a hint of a smile gracing his features as he inquired, "Have you had lunch?"
Misu?
Qingyu nodded, responding, "I have eaten. I come today with a matter that requires your assistance." Since Shen San-ye's return to the capital, it seemed she had sought his help on several occasions. Shen San-ye appeared to dislike her excessive formality, waving his hand dismissively. "There is no need for such formalities between us. What troubles you?" Qingyu spoke candidly about the events from 18 years ago. Shen San-ye's expression gradually darkened, and once she finished, he solemnly inquired, "Is it true that such matters transpired? You seek my aid in locating that child?"
Qingyu explained.
"I have brought my mother's pregnancy pulse record and would like Mr. Zhou to examine it. I hope to ascertain whether my mother was carrying a boy or a girl. This way, I can at least narrow down my search. Additionally, I wish to ask, is Mr. Zhou a reliable person? I prefer that this matter does not become widely known before I find someone. Before any leads materialize, it was imperative that neither her mother nor the Su family learned of her inquiries. Should her efforts prove futile, she resolved to bury the matter deep within herself, ensuring her mother would not live with regret and sorrow. In recent days, she had observed that Mr. Zhou bore no animosity or distaste towards her. Perhaps in the past, he had merely been a hired hand. Shen San-ye nodded. "That is a viable approach. You need not worry about Mr. Zhou. I can assure you that this matter will remain confidential." He then called out to Wen Zhu outside, instructing him to summon Mr. Zhou.
Qingyu said.
The hope of finding that person alive is slim, and the chances of locating them while alive are even slimmer. Shen San-ye reassured her, I will investigate. And when necessary, we may have to interrogate that aunt to determine whether she directly harmed the child or entrusted them to another. After a moment's contemplation, Qingyu replied, I have considered this, but I lack evidence. I fear that if I question her, she may react violently and endanger my brother and sister's lives. At this juncture, she felt no room for risk. Qingyu pursed her lips, her eyes clouded with concern. Shen San-ye's gaze turned cold as he stated, when the time comes for her to speak, I will personally handle the interrogation. He believed there were no questions he could not unravel. Noticing the rigidity in his tone, he softened his voice, offering, let us first gather some information. This will make the interrogation more efficient. Shen San-ye's words instilled a sense of assurance in Qingyu. For reasons unknown, she felt confident that he could uncover anything. It seemed that even the most challenging issues became significantly simpler in his hands. Seeing Qingyu's tense demeanor, Shen San-ye realized the burden of this matter weighed heavily on her heart. A wave of bittersweet emotion surged within him, the source of which he could not articulate. Third Master, Mr. Zhou has arrived, Wen Zhu announced at the door before gently pushing the door to the flower hall open. Upon Mr. Zhou's entrance, Qingyu presented the pulse record, politely requesting, please, sir, assist me in determining whether my mother was carrying a boy or a girl. She inquired if the record could reveal any characteristics of that child. Chapter 82. Deliberately cradling him? Mr. Zhou accepted the pulse record and seated himself, examining it page by page. Qingyu dared not breathe, her anxiety palpable as she watched him intently. To uncover the truth of her bloodline, she suppressed any lingering resentment she held towards Mr. Zhou from her past life. Mr. Zhou studied the record for a full quarter of an hour before placing it down and stating, Madam was indeed pregnant with a boy.
Qingyu.
Her tone laced with urgency. Pressed, are you certain, sir? For a physician of Mr. Zhou's caliber, such a question could be deemed somewhat impolite. Mr. Zhou, however, exhibited no sign of displeasure. Instead, he patiently elucidated, this pulse diagnosis is meticulous, indicating that the physician who recorded it is both composed and detail-oriented, likely an experienced elder. Qingyu nodded eagerly, acknowledging that the physician responsible for this diagnosis was indeed the father of the esteemed Dr. Su of the estate, who was already in his 70s. Mr. Zhou continued, a single day's pulse may not reveal much, yet an examination of the entire gestational period's pulse indicates that it is indeed a boy. However, he hesitated momentarily before proceeding. The fetus appears to have a congenital dislocation of the left arm, which is not overtly apparent. The physician seems uncertain and intends to wait until the child is born for further observation. A congenital dislocated arm? Does this imply that his left arm may be flawed, unable to be raised or exert strength? Qingyu inquired anxiously, her lips pressed tightly as she regarded Mr. Zhou. Shen San-ye noted her tension. Her lower lip bore the faint marks of having been bitten in nervousness. He rose and approached her, gently patting her shoulder with his broad hand. It should not be a significant issue. Dislocation is not a grave concern. Do not fret too much, he spoke softly. Mr. Zhou concurred. What the third master says is correct. It is not a major ailment. Should the child be born, a capable physician can easily rectify it. Even if there is a delay, it is not a cause for alarm. My modest skills are sufficient for such a procedure. Qingyu breathed a sigh of relief, only then becoming aware of Shen San-ye's presence beside her. Please excuse my momentary lapse. I am quite well, she stated, having momentarily misconstrued the seriousness of the dislocated arm. Following Mr. Zhou's departure, Qingyu regained her composure, her expression shifting from fear and confusion to calm determination. Shen San-ye instructed someone to prepare hot tea and then took a seat opposite her, saying, let us begin by investigating the relatives and connections of that concubine. Once we ascertain that she does not have them under her control, we can interrogate her. Qingyu considered this and found the suggestion most prudent. I will have my cousin send someone to investigate the concubine's relatives, as his connections span all sorts of people. If you were to conduct the inquiry, it may draw too much attention. Shen San-ye nodded in agreement, suggesting that Wu Qin should handle the investigation thoroughly, ensuring no detail is overlooked. With a plan in place, Qingyu felt a sense of reassurance. As she stood to leave, Shen San-ye unexpectedly approached her, saying, we will eventually uncover the truth. Upon your return, attend to your duties without burdening yourself with excessive stress. While this matter has lingered for some time, there are still traces to be found. Su Qingyu gazed at Shen Jishio with gratitude, pondering a way to express her appreciation but feeling that mere words would be insufficient. She suddenly recalled the fabric that Lin had sent to the Bishi Pavilion and felt it only proper to prepare a few garments and shoes for him before their wedding. Third master, do you have a measuring tape? She inquired. Shen Jishio, puzzled, asked, what do you need a measuring tape for? With a smile, Su Qingyu replied, you have assisted me so much. I must repay you in some way. I wish to take your measurements to craft you a couple of garments. I have heard it is customary for women to prepare such things before their wedding. Even when discussing marriage, she spoke openly, exhibiting a rare confidence devoid of youthful shyness. As she spoke, she moved to his writing desk, retrieved a blank piece of rice paper, and prepared a pen. Shen Jishio's lips twitched, as if he wished to say something but ultimately swallowed his words. Shortly thereafter, Wenju entered with the measuring tape. Su Qingyu accepted it and began to take Shen Jishio's measurements, instructing Wenju to record them. Wenju ventured, Miss Su, there is no need to go to such lengths. The third master's measurements are all ready. Shen Jishio shot a cold glance at Wenju, causing him to quickly silence himself. Engrossed in her task, Su Qingyu did not catch Wenju's words and turned to ask, what did you say? What about the third master's measurements? Wenju cleared his throat and explained, I meant to say that the third master often travels, so his clothing should fit well. Miss Su, please measure carefully. After speaking, he scrutinized Shen Jishio's expression and sighed in relief. Su Qingyu remained unaware of the subtle exchange between master and servant, meticulously wrapping the measuring tape around Shen Jishio's waist. Her hand brushed against his taut waist, and the distance between his chiseled profile and her chest was merely an inch. Shen Jishio's arms instinctively rose, his entire being frozen in place. After measuring his waist, Su Qingyu proceeded to measure his inseam and shoe size. When she finally stood up, she realized Shen Jishio's arms were still raised, and she hurriedly said, all done. You may lower your arms now. Realizing the task was complete, Shen Jishio relaxed his posture, clearing his throat twice as he remarked, thank you for your efforts. Wenju detected the underlying awkwardness in Shen Jishio's tone and stifled a laugh. Su Qingyu carefully tucked the paper away and took her leave from the Shen residence. Upon exiting, she sought out Lin Wuchen and recounted the entire series of events. Lin Wuchen remained in stunned silence for a while before gravely assuring Su Qingyu that he would get to the bottom of the matter. In his eyes, she detected a glimmer of resolute intent. By the time she returned to the Vofu, it was already evening. After dinner, Su Qingyu instructed Jinju to bring the fabrics, as she intended to make her selections. Having committed to the task, she was determined to proceed with the garments. Jinju, unsure of Su Qingyu's sudden enthusiasm for sewing, nonetheless complied and retrieved the previously stored fabrics. On top of the pile lay an envelope. Su Qingyu glanced at it and asked, what is this? Jinju replied, that contains the measurements of the members of the Shen family, gifts for their introduction. Simply follow the sizes indicated. Noticing Su Qingyu's sudden change in demeanor, Jinju added, for the third master and the old lady, you will make them personally. As for the others, we will handle the stitching. Su Qingyu fixated on the envelope, questioning, does it also contain the third master's measurements? Jinju smiled and responded, my lady, it is permissible to omit others, but not his. Without his measurements, how can you craft his garments? Would you personally take his measurements? That would be quite improper. Su Qingyu recalled the moment in Shen Jishio's study when she had been so close to him, her cheeks suddenly flushing with warmth. Surely, Shen Jishio would not presume that her intentions were to embrace him. Chapter 83. A hard-shelled tortoise unmatched in all of Beijing. By heaven's honest heart, she truly did not know that the Shen family had provided the measurements. Jinju, observing Su Qingyu's reddened face, inquired, Miss, why is your face so flushed? Are you cold? Su Qingyu patted her cheeks and replied, I am not cold. Let us choose the fabrics. Together, the two selected a piece of sky blue fabric adorned with crane patterns and a bamboo green silk for everyday robes, as well as a crescent white fine cloth for making socks. For several consecutive days, Su Qingyu busied herself with sewing at the Bishi Pavilion, taking breaks to visit Lin. Before she knew it, the 10th day of the second month had arrived, marking Su Yuanqing's birthday. Early in the morning, the old lady prepared a fine jade pendant as a birthday gift and instructed the kitchen to prepare a celebratory feast for the evening. Although Su Yuanqing's current status was somewhat precarious, the old lady viewed him as her own flesh and blood. Su Qingyu observed from a distance, pondering how the old lady would react when she learned the truth. Would she become so distraught that she could not bear it? After all, no one wished for their son to wear the green hat of infidelity, especially not within their family. If the old lady were to discover that she had nearly entrusted their vast family fortune to another, would she be able to sleep soundly at night? Exiting Songha Hall, Su Qingyu contemplated why Gu Ruoyun and Zhou Buren had yet to meet. Had Gu Ruoyun sensed something amiss? Perhaps the heavens had heard her unvoiced thoughts. For just after noon, Fei Cui entered quietly, stating, "Miss, the third master has sent word that Madame Yun and Zhou Buren have gone to the eastern residence." Su Qingyu sat by the window, engaged in needlework when she heard the news. She cast aside the garment in her hands and quickly rose to her feet. "Really? Where is father now?" she asked. The maid, Fei Cui, replied, "The Marquis has been in his study since returning from court." Su Qingyu nodded and then commanded, "Fei Cui, Maneo,
Come with me.
we shall personally invite father to watch a play." She also instructed Jinju to prepare the carriage, asking Erxi to wait outside the study with a horse-drawn carriage. Exiting by Shui Pavilion, Su Qingyu hurried towards the study in the outer courtyard. After 3 months of rebirth, she had finally reached this day. Throughout these months, she had never felt as exhilarated as she did now. Upon knocking and entering Su Qingye's study, Su Qingyu spoke directly, "Father, come with me to a place." Su Qingye, who was in the midst of writing, looked up with a furrowed brow. "Where? What scheme are you concocting?" Suddenly losing her patience, Su Qingyu was eager to witness how Gu Ruoyun wove her web of deceit. And she could hardly wait to see Su Qingye's expression upon discovering the truth. She exchanged a knowing glance with Fei Cui and Maneo and instructed, "Please assist the Marquis into the carriage." Before Su Qingye could react, Fei Cui swiftly struck the back of his neck. He slumped against the desk, and the two maids, each supporting an arm, hurriedly ushered him into the carriage. The entire process was executed with such deftness that no one suspected a thing. Thus, Su Qingyu led Su Qingye out of the Marquis's residence, opting for the most forceful means to achieve her goal, despite having many other ways to accomplish it. At Zhou Buren's residence in the east of the city, Shen Jixio's men had already dealt with the servants inside. It was inappropriate for Shen Jixio to appear, so he sent Wenju to manage things from the shadows. Upon their arrival, someone guided Su Qingyu and her companions to the resting chamber adjacent to the bedroom. As they entered, they could hear the sound of heavy breathing within. The group treaded lightly, and Su Qingyu signaled for Fei Cui to cover Su Qingye's mouth before waking him. Su Qingye opened his eyes, wanting to speak, but found his mouth tightly covered and unable to produce a sound. He looked at Su Qingyu in terror, believing his daughter was about to commit parricide. Su Qingyu placed a finger to her lips, signaling for silence, and pointed towards the inside. At that moment, a narrow gap opened in the door between the resting chamber and the bedroom. From Su Qingye's vantage point, he could see two figures entwined within the bed curtains. He longed to reprimand Su Qingyu for eavesdropping with him, but his voice failed him, leaving him to glare at her with a hatred so fierce it felt as if he could pierce her with daggers from his eyes. Just then, a voice emerged from the bedroom. "Today is our son's birthday. What will you, as his father, give him?" Gu Ruoyun's delicate tone echoed, causing Su Qingye to forget about Su Qingyu and turn his attention to the room. Then, Zhou Buren's voice followed, "My modest fortune will belong to him in the future." Gu Ruoyun scoffed, "You have other sons. Can you not give them to our Yuanche?" Zhou Buren coaxed, "This wealth is all thanks to you. How could I give it to anyone else? Your scheme against the Pingning Marquis was indeed clever. Not only did we extract half of the Chung family's wealth, but he also raised our son for so many years without recompense." Gu Ruoyun's tone dripped with both softness and disdain. "He is utterly useless. If he possessed any capability, our son would have long been named heir. Relying on him is futile. I must devise other plans." Zhou Buren hurriedly inquired, "What plans?" Gu Ruoyun smiled and replied, "The eldest branch has only 2 sons. One has died. Does he have any other choices? I must be resolute. If he does not name my son as heir, I shall report him as a collaborator in the Chung family's embezzlement of disaster relief funds." Zhou Buren laughed heartily. "If he were to discover that all the evidence was deliberately left by you, I wonder what his reaction would be. In the entire capital, one could hardly find another such fool." Su Qingyu watched Su Qingye with cold eyes, noticing his reddened eyelids and the throbbing veins on his forehead. Inside, Gu Ruoyun continued, "A fool? All these years, I have humbly served him. It has only benefited him. Were it not for the title of the Marquis and the dowry from the Lin family, would I have endured such humiliation with the children? They, however, seemed to take me for someone easy to bully. Su Qingye could no longer contain his fury. He broke free from Fei Zui and Maneo's grasp and kicked open the bedroom door. He strode forward and tore aside the bed curtains. There lay Gu Ruoyun, sprawled atop Zhou Buren, her fair and smooth back exposed, her dark hair cascading down, her profile alluringly seductive. Realizing he wanted to curse, Su Qingye became aware of the obstruction in his mouth. He yanked the rag from his mouth and seized Gu Ruoyun. "You wretched woman! How dare you betray me?" Gu Ruoyun, caught off guard, paled in fright and stammered, "And Marquis, what brings you here?" Chapter 84. A romantic fool at that moment, Su Qingye was devoid of rationality. He yanked Gu Ruoyun down to the ground and lunged at Zhou Buren, landing a punch. The altercation lasted a full 15 minutes, ending only when Su Qingye, exhausted, ceased his assault. The two, bruised and battered, scrambled to gather their clothes. Su Qingyu, sensing the commotion had died down, stepped inside. "Father, today is Yuanche's birthday. Should we not return home early?" Her mention of Su Yuanche was like a dagger piercing Su Qingye's heart. He crouched down, one hand gripping Gu Ruoyun's neck. "Is Su Yuanche not my son? You deceitful woman! How could you deceive me for so many years? Cheng Rujin is not my child either, is she? You and your daughter are truly masters of lies, with hearts as cruel as a serpent's." Gu Ruoyun coughed violently, prying Su Qingye's hand from her throat.
Marquis,
"Rujin is indeed your daughter." Su Qingye's expression darkened, his voice cold. "Do you expect me to believe that? A wanton woman like you, seducing men indiscriminately, who knows whose child it truly is?" Fear flooded Gu Ruoyun's eyes as she had never seen Su Qingye so furious. She had no doubt he would kill her in an instant. With the terror of death looming over her, Gu Ruoyun's eyes narrowed as she suddenly spoke. "You cannot treat me this way. Do you not fear I will reveal what happened back then? If the emperor learns that you were an accomplice in the Cheng family's case, will you be spared?" Previously, whenever Gu Ruoyun mentioned the events in Fujian, Su Qingye's wrath would subside. She had always believed this incident gave her leverage over him, allowing her to thrive within the Su family. However, to her shock, upon hearing her threat, Su Qingye's eyes glimmered with even greater coldness. His hand, which had moved away, tightened around Gu Ruoyun's throat once more. "You dare to threaten me? Do you think I have been under your control all these years? Had it not been for our childhood friendship, I would have already killed you to resolve that matter. Gu Ruoyun, you truly possess a heart as venomous as a snake, still thinking of threatening me at such a time." Su Qingye's grip tightened further, and Gu Ruoyun's face flushed red from lack of breath. Meanwhile, Zhou Buren crawled slowly towards the door, seeking an escape. Su Qingyu leaned against the doorframe, coldly observing the unfolding drama. She had never anticipated that her oblivious father was, in fact, such a romantic fool. Previously, she had wondered why, despite Gu Ruoyun holding leverage over him, he had not disposed of her. Yet, she now realized it was due to his unwillingness to let go. As soon as Su Qingyu noticed Zhou Buren had nearly reached her feet, she cast him a disdainful glance and quietly instructed Fei Zui, "Go outside and have Wenju find 2 people to remove this man. Just say I am still of use. Do not kill me. It would be best to find an excuse to lock me away." Fei Zui turned and left to seek assistance. Before long, 2 individuals dressed like servants entered silently and escorted Zhou Buren away. By the time Su Qingye recalled Zhou Buren, Gu Ruoyun had already succumbed to unconsciousness from his grip. Noticing Zhou Buren's absence, Su Qingye rose to inquire of Su Qingyu, "Where is that scoundrel?" Su Qingyu replied coldly, "He has escaped. We could not apprehend him." "How did he manage to flee? Do your maidservants not possess martial skills? Why did they not stop him?" Su Qingye expressed his displeasure. With a furrowed brow, Su Qingyu replied, "Father, are you suggesting that I should not only assist you in catching the adulterer, but also keep an eye on him?" A breath of frustration welled up within Su Qingye, leaving him with no outlet for his ire. The thought of Zhou Buren knowing many of his secrets ignited a flicker of murderous intent in his gaze. Yet, as the moment had passed and the man had fled, he was left to devise another plan. Casting a glance at Gu Ruoyun, he bent down to lift her and proceeded to exit. Wenju had previously concealed the people in the courtyard, and Su Qingye remained unaware of Shin Jishio's involvement in this affair. At this moment, he had no time to ponder how Su Qingyu had learned of it or who had assisted her. His focus was solely on how to deal with Gu Ruoyun and how to recapture Zhou Buren. A carriage from the Su family was stationed in the courtyard. Su Qingye dragged Gu Ruoyun onto the carriage, while Su Qingyu naturally refrained from following. She instructed the driver, Erxi, to return to the estate without concern for her. As the Su family carriage departed, Wenju approached, urging her own carriage forward. "Miss Su, please board. I have sent someone to escort you home. I will handle Zhou Buren as per your instructions." Wenju spoke respectfully, her lowered gaze fixed on the ground. Even her posture resembled that of a servant before Shen Jixio. Standing with hands clasped, before boarding the carriage, Su Qingyu politely remarked to Wenju, "Thank you for your assistance today. Please extend my gratitude to Third Master upon your return." Wenju quickly replied, "Miss Su, you are too kind. This is merely my duty. Do not jest. How could I accept thanks for something Third Master values?" If Third Master were to hear this, she feared she would face punishment. Once inside the carriage, Su Qingyu discovered that this seemingly ordinary green-draped vehicle harbored unexpected delights. The interior was lined with thick, soft fur cushions, and against the walls rested several exquisitely embroidered silk pillows. 2 large luminous pearls adorned the ceiling, and upon seating, they noticed a box of pastries beside them. Feitsue opened it and gasped, "Miss, these are all your favorites." Third Master's subordinates truly excel at their tasks. It was unclear when the maidservants had begun to address Shin Jixio without the honorific, as if he were their own master, reflecting a newfound intimacy. Su Qingyu glanced at the intricately crafted pastry box and chuckled. How could he possibly know what I like? It must be mere coincidence. Yet, Ma now teased, "Miss, have you not heard the saying? A thoughtful person needs no instruction. If Third Master wishes to know your preferences, he could easily find out." Feitsue stifled a laugh, clearly in agreement with Ma Nao's sentiment. Su Qingyu rolled her eyes at the 2 maidservants, saying, "You both must have read too many romantic novels. There are not so many genuine affections in this world. It is merely a matter of weighing advantages and disadvantages." The 2 carriages entered the Su residence in tandem, halting at the second gate. Feitsue generously rewarded the Shin family's driver before sending him away. Su Qingye had already pulled Gu Ruoyun down, making his way toward the inner courtyard. At this moment, Gu Ruoyun had regained consciousness, her disheveled hair obscuring her previously dignified appearance. She attempted to break free from Su Qingye's grasp, but after several futile attempts, it appeared as though they were engaged in a struggle. Having seen enough of their spectacle, Su Qingyu decided to return and rest. Before she could turn away, another green-draped carriage entered the outer courtyard. The vehicle stopped beside Su Qingyu and Cheng Rujin. Adorned in splendid attire, descended accompanied by an unfamiliar maidservant. "Hello, cousin. I have returned to celebrate Yuanzhi's birthday." Cheng Rujin, having regained Shen Zhao's favor, appeared more radiant than during her previous childless state. Su Qingyu and her companion stood in a manner that shielded Cheng Rujin's view, preventing her from noticing Gu Ruoyun and Su Qingye. Upon hearing Cheng Rujin mention Su Yuanzhi's birthday, Su Qingyu perked up. She immediately turned and called out, "Father, your beloved daughter has returned to celebrate your son's birthday. How shall we celebrate? Should I prepare a gift?" Chapter 85. Who do you call the bastard? As Su Qingyu and her companion stepped aside, Cheng Rujin caught sight of the 2 struggling figures in the distance. She rushed forward, exclaiming, "What has happened? How could father resort to violence? Is there no way to discuss this civilly?" Cheng Rujin was aware of her lineage, having privately referred to Su Qingye as her father, while addressing him as uncle in front of others. Following Gu Ruoyun's elevation to the status of a recognized wife, her address had changed to simply father. Upon hearing Su Qingyu and Cheng Rujin's remarks, Su Qingye instinctively loosened his grip on Gu Ruoyun's collar. He turned to Cheng Rujin, a wave of disdain washing over him. "Get lost. You have no place to speak." Cheng Rujin stood frozen, taken aback by her father's tone. The look he cast upon her felt as if he were viewing something filthy. "Father, how can you speak to me this way? And mother, what wrong has she committed?" Cheng Rujin stepped forward to assist Gu Ruoyun but was forcefully shoved aside by Su Qingye. "Get out of my sight. If you dare set foot in the Su residence again, I will break your legs." With that, he dragged Gu Ruoyun toward Xiaohua Hall, ignoring Cheng Rujin's cries behind him. After Su Qingye had departed, Su Qingyu approached Cheng Rujin and whispered, "Cousin, would you like to know what transpired? I could play the benevolent one and enlighten you." Cheng Rujin frowned at Su Qingyu. "What are you scheming now? I warn you, do not involve my mother or my brother. Otherwise, I will not let this slide." Unable to contain her laughter, Su Qingyu retorted, "Not let it slide? In the Su family, I am the legitimate daughter, and you are the illegitimate offspring of a concubine. In the Shen family, you are merely a concubine brought in through the back door, while I am the officially recognized third mistress. How do you intend to confront me? Cheng Rujin raised her hand to strike Su Qingyu, cursing, "Who do you call a bastard?"
How dare you say that about me?
Fei Sui stepped forward, seizing Cheng Rujin's wrist and tossing her aside, coldly stating, "If you strike again, I shall have no qualms in retaliating." With a playful smile, Su Qingyu said, "Cousin, do not rush. There is a reason I call you a bastard. Oh, by the way, I suppose you are still unaware of your mother's circumstances?" Cheng Rujin bit her lip, glaring at Su Qingyu. She was uncertain of what Su Qingyu intended to reveal, yet she felt compelled to listen. She needed to know what had happened to her mother, and why such a significant change had occurred. Su Qingyu reveled in her vengeful delight, feeling an exhilarating sense of satisfaction. With a slight parting of her lips, her tone carried a cheerful lilt as she remarked, "Today, Father visited a residence in the eastern part of the city, belonging to Zhou Buren, the owner of the Zhou Trading Company. When he entered, can you guess what he saw?" Cheng Rujin, noting Su Qingyu's gleeful expression, ground her teeth and demanded, "Stop teasing, just tell me."
Suinjus Schrank, Gassen.
Weren't you once quite patient? Why the sudden impatience now? She referred to their previous lives, where Cheng Rujin had taken 3 years to bear Shen Zhao's child, only to be removed from the picture. Today, however, she seemed to have lost even the patience to hear a story. "If you do not speak, I shall take my leave." Though she claimed this, her feet remained firmly planted. With a cold laugh, Su Qingyu continued, "When father entered, Madame Yin was sitting on Zhou's lap, completely unclothed. I did not expect Madame Yin at over 30 to still possess such a lovely voice. The waist is supple, and the back is fair and moist." In truth, Su Qingyu did not witness anything. Both of them were fully clothed when she entered. Yet, she wished to provoke Cheng Rujin, so she indulged in her own imagination. A vivid and vibrant scene emerged in Cheng Rujin's mind. Cheng Rujin glared at Su Qingyu, exclaiming, "You speak nonsense. My mother could never do such a thing." The smile at the corner of Su Qingyu's mouth widened uncontrollably. Was she unable to bear it? "Then let me share another secret with you," she continued. "Your brother, Su Yuancheng, is also the child of your mother and that boss Zhou. Your father is already aware of this. Can you guess how he will treat your brother? As for you, you truly are the blood of the Su family. What a pity, your father no longer believes it. In his eyes, you are merely a bastard, born from your mother's illicit affair with a man." Isn't it surprising? With each word that slipped from Su Qingyu's lips, Cheng Rujin's countenance grew increasingly grim. Her hands clenched into fists, sharp fingernails digging into her palms. A wave of pain coursed through her arms, pulling her back to a semblance of rationality. "You lie. This isn't true." Cheng Rujin screamed in desperation. Though she spoke those words, she could not help but subconsciously believe Su Qingyu's claims. Cheng Rujin felt as if the sky above her had collapsed. Although she had not been acknowledged by the Su family over the years, Su Qingye had always treated her kindly in private. She had believed that the Marquis of Pingning's residence was her refuge, that this father was her support. Thus, even if she were to become a concubine in the Shen family, she would not fear. One day, she would forge a promising future for herself and her mother. However, today's revelation struck her like a heavy blow. The truth became painfully clear through Su Qingyu's words, especially in light of the scene she had just witnessed. As Su Qingyu observed Cheng Rujin's despondent expression, she recalled a past life where Cheng Rujin had flaunted her child before her. After more than 3 months of rebirth, the events of that day seemed to grow increasingly vivid. She stepped closer to Cheng Rujin, whispering in her ear, "Fear not, cousin. I shall inform you when it is time to collect the body." Cheng Rujin snapped back to reality, turning to Su Qingyu. "Is it just because I climbed into Brother Shen Zhao's bed that you treat me this way? Does he mean that much to you? You would forsake the bond of our cousinhood for a man?" Su Qingyu found this amusing. The audacity to twist the truth and turn the tables was remarkable. Yet, it was evident that Cheng Rujin had not inherited even a fraction of her mother's shrewdness. Her intentions were written all over her face. It was said that after Gu Ruoyun married into the governor's residence in Fujian, she swiftly secured the position of housekeeper within a year, even earning the respect of her father-in-law, Governor Qing Shuwen. With her cunning, Su and Cheng families had been led astray by her maneuvering over the years.
A mocking smile graced Suingwe's lips.
"I assure you, my motivations do not stem from a man. While you idolize Xin Zhao, I find him utterly repugnant. My actions towards you are driven by my insight into your true nature. You and your mother have long coveted my marriage and everything related to the marquisate. Did you believe you concealed your ambitions well? Cheng Rujin shook her head in disbelief, retreating step by step, muttering, impossible, this cannot be. She remembered every word her mother had told her, none of which had hinted at such truths. How could it seem that in a single night, Su Qingyu had laid bare everything? Su Qingyu coldly regarded Cheng Rujin, casually instructing her maid, Jade, remove her, but do not kill her.
Cheng Rujin musste.
But not in such a manner. Moreover, dying now would only serve to make her a martyr. Su Qingyu intended for her to witness the fates of her mother and brother, to understand that as long as she was in the Shen family, there would be no respite for Cheng Rujin. Thus, Cheng Rujin was forcibly expelled by Jade and Agate. As Su Qingyu turned towards the inner courtyard, before she could reach Bihui Pavilion, Jiqing, a maid by the old lady's side, approached to report, Miss. The banquet at Songha Hall for the 4th young master's birthday is ready. The old lady is waiting for you. Jiqing had received numerous rewards from Su Qingyu. Thus, she kindly offered a word of caution. Miss, be mindful in your speech. You did not present a gift for the 4th young master's birthday. And returning so late to the banquet has angered the old lady. Chapter 86. Helping you reclaim your true father. Su Qingyu paused momentarily, surprised that her grandmother awaited her for Su Yuanqing's birthday. Had the events from the outer courtyard not yet reached Songha Hall? She gently shook her head. Her grandmother, being of advanced age, no longer maintained her previous control over the inner household. Ordinarily, the servants should have informed the old lady immediately about the quarrel between her father and Gu Ruiyun. Su Qingyu gestured for Jade to bestow a reward, and Jade took out a silver ingot and placed it in Jiqing's hand, playfully saying, This is a treat from our young lady for you to enjoy some snacks. The household staff knew well that the eldest young lady was generous. Jiqing gladly accepted and thanked Su Qingyu. Su Qingyu then inquired, Have father and lady Yin arrived? Jiqing shook her head in response, Not yet. The old lady has already sent someone to summon them. Currently, concubine Shui, concubine Lian, the eldest young master, the 3rd young lady, and the 4th young lady are all in Songha Hall. As Jiqing spoke, she glanced at Jade, noting her empty hands. She added, Only you, miss, have yet to present a gift. Hearing this, Su Qingyu suddenly smiled. I actually do have a gift. Let us go present it to grandmother. In her past life, Cheng Rujin had given birth while in the marquisate, and Su Qingyu was convinced that these matters could not have been accomplished without the involvement of these elders. She would not commit patricide, but if they were to perish from anger, she would bear no blame. Soon, Su Qingyu arrived at Songha Hall. With few masters remaining in the household, only Su Qingye, Gu Ruiyun, and Lin Shi were absent. Lin Shi had yet to recover from her confinement and would not be attending. Those sent to find Su Qingye and Gu Ruiyun had not returned. The old lady, already irritated by their tardiness, naturally directed her anger towards Su Qingyu upon her arrival. Why are you so late? The entire family has been waiting for you. Do you not care about your brother's 5th birthday? You did not even prepare a gift. The old lady slammed her teacup onto the rosewood table, her piercing gaze fixed on Su Qingyu. Even if Su Qingyu had a favorable marriage prospect, in the old lady's eyes, it paled in comparison to her grandson's importance. Such was the ingrained mentality of noble families. It mattered not if one secured a good match, or even ascended to a higher status. All actions were ultimately to benefit the family. Countless daughters had been reduced to mere instruments for their brother's advancement. Seeing the old lady's fury, Su Qingyu felt no trepidation, nor did she offer apologies or elaborate explanations. Instead, she smiled lightly and said, Grandmother, please do not be angry. How could I not prepare a gift for my brother? On such an important day, a mere ordinary gift would be insufficient. I have prepared something grand for Yuanqing. Su Yuanqing donned a satin coat embroidered with 5 blessings, adorned with a gold pendant shaped like a rui around his neck. When silent, he resembled a fortunate doll from a New Year painting. However, the household was well aware that this 4th young master was spoiled beyond reason by the old lady. A true rascal who commanded authority even at the tender age of 5. Su Qingyu had little interaction with this brother in the past, and since her rebirth, she had scarcely acknowledged him. Yet today, as it was his birthday, his nursemaid had informed him that today he was the most important. Noticing the multitude of gifts bestowed upon him, and with his grandmother's reprimand directed at Su Qingyu, his interest was piqued. Su Yuanqing approached Su Qingyu, gazing up at her. Where is my gift? Hurry and bring it out. His tone was akin to that of a master chastising a servant. A wave of disdain washed over Su Qingyu. Yet she lowered her head and offered him a smile. With a smile playing at the corners of her lips, Su Qingyu said, "Of course. Sister has a gift for you. I have found your biological father." Her words left everyone in the Songha Hall's banquet room in stunned silence, their mouths agape. Except for Su Yuanjia, who gazed at her in bewilderment. He asked, "My biological father? Is he here to celebrate my birthday? Has he prepared a birthday gift for me?" At 5 years old, the child was still oblivious to the meaning of biological father. Having received many gifts that day, he instinctively associated this news with presents. Su Qingyu cleared her throat twice and replied, "What this sister knows is limited. It depends on what your adoptive father thinks." Their earnest exchange sent shivers down the spines of those listening. The old matriarch snapped back to reality and scolded Su Qingyu. "What nonsense are you spouting? What do you mean by biological father and adoptive father?" Su Qingyu curled her lip. "Does grandmother not know? Today, father personally caught Madame Yun with a man in bed. That man claimed to be Yuanjia's true father. Thankfully, I had someone intercept the edict. Had the crown prince's decree been issued, we would have been the laughingstock of the entire capital. The ancestors of the Su family would surely rise in anger from the ancestral hall." The old matriarch's expression changed, and she steadied herself against the mahogany table, her body swaying slightly before she regained composure. "Is that true? How come I was unaware of this?" No sooner had she posed the question than a maid rushed in, exclaiming, "Old matriarch, you must hurry. The Marquis is about to kill Madame Yun." The maid hesitated to continue as the old matriarch, filled with rage, commanded, "What did the Marquis say? Speak plainly." The frightened maid swallowed hard and stammered. "The Marquis ordered to bind the fourth young master. He wants to kill him too." As soon as the words left her lips, the old matriarch was already on her feet, striding outside. The onlookers had no choice but to follow her toward the Xiaohua Hall. Su Yuanjia's wet nurse anxiously clutched him, trailing beside the old matriarch. Among the crowd, the one most delighted was Aunt Shui. Previously worried that Su Qingye would insist on choosing Su Yuanjia as the heir, she now felt secure. Since Yuanjia was not of the Su bloodline, the title of heir apparent would undoubtedly belong to her son. Su Qingyu lingered at the back of the crowd, intent on observing whether Su Qingye could carry through with his intentions, pondering if she might need to intervene further. As they reached the entrance of the Xiaohua Hall, a woman's anguished screams echoed from within the courtyard. Normally composed, Su Qingyu involuntarily shivered at the sound. A servant pushed open the courtyard gates, and before they could enter, the stench of blood assaulted their senses. The first to step inside, the old matriarch's complexion shifted. The wet nurse holding Su Yuanjia glanced around and quickly retreated. Aunt Shui, upon seeing the scene in the courtyard, doubled over and began to retch. Only Su Qingyu remained unfazed, her gaze unwavering as she observed Gu Ruoyun being mercilessly beaten by Su Qingye. The metallic scent of blood wafted around her, and for the first time, she found it oddly intoxicating. Gu Ruoyun was barely recognizable, her body covered in blood, her original form lost. Su Qingye wielded a barbed whip with a menacing look. The servants of the Xiaohua Hall knelt in fear, while a few timid maids huddled together. The old matriarch furrowed her brow and stepped forward, her voice grave as she asked, "What has transpired to warrant such brutality? Is there a misunderstanding?" Even now, she could not bring herself to believe Su Qingyu's words. She refused to accept that Gu Ruoyun could be such a person. Chapter 87. Am I to mourn her in sackcloth and ashes? At this moment, Su Qingye bore no trace of his usual handsome and refined demeanor. He seemed like a demon emerging from the depths of hell. When he recognized the questioner as the old matriarch, he suppressed his coldness and replied, "Mother, I witnessed her in bed with another man. For years she has plotted against me, against the Su family. If I do not kill her today, my heart's hatred will not be quelled." With each word pronounced with conviction, he raised his hand and lashed out again. When Gu Ruoyun fell silent, he ordered the servant beside him, "Douse her with water. Add chili pepper water." A basin of crimson liquid splashed onto Gu Ruoyun. A piercing scream echoed, filling the air with despair, transforming the Xiaohua Hall into a veritable den of torment. The old matriarch, having received Su Qingye's explanation, ceased her attempts to dissuade him. No man wishes to wear the green hat of infidelity, and from what Su Qingye said, there seemed to be deeper issues at play. Now that matters had escalated, the old matriarch twirled her prayer beads and exited the Xiaohua Hall. Those present followed suit, gradually departing. The wet nurse, unsure of what to do, could only take the child to rest in the back. Su Qingyu was the last to leave, casting one last deep glance at the bloodied figure suspended in the courtyard. On her way back, she felt as though a great weight had been lifted from her chest, her spirit buoyed. That evening, as Qingyu went to the kitchen to fetch dishes, she returned while laying the table and remarked, "While I was at the kitchen, I encountered Shui Mei from Furong Courtyard. I learned that Aunt Shui had taken money to order a lavish feast from the kitchen. Is it someone's birthday at Furong Courtyard today?" Just as Su Qingyu washed her hands, Amber was applying rose-scented cream to her skin, the delicate fragrance lifting her spirits. With a smile, Su Qingyu replied, "Aunt Shui is celebrating our elder brother's elevation to heir of the marquise. Soon this vast estate will be in hand. What does it matter if we indulge in some fine dishes?" Qingyu, somewhat indignant, huffed, "Heaven is truly blind. If only Our Lady had given birth to a legitimate son." Emerald quickly interjected, "You mustn't speak such words in front of the lady. Surely our miss has a plan. After all, the title of heir must be preserved for our true eldest son. We cannot allow the marquis to slip away just because we found the rightful heir." Su Qingyu settled at the table, sipping her soup before stating, "Emerald is right. The marquisite's title must not fall into the hands of others. In the coming days, remain vigilant as you move about the estate. Inform me promptly of any rumors from Xiahua Hall or Furong Courtyard." The maids responded in unison, and Su Qingyu began to enjoy her meal. Tonight's supper tasted better than usual, and she found herself consuming a bowl and a half more than normal. The next morning, while Su Qingyu was still lost in slumber, Emerald shook her awake. "Miss, wake up quickly. Something has happened at Xiahua Hall." Su Qingyu opened her eyes with effort, her voice softer than usual as she asked, "What has happened? Surely my oblivious father hasn't forgiven Gu Ruoyan again?" She truly did not wish to rise. She had only fallen asleep at dawn after a night filled with excitement. Emerald continued, "Madame Yun is dead. She was beaten to death by the marquis." Su Qingyu responded with a nonchalant as this news fell well within her expectations. Had Su Qingyu not acted with such severity, she would have intervened herself. Emerald added, "The fourth young master is dead as well. He was smothered by the marquis. The old matriarch is currently discussing how to mourn." Su Qingyu's mind, previously clouded, cleared instantly as she sprang upright in bed. "Smothered?" She pressed for confirmation. Emerald nodded, explaining that the marquis took the child in the middle of the night, and by the time the wet nurse discovered it, it was already too late. Su Qingyu remained stunned for a moment before finally saying, "It is for the best. Living would only mean suffering." Qingyu entered, holding a simple moonlight-colored dress with a light-colored short jacket. Su Qingyu glanced at it and instructed, "Bring me the red embroidered skirt with lotus petals and intertwining branches and the red cloud-patterned cloak gifted by the third master." Qingyu hesitated for a moment before saying, "Miss, given that someone has died in the household, is it appropriate to wear such attire?" Su Qingyu dismissed her concern. What did the dead think? However, she feared the whispers that her family's young lady was undisciplined and too flamboyant. Yet, Su Qingyu remained unfazed, smiling as she remarked, "If the dead do not rise, why should I dress otherwise?" Following her instructions, when the attire was prepared, she had already adorned herself with makeup and jewelry. Her vibrant and festive attire seemed more suited for a celebration than a mourning occasion. As usual, she visited Songhua Hall to pay her respects to the matriarch. Upon seeing Su Qingyu clad in bright red, the steward, Su Zhong, couldn't help but twitch his lips. He thought to himself that he had never seen the young lady so jubilant, and this certainly did not resemble a funeral. Noticing Su Zhong approaching from the direction of Songhua Hall, Su Qingyu inquired, "Uncle Zhong, where are you rushing off to?" Su Zhong halted and replied, "To answer the young lady. The marquis has instructed me to arrange the funeral for Lady Yun and the fourth young master. I must go to the treasury to withdraw funds for purchases. Their deaths had come so suddenly, and there was much to procure." After saying this, Su Zhong intended to head outside, but Su Qingyu called him to stop. "Wait, do not go. Just take a grass mat, roll it up, and bury it at the foot of West Mountain." Su Zhong was taken aback, then hesitantly replied, "Young lady, that simply won't do. The marquis personally commanded me to see this through. If I do not, he will surely blame me." The marquis stated that this concerns the reputation of the marquisate. "Suinju skoft goldli, reputationen? Does the marquisate still possess any dignity? I shall not make this difficult for you. I will speak to my father about it. Just wait here. Even if you go to the treasury, you cannot withdraw a single tael." With that, she turned and entered Songha Hall. Su Zhong dared not move, waiting outside for news. How the funeral would proceed depended on the decisions of the masters. As Su Qingyu entered, the matriarch was conversing with Su Qingye. Although the person had died, the dignity that needed to be upheld still had to be honored, as that too reflected on the marquise. Su Qingye simply nodded in agreement. Remaining silent, the matriarch continued, regardless of what is said outside, as long as we do not acknowledge it, it remains mere rumor. A well-managed funeral will see this matter put to rest. In my view, the funeral should not only be conducted with simplicity, but should also be grand. The events of Su Qingye catching his wife in the act of infidelity had already circulated throughout the capital. With the deaths of Gu Ruoyun and the child, even a fool could surmise the circumstances. The matriarch was deeply contemplating how to maintain the Su family's dignity. Su Qingyu signaled for Jadeite to lift the curtain, entering with a frigid demeanor. She coldly stated, "I disagree." Chapter 88. The dignity of the Su family. Upon seeing Su Qingyu enter, Su Qingye instinctively turned away. Truth be told, he was aware of the truth behind the matter, thanks to Su Qingyu. However, he could not openly express gratitude for her assistance in uncovering the infidelity. The thought of a father-daughter duo caught in such a scandal would only invite ridicule. Su Qingyu, seemingly oblivious to Su Qingye's discomfort, took a seat beside him and said, "The events of yesterday have already spread like wildfire in the capital. What does it mean to host a grand funeral at this time?
What has our Su family become?
What has my father become? We would truly become a laughingstock." Su Qingye remained silent, while the matriarch pondered. It is precisely because the matter is so widely known that we must handle it properly to quell the rumors.
Su Qingyu forrolet her bereis tightly.
Realizing that the adage about burying one's head in the sand was not merely a sage's teaching, but an actual strategy. Was her grandmother truly treating the citizens of the capital as fools? Seeing the frown on Su Qingyu's face, the matriarch sighed. "Qingyu, once a person has died, their grievances also fade. Some things are done for the living." Su Qingyu internally scoffed. Did death truly erase grievances? In her view, past grievances would be settled with that mother-daughter pair, one by one. What did it matter if one died? Who said that the dead were absolved of their debts? Grandmother. Even if she is dead, it does not change her guilt of infidelity. Furthermore, over the years, Mother has diligently managed the family's external affairs, allowing her to exploit opportunities within the household. Now, you wish to use my mother's hard-earned money to conduct a funeral for Gu Ruoyun? I will not agree to that. Not even for my mother. In truth, Su Qingye also did not wish to arrange a funeral for Gu Ruoyun, but he could not bear to hear that all the wealth of the Su family was earned by Lin. Su Qingyu's words stirred his rebellious spirit. After a moment of contemplation, he said, "The funeral must be held. Otherwise, what will others think of our family? Your grandmother is right. This is something for the living. We shall arrange it splendidly. You and your siblings should return and change into mourning attire. After all, she was the legitimate wife of the household." Seeing that the two were obstinate, Su Qingyu lost her patience and coldly declared, "If you can swallow this bitterness, I cannot. If you insist on proceeding, I shall find my own way to vent my anger." Su Qingye, unfazed, replied, "As long as the matter is handled with dignity, you may do as you wish, be it digging up graves or desecrating corpses." Su Qingyu, filled with rage, retorted with a sardonic smile, "Desecrating corpses? I have no interest in her remains. I shall return and turn this incident into a tale to be shared in the tea-houses throughout the capital." Su Qingye, having just taken a sip of tea, sprayed it across the floor upon hearing Su Qingyu's words. He slammed the teacup aside and exclaimed angrily, "What kind of method is that? Are we to sacrifice the dignity of the Su family?"
Su injustud, esertino, dignity?
You wish to hold a grand funeral for a woman who committed adultery and plotted against the Su family's title? It would be better to toss her out on a grass mat, allowing the world to see the integrity of the Su family. Though her words dripped with sarcasm, the matriarch understood Su Qingyu's stance. Exchanging glances with Su Qingye, both felt a twinge of uncertainty. On one hand, the situation did indeed carry the odor of burying their heads in sand. On the other, they genuinely feared that Su Qingyu might seek out storytellers. Given her recent behavior, it was entirely plausible. If that were to happen, the Su family would truly become the laughingstock of the capital, and the dignity accrued over generations would vanish in an instant. Ultimately, it was Su Qingye who spoke up, "Then let it be as you say. Instruct the steward to have her buried in the western suburbs." Su Qingyu, satisfied, replied, "The steward is waiting outside. I shall inform him immediately." The matriarch, feeling troubled, noted that the discussion had reached a conclusion and said, "Let this be the course of action. You two may return now." As father and daughter rose to leave Songha Hall, Su Qingye was about to walk away when Su Qingyu called out, "Father, please wait."
Su Qingye halted, impatiently asking, "What now?"
Su Qingyu stood beside him, calm and composed, stating, "For the next 3 years, the marquisate cannot establish an heir."
"Why?"
he demanded, irritation creeping into his voice. "This matter does not concern you. You are a young lady about to be married. Focus on your own preparations." Su Qingye was momentarily taken aback, then replied with displeasure. Su Qingyu's voice dropped to a whisper, "Zhou Buren is in my hands. If you do not wish for the past to be revealed, risking your title and position, it would be prudent to heed my words. Had it not been for my brother, I might have already placed evidence of your crimes in the hands of the censors." "What title? What marquisate? I have no interest in such things. Yet I have my own interest to protect. This title belongs to my brother, and I must help him safeguard it." Su Qingye's expression shifted. His teeth clenched as he asked, "Are you threatening me? Where is he?" Su Qingyu shook her head. "I truly do not know where he is, but should I wish, he could easily report you to the Dali Temple tomorrow. Think carefully, father. A mere 3 years without an heir will have little impact on you." With that, she turned and departed without waiting for a response. Pearl, standing nearby, looked confused and asked, "Miss, what if we still cannot find the eldest young master in 3 years? In the event that the Marquis establishes an heir, what shall we do if we find the eldest son in our 4th or 5th year?" Zhenju wore a conflicted expression, furrowing her brows for quite some time without arriving at a conclusion. Su Qingyu chuckled softly, stating, "That is a matter for 3 years hence. As long as I desire it, I can ensure the Marquis residence remains without an heir for a decade. However, we must first await news of my brother. Only then can we plan ahead." Before they reached the Bai Shui pavilion, the steward, Su Zhong, hurriedly approached. "Miss, the Marquis previously indicated a grand funeral. So, I instructed someone to notify the young lady to return for mourning. Now, however, the Marquis has changed his mind, yet the young lady has already arrived. What should we do?" Young Master Shen accompanied her as well. "Shall we let them in or not? If we do, there is no mourning canopy. How shall they pay their respects?" Su Zhong's face reflected his dilemma, unable to make a decision. Su Qingyu halted her steps and inquired, "Where is the body currently being kept?" Su Zhong replied, "It is on the ground in the outer courtyard, leaning against the western wall. We were about to send it to the western suburbs." Su Qingyu contemplated for a moment and said, "Since the young lady has shown such filial piety, let them in. Do not send the body to the western suburbs just yet. Let it remain here for now." She then addressed Jinzhu and Jing Chui. "Let us also go and pay our respects. The young lady is so devoted, she ought to keep vigil for her mother, after all." In the outer courtyard, at the foot of the western wall, 2 bodies, one large and one small, lay upon a mat, covered with white cloth. Su Qingyu stood 10 meters away, staring intently, her expression devoid of emotion. Behind her, the steward's voice broke the silence. "Greetings, young Master Shen." Mississippi. Su Qingyu turned to see Xin Zhao and Cheng Rujin, both clad in mourning garments, approaching. Since the last encounter at Rui Tower, when Shen Zhao had been chastised and punished by Shen Jixiu, Su Qingyu had not laid eyes on him again. She had not anticipated his presence alongside Cheng Rujin today. It seemed Cheng Rujin had completely won him over, otherwise, given his status, he should not be accompanying a concubine to a funeral. "Since you both have arrived, let us bow and offer incense," Su Qingyu said calmly. Cheng Rujin stepped forward and immediately knelt beside the body, weeping uncontrollably beside Guru Yun. A maid brought incense, candles, and paper money, arranging them simply above the 2 corpses. The simplicity of this funeral was even more austere than that of a peasant household, were this set up by the roadside. One might even believe Cheng Rujin was selling herself to bury her mother. "Weren't we supposed to conduct a grand funeral?" Shen Zhao suddenly spoke coldly. From the moment he entered, his gaze had been fixed on Su Qingyu's striking red figure. A tumult of emotions coursed through him, a blend of love and hate, though the latter far outweighed the former. Even the remnants of love seemed merely an obsession to possess. His earlier remark was not intended to support Cheng Rujin. It was merely an attempt to assert his presence in front of Su Qingyu. Hearing Shen Zhao's question, Cheng Rujin rose with the help of a maid. The fact that Shen Zhao was willing to accompany her and stand by her side brought her a sense of relief. Cheng Rujin then turned to Su Qingyu and asked, "Is the family still unprepared?" She was already aware of the rumors circulating in the capital, and since entering the estate, she had not dared to inquire about how her mother and brother had met their end. When the Su family had sent for her return to mourn, claiming they would hold a grand funeral, she had breathed a sigh of relief. At least this way, her mother would maintain some dignity in death, which would ease her own life in the Shen household considerably. It was not that she did not wish to seek justice for her mother. The deceased had departed, and she had to consider her own future. Su Qingyu replied coolly, "Given the disgraceful actions of Madame Yun, the Su family cannot possibly grant her a grand burial." Cheng Rujin's eyes, swollen from tears, flared with indignation. "Wasn't it said that we would conduct a grand funeral? Are you the one obstructing this?" A slight smile played at the corners of Su Qingyu's lips, her crimson cloak wrapping around her, exuding a cold elegance. "A grand funeral? What form do you envision for such a ceremony, dear cousin?" Cheng Rujin frowned, replying, "The necessary rites must be observed, and the mourning hall must be properly arranged. Moreover, close friends and relatives should come to pay their respects, and we must invite high monks to pray for the departed soul. None of this can be omitted." In Cheng Rujin's view, even if her mother had committed disgraceful acts, the Su family should not stoop so low as to quibble with a deceased person. Su Qingyu nearly burst into laughter. Cheng Rujin had no standing to make demands of her. "None of what you suggested is feasible. However, I am aware of your renowned filial piety. I have already inquired with the master. There is a method to ensure Madame Yun swiftly ascends to the realm of bliss, avoiding the torments of hell." Cheng Rujin looked at Su Qingyu in confusion. What method? The vivid red of Su Qingyu's attire pierced Cheng Rujin's heart like a dagger, causing her to instinctively avert her gaze, unwilling to look at Su Qingyu. The master stated that if a close relative kneels before the spirit for 3 days and nights, even the Buddha will be moved to escort Madame Yun to the realm of bliss, Su Qingyu proclaimed. She added with a smirk, "Cousin, you are famously devoted. Do not say 3 days. Even if it were to require your life in service before the spirit, you would not utter a word of dissent, would you?" Cheng Rujin bit her lip as she gazed at Su Qingyu, feeling trapped by those words. It was only mid-February, though the weather had warmed slightly. The nights remained bitterly cold. Kneeling for 3 days, she might not survive the night, possibly freezing to death. Yet Su Qingyu's words left her no room for rebuttal. If she were to refuse Su Qingyu's proposal now, she would immediately be labeled as an unfilial daughter. Frozen in place, she found herself unable to voice her denial. Cheng Rujin turned to Shen Zhao, hoping he would intercede. However, his gaze remained fixed on Su Qingyu, his expression complex and profound. Cheng Rujin felt an intense rage building within her. Under the audacious gaze of Su Qingyu, she slowly knelt down. The mat beneath her was thin, and kneeling on it felt no different than kneeling on cold stone. In mere moments, Cheng Rujin felt a sharp pain in her knees. Remaining still in that position, the biting wind seeped into her bones. Su Qingyu stood to the side, observing coldly. Should Cheng Rujin truly kneel here until death, she would certainly provide her with a splendid coffin. Shen Zhao remained motionless, offering neither words of protest, nor even a concerned glance toward Cheng Rujin. His gaze was dark and brooding as he fixated on Su Qingyu, his thoughts inscrutable. Upon closer inspection, one could discern the possessiveness and ambiguous emotions swirling within his eyes. Cheng Rujin glanced at Shen Zhao, consumed by jealousy to the point of madness. Had he not vowed to harbor only hatred for Su Qingyu in the future? Yet, the expression in his eyes betrayed a yearning that was unmistakably obsessive. As her mind raced, she suddenly placed a hand on her forehead and leaned to the side, feigning a fainting spell. A nearby maid quickly knelt to support her, whispering, "Are you unwell, my lady?" Cheng Rujin's face turned pale, and tears streamed down her cheeks. She turned to Shen Zhao, murmuring, "Brother Shen, I think I may be with child." Shen Zhao was taken aback, stepping forward and kneeling beside her. "When did this happen? How was I unaware? Have you not been taking preventative measures?" Since Cheng Rujin's previous miscarriage, the matriarch had ensured she received contraception, which she was to take daily. The matriarch had been clear. No concubine was permitted to bear children before the legitimate wife entered the household. Thus, upon hearing Cheng Rujin's claim of pregnancy, Shen Zhao's immediate reaction was disbelief. Cheng Rujin pressed her lips together and explained, "I found the taste unpalatable, so I haven't taken it for the past 2 times." Shen Zhao's brow furrowed, but ultimately, it was his own flesh and blood. He turned to Su Qingyu, pondering aloud. Perhaps we should let her return to the Shen household to recite scriptures and pray for blessings. It would serve the same purpose. However, a wave of suspicion washed over Su Qingyu. The last medicine she had given to Cheng Rujin had been quite potent. Logically, after taking that medicine, it would be improbable for her to conceive again within 1 or 2 years. Madame Shen, with utmost caution, instructed someone to deliver a contraceptive potion, further diminishing the likelihood of Cheng Rujin's pregnancy. Did she truly conceive such a foolish notion to avoid kneeling? Is she not wary of lifting a stone only to crush her own foot? Noticing Shen Zhao still observing her, Su Qingyu's lips curled slightly. Was her cousin paying filial piety alongside the child in her womb? Surely, that would hasten her elderly aunt's passage to paradise. Chapter 90. Heartbeat Cheng Rujin's complexion shifted as she attempted to rise, yet was rendered immobile by a single remark from Su Qingyu. Shen Zhao regarded Su Qingyu with displeasure, asserting the significance of descendants and urging Miss Su not to impose undue hardship. Su Qingyu scoffed, retorting that it was not her hand that forced her to kneel. The act of filial duty was one Cheng Rujin chose for herself, and thus, it bore no relation to her. It was as if she were being accused of harming the offspring of the Shen family. Shen Zhao, perplexed, was initially there for Su Qingyu. Yet the chill in her demeanor stirred an inexplicable fury within him. His words became unfiltered, his gaze dark with malice. Should you dare to harm the child of the Shen family, I will not let this matter rest. At that moment, Shen Jishio approached, exuding an overwhelming aura of authority, and inquired, "Who do you intend to confront?" Before Su Qingyu could turn, he had already positioned himself beside her, the hem of his cloak billowing in the cold wind. Shen Zhao, taken aback by Shen Jishio's presence, quickly bowed in respect. "Greeting, uncle. I hope you are well." Shen Jishio regarded him coldly, asking, "Who do you intend to confront?" Shen Zhao stood there, hands at his sides, unable to find his voice under the weight of Shen Jishio's stare. Cheng Rujin, seizing the moment, stepped forward, bowing slightly as she spoke tenderly. "I pay my respects to uncle. Please do not blame the eldest young master. He accompanied me to pay homage to my mother. My elder cousin insisted I kneel here to express my filial piety. The eldest young master was merely concerned for the child in my womb, which is why he spoke so hastily. Please do not hold it against him." Cheng Rujin's voice was soft and melodious, her tearful eyes glistening like dewdrops. Her lips pressed together, she appeared as a delicate willow swaying in the breeze, yet exuded a feigned strength. Su Qingyu admired her from the depths of her heart. With such a demeanor, how could any man remain unmoved? She instinctively glanced towards Shen Jishio, only to find his disdainful gaze sweeping past Cheng Rujin. He then turned to Shen Zhao, coldly inquiring, "Have you lost your tongue? When did it become the prerogative of a concubine to speak in your stead?" Shen Zhao, instinctively wiping his forehead for non-existent beads of sweat, stammered, "Uncle. I spoke out of turn." Shen Jishio coolly acknowledged him before questioning, "You accompany a concubine to mourn? Who taught you such manners? A concubine entering the door first is already a grave taboo. Do you dare to brazenly attend a funeral with a concubine by your side? As if you wish to emulate those foolish souls who favor concubines over wives?" Shen Jishio's words were sharp as a blade, causing Shen Zhao to lower his head further. Cheng Rujin gazed up at Shen Jishio, unable to tear her eyes away. This was a man of true stature. In comparison, Shen Zhao seemed like a child unable to bear the weight of responsibility. It was then that she realized the effort she had expended to climb the ranks with Shen Zhao was merely to grasp at the finest view from the foothills. Yet Su Qingyu effortlessly stood atop the mountain. Why was that? Why could she, having broken off her engagement, still aspire to wed someone like Third Master Shen? Previously, Cheng Rujin had thought Su Qingyu's only advantage lay in her lineage, but now she recognized that lineage was an insurmountable chasm for her. "Uncle, please quell your anger. Excessive rage harms the body," Cheng Rujin said softly, once more. Shen Jishio's brows knitted tightly. A concubine had repeatedly interjected in his presence. Had the rules of the Shen family become mere shadows of their former selves? Shen Zhao, sensing the chill emanating from Shen Jishio, swiftly understood the situation. With a resounding slap, Shen Zhao turned and struck Cheng Rujin, admonishing, "When uncle speaks, how dare you interject?" Cheng Rujin covered her face, quivering and too timid to utter another word. Su Qingyu stood aside, observing with cold detachment, having perceived the lingering gaze Qingyu had fixed upon Shen Jishio. That gaze displeased her greatly. After all, the man beside her was her future husband. How could she allow another to covet him? Although Shen Zhao had already reprimanded her, Su Qingyu refrained from further comment. She preferred to devise a decisive blow rather than engage in meaningless threats. Seemingly aware of Su Qingyu's ire, Shen Jishio suddenly leaned in closer, speaking in a tone audible only to them. A mere concubine poses no real threat. If you find her displeasing, I shall ensure she is sent away. Though it was not proper for an uncle to interfere in his nephew's domestic affairs, he possessed countless means to ensure this woman would not obstruct Su Qingyu. They stood close together, and the warmth of Shen Jishio's breath brushed against Su Qingyu's ear, causing her fair skin to flush a deep crimson. A fluttering sensation coursed through her heart, only to vanish as quickly as it had come.
Instinctively, Qingyu nodded.
And from Shen Jishio's vantage point, he caught a glimpse of her long eyelashes casting shadows over her sparkling eyes. While Shen Jishio was momentarily captivated by Su Qingyu's beauty, Shen Zhao interjected, "Uncle, forgive my transgressions, I shall take her home at once." Shen Jishio, returning to his senses, offered a nonchalant response. "Go to the ancestral hall and kneel there. Rise only after you've reflected on your actions." Shen Zhao readily affirmed, "Yes, I shall remember." He bore a deep-seated trepidation towards his uncle, instilled since childhood. Once Shen Zhao departed, Su Qingye, who had been standing quietly nearby, cautiously approached Lord Shen. "What brings you here? Is there something amiss?" After much deliberation, he managed to utter the title Lord Shen. He had contemplated calling him Lord Elder, but reconsidered given their current relationship as in-laws. He thought to address him as Jishio, but the words caught in his throat, resulting in the formal address. Having overheard Shen Jishio reprimanding his nephew, an unexplainable guilt washed over him, particularly at the mention of favoring concubines over wives, which seemed to be directed at him. Thus, Su Qingye instinctively stood to the side with a respectful demeanor, appearing unable to distinguish between father-in-law and son-in-law. Shen Jishio spoke. "I come at my mother's behest to deliver some treats from home to Miss Su." Su Qingyu blinked in surprise, and then noticed the delicate red lacquered wooden boxes being held by Wenju behind him. Shen Jishio continued, "I have a few words to share with you. Is this convenient?" "Let us retire to the small study nearby," Su Qingyu replied. Su Qingye, observing the exchange, remarked, "You two converse. I have matters to attend to and shall take my leave." Shen Jishio nodded. "Please, Lord Su." The two entered the small study where Su Qingyu typically reviewed accounts, leaving Jinju and Huayu stationed outside. Upon entering, Shen Jishio presented the treat boxes, saying, "These are your favorite delicacies, especially the osmanthus cakes inside, made from the honey my mother brewed last year, just opened." Recalling the treats from their carriage ride, Su Qingyu blurted, "How does Third Master know what I enjoy?" Chapter 91. Am I not already devoted to you? Su Qingyu's question was natural, and Shen Jishio answered with equal candor. "I had Wenju inquire." "Thank you, Third Master, for your thoughtful consideration," Su Qingyu responded graciously. Shen Jishio suddenly cleared his throat twice, adding, "When you performed the seventh-day memorial for me, the offerings were also my favorites." Su Qingyu, recalling that ceremony, tilted her head and stifled a laugh, ultimately unable to contain herself, bursting into laughter. Shen Jishio, smiling, inquired, "What brings you such joy?" "I remembered your words that day. This scripture must not go to waste. So, Third Master, are you saying you took it to heart? What insights did you glean?"
Qingyu teased.
Shen Jishio's profound gaze shimmered with a ripple of emotion as he replied, "I indeed listened intently. Few in the capital sincerely wished to assist me. After hearing that scripture, my fortunes turned in the northwest. Perhaps your reminder, coupled with the Buddha's blessings, played a role. Ultimately, it is all due to your kindness. On this fine day," Su Qingyu, in a playful mood, teased, "then this shall be regarded as a life-saving grace. How shall Third Master repay me?" Shen Jishio took a sip of tea. His elegant brows lowered as he softly replied, "Have I not already offered myself in return?" Su Qingyu countered, "How did it come to him offering himself?" She deftly shifted the topic, asking, "Third Master mentioned he had something to say to me. What is it?" Shen Jishio set down the white porcelain teacup and quietly stated, "I have investigated the matter concerning the crown prince." Instantly intrigued, Su Qingyu looked up at him. "Oh, what happened?" A cold smile flickered at the corners of Shen Jishio's mouth as he recounted. There was a lady-in-waiting in the Eastern Palace, named Qingdai. who had captured the crown prince's affection. They gradually developed feelings for each other and secretly ventured out of the palace for outings. Unfortunately, they were discovered by the crown prince's mother, the virtuous consort, who ordered Qingyu to be executed. The attire you wore that day was identical to what Qingyu wore when she left the palace. Upon hearing this, Qingyu's expression darkened. Li Chaoyan did this on purpose. She intends for the crown prince to notice me and wishes to elevate me to a concubine in the Eastern Palace. Shen San-ye continued. It is said that the lady-in-waiting Qingyu was not particularly remarkable in appearance, yet she was diligent and managed the affairs of the Eastern Palace with great care. On that day, when the crown prince visited, you were preoccupied with disaster relief, which naturally drew his attention. Suddenly, Qingyu feigned a look of sorrow at Shen San-ye. Third Master, is Li Chaoyan's treatment of me directed at you?
What does this imply?
A beauty bringing disaster? I have long heard that Third Master is the object of many young ladies' dreams in the capital, and now it seems the rumors hold true. Shen San-ye choked on the tea he had just sipped, coughing several times before regaining his composure. Noticing his slight embarrassment, Qingyu quickly inquired about the matter at hand. In your view, has the crown prince given up? She added, this situation will not affect you, will it? Shen San-ye's gaze flickered momentarily as he recalled his encounter with the crown prince at the cabinet yesterday. The crown prince had sought out Elder Chen and crossed paths with Shen San-ye. After exchanging pleasantries, Shen San-ye took his leave. However, before he could exit, he overheard the crown prince reprimanding a young eunuch, exclaiming that a certain parrot was his favorite and questioning who permitted them to touch it. The young eunuch, terrified, knelt in apology, but Shen San-ye understood that a rift had formed between him and the crown prince. This matter was fundamentally unrelated to Qingyu. It was merely a matter of royal dignity not to be disregarded, as Shen San-ye had unwittingly offended the crown prince. Nevertheless, this incident revealed the crown prince's lack of depth and his narrow-mindedness, which would hinder his potential for greatness. Seeing Shen San-ye's expression darkening, Qingyu felt a twinge of guilt and asked, have I caused you trouble? The incident that day was indeed my fault. I examined my clothing carefully and noticed nothing amiss. Additionally, my attire was quite unpresentable. Shen San-ye waved his hand dismissively. This is not your fault. There are thieves, but no perpetual vigilance against them. Moreover, the crown prince's secret is unknown to most. Even I only discovered it after sending someone to investigate thoroughly. You could not possibly foresee everything. Reassured by his words, Qingyu inquired, if I encounter the crown prince again, what should I be mindful of? Once she marries into the Shen family, she will become the third madam of the Shen household. Opportunities to attend banquets will abound, and she will inevitably meet nobility from the palace. It is wise to clarify any uncertainties to avoid trouble for both herself and Shen San-ye. Shen San-ye pondered for a moment before advising, the crown prince does not favor the pretentious daughters of noble families. He appreciates those who are practical and unpretentious. In half a month, it will be the emperor's birthday celebration, and you will be entering the palace. You may dress more extravagantly and adorn yourself in a dignified and elegant manner. Qingyu was taken aback. The birthday celebration? In previous years, I was not invited. Realization dawned upon her. This year would indeed include her, as she had become engaged to Shen San-ye. After this marriage was settled, her standing in the capital would undoubtedly rise. However, she hesitated, wondering if dressing too extravagantly would be overly ostentatious. Such occasions are most sensitive to displays of excess. After all, the capital is rife with hidden talents, and overshadowing the princesses and noble ladies would not be prudent. Rest assured, the future third Madam Shen shall wear whatever she desires without fear of criticism, Shen San-ye assured her, his voice clear and composed. Qingyu nodded very well. I shall remember this. As Shen San-ye mentioned the emperor's birthday, Qingyu suddenly asked, is this celebration being organized by Elder Su? Shen San-ye nodded. In a sense, yes. It is entrusted to Elder Su, but it also implies a task for Su Mingjie. Su Mingjie is Elder Su's eldest grandson and the son-in-law of the Duke of Enduring Virtue. He is favored by the emperor and, at a young age, has already assisted the emperor in his duties. He currently holds a nominal position in the Hanlin Academy, and many regard him as Elder Su's successor. Qingyu recalled that in her past life, many individuals who sought to undermine the Shen family had close ties to the Su family. Furthermore, with the current discord between the Chancellor and the Deputy Chancellor, and given that Shen San-ye is a student of Deputy Chancellor Qingyu, the implications of his relationship with the Su family become evident. The Su family enjoys imperial favor, and with the crown prince harboring grievances against Shen Jishio, does this not place him in a precarious position? Concerned, Su Qingyu looked at Shen Jishio. Elder Su is the emperor's tutor, and enjoying imperial favor is to be expected. Elder Chen, on the other hand, is the crown prince's mentor, and when the crown prince ascends, he will undoubtedly favor Elder Chen. Yet Shen Jishio, who was once considered an ally of the crown prince, has now distanced himself. Shen Jishio gazed at Su Qingyu in surprise, noting her keen understanding of court affairs. It's not that serious. The crown prince's ascension is a matter for the future. Until that day arrives, he will not act against me. When that day comes, whether he can ascend is still a question to consider. As he spoke, his eyes revealed a chilling coldness, starkly contrasting with the warmth he displayed while conversing with Su Qingyu. Remembering the troubles brought about by Su Liangping in her previous life, she suddenly felt a spark of inspiration and quietly asked, if the opportunity arises or if the Su family commits a significant error, would you take action against Elder Su? Shen Jishio looked at her in confusion, but upon seeing her earnest expression, he responded, indeed, Elder Chen and I do intend to undermine the Su family. But it requires an opportune moment. I possess concrete evidence to impeach Elder Su, but merely having evidence is insufficient. It must be when the emperor harbors dissatisfaction with Elder Su that we will have a chance. Ultimately, this matter hinges on the emperor's sentiments. Su Qingyu pondered for a moment before addressing Shen Jishio. Third Master, you should prepare the impeachment evidence. I may have an opportunity that could assist you. Chapter 92. Leveraging strength against strength. In truth, she was not merely aiding Shen Jishio. Even without mentioning this matter, she would take this opportunity to eliminate Su Yuankai. Should she also involve the Su family, she would merely need to escalate the situation further. Shen Jishio's expression remained grave, his demeanor serious as he gazed at Su Qingyu. What do you intend to do? When confronting the Su family, I must proceed with caution. You must not act recklessly on my behalf. Such matters can set off a chain reaction. If trouble arises, the entire Su family would be implicated. Shen Jishio's tone was filled with warning, fearing that Su Qingyu might impulsively scheme against Elder Su. If Elder Su could be outmaneuvered by a mere lady of the inner chambers, he would not have remained in his position for so many years. Su Qingyu understood his concerns and smiled reassuringly. Rest assured, I will not act impulsively. My illegitimate brother has recently conspired with Su Liangping on a matter, and I intend to leverage the situation. You need not involve yourself. This may not even succeed. Just prepare the impeachment evidence and do not miss the opportunity. As for my end, I will ensure there are no traces left behind. Her words were clear, yet Shen Jishio's expression remained solemn. Furrowing his brow, he asked her, do you require my assistance? Su Qingyu quickly shook her head, urging him not to get involved, as it would leave traces behind. Noticing his concern, she further explained, I will not engage with the Su family. My target is my brother. As for the Su family, I shall leave that to fate. Seeing that she had made herself clear, Shen Jishio ceased his persuasion, reminding her to inform him of any matters she could not handle. After their conversation reached a natural conclusion, he stood up, saying, I have other matters to attend to, so I must take my leave. Su Qingyu glanced at the pastries on the table and courteously thanked him. Please express my gratitude to the old lady for still thinking of me while preparing these treats. Shen Jishio chuckled, teasing, if you truly wish to show your gratitude, you should visit her more often. She has mentioned you quite a bit lately. Feeling a bit shy, Su Qingyu replied, you are right, Third Master. The estate will send fresh mustard greens tomorrow morning. I shall bring some to the old lady. She recalled that the old lady adored wontons filled with mustard greens. Shen Jishio's lips curved into a subtle smile as he nodded in agreement. After bidding farewell to Shen Jishio, Su Qingyu summoned Fate Sue and instructed, go discreetly find someone to make a few waterproof fire sticks. Don't worry about the cost. Just ensure you're not discovered, and keep your identity hidden. Although Fate Sue was puzzled about Su Qingyu's intentions, she diligently noted the instructions without further inquiry. Su Qingyu greatly appreciated Fate Sue's steadiness and reticence. She then inquired, what has become of the servants from Xiaohua Hall? Fate Sue replied, they have yet to be dealt with. The steward is waiting for your orders. Su Qingyu pondered for a moment before commanding, give Yuet Ao 20 taels of silver, and let her go. As for Erxi, inform him that he can leave once I am married. As for the others from Xiaohua Hall, sell them off. I will not retain anyone who has been associated with Guruoyun. One can never tell if Cheng Rujin has any lingering ties to them. and I wish to avoid being outmaneuvered at the last moment. Fei Tsue then asked about the fate of the green-haired maid, who was a confidant of Lady Yun. Let her serve Lady Yun, Su Qingyu replied, her voice steady. Before Fei Tsue departed, Su Qingyu added, tomorrow, the estate will send in shepherd's purse. Please have someone relay the message to gather the tenderest ones. Fei Tsue acknowledged and promptly left the room. Alone at her writing desk, Su Qingyu reflected on the events surrounding Su Liangping from her previous life. In her past, the emperor's birthday celebration had also been entrusted to the Su family, with elder Su handing the task over to his grandson Su Mingjie. Consumed by jealousy over Su Mingjie's favored position, Su Liangping plotted to undermine him. He discreetly gathered a few companions, each equipped with water bottles, and stealthily entered the fireworks storage to dampen some of the fireworks. Their intention was to cause Su Mingjie to falter on the emperor's birthday, ensuring his punishment. However, misfortune struck Su Liangping when Su Mingjie happened to check the storage that day and caught him in the act. This incident nearly led to Su Liangping's demise at the hands of Elder Su. Su Qingyu felt a twinge of uncertainty. Many events had altered since her rebirth, leaving her unsure if Su Liangping's fate would mirror that of her previous life. Yet, she could only do her utmost and leave the rest to fate. For she was reborn, not clairvoyant. Just then, the door to the study creaked open slightly, pulling Su Qingyu from her drifting thoughts. She saw Su Shunkai peering in, her cherubic face adorned with dimples as she smiled. Big sister, I came to see you. Su Qingyu beckoned her in, and Su Shunkai dashed over, resting her head on Su Qingyu's lap. Big sister, I've finished reconciling the accounts these past few days, she said in a sweet, slightly coaxing tone. Su Qingyu looked down at her younger half-sister, feeling her usually cold heart soften a fraction. You've reconciled the accounts, yet why aren't you practicing your needlework? I recall you were progressing nicely with your stitching. If you enjoy it, I can find you a skilled embroiderer to teach you. Su Shunkai's previously bright expression fell at once, and she quickly exclaimed, no, please don't. Big sister, I truly lack talent in embroidery. What others create as flowers, I end up making a chaotic mess. I would rather spend all day calculating than touch a needle and thread again. Su Qingyu could not help but laugh.
Playfully pinching Su Sunsei's cheek.
Then what do you wish to do? Su Shunkai giggled a couple of times before wrapping her arms around Su Qingyu's slender waist. I want to go to the shop. I wish to learn about the outside world. In the past, she had hidden behind concubine Lian, timidly living as a secondary daughter of the Su family. She had to think through every word she spoke, fearing the wrath of her elders. However, since her big sister had taught her to manage accounts and oversee affairs, she felt as if she had been released from a cage, drawn to the vastness of the world outside. These days, she had woken up smiling numerous times, reveling in her newfound freedom. Su Qingyu did not refuse but also did not give a definitive answer, instead contemplating for a moment. Su Shunkai gazed up at her, her small hands nervously clasped together. Chapter 93. Before marriage, whispering sweet nothings. Very well, then you may bring a maid along. From now on, the matters of our shop and dealings with the Lin family will be entrusted to you. I need to prepare for my wedding and may not have time to attend to you. If you encounter any uncertainties, consult third cousin or your mother. Su Shunkai was nearly bouncing with joy, wrapping her arms around Su Qingyu's neck and planting a couple of kisses on her cheek. Su Qingyu shook her head affectionately, thinking, she truly is still a child. The following morning, fresh shepherd's purse was delivered from the estate. After having breakfast and dressing appropriately, Su Qingyu set out for the Shen residence. Inside Qingyu, Shen Yu was keeping the elderly matriarch company on the large Kong by the window. Upon Su Qingyu's entrance, the two were engrossed in a private conversation. After greeting the old lady, Su Qingyu exchanged courtesies with Shen Yu. Shen Yu pulled her down to sit beside her, reproaching gently, Sister Su, you haven't visited in quite a while. Grandmother has missed you. Logically, since Su Qingyu was betrothed to Shen Jixio, Shen Yu should no longer refer to her as sister. However, it was too early to call her aunt, so she simply used the term for now. Su Qingyu expressed her apologies to the old lady. I've been preoccupied with many matters at home, and haven't come to pay my respects. The old lady waved her hand dismissively, saying, Yue is just teasing you. I understand you have much on your plate. How is your grandmother faring? You should encourage her. Let her know that her grandchildren will have their own fortunes, and she shouldn't dwell too much on these troublesome matters. Su Qingyu nodded. Grandmother is well, though she has been troubled by family affairs these past few days. You are correct. I shall speak to her again. Neither mentioned Gu Ruiyun's disgraceful incident directly. Yet they both understood the underlying implications. Su Qingyu instructed the servants to bring in the shepherd's purse and said to the old lady, "I heard you enjoy shepherd's purse wontons, and since the estate sent fresh ones, I thought to bring some for you." The old lady directed the servants to accept them and then took Su Qingyu's hand, saying, "You are kind to think of me. Stay and have lunch with me. Let us have a good chat." Su Qingyu smiled and agreed, engaging in casual conversation with the old lady and Xinyu. Just as they were getting comfortable, Han Shui entered to announce, "Old lady, the second young lady has come to pay her respects." "Let her in," the old lady instructed. The second young lady referred to as Shen Yang, the legitimate second daughter of the Shen family, younger sister to Shen Zhao. Upon hearing that Shen Yang had arrived, Su Qingyu's previously relaxed demeanor suddenly turned tense. In her past life, Shen Yang had caused her no small amount of trouble, taking advantage of her status as the legitimate daughter of the Shen family to bully her newly married sister-in-law without restraint. Moreover, given Su Qingyu's close relationship with Xinyu, whom Shen Yang despised most, their interactions had been particularly fraught. Previously, Su Qingyu had not shown Shen Yang any kindness, which had led to a significant rift between the sisters-in-law. Furthermore, she suspected Shen Yang had played a role in Xinyu's marriage to the Duke of Duan. When Shening entered, she noticed Su Qingyu and Xinyu sitting closely together, with Xinyu's hand linked through Su Qingyu's arm, and a flicker of disdain crossed her eyes. After greeting the old matriarch and exchanging pleasantries with Su Qingyu, Xinyu stood to pay her respects. And only then did everyone take their seats. "What brings you here at this time?" the old matriarch inquired. It was not the customary hour for greetings, as Xinyu was there to accompany Su Qingyu. Shuning's sudden arrival made the old matriarch suspect there was an issue. She then linked her arm with the old matriarch's, resting her head on her shoulder, and sweetly said, "I missed you, grandmother, so I came to see you. I just returned from my elder brother's place. He knelt in the ancestral hall all night yesterday and nearly caught a chill."
Sister Su.
"Why does my brother always get punished by uncle when he sees you?" Shuning spoke with a laugh, seemingly joking, yet subtly accusing Su Qingyu of sowing discord between the Shen family members. If the old matriarch were narrow-minded and unreasonable, she might have reprimanded Su Qingyu on the spot. Fortunately, Shen Jixio had briefly informed her about the events at the Su family the previous day. Thus, the old matriarch turned to Shening with a stern expression and admonished, "It was your elder brother's lack of propriety. What does that have to do with Sister Su? Go back and tell your mother that I said, if she does not discipline her children, I shall take it upon myself." Shening shrank back, her voice barely a whisper. "Yes, grandmother, I understand my mistake." However, her sidelong glance at Su Qingyu and Xinyu was filled with malice. Unfazed, Su Qingyu maintained her composure, not allowing Xinying's words to upset her. She smiled at the old matriarch, saying, "Grandmother, please don't let cousin Cheng have those shepherd's purse dumplings. I've heard that pregnant women cannot eat shepherd's purse." The old matriarch was taken aback. "Pregnant? Who is pregnant?" Su Qingyu continued, "You may not know yet, but cousin Cheng is with child again. She may not have reported the good news to you, as she is feeling unwell." Although this matter was somewhat awkward for Lady Cheng, cousin Cheng was innocent, so Su Qingyu implored the old matriarch not to hold any ill will against her. Su Qingyu's sincerity appeared genuine, as if she was truly advocating for Cheng Rujin. However, the old matriarch's expression darkened, and she ordered Mama Hua, who was waiting nearby, to summon the eldest young master and Lady Cheng, stating she had something to discuss with them. Mama Hua bowed and exited. Observing the old matriarch's displeased demeanor, Su Qingyu hesitated before asking, "Is grandmother concerned that the eldest young mistress has not yet entered the household?" The old matriarch sighed and replied, "The position of the legitimate wife is still uncertain. None of the families we have been considering have reached an agreement. After the scandal involving him and Cheng Rujin spread, the marriage is indeed complicated. If a commoner's son were to descend, what respectable girl would marry him?" Su Qingyu understood. Reputation was of utmost importance in the capital. The matter between Shen Zhao and Cheng Rujin would undoubtedly complicate any potential match. Shening cast a sidelong glance at Su Qingyu, muttering, "It's all because of her. Otherwise, how could my brother?" Before she could finish her thought, the old matriarch interrupted with a sharp look. Su Qingyu, however, did not regard Shening with any concern. Those who only dared to provoke on the surface were the easiest to handle. Shortly thereafter, Cheng Rujin entered, following Shen Zhao. Shen Zhao appeared puzzled, unaware of why his grandmother had summoned him. The old matriarch did not invite them to sit but coldly inquired. I heard that Lady Chung is with child? Why was I not informed? Chung Rujin, upon hearing her question, bit her lip and glanced at Su Qingyu, wondering if she would confirm the rumors before the old matriarch. I saw the doctor when I returned to the manor yesterday. It's merely a case of digestive discomfort. Not pregnancy at all. Shan Zhao interjected, grandmother, it is indeed just a matter of stomach issues. Rujin herself is confused. Please do not worry. Su Qingyu, hearing this, sincerely apologized to the old matriarch. It is my fault, grandmother. Yesterday, cousin said she would kneel for 3 days in mourning for our late aunt. Unexpectedly, after only a short while, she claimed to be with child. I could not sleep all night, fearing something might happen to the baby. The old matriarch, astute as she was, immediately grasped the situation. It was clear that Chung Rujin wished to maintain the pretense of filial piety while avoiding the actual act of kneeling, using her supposed pregnancy as an excuse. The old matriarch's subsequent words left Chung Rujin in shock, causing her to collapse to the ground. Chapter 94. The annoying Shen San-ye. The old matriarch despised those of poor character, unfilial and unjust. Accepting Chung Rujin into the family had been a necessity, not a reflection of her endorsement. Understanding the situation now only fueled her anger further. She instructed Mama Hua in a deep voice that from this day forth, Chung Rujin would be treated as the lowest-ranking concubine. Without her permission, Chung Rujin was not allowed to leave the manor. Furthermore, she ordered a potion to prevent her from conceiving, severing her hopes entirely. Chung Rujin sat on the ground, her face as pale as death. The thought of such a potion meant she would have no future prospects. To be relegated to the status of the lowest concubine? She had aspired to be the young mistress of the Shen family. How could she accept such a fate? Please, grandmother, spare me. I will not dare again. She pleaded desperately. Have mercy, grandmother. Have mercy. Realizing the gravity of her situation, Chung Rujin knelt, fervently begging the old matriarch for forgiveness. The old matriarch frowned at Shen Zhao, coldly asking, What do you say? Shen Zhao quickly bowed and replied, I will abide by grandmother's wishes. If he were to plead for a concubine, it would be a loss of face for the old matriarch. After all, she was merely a concubine, and he did not particularly care. Chung Rujin looked up at Shen Zhao, feeling a chill in her heart. This was the man she had gone to great lengths to marry, and this was how he treated her. Shen Yu and Shening were both taken aback, their mouths agape in shock. Su Qingyu remained composed, though a flicker of intrigue danced in her eyes. For Chung Rujin, this must be more painful than a death sentence. Chung Rujin, still on the ground, attempted to speak again but was swiftly ushered away before she could utter a word. You may leave as well. We ladies have some private matters to discuss, the old matriarch instructed Shen Zhao. Shen Zhao bowed and exited, only to encounter Shen Zhixiu at the door. Fearing that Shen Zhixiu might ask about yesterday's events, he hurriedly paid his respects and departed. Shen Zhixiu, unaware of the happenings, entered as a maid lifted the curtain. Upon entering, he casually handed his fur cloak to Han Chui. The old matriarch, noticing Shen Zhixiu's arrival, paused momentarily and asked, I recall you were to attend a banquet at the Duke of Wei's residence today. Why have you returned? Shen Zhixiu maintained a calm demeanor as he sat down, stating, The banquet has been rescheduled. I came to see mother. Su Qingyu, Shen Yu, and Shening all rose to pay their respects to Shen Zhixiu, who briefly met Su Qingyu's gaze before subtly diverting his attention. The old matriarch smiled at Shen Zhixiu, then stay for lunch. Shen Zhixiu nodded, that would be nice. It has been a while since I enjoyed mother's kitchen's dishes. He added, you all continue your conversation. Do not mind me. Despite his words, everyone except the old matriarch felt a notable tension. Su Qingyu, though not yet married, was not as casual as she would be in her own home. Shening had always been intimidated by her third uncle, speaking only after gauging his expression. Shen Yu, who often stayed close to the old matriarch, was familiar with Shen Zhixiu but still dared not act too freely. Consequently, even with the old matriarch engaging them in light-hearted conversation, the atmosphere was less relaxed than before. The old matriarch glanced at the time. Lunch was still early. She shot a look at Shen Zhixiu, trying to signal him. However, today, Shen Zhixiu seemed oblivious to the old matriarch's intentions. The elderly lady, upon witnessing the situation, could only clear her throat softly and said, Zhixiu, please make a trip to my small storeroom and select a suitable headpiece for His Majesty's longevity celebration to present to Qingyu. As Shen Ji-xiu recalled the look his mother had just cast upon him, he immediately understood her intentions. She wished to dismiss him, finding his presence bothersome. The request for a headpiece was merely a pretext. His mother must have already made her choice. Rising from his seat, Shen Ji-xiu exited the banquet room. Not far from his departure, he heard the cheerful laughter of Qingyu and Qingyu from within. A smile played on his lips as he shook his head and proceeded towards the storeroom at Qingyuan residence. The conversation among the guests continued until lunchtime, at which point the elderly lady led them to the dining hall, where they discovered Shen Ji-xiu already seated. Appearing as though he had been there for quite some time, the elderly lady was somewhat surprised, as she had anticipated he would leave immediately. After all, it was often a challenge to find him when she wished to share a meal. Mother asked me to select a headpiece, and I chose this set of East pearls. What do you think, Mother? Shen Ji-xiu said, opening the intricately carved golden box adorned with peony patterns at his side. Shen Lao Fu-ren slightly furrowed her brow before quickly regaining her composure, smiling as she replied, "Your taste is, of course, impeccable." Qingyu gazed at the set of East pearls, unable to divert her eyes. Accustomed to exquisite items, she immediately recognized that this headpiece was of the highest quality. The pearls, each a rare find in the marketplace, were skillfully embedded in the headpiece, showcasing the craftsmanship of a master artisan. Shenning stepped forward, drawn by the sight of the East Pearl headpiece, and felt an overwhelming fondness for it. She recognized it as the bridal gift bestowed upon her grandmother by the late empress at the time of her marriage. For years, her grandmother had treasured it, rarely wearing it. How could such a precious item be given to Qingyu? The latter's entry into the Shen family was merely a stroke of luck. Had it not been for the false news of her third uncle's demise, she would not have become the third wife of the Shen family. Shen Ying was not alone in her thoughts. The entire capital was abuzz with gossip about how fortunate the eldest daughter of the Su family was to secure such a prosperous match. The more Shen Ying contemplated, the more infuriated she became, contemplating how to persuade her grandmother to reconsider. Unaware of Shen Ying's discontent, Shen Lao Fu-ren took Qingyu's hand and said, "Do you like it? I thought this headpiece would be perfect for you at the emperor's longevity celebration." While speaking, the elderly lady discreetly cast a glance at Shen Ji-xiu. Shen Ji-xiu feigned ignorance of his mother's implied meaning, turning his face away to avoid meeting her gaze. "I must decline, elder lady. This is far too precious," Qingyu quickly interjected. "My family will provide the jewelry for my palace entrance." Shen Lao Fu-ren smiled and said, "A gift from an elder cannot be refused. I present it to you, so accept it graciously. No matter how extravagant the jewelry, it is meant to be worn." Seeing that if she remained silent, the headpiece would surely be accepted by Qingyu, Shenning steeled herself and approached her grandmother, saying, "Grandmother, this headpiece was a gift from the late empress to you. There is only this one in existence." She then turned to Qingyu and added, "Sister Su, as you are not yet married, wearing such an exquisite piece from the Shen family in the palace may not be appropriate. Please do not take offense. I speak out of concern for your well-being. After all, the current gossip in the capital is quite unfriendly, and it may tarnish your reputation." Chapter 95. The difficulty of finding a wife. Shen Ying's argument was logically sound, delivered in a tone that seemed to care for Qingyu's interests. According to Shen Ying's reasoning, upon learning of the headpiece's origins, Qingyu would be compelled to decline. Subsequently, the headpiece would be returned to her grandmother, and it would be more fitting for someone else than for Qingyu. However, contrary to Shen Ying's expectations, Qingyu did not react with trepidation upon hearing the headpiece's provenance. She was indeed surprised to receive such a valuable gift unexpectedly. Yet, since it was presented by the elderly lady and brought forth by Shen Ji-xiu, it indicated the agreement of both heads of the Shen family to gift it to her. If she insisted on declining, she would likely offend the elderly lady's goodwill. Moreover, the more Shen Ying insisted, the less inclined Qingyu felt to acquiesce to her wishes. After a brief moment of contemplation, Qingyu spoke. "So it originated from the palace. No wonder it appears so exquisitely luxurious." She neither demanded it nor outright rejected it, intending to see how the elderly lady would respond. Just as she anticipated, the elderly lady shot a glare at Shen Ying and said, "The gift is mine to give. If I deem it suitable, then it is so." She turned back to Qingyu with a beaming smile and continued, "I told you to accept it, so do so without hesitation. Perhaps you have simply grown accustomed to finer goods and look down upon the offerings of an old woman like me. Thank you, elder lady. I will heed your wishes. Su Qingyu replied, instructing Fei Chui to accept the jewelry. Shen Yu shot a glance at Shen Ning and then took Su Qingyu's arm, saying, Sister Su, since it is a gift from grandmother, you should accept it without worry. Some people are simply envious. Do not take their words to heart. Fuming, Shen Ning contemplated confronting them, but upon catching Shen Jixio's cold gaze directed at her, she swallowed her retort. After the group finished their lunch together, Shen Jixio arranged for someone to escort Su Qingyu home. Once only Shen Jixio and the elderly lady remained in the room. The servants brought in tea, and then withdrew. The elderly lady finally spoke. Now tell me, why did you exchange the set of golden hairpins I chose for you? Shen Jixio answered solemnly, isn't the crown prince interested in her? I intend for her to wear this set of East pearls into the palace. The crown prince has a distaste for lavishness among highborn ladies. The elderly lady scrutinized Shen Jixio, questioning, is that truly your only reason? If it were merely that, there are plenty of luxurious hairpieces in my storeroom. Why did you specifically choose this one gifted by the late empress? She was not particularly attached to the item. At her age, material possessions held little significance. Once she departed, these treasures would simply be divided among the younger generation. However, Shen Jixio had deliberately chosen this set, piquing her curiosity about his reasoning. Her younger son was often inscrutable in his thoughts. Shen Jixio instinctively touched his chin and replied, wearing this into the palace will convey our family's stance to everyone there. The elderly lady was momentarily taken aback before bursting into laughter. So that is your intention? Are you worried that your future wife might be bullied in the palace? Rest assured, she is not the type to be easily oppressed. Shen Jixio retorted with a raised brow. At my age, finding a wife is no simple task. I must protect her. Just as the elderly lady took a sip of tea, she nearly choked upon hearing his words, pointing at Shen Jixio and exclaiming, you, of all people, would say such things. Since he turned 18, the family had been arranging potential matches for him. Yet, over the years, he had been entirely focused on his career, failing to settle on a single engagement. She had been unwilling to pressure her son, thus allowing time to pass. After sharing a laugh, the elderly lady turned serious as she regarded Shen Jixio. It seems that this unanticipated match has indeed touched your heart. Perhaps this is fate. Had you not sent back news of a death, this union would not have come to fruition. Shen Jixio smiled without responding, neither confirming nor denying. But a rare softness flickered in his usually aloof expression. After a moment, when Zhu suddenly entered, whispering, Third Master, the banquet at the Duke of Wei's residence has concluded. Lord Zhongyi wishes to speak with you. The elderly lady looked at him with suspicion. Did you not say the banquet was postponed? Shen Jixio cleared his throat to mask his embarrassment and rose, saying, I have matters to attend to and cannot linger for idle chatter with you, mother. As the elderly lady watched his retreating figure, she shook her head slightly, a smile gracing her lips. In another 2 or 3 years, perhaps a little grandson will be running about the house. A few days later, Fei Chui had someone prepare waterproof fire starters, which she brought to Su Qingyu for inspection. They turned out well, just as I envisioned. In the coming days, keep an eye on the young master for me, especially keeping a watchful eye on whether he brings anything peculiar into the manor, such as small buckets. She recalled that in her previous life, Su Liangping had specially commissioned portable buckets for this purpose, distributing 2 to each of his dubious friends. These individuals gathered at Su's fireworks storage at night after departing from their respective homes. It remains uncertain whether that useless Su Yuankai would be chosen by Su Liangping. However, judging by Su Yuankai's recent self-satisfied demeanor, it seems he has already become quite familiar with Su Liangping. Jade knew the gravity of the situation, so she and Agate took turns monitoring Su Yuankai for 12 hours. On the day Lin Shi emerged from her confinement, Su Qingyu accompanied her for dinner. After the meal, the mother and daughter reclined on the Kong, exchanging intimate words. Mother, when Mr. Zhou checked your pulse yesterday, he mentioned that you have nearly recovered. After a few more doses of medicine, you need to continue. Lin Shi held Su Qingyu's hand and said, from today onwards, let me handle the trivial matters in the household, so you can focus on preparing for your marriage. You must also pay attention to your needlework. Your future in-laws will certainly be observing. Su Qingyu eagerly replied, I understand. I will get to it right away. After a moment's thought, she quietly asked Mother, now that you have recovered, I wish to ask you something. What are your plans for the future? Previously, Lin Shi had been pregnant and suffered a miscarriage, and Su Qingyu devoted herself to caring for her health. Now that she was well, There were matters Su Qingyu wished to broach. Lin Shi looked at Su Qingyu in confusion. Plans for the future? I do not quite understand what you mean. Su Qingyu sighed, her heart aching. Mother, you and father have long since lost your feelings for each other. He has given no thought to the well-being of us, his mother and daughter. Should you continue to languish in the marquise for the remainder of your life? If I were a son, I could protect you. However, in just a few months, I will be married. What will happen to you then? Lin Shi was momentarily taken aback by Su Qingyu's words, then replied, What can I do? I cannot simply divorce your father. This is how life in noble families is lived. If I had no children now, I would certainly leave this marquise immediately. The world is vast. There must be a place for me. But I have a daughter, and I must consider her in everything I do. Although the Great Zhou permits women to divorce, it is a rarity among families of their stature. If she were to divorce, it would tarnish her daughter's reputation.
Qingyu,
Unaware of Lin Shi's concerns for her, blurted out, Why can't you? Others live this way because they choose to endure. Upon uttering these words, Su Qingyu suddenly grasped the situation. She tightened her grip on Lin Shi's hand and said, Mother, are you worried that my marriage will be affected? But I only wish for you to live the life you desire in your later years. When I wanted to marry a deceased man, you supported me without hesitation.
now.
Whatever decision you make, I will support you. Chapter 96. This move was right. Lin Shi had been married into the Su family for nearly 20 years, spending 2 decades in this inner residence. No one desired to leave more than she did. The thought of departing from the Su family filled her with excitement. However, she could not disregard her daughter and maternal family for the sake of her own later life. Divorce was no trivial matter. What if her daughter were looked down upon by her in-laws, or if her family were ridiculed? She was no longer the carefree young lady of the Lin family. Knowing a mother better than anyone, Su Qingyu saw through Lin Shi's inner thoughts. She felt only sorrow for her mother. Realizing that 2 decades spent in the inner residence meant there were few opportunities left in life to waste. Holding Lin Shi's hands, she softly said, Mother, do not overthink. If Uncle knew what kind of life you led in the marquise, he would support you. As for the Shen family, you need not worry. My standing there will depend on my own abilities. For some reason, she felt that Shen Jixio would not mind these matters. Lin Shi felt somewhat moved, pondering. Let me think about it. We shall discuss this after your marriage. I must ensure a grand send-off for my daughter. Su Qingyu rested her head on Lin Shi's shoulder, saying, Just think about it, for I do not wish for you to suffer. As for her missing brother, Su Qingyu believed that even after her marriage, she could still hold sway over the marquise. At worst, her brother would inherit the title and send their muddled father to the countryside to live out his days, while her mother would still be the matriarch. As the mother and daughter leaned against each other affectionately, Jade suddenly appeared at the door of the banquet room.
Signaling to Qingyu.
Su Qingyu nodded slightly to Jade, then stood and said to Lin Shi,